Returning to a decade ago, on the eve of the launch of the Cataclysm's Prelude, what appears to be merely an online game holds a far deeper significance. Known only to Shen Yi, for in 5 years, this game shall irrevocably merge with reality. At that time, an absurd world will descend, where everything will be digitized, and the players of the Cataclysm's Prelude will possess the advantage to command this new realm. In this second chance at life, Shen Yi is determined not to fade into mediocrity. He must rectify all past mistakes, beginning with the training of his 5 elder sisters. For Shen Yi alone is aware that upon entering the game, each of his 5 sisters will acquire a divine profession. On the day of the launch, the eldest sister, Shen Yu, is bestowed the unique hidden profession of Elemental Empress, wielding the powers of 10 elemental forces, and is hailed as the mightiest mage. The second sister, Shen Qian, attains the unique hidden profession of Six-Winged Angel, boasting an astonishing healing capacity capable of purifying all, thus earning the title of the Supreme Healer. The third sister, Shen Yu, is granted the unique hidden profession of Holy Dragon Knight, unmatched in fortitude, capable of withstanding forbidden spells and bringing the Demon King to tears. The fourth sister, Shen Ling, receives the unique hidden profession of Mind Archer, whose arrows never miss their mark, capturing souls with a single shot, exhibiting remarkable agility and versatility. The fifth sister, Shen Yin, is awarded the unique hidden profession of Phoenix Priestess, accompanied by a divine Phoenix familiar, adept at both control and support, embodying unparalleled charm. With a blend of coaxing and deception, Shen Yi leads his 5 sisters into the world of the game, thus commencing a journey of redemption. Chapter 001. The Prelude to Cataclysm, Rebirth. Stinky little brother, look at what you've done to my stockings. You ruined them all. A sharp cry jolted Shen Yi awake. Instinctively springing to his feet, he was astonished to find himself in a living room. As his gaze fell upon the speaker, Shen Yi was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the figure before him. How many times must I tell you? Stockings should be dried with clothespins. You can't just stretch them on a drying rack. Look at what you've done to them. Wah, my newly bought stockings ruined just like that. A girl in her early 20s, clad in comfortable home attire and wearing flip-flops, held a drying rack with black stockings, her large eyes glaring at Shen Yi, her lips pursed in evident discontent, as if he had committed a grievous offense. The moment Shen Yi recognized this woman, his eyes welled with tears. No way, stinky little brother. Are you crying? I haven't said anything to upset you. I'm sorry. It's all third sister's fault for scolding you. I shouldn't have done that. Originally ready to reprimand, Shen Yu was rendered speechless as she witnessed her brother's eyes turning red, on the verge of tears. She pondered, had her tone been too harsh? When had her foolish brother become so fragile? Third sister, you're alive. How wonderful. Third sister, you're not dead. Yet, in the next moment, Shen Yu was taken aback as Shen Yi suddenly rushed towards her and embraced her tightly. PFFT. Stinky little brother, you're going too far. I merely scolded you a bit over a stocking. Why are you cursing me to die? Shen Yu was left speechless, caught in her brother's embrace, her frustration growing at his words. How could he curse her demise? Wait, what is happening? Why is third sister alive? I distinctly remember that eldest sister, second sister, and third sister. They were all devoured by the Demon King while protecting me, and I had already been slain. Why am I still alive? This is our old home. After the initial excitement, Shen Yi suddenly seemed to grasp something, his astonished gaze sweeping around. It dawned on him that this was indeed their original home. The familiar living room, the decor, the scent, all reminiscent of the past. And the warmth of third sister Shen Yu in his arms confirmed a singular truth to Shen Yi. Everything was real. Third sister, what is today's date? Releasing Shen Yu, he gazed at her with a look of confusion. Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten what day it is? Weren't you counting down the days for the launch of that game you've been yearning for? How could you forget the date? Don't scare me like this. What's wrong with you? Shen Yu's eyes widened as she questioned Shen Yi, fearing he might be suffering from some sort of hysteria. The game launch you've been yearning for. The Cataclysm's Prelude. Sister, could it be that today is July 1st, 2024? What July 1st? You've gone mad over the game. Today is June 30th. Your game launches tomorrow. She rolled her eyes dramatically at Shen Yi, utterly defeated by her internet-addicted brother, responding with exasperation. June 30th, 2024. Upon digesting this information, Shen Yi was completely astounded. Everything indicated one undeniable truth. It seemed that Shen Yi had been reborn. No way, I've been reborn, transported back 10 years in time. How is this even possible? Shock, astonishment, disbelief. A myriad of complex emotions erupted in Shen Yi's mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Shen Yi distinctly remembers that 10 years ago, on July 1st of the 24th year, a groundbreaking online game titled Eve of Catastrophe was launched. This game, heralded as a revolutionary masterpiece, captivated over 100 million players in a remarkably short span of time. However, despite its enchanting allure, it remained merely a tool for leisure and distraction. Yet, no one could have anticipated that this very game would alter the fate of the entire Blue Star. 4 or 5 years after its launch, Eve of Catastrophe astonishingly merged with the real world, leading to a complete digitization of the cosmos. With this fusion, various monsters, structures, and races from the game descended upon the world, rendering it a bizarre spectacle. All individuals were compelled to become players, with those who had previously engaged in Eve of Catastrophe discovering that their in-game data had seamlessly transitioned into this merged reality, while newcomers were forced to start from scratch. Unlike the game, where players could resurrect infinitely upon death, in the newly fused world, every player possessed but one life. Death meant a permanent vanishing from existence. In this context, humanity, previously untouched by the game, began a treacherous struggle for survival. Original players, while benefiting from their advantageous position, faced conditions far superior to those who had never encountered the game. However, the post-fusion world was exponentially more perilous than the prior gaming experience, placing them all in equally dire straits. Within this environment, Shen Yi, alongside his 5 elder sisters, navigated the merged world for a full 5 years, and as his sisters gradually rose to prominence, Shen Yi believed that circumstances would improve. Little did he know that during one fateful expedition, they would encounter a world-class boss-level demon that would lead to their demise. Shen Yi witnessed the tragic deaths of his 5 sisters as they sacrificed themselves to protect him, and ultimately, he too fell prey to the monster's clutches. Just when he thought all was lost, he found himself inexplicably reborn. The memories remained vivid, as if everything was unfolding before his eyes, causing Shen Yi to break into a cold sweat. Yet, with this came a surge of exhilaration. His gaze began to shimmer with newfound brightness. I have been reborn. I have actually returned to the time before the launch of Eve of Catastrophe. Could it be that even the heavens could not bear to witness my fate, granting me another chance? If that is indeed the case, I shall no longer lead a life of mediocrity. I will seize this opportunity to defy destiny, to reshape my fate, and that of my 5 extraordinary sisters. Chapter 002. The Hidden Mastermind. What are my 5 sisters up to, making such a ruckus? From the bedroom, I can hear your voices. Third sister. What is the matter now? Just as Shen Yi was lost in thought, the door to a bedroom swung open, and a girl stepped out. Spotting Shen Yi and Shen Yu in the living room, she called out, "Eldest sister, look, that bratty little brother of mine has ruined my stockings again." Upon seeing the newcomer, Shen Yu immediately took on a tone of accusation, brandishing the drying rack in her hand as evidence. "It's just a pair of stockings. If they're ruined, so be it. Besides, who told you to leave them for little E to hang? You brought this upon yourself." Shen Yu cast a glance at the ruined stockings, offering no comfort, but instead rebuking Shen Yu. "Ugh, eldest sister, just indulge him. At this rate, you'll spoil him into a mama's boy, and he won't even be able to find a wife." Shen Yu pouted, her voice tinged with frustration as she lamented that her eldest sister Shen Yu did not side with her. Eldest sister. Shen Yi's gaze fell upon Shen Yu, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Looking at his eldest sister, a flood of emotions surged within him, a tumult of feelings overwhelming his heart. Shen Yi had 5 sisters, all of whom were quintuplets. The eldest was Shen Yu, who had just emerged from the bedroom. The second sister was Shen Qian. The third was Shen Yu, present in the living room. And there were also the 4th sister Shen Ling and the 5th sister Shen Yan. Shen Yi was 2 years younger than them, the only brother among the siblings. Their parents had tragically passed away 4 years prior in a car accident, leaving the 6 siblings to rely on one another. Their bond was exceptionally strong. Despite their frequent bickering, it never diminished their affection for one another, and they shared a deeply intimate sibling relationship. Before his reincarnation, none of Shen Yi's 5 sisters had played before the Cataclysm, and it was only 5 years later, when the game arrived and the world was forcibly digitized, that they first encountered before the Cataclysm. To Shen Yi's astonishment, his 5 sisters had inexplicably obtained 5 unique hidden, powerful divine-level professions at that time. The game before the Cataclysm boasted thousands of different professions, categorized by rarity into ordinary, hidden, and uniquely hidden professions. Ordinary professions were commonplace, accessible to all, while hidden professions were rarer and significantly more powerful. The uniquely hidden professions were the most formidable in the game, referred to as divine-level professions, and were characterized by their singularity. In essence, each uniquely hidden profession was one of a kind, unparalleled in strength. In his previous life, Shen Yi had merely been an ordinary profession. The reason he managed to survive 5 years in the fused world alongside his 5 novice sisters was not due to his own prowess, but rather because his sisters were extraordinarily gifted. Yet, even so, they barely managed to endure for 5 years. This was because they had squandered the 5 years of gameplay before the Cataclysm arrived, effectively falling 5 years behind everyone else. Had his sisters engaged in the game from the very beginning, the outcome would have undoubtedly been different. Thus, From the moment Shen Yi laid eyes on his eldest sister, he resolved that he would do whatever it took to ensure his 5 sisters joined him in the game, starting from the very day it launched, accumulating resources and strength from the outset, armed with his memories of the game from his past life. Combined with the fact that his 5 sisters would begin with 5 uniquely hidden divine professions, the potential for their future was unimaginable. When confronted with the Cataclysm, they would possess the absolute means to survive. Shen Yi silently vowed to himself. He had begun to strategize. He could no longer afford to squander the resources at his disposal. Now, as a reincarnator with detailed memories of the game's strategies, and with his sisters endowed with uniquely hidden divine professions, the combination was destined for greatness. If Shen Yi were to let such an opportunity slip away, he felt it would be better for him to find a stone and end his own life right then and there. Ah, everyone's here. Eldest sister, third sister. Little brother, you're all home. Come, we just bought a watermelon. Let us enjoy it together. At that moment, the door swung open from outside, and a graceful figure entered, carrying several plastic bags filled with various items. Upon seeing the 3 individuals in the room, Shen Qian greeted them with a smile. Oh my goodness, second sister, could you please refrain from buying so many things next time? Or at least take little brother with you. With all these items on such a scorching day, you nearly bake me alive. A voice of complaint trailed behind Shen Qian, tinged with a hint of pitiful grievance. Bratty little brother, what are you staring at? Aren't you going to help your 5th sister with the bags? You have no sense of awareness. She called out to the dazed Shen Yi, coming right up. Shen Yi quickly snapped back to reality, his face lighting up with a broad smile. You're back. Everyone's back. His heart swelled with excitement at the sight of the 3 girls before him, his other 3 sisters, 2nd sister Shen Qian, 4th sister Shen Ling, and 5th sister Shen Yan. 4th sister, let me help you with that. Shen Yi hurried to the door and took the bags from Shen Ling's hands. Hey, you're such a brat. Why didn't you help me? You just want to help 4th sister. I'm the one who called you over, Shen Yan exclaimed. Her eyes fixed on Shen Yi, a playful pout forming on her lips. Of course, Shen Ling smiled at Shen Yi's gesture, her previously icy demeanor softening. Ugh, how infuriating. Showing off your affection. Shen Yi fumed upon hearing their exchange. 5th sister, calm down. How could I not help my lovely 5th sister? As Shen Yin was on the verge of an outburst, Shen Yi cheerfully approached her and took the bag from her hands as well. Humph, now that's more like it. Shen Yin huffed, her annoyance dissipating as she regarded Shen Yi with a hint of satisfaction. Once everyone was inside, Shen Yi looked at the 5 sisters seated on the sofa in the living room, each radiating vibrancy. He couldn't help but smile, feeling an unprecedented joy fill his heart. Hey, bratty little brother, we ran into your little girlfriend while shopping. She said she tried calling you but couldn't get through, so you should return her call. She mentioned she needed to talk to you. Just as Shen Yi marveled at the wonders of fate, 5th sister Shen Yin turned to him, her tone carrying a hint of jealousy, particularly when mentioning his little girlfriend. Chapter 003. Girlfriend? Who abandoned whom? Upon hearing 5th sister Shen Yan's words, Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he knew exactly whom she was referring to. It was Wang Mingxi. Wang Mingxi was Shen Yi's childhood sweetheart. They had lived in the same building and had been neighbors when they were young. However, Wang Mingxi's family had moved away, and they lost touch. Just when he thought their paths had diverged, they unexpectedly reunited in college, both enrolling in the same university and major. As they rekindled their connection, their shared history and comparable looks and academic achievements led Wang Mingxi to become Shen Yi's girlfriend. Yet, in his past life, Shen Yi never truly connected with Wang Mingxi. She ultimately betrayed him, leading to their estrangement. At this moment, upon hearing the name Wang Mingxi once more, Shen Yi felt little emotional stirrings. At this point, they had yet to part ways. She was still, indeed, his young girlfriend, if memory served correctly. Her reaching out to him was reminiscent of this very day in his past life, when Wang Mingxi had called him, a moment that marked the beginning of their divergence. With this thought, Shen Yi's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief as he shifted his gaze to the 5 sisters lounging on the sofa. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Sisters, I'm going to make a phone call, he announced. Hey, aren't you going to have a slice of watermelon first? 2nd sister, Shen Qian, called out to him, gesturing towards the fruit. No, I'll eat later. You all go ahead, Shen Yi replied, and without further ado, he retreated to his room. Humph, with a girl, he forgets his own kin. This ungrateful little brother. 5th sister, Shen Yan, glared at Shen Yi's closed door with an expression of indignation, as though her gaze could pierce the walls and smite him. Once inside his room, Shen Yi dialed Wang Mingxi's number. As soon as the call connected, he spoke in a detached tone, devoid of any emotional nuance. All right, I understand. Let us leave it at that. After a few exchanges, his expression remained impassive, and without waiting for her to continue, he abruptly ended the call. Hello? Hello? Shen Yi. At that moment, in a restaurant, Wang Mingxi held her phone, shouting into the receiver, only to be met with the sound of a busy signal. Realizing he had already hung up, how did it go? Did he agree? A man seated across from her inquired eagerly as Wang Mingxi ended the call. He agreed. She finally responded, albeit her face bore a tinge of disappointment. That's good. Mengxi, listen, my cousin and his team are professionals in the gaming industry, renowned in various titles. This time, they're joining Cataclysm's Dawn. Teaming up with them is undoubtedly superior to relying on Shen Yi. You wanted to earn money in the game, right? Joining my cousin's team will surely be more lucrative than a summer job. My cousin mentioned the potential for profits in this game is immense. Fang Jun exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. However, Wang Mengxi's spirits did not lift at his words. She appeared somewhat lost in thought. What's wrong, Mengxi? Did Shen Yi say something hurtful? Fang Jun noticed her unusual demeanor and immediately asked, fearing she had been let down by Shen Yi. No, he didn't say anything. Wang Mengxi shook her head. If Shen Yi had said something, she would not be in this state of disarray. Had he questioned or scolded her, it might have felt more normal. But when she informed him about her inability to team up with him in Cataclysm's Dawn, he hadn't even bothered to ask for details. He simply accepted and hung up. His indifference left her feeling bewildered, the very source of her current disorientation. If he didn't say anything, then why the long face? Fang Jun questioned, puzzled. Precisely because he said nothing. It's disheartening, Wang Mengxi murmured, her brow furrowing slightly. What? Fang Jun asked, failing to catch her words. Never mind, Fang Jun. Thank you for bringing me along. I will work hard to make the most of this opportunity, she said, suppressing her emotions and forcing a smile. All right. Let us strive together. Fang Jun beamed at her, his heart soaring at her smile. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Shen Yi cast a disdainful glance at his phone before tossing it onto his bed. In his past life, Wang Mengxi had also agreed to join him in Cataclysm's Dawn only to bail on him the day before the launch. At that time, Shen Yi had been filled with anger and dissatisfaction, culminating in a fierce argument between them. He later learned that she had ditched him to team up with a suitor from school, Fang Jun, which only fueled his resentment and shattered their relationship further. Ultimately, Wang Mengxi had managed to profit from the game, drifting further away from Shen Yi until they parted ways, and she ended up with Fang Jun, leaving Shen Yi utterly devastated. Given his experiences with such a woman, Shen Yi had long since ceased to care. Thus, when he learned that in this life she intended to cast him aside once more, he readily acquiesced, for in his heart, he had already abandoned her. Moreover, he was determined to embark on a grand adventure within the game alongside his 5 extraordinary sisters, with no time to be entangled with someone like Wang Mengxi. Yet, she had inadvertently assisted him. A sly smile crept onto Shen Yi's lips as he pinched himself, and suddenly, a loud wail erupted from his room, startling his 5 sisters, who were enjoying watermelon in the living room. They quickly looked towards Shen Yi's room, realizing it was his voice they heard. Little brother, what's wrong? Why are you crying? What is going on? Why are you crying? Yes, little brother, why are you crying? Oh dear, you look so pitiful. Who hurt you? Chapter 004. Heartbroken, sisters will play with you. I've been dumped. Shen Yi exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at his sisters who had rushed into his room, feigning a look of sorrowful vulnerability. In that moment, he embodied the essence of a heartbroken man, displaying a tragic countenance. What? You've been dumped? Little brother, were you betrayed? 5th sister, Shen Yin, blurted out in shock. At her words, Shen Yi's cries intensified. Shut up. 4th sister, Shen Ling, shot an exasperated glare at 5th sister, urging her to be silent. Did Wang Mengxi call to break up with you? The others quickly began to piece together the scenario and express their concern. What happened, little brother? Tell big sister everything. Big sister, Shen Yu, settled beside him, her face etched with worry. Yes, what is going on? I thought everything was fine before. 2nd sister chimed in, puzzled, as she recalled that Wang Mengxi and Shen Yi had seemed to share a good relationship. At this, Shen Yi had no intention of concealing the truth, recounting the events with embellishments, painting himself as the heartbroken lover who had been callously discarded. His sisters listened, torn between indignation and sympathy. I always said that Wang Mengxi was not a decent girl. Even back in the day, she acted so pretentiously, it was disgusting. I never approved of your relationship. And look where it led you. That woman is truly wicked. 5th sister will help you teach her a lesson. Shen Yan, unable to contain her agitation, rolled up her sleeves as she prepared to storm out, her indignation palpable, as though she were the one wronged. I'm going to. 4th sister, Shen Ling, typically a woman of few words, her demeanor akin to that of an ice queen, wore an even darker expression. Upon hearing Shen Yan's declaration, she too resolved to accompany her to confront Wang Mengxi. Bullying my younger brother is not to be taken lightly. I shall join you. 3rd brother, Shen Yu, momentarily set aside his grievances regarding stockings, rolling up his sleeves in eager readiness to enter the fray as well. Enough of this. Return here at once. What kind of behavior is this? Just as the trio was poised to march out in anger, Shen Yu cast a sharp gaze at them and interjected. You are no longer children. Must you resort to rolling up your sleeves for a brawl? Indeed, you 3 ought to calm yourselves, 2nd sister sighed, though her heart burned with righteous anger for Shen Yi. Clearly, they were the more rational ones. Matters of the heart are inherently personal, and even siblings should refrain from meddling. Seeking trouble in such a manner is quite undignified. If these 3 were to proceed, even the most justified of causes would become untenable. Little brother, do not be disheartened. You are still quite young. There will be many more opportunities for romance ahead. It's not worth mourning over someone like her. Turning to comfort Shen Yi. The eldest sister Shen Yu felt that it was indeed for the best to see someone's true colors early on rather than later. Yes, dear brother. Realizing her true nature sooner is fortuitous. Do not dwell on it. There are plenty of good girls out there. Second sister gently patted Shen Yi's shoulder in consolation. Exactly. Fifth sister has many friends. Once school starts, I can introduce you to a few kind-hearted older sisters. What is Wang Mengxi anyway? I think she is unworthy of you. My brother deserves a beauty of unparalleled grace. Shen Yu, hearing this, cast a bemused glance at fifth sister, finding her words somewhat amusing. Sisters, I am not heartbroken over her dismissal. In truth, I did not hold her in such high regard. Observing his five sisters' concerned expressions as they comforted him, Shen Yi raised his gaze to them and spoke. Then why are you so upset? Shen Yu was taken aback, unable to comprehend. The others also looked at him. Having assumed that Shen Yi would be unable to live without Wang Mengxi, I am upset because the launch of Doomsday Eve is tomorrow. We had originally made plans to team up and play together, but now she has run off with some random guy, breaking up the team. Where am I supposed to find new teammates? He lamented. I have been eagerly anticipating this game for days. Now my plans are all in disarray. I am truly heartbroken. Just thinking about being abandoned makes me feel as if I am caught in a downpour with a leaky roof. Shen Yi spoke with palpable despair, as if he were genuinely hopeless. Hearing his words, the sisters were left speechless, having realized that Shen Yi was so distraught over a game. Can't you just find new teammates? Eldest Sister Shen Yu frowned and asked him. Everyone else has already formed their teams. They are all following Wang Mengxi now, leaving me all alone. Sister, I am isolated. Shen Yi replied pitifully. Oh, come on. It's not a big deal. It's just a game. I'll play with you. Fifth Sister Shen Yin declared disdainfully, offering to accompany Shen Yi in the game. Really? Shen Yi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with joy, his heart blooming with happiness. What do you mean by really? What is wrong with playing a game with my dear brother? I'll play with you tomorrow. Shen Yin replied nonchalantly. But a team requires 6 players, and it's just us 2. We still need 4 more. Initially surprised, Shen Yi's expression turned sour as he looked at them with an exaggeratedly pitiful face, and continued. This isn't so simple. Isn't it? Don't forget that you have 5 sisters. The 5 of us can play together, which makes a full team. Then, eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister. Are you all willing? Shen Yi looked at the other 4 sisters with wide, pleading eyes, his heart racing with anticipation. He feigned a casual demeanor, his ultimate goal being to persuade his 5 sisters to join him in playing Doomsday Eve. Now, as he stood on the brink of success, he felt a surge of excitement. Of course, as long as my brother enjoys it, I'll play with you, but I'm not very good at games. I might hold you back. Eldest Sister Shen Yu replied. I can play too, but I'm even worse than eldest sister. Both eldest and second sisters, each embodying different personalities, one nurturing and responsible, the other gentle yet timid, were not opposed to accompanying him, albeit with concerns about their gaming skills. No worries, I'll teach you. Shen Yi responded immediately. He then turned to third and fourth sisters. What about you two? We're all in this together, so why not? I'll play with you. Third sister readily agreed, without hesitation. Yes, that sounds good, fourth sister succinctly affirmed. Yay, this is wonderful. I'm so happy to have my sisters with me. With his plan successfully in motion, having convinced his 5 sisters to join him in gaming, Shen Yi's face broke into a beaming smile, and his heart soared with exhilaration. His first step had been taken. Chapter 005. Game Launch. Newbie Village 31257 Please, Master, could you help me put these things inside? Thank you. The next day, July 1st, marked the launch of Doomsday Eve. At the crack of dawn, Shen Yi rushed out, only returning at noon. As he opened the door, he instructed the workers outside to help carry several boxes into the house. Little brother, what is going on? What are these? Yes, brother, what have you bought? Why are there so many boxes? Have you struck it rich? Where did all this money come from? What's in these boxes? Brother, could this be the virtual login devices for Doomsday Eve? Inside the house, the 5 sisters were gathered, having noticed Shen Yi's return with something in tow. They approached the door, gazing curiously as several staff members carried 6 boxes into the house. Indeed, it seems fifth sister has been strategizing. These must be the virtual login devices for Doomsday Eve, Shen Yi explained with a smile. Unlike traditional online games hosted on consoles, Doomsday Eve utilizes a virtual login system, meaning that once connected to the device, a player's consciousness can enter the game world. Each player of Doomsday Eve can obtain a free virtual login device using their identification card. After persuading his 5 sisters to join him in playing Doomsday Eve, Shen Yi had reserved 5 virtual login devices under their identification cards. His early morning outing was solely to collect these devices. The game officially launched at 7 p.m., and Shen Yi needed to ensure that he and his 5 sisters entered the game promptly. Although they had 5 years of development time ahead of them, Shen Yi felt an unshakable sense of urgency. Furthermore, given his reincarnation, he feared that, akin to the butterfly effect, he might alter events that were meant to transpire, instilling in him a sense of impending crisis. Thus, he had to be thorough to prevent any deviations or oversights. After the delivery personnel departed, Shen Yi eagerly unboxed the 6 virtual login devices. Under the watchful gaze of the 5 women, he installed the devices in their respective rooms. Later that afternoon, Shen Yi earnestly taught his 5 sisters the basics of Doomsday Eve. Since the game's promotional phase had revealed limited information, there was only so much to share. However, Shen Yi is different. He is reborn, possessing a decade's worth of memories, which grants him a profound understanding and familiarity with the entire game scenario. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to Shen Yi as the encyclopedia of the game Eve of Catastrophe. As evening descended and everyone had finished dinner, at 6 o'clock, Shen Yi turned to his 5 elder sisters. Sisters, it is now 6 o'clock, and character creation for the game is about to commence. We can log in and access the creation interface to craft our characters. At 7 o'clock, we will be able to enter the game. Remember, we will meet at Novice Village number 31257. When you enter the game, do not move. I will add you as friends and locate you. Understood? Remember, Novice Village 31257. Do not enter the wrong Novice Village number, as it is crucial. Shen Yi spoke to his 5 sisters with a serious demeanor, his expression devoid of levity. Got it, Novice Village 31257. We won't get it wrong, they replied. Little brother, why 31,257? Why not 666 or 888? Those numbers are so auspicious. What use is auspiciousness? Sisters, we are not gambling on luck. Trust me, it's Novice Village 31,257. There's no mistake. Shen Yi refrained from elaborating. He had no means to explain. The reason he chose Novice Village 31257 was indeed significant. Thanks to his memories from before his rebirth, he knew that 31257 was the selected Novice Village. Within this village, a hidden quest would be triggered, and those who completed it would gain an exclusive opportunity to transition into a unique hidden class. In his previous life, someone had inadvertently activated this hidden quest, transforming from an ordinary class to a unique hidden class, thereby becoming immensely powerful. Unlike his 5 sisters, who would start as unique hidden classes, Shen Yi would commence as an ordinary class. Now that he was reborn, Shen Yi did not wish to merely rely on others or serve as a mere commander. He needed the opportunity provided by that unique hidden class. With 5 sisters endowed with divine classes, he clearly had a better chance than anyone else to acquire that unique hidden class. Hence the necessity of venturing to this seemingly ordinary, yet profoundly significant Novice Village 31257. All right, we shall heed little Yi's advice, the eldest sister, Shen Yu, declared, observing Shen Yi's serious and resolute demeanor. The others had no objections. After all, they were simply accompanying Shen Yi in playing the game, so they would follow his lead. Once they had cleared away the dishes, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Eve of Catastrophe, I have returned. Donning the equipment, Shen Yi took a deep breath, and then, with a sudden jolt, his consciousness felt as though it were being extracted from his body, swiftly vanishing for a moment. When he regained awareness, he found himself within a fantastical profession hall. Ding. Player Shen Yi, information verification successful, identity bound. Ding. Player Shen Yi, please select your desired profession. Accompanied by the system prompts echoing in his ears, a profession wall materialized before Shen Yi. As expected, I can only select an ordinary profession. A bitter smile crossed his face as he beheld the profession choices. Just like in his previous life, he was confined to an ordinary profession. Hidden professions and unique hidden professions could not be chosen. Players were directly assigned to their roles. Only ordinary professions were open for selection. Ding. Player Shen Yi. Profession warrior selected successfully. Character created. Deletion and modification are not permitted. Shen Yi casually chose the warrior profession. After all, his ultimate aim was to transition into the unique hidden class, making any profession acceptable for now. Once created and bound, characters in Eve of Catastrophe could neither be destroyed nor restarted, nor could the equipment be changed, so once a decision was made, it would be for a lifetime. At 7 o'clock, the game officially launched. Shen Yi selected Novice Village 31257, and with a burst of teleportation light, his body gradually vanished, only to reappear in a medieval village. Chapter 006. The Divine Class reappears, Elemental Empress, 6-winged angel. Surrounded by beams of white light, Shen Yi opened his eyes, finding himself at the resurrection point of the Novice Village. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by a throng of players clad in novice attire. Shen Yi vividly recalled that, according to statistics from his previous life, on the day of the game's launch, the total player count for Eve of Catastrophe reached an astonishing 12 million, setting a Guinness World Record. This resulted in an average of over 2,000 novice players per novice village, even with 50,000 villages available, a truly staggering figure. Eve of Catastrophe, I have finally returned. After a brief moment of distraction, Shen Yi quickly regained his focus. Observing the familiar sights and scenes, his heart surged with excitement. However, this exhilaration was fleeting. He soon dismissed any distractions and opened his friends list, entering the names of his 5 sisters. Ding. Player Shen Yu has accepted your friend request. You are now friends. Say hello. Ding. Player Shen Qian has accepted your friend request. You are now friends. Say hello. Shen Yi successfully added all his 5 sisters as friends. Subsequently, he opened the team interface and invited his friends to join his party. Ding. Player Shen Yu has accepted your party invitation and has joined your team. Ding. Player Shen Ling has accepted your party invitation and has joined your team. Thanks to the preparation he had done earlier in the afternoon, Shen Yi's 5 sisters successfully entered his team. Upon opening the interface and seeing the professions of his 5 sisters, he felt a surge of heat in his gaze. Despite having mentally prepared himself, as expected, my assumptions were correct. My 5 sisters truly possess the 5 unique hidden professions, just as in my previous life. Eldest Sister Shen Yu, unique hidden profession, Elemental Empress. Now that they were in a team, Shen Yi could view his teammates' professions. The first to catch his eye was his eldest sister Shen Yu's profession, Elemental Empress. The Elemental Empress is a unique hidden profession, belonging to the mage category. Renowned as the most powerful spellcaster on the surface, mages wield magical powers and are classified as ranged magical units. Typical mages master single-element skills. For example, if they control fire elements, they are fire mages, while those mastering lightning are lightning mages, and those with wind elements are wind mages. Some hidden class mages possess the ability to manipulate multiple elements, such as fire and wood, wind and thunder, and so forth. Different magical elements yield distinct elemental effects. So the more elements a mage masters, the more skills they can learn, thereby increasing their potency. The reason the Elemental Empress is dubbed the most formidable spellcaster lies in her mastery over all elemental forces. She commands 10 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, lightning, poison, light, and darkness. This is the terrifying aspect of the Elemental Empress. Yet, that is not the most outrageous part. Typically, ordinary professions possess only 2 novice skills before reaching level 10. However, the Elemental Empress is different. Before reaching level 10, she possesses 10 initial elemental skills, which means she inherently has 8 more skills than others. She can rotate her skills against various monsters, making her incredibly formidable. This is merely the nascent phase of the Elemental Queen. As the mage progresses, they become increasingly formidable. It is only when they can wield area damage that the true strength of the mage is revealed. At that juncture, the Elemental Queen will transform into an extraordinarily formidable force, particularly once she possesses forbidden spells, rendering her akin to a nuclear weapon. Therefore, without delving into other matters, the mere existence of Shen Yu as the Elemental Queen is sufficient to dominate the entire novice village. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yi's gaze once again turned to his second sister. At this moment, Shen Qian's profession was also displayed within the team. She held the unique hidden class of Six-Winged Angel. The Six-Winged Angel belongs to the priestly healing category, commonly referred to as a healer, which aligns perfectly with Shen Qian's gentle disposition. As a healing class, one of the most crucial aspects is the amount of healing provided. Healers are particularly vital when battling high-level boss monsters, as they are essentially the cornerstone of a team. If the healer falls, the team's sustainability is severely compromised, rendering further combat impossible. Shen Qian's Six-Winged Angel class is remarkably overpowered, boasting healing capabilities that exceed those of ordinary priests by more than double. The Six-Winged Angel not only offers healing, but also possesses the ability to purify. Within the game, there exist control skills that impose negative states upon players. Dispelling these negative states is of utmost importance. The purification ability of the Six-Winged Angel can eliminate any negative condition, making it exceedingly fearsome. While many priests possess purification abilities, certain unique negative states remain beyond their reach, whereas the Six-Winged Angel excels in this regard. I recall that Shen Qian's Six-Winged Angel class starts with 3 skills: resurrection, healing, and purification. In the novice village, this is extraordinarily overpowered. Shen Yi noted that typical priest classes begin with only 2 skills, one for healing and one for dealing damage. Resurrection skills, as he remembered, are usually acquired at level 20 or learned through skill books. However, the Six-Winged Angel comes equipped with 3 skills from level 0, including resurrection, which is indeed quite extraordinary for a novice village setting. With Shen Qian as the Six-Winged Angel, it means that Shen Yi can challenge all the bosses in the novice village, as her healing output can undoubtedly counter the threats posed by these bosses. Having both damage output and healing, Shen Yi's gaze inevitably shifted towards the profession of his third sister, knowing it to be a tank class. It's you. Third Sister Shen Yu, the Holy Dragon Knight. Shen Yi's intense gaze fell upon Shen Yu's profession, which was boldly inscribed as Holy Dragon Knight. Knights are among the many tank classes in the dawn of Cataclysm, and Dragon Knights are the kings among them. Coincidentally, Shen Yu is indeed a Dragon Knight. Chapter 007. Holy Dragon Knight, Mind Archer, Phoenix Priest. The Dragon Tribe is one of the most powerful and rare races within the dawn of Cataclysm, possessing destructive power. A Dragon Knight is defined as a knight who rides a colossal dragon. Shen Yi's third sister, Shen Yu, begins with a mighty dragon as her steed, specifically a noble and powerful holy light dragon from the dragon race. As the main tank, Shen Yu's Holy Dragon Knight class exemplifies thick health and high defense, exhibiting these advantages to the fullest. Not only does she possess formidable defensive capabilities and health, but the shields provided by her skills are also exceptionally formidable. Coupled with her giant dragon mount, the Holy Light Dragon, Shen Yu's profession can deal damage, withstand assaults, and even provide considerable healing support, truly embodying the essence of a versatile asset. Shen Yi vividly remembers that in their previous life, after leveling up, Shen Yu's shield skill was capable of absorbing an entire boss's ultimate attack, demonstrating an astonishing level of tankiness. Had it not been for their late development in the past life, coupled with unfortunate encounters with the world's Demon Lord boss after the game merged with reality, Shen Yi felt that given more time, they could have not only stabilized the situation but truly turned the tide. Alas, there are no what-ifs. They had suffered a crushing defeat in their previous life. Fortunately, a new opportunity has arisen, as fate has granted him a chance at rebirth. His fourth sister, Shen Ling, possesses the unique hidden class of Mind Archer. Continuing to examine his fourth sister's profession, the Mind Archer is also a unique hidden class, belonging to the Archer category and serving as a ranged damage dealer. However, unlike mage classes, which are stationary damage dealers lacking self-protection and mobility, archers are high-damage burst classes. And Shen Ling's Mind Archer differs from ordinary archers. Not only does she have an exceptionally high critical hit rate, but she also possesses a unique ability, Mind Control. Mind Control allows the target unit hit by her arrows a chance to fall under her influence, compelling them to serve her allies until the battle concludes. The most daunting aspect of this skill is its efficacy against bosses. Thus, if luck favors Shen Ling, even a single arrow could potentially convert a boss into an ally. Hence, her Mind Archer class is aptly named, genuinely capable of controlling the minds of others. As a high-burst damage dealer, Shen Ling's explosive power is certainly on par with her elder sister Shen Yu's Elemental Queen. Finally, there is my fifth sister, the Phoenix Priest, who also possesses a unique hidden class and is accompanied by a divine pet, the Phoenix. Shen Yi gazed at his fifth sister's profession, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Shen Yan's profession, the Phoenix Priest, is a control-oriented support class, accompanied by a divine pet known as the Fire Phoenix. Control skills hold a pivotal role in the game, inflicting various negative buffs that not only drain the opponent's health, but also significantly hinder their actions and skills. Shen Yan's Phoenix Priest is a fearsome and powerful class. Typically, such classes lack damage-dealing skills, yet Shen Yan stands apart due to her divine pet, ensuring her damage output is substantial. Shen Yi distinctly recalls that even in the chick stage, this divine pet, the Fire Phoenix, exhibited remarkable power, with damage output comparable to that of a fire mage. Once matured, the Fire Phoenix resembles a boss in its own right, capable of incinerating hordes of monsters with its area damage, thus proving to be an exceptionally formidable divine creature. Imagine facing Shen Yan, where she first immobilizes you, then unleashes her Fire Phoenix to rain down devastation upon you. One would undoubtedly suffer immensely, if not perish entirely. Just as planned, all 5 of my sisters have obtained unique hidden classes. It seems that nothing has deviated from the expected course. This alone is exceedingly fortunate. At this moment, Shen Yi's heart swelled with inexplicable excitement. His greatest fear was that his rebirth would alter the original trajectory, causing everything to deviate. However, it appears that all remains consistent with his memories, providing him with a sense of reassurance. As long as the divine professions of his 5 sisters remain unchanged, then all other matters will surely pose no problem. Hey, little brother, where are you? There are so many people. Why are there so many people? My goodness. It's just a game. How can there be so many players? Indeed, everywhere you look, there are heads clustered together. It's quite terrifying. To one's surprise, this game has attracted such a vast number of players, creating an overwhelmingly crowded atmosphere. As Shen Yi marveled at the formidable godlike professions possessed by his 5 elder sisters, their voices suddenly emanated from the team voice chat. They immediately began to voice their grievances. The influx of players from the spawn point had rendered the entire Novice village exceptionally congested. Sister, what is this? And this is under the conditions of player distribution in the Novice village. It is worth noting that Cataclysm Dawn had launched with a staggering 50,000 Novice villages. Had there been no distribution, all players would have been crammed into a single Novice village, making it impossible to accommodate anyone at all. Shen Yi let out a wry smile, acknowledging that even with the opening of 50,000 Novice villages, the current level of congestion was unparalleled by any other game. Oh. Just how many people are playing this game? Came Shen Yu's incredulous voice. I don't know. I estimate that on the first day of launch, global players should surpass 100 million. 100 million? The collective gasps from the others revealed their disbelief, as they struggled to fathom the concept of a game being played by over 100 million individuals on a single server. Stinking little brother, stop boasting. What are we supposed to do now? Where are you, and how are we supposed to find you? Shen Yan replied, having some gaming experience herself. She scoffed at Shen Yi's seemingly outrageous claims. 100 million people playing a game on one server? Who would believe that? Sensing Shen Yan's skepticism, Shen Yi refrained from elaborating. They would soon realize he was not jesting and that this game was far from being merely simplistic. Open your maps. It will display your companion's coordinates. Follow my coordinates, and let us convene in a less crowded area. Alright. Chapter 008. Ladies, you are unaware of your own potential finally. They emerged into a comparatively quieter area, free from the oppressive crush of bodies. Indeed, this game is incredibly realistic. Look, I'm sweating. And the scenery is so lifelike. It's astonishing. Is this truly a game world? Shen Yi's sisters expressed their amazement. I have observed you playing other games, and none have captured realism like this one. It is indeed remarkable. No wonder you've anticipated it for so long. Little brother, this game is genuinely unique. In a secluded spot outside the Novice village, Shen Yi finally gathered his 5 elder sisters. When they convened, it was evident that everyone was panting and drenched in sweat. Despite being merely a game world, the sensory and visual effects were indistinguishable from reality, which was a remarkable aspect that attracted so many players. Even his 5 sisters, who typically showed little interest in gaming, were captivated by this intricate world, which was truly astonishing. What do you think? Impressive, right? There are many more wondrous and enjoyable features in this game that I will guide you through gradually. Shen Yi was pleased to see that Cataclysm's dawn had left a significant impression on his sisters. This impact was vital, as he intended to bind them to this game for the long haul. If it lacked allure, what if they decided to abandon it? They were, after all, his greatest asset in this new life, and he could not afford to lose them. Let us go, sisters, we should start leveling up. Shen Yi did not wish to squander time on pleasantries. Although the game had just launched, time was of the essence. As a reborn player, he possessed numerous strategies and secrets, and stepping out of the Novice village promised greater prospects and futures. Reaching level 10 was essential to leave the Novice village for the main city. Thus, leveling up was of utmost priority. Okay, little brother, lead the way. We'll follow you. Eldest Sister Shen Yu nodded, indicating that they would rely on Shen Yi for guidance, as they were evidently unfamiliar with the game. Their current mindset was merely to accompany their heartbroken younger brother in his gaming endeavors, and they were not wholly committed to the experience. Alright, let us go. Shen Yi remained unhurried, opting for a gradual approach. Nurturing his sisters was his goal, so he would not rush the process. As they proceeded towards the leveling area, they encountered numerous players already engaged in various activities. Some were tackling monsters solo, while others formed groups. Little brother, why aren't we stopping to level up? Didn't you say we should level first? Third Sister Shen Yu inquired as they ventured deeper into the leveling area without pausing. Yes. I noticed the map indicates that the monsters here are suggested for level 3 players, and we are at level 0. Shouldn't we halt? Fifth Sister Shen Yin, possessing some gaming knowledge, checked the map and questioned Shen Yi. At this moment, they were traversing a leveling area recommended for level 3 players, filled with monsters around level 24, presenting a certain level of challenge. The area was devoid of other players, as most newcomers were still at level 0. Few dared to enter this leveling zone. Sisters, don't question me, just trust my judgment. I know you better than you know yourselves, stay calm. Shen Yi replied with a smile. They were clearly oblivious to their own capabilities. A level 3 leveling zone would be an insult to their prowess. Given their hidden class strengths, level 3 was merely trivial. Seeing Shen Yi's confident demeanor, the 5 sisters ceased their doubts. After all, their mindset was merely to accompany him, so they would follow his lead. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Shen Yi brought his 5 sisters to a leveling area and took a moment to catch his breath. The game featured an expansive map, and without teleportation points and mounts in the early stages, traversing the terrain proved to be a time-consuming and exhausting endeavor. Fortunately, the Novice village's design was not overly outrageous. Beyond the village, the map would expand even more. Have we arrived? Second sister inquired, glancing around. Yes. What? Oh my heavens, are you out of your mind? The map indicates this is a level 10 area, and we are at level 0. You brought us directly to a level 10 zone. What are you trying to do? Shen Yin exclaimed in shock, realizing that Shen Yi had led them to the most formidable monster zone in the Novice village, the level 10 leveling area. Level 10? Eldest sister, second sister, and third sister exchanged bewildered glances, clearly lacking comprehension. Fourth sister furrowed her brow and clarified, simply put, we are akin to infants facing off against elementary school opponents. In succinct terms, fourth sister Shen Ling elucidated the situation. What? Infants battling elementary schoolers? This statement left Shen Yu and the others momentarily stunned, gazing at Shen Yi with astonishment, their expressions seemingly questioning the reality of the situation. You will soon understand who the infants and who the elementary schoolers are, dear sisters. Trust your little brother, there will be no issues. Third sister, summon your baby dragon. And fifth sister, it's time for your fire phoenix hatchling to make its appearance. In the face of their skepticism, Shen Yi remained poised and addressed third and fifth sisters. They were a holy dragon knight and a phoenix priest, respectively, each possessing a holy dragon mount and a fire phoenix pet. It was indeed time for them to shine. How do you know? Upon hearing Shen Yi's words, both Shen Yu and Shen Yin turned to him in astonishment. Clearly, they were aware of their own abilities as they had reviewed the skills. But how did Shen Yi come to know about them? Hee, I've mentioned it before, I'm quite the expert. Just follow my lead. Shen Yi responded with a smile, fully aware of his knowledge as a reincarnator. Rar. Peep. Wow, how adorable. What is this, a chicken? A bald chicken? Laughter erupted as they marveled at the creature before them, resembling a bald turkey. Sister Wu, your pet is absolutely precious. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Chapter 009. The Holy Light Dragon and the Bald Phoenix. When the third Sister Shen Yu and the fifth Sister Shen Yin summoned the Holy Light Dragon and the Fire Phoenix, the crowd immediately displayed two contrasting expressions upon witnessing the summoned beings. Firstly, the Holy Light Dragon summoned by Shen Yu diverged significantly from the traditional Eastern dragon, embodying a Western dragon form. Currently, the Holy Light Dragon was still in its infancy, resembling a baby dragon, albeit one the size of a cow. Its large eyes shimmered with a golden glow, complemented by a pair of resplendent dragon wings and a long tail. Most notably, a gem radiating yellow holy light adorned its forehead, representing the dragon's core, the source of its energy. Unlike other dragon species, the Holy Light Dragon's core was embedded in its head, symbolizing power and wisdom. Although Western dragons may appear akin to winged lizards, this Holy Light Dragon exuded an undeniable charm, its golden body sparkling like a gem, basking in a serene golden light. Upon its appearance, the Holy Light Dragon gazed affectionately at Shen Yu. As a Holy Light Knight, a natural soul bond existed between them, and thus, the dragon was drawn to its master, playfully licking Shen Yu with its long tongue, emitting soft dragon murmurs as if to express its delight. This enchanting creature instantly captivated everyone present. In stark contrast to Shen Yu's Holy Light Dragon was Shen Yan's Fire Phoenix. When Shen Yan summoned the Fire Phoenix, the onlookers were nearly left speechless. Before them stood a creature reminiscent of a turkey, its skin of vibrant pink, devoid of feathers except for 3 fiery red plumes atop its head. Such an appearance elicited a chorus of laughter, as it was irresistibly comical and abstract. Whoa, what is this? It's so ugly. Where's the magnificent Fire Phoenix we were promised? This looks like a bald turkey. Shen Yin was on the verge of tears, unable to reconcile the creature before her with its name. The image of a phoenix, regal and adorned with splendid feathers, contrasted sharply with the bald turkey before her. It was no wonder Shen Yin felt overwhelmed by its absurdity. Questioning if there was a malfunction in the system, how could this possibly be the legendary phoenix? Coughing, Shen Yi, though not unfamiliar with the juvenile form of the Fire Phoenix, couldn't help but chuckle. In his previous life, he too had been nearly doubled over with laughter upon first encountering this fledgling form, for it bore little resemblance to the majestic Fire Phoenix. Yet, only Shen Yi understood that while this Fire Phoenix may seem unremarkable now, its adult form would be beyond anyone's reach. The true splendor of the phoenix would only emerge after its rebirth. Moreover, even in its current juvenile state, the Fire Phoenix was far from weak. Sister Wu, do not underestimate your Fire Phoenix. It may appear a bit shabby now, but even the ugliest duckling can transform into a beautiful swan. Trust me, in the future, its grace will be boundless. With care, it will undoubtedly become stunning. Really? I feel like you're deceiving me, Shen Yin replied, her large eyes narrowing skeptically at Shen Yi, doubting the veracity of his words. It's absolutely true. Just because it looks a bit rough at the moment doesn't mean its strength is lacking. If you don't believe me, command it to attack that goblin over there, Shen Yi suggested, pointing towards the goblins in the level 10 training area. In the beginner village's level 10 training zone, goblins wielding clubs roamed about, their grotesque appearances belying their passive nature. These creatures would not initiate an attack unless provoked, a design choice intended to ease new players into the game mechanics. Fire Phoenix, attack. Shen Yin, still uncertain but intrigued, directed her pet towards the nearest goblin. With a sound reminiscent of a chicken's cluck, the Fire Phoenix unleashed a torrent of flames upon the goblin. As the flames engulfed it, everyone clearly witnessed the goblin's health plummet by nearly half. The goblin, enraged and seeking vengeance, charged towards them, brandishing its club. But before it could close the distance, the Fire Phoenix unleashed another fiery assault. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your party has defeated a regular goblin. Due to your overlevel kill, you receive a 30 experience bonus, totaling 18,054 experience points. As the goblin fell, the system's notification appeared, leaving Shen Yin in a state of disbelief. No way. My Fire Phoenix just soloed a level 10 monster? This revelation left her stunned, her previous disdain melting away into astonishment. It was crucial to note that her Fire Phoenix grew in tandem with her. Thus, it was still level 0, yet managed to obliterate a level 10 goblin with such explosive damage. See, I wasn't lying, was I, Sister Wu? This Fire Phoenix is essentially your lifeline. Don't disdain it now, or you may find it beyond your reach in the future, Shen Yi teased, unfazed by the outcome. The unique hidden class was indeed the most formidable, and even in its juvenile form, the Fire Phoenix was extraordinarily powerful. Observing the experience gained, Shen Yi couldn't help but smile, understanding perfectly why he had ventured into the level 10 training area, because defeating monsters above their level awarded extra experience. Their party was more than capable of taking on level 10 monsters. It was merely the limit set by the beginner village. Had they not been in the beginner village, Shen Yi might have aimed for the level 15 or even 20 training zones. Chapter 010. Coordination, triggering the boss sisters. Let us get moving. Third sister. As a dragon knight, even though your dragon is still a baby, it outmatches ordinary mounts. Mount your dragon and use your taunt skill to draw the surrounding monsters towards us. Second sister, your class is a healer. You should be able to discern this through your skills. Keep a close eye on everyone's health bars, especially on the third sister's. Remember, she is our primary tank against monster damage, so her health is paramount. We cannot allow her to fall first, or our party will be in grave danger. Sister Eldest and Sister Fourth, one of you is an elemental mage, while the other is a psychic archer. Both the mage and the archer are ranged damage dealers. Sister Fourth, as the archer, possesses high sensitivity and swift mobility. Should you encounter monsters, remember to maneuver adeptly. As for Sister Eldest, you are designed for stationary output, with a slower movement speed. Ensure that you secure a relatively safe position before unleashing your damage. As damage dealers, there is but one principle to bear in mind. Survival is essential for output. At this moment, Shen Yi refrained from lingering on idle chatter and began to orchestrate the coordination and operations of his 5 sisters. Among Shen Yi's 5 sisters, aside from Sister Fifth, who possesses a slight understanding of the game, the other 4 are complete novices. However, Shen Yi remained unperturbed. After all, gold will always shine. And as a seasoned player with a decade of experience, he found it quite manageable to mentor a few fledglings. His objective during the novice village phase was to cultivate synergy among his 5 sisters and help them comprehend the game's mechanics. Alright, the sisters responded in unison, evidently without dissent, and began to follow Shen Yi's directives, commencing the extermination of the goblins before them. These level 10 goblins could hardly have dreamt that a cadre of level 0 novices would invade their territory. Crucially, the strengths of these novices were far from trivial. Shen Yu, as the Elemental Empress, not only wielded all elementary attributes basic elemental spells, but also delivered damage that was nothing short of monstrous. A mere basic elemental skill from a level 0 character could inflict half of a level 10 goblin's health in an instant. Such damage was unattainable by ordinary classes, underscoring the extraordinary prowess of the Elemental Empress. Shen Yu and Shen Ling often coordinated their efforts, with one casting a spell while the other followed up with an arrow, effortlessly dispatching a goblin. Meanwhile, Shen Yin commanded her featherless phoenix to single-handedly eliminate a goblin, with the phoenix's damage surpassing even that of Shen Yu's Elemental Empress. A couple of fiery pecks from the little creature proved to be exceedingly efficient. As the main tank, the Holy Light Dragon Knight, Shen Yu utilized taunting skills while riding her baby dragon to attract all surrounding monsters into the team's output range, drawing a significant amount of aggro. Thanks to the healing skills of Sister Second, Shen Qian, Shen Yu faced no danger at all, her health bar barely dipping below half. Impressive, Shen Yi observed as the system notifications continually displayed rising experience points. He needed only to direct his 5 sisters on how to collaborate. His sole task was to assess the situation and venture into the battlefield to collect the items dropped by the fallen goblins. Watching the experience soar, Shen Yi felt a surge of excitement within. He recalled the dismal experience of his first day upon the game's launch, where he formed a random party, and they struggled to defeat even level 0 slimes. How different it was now, as they effortlessly slew monsters far beyond their level, akin to cheating. Such was the terror and might of the unique hidden class. If this unique hidden class was indeed a divine profession, then each member was astonishingly formidable, truly extraordinary. Had he not squandered 5 years in the past, Shen Yi could scarcely fathom the sheer strength of his family. However, Shen Yi was not one to dwell excessively on the past. His focus was firmly on the present. They had slain 950 ordinary goblins. Just 50 more to complete the 1,000. Time ticked away, and as the team's coordination and synergy grew increasingly seamless, they had unwittingly spent over 2 hours exterminating goblins. During this span, they had already dispatched 950 ordinary goblins. At this moment, Shen Yi and his sisters had reached level 6. Although 2 hours seemed a slow pace, it was, in fact, an extraordinary efficiency. Shen Yi himself had spent an entire night, 7 to 8 hours, merely to achieve level 4, and had taken 3 full days to exit the novice village. With their current efficiency, they would emerge from the novice village by nightfall. Shen Yi focused on the kill count, eagerly awaiting the 1,000th kill, for upon reaching this milestone, an elite goblin would be summoned. This elite goblin represented a minor boss, and defeating it would yield a coveted item. Announcement from Novice Village 31257. A party has continuously slain 1,000 ordinary goblins, enraging the Goblin Chief, Fei Erming, who is now leading his guards to Goblin Plains. While everyone remained absorbed in leveling up through monster slaying, suddenly, a message appeared in the system announcements of every player in Novice Village 31257. Upon reading this, all players within the village were left in stunned silence. What is going on? Killing 1,000 ordinary goblins has provoked the Goblin Chief? Has a boss been triggered? Wait, the system must be malfunctioning. Aren't ordinary goblins level 10? How could any party slay 1,000 level 10 monsters at this juncture? Exactly. Here I am, just level 2, still battling slimes at the village entrance. While someone is out there taking on level 10 monsters and triggering a boss. Who is this brave soul? I suspect cheating is afoot. The players within the Novice village were bewildered, opening their regional chat to clearly see that ordinary goblins resided within the level 10 training area. Astonishingly, less than 3 hours since the game's launch, someone had ventured to slay level 10 monsters and triggered a boss. This was a clear case of a dimensional strike, leaving many incredulous. It was akin to playing Civilization 6, where one was still in the age of cold weapons while others had already advanced to aircraft and artillery. What was even the point? Chapter 11, The Bronze Boss. Goblin Chief. In a flurry of summoning light, a massive summoning circle materialized within the goblin training area. Yurala, with a cacophony of clamorous cries. Several towering figures emerged before Shen Yi and the others. Simultaneously, an announcement from the Novice village appeared in their system notifications. Ah, brother. The system says we have triggered the Goblin Chief. What is this? Look over there. It seems to be him. The Goblin Chief. Is he the boss you spoke of? Shen Yi's sisters, upon seeing the system notifications, were equally astonished, especially since the summoning circle appeared directly before them, followed by the emergence of several gigantic goblins. At last, we await you, Goblin Chief, Fei Erming. In contrast to the surprised reactions of both the Novice village players and his 5 sisters, Shen Yi maintained a calm demeanor. In truth, he had chosen this training area not only due to their capacity to slay monsters beyond their level, but also because he was aware of a crucial fact. Upon achieving the 1,000 goblin kills, the mechanism for summoning Goblin Chief Fei Erming would be activated. This Goblin Chief was a bronze-level minor boss. In the game Cataclysm Eve, bosses were categorized by strength into bronze, silver, gold, epic, legendary, and world-class levels. Bronze bosses represent the lowest tier of minor bosses, their difficulty relatively manageable. However, even a bronze boss could reign supreme within a Novice village. The reason for triggering the Goblin Chief Fei Erming was twofold. Defeating the boss would yield additional superior rewards. And Shen Yi sought a unique item from the boss, an item crucial to his purpose for entering Novice Village 31257. As the radiance of the summoning circle faded, 5 formidable goblins materialized before the onlookers. Among them stood the largest goblin, clad in leather armor and wielding a massive axe, its visage grotesque, with rough green skin adorned with unsightly bumps. Atop its head was emblazoned the name Goblin Chief Fairmont, accompanied by a bronze insignia, signifying its status as a bronze boss. Surrounding it were 4 slightly smaller goblins, the elite goblin guards, who, while not classified as bosses, possessed greater strength than their ordinary counterparts. Upon their appearance, the regular goblins in the vicinity trembled in fear and reverence, casting apprehensive glances at the imposing figures. What an eyesore! The goblin's appearance was already unappealing, and this larger one was particularly repugnant. Upon recognizing the goblins before them, Shen Yi's 5 sisters immediately displayed expressions of disdain. Sisters, this is a boss. We must tread carefully. Their attributes far exceed those of ordinary goblins, but do not be afraid. We shall take them down one by one. Third sister, please cast a shield on us. Then, draw the aggro of the Goblin Chief to divert its fire. The rest of you, follow my lead and eliminate those 4 elite goblin guards first. Shen Yi swiftly began directing his sisters into the boss battle, knowing their formidable class attributes would easily crush the regular goblins they had previously faced. However, the Goblin Chief possessed some measure of skill and power, necessitating a straightforward strategy. Excellent. The sisters responded eagerly. Third Sister Shen Yu immediately enacted her skill, Holy Dragon Shield, bestowing a luminous shield upon each member of the party. Empowered by this state enhancement, Shen Yu mounted her baby dragon and charged toward the Goblin Chief. Eldest Sister unleashed fire elemental magic while the 4th and 5th sisters assisted with damage, targeting the elite goblin on the left. Observing Shen Yu's advance toward the Goblin Chief, Shen Yi promptly issued his next command. Yes, the sisters complied in unison. Eldest Sister Shen Yu brandished her novice staff and chanted, unleashing a massive fireball toward the elite goblin on the left front. In an instant, Shen Ling, fully drawn back on her novice bow, released an arrow with a swift whoosh. Meanwhile, 5th Sister Shen Yin commanded her feathered fire phoenix to spit forth a fiery breath. Boom, boom, boom. The trio of skills struck true, inflicting substantial damage and reducing the left front elite goblin's health by half. It hasn't died. The sisters gasped in astonishment, recalling how they had dispatched ordinary goblins with just 2 skills. What do you expect? It's an elite monster, Shen Yi chuckled, bemused by his sister's naive expectations. Maintain the rhythm and keep the damage flowing, he urged, to which the sisters readily agreed, continuing their assault under Shen Yi's direction. The goblins, of course, would not remain passive. Due to Shen Yu's taunting skill, the Goblin Chief was drawn into pursuit, chasing her relentlessly. The other 3 elite goblins, having taken notice of Shen Yi and his sisters, charged toward them, chattering in agitation. Second sister, keep an eye on third sister's health. Fifth sister, Deploy your control skill on the goblin to your right front. Eldest Sister, once you take down the left front elite goblin, shift your focus to the left rear elite goblin. I will hold the right rear elite goblin. As the elite goblins prepared to retaliate, Shen Yi remained calm, continuing to direct his sisters. All right, they acknowledged. Fifth sister, the Phoenix Priestess, held not only a fire phoenix as her divine pet, but also possessed a repertoire of control skills. Following Shen Yi's guidance, she unleashed a spell on the right front goblin, rendering it momentarily incapacitated. Although Shen Yi was an ordinary class, the shield from third sister Shen Yu afforded him some protection, allowing him to engage the right rear elite goblin without fear. One down, the left front elite goblin, having endured 2 rounds of relentless skills, let out a pained wail, collapsing. The sisters rejoiced at this victory, quickly refocusing their efforts on the left rear elite goblin. Their coordination not flawless, but impressively synchronized. Chapter 12. Harmonious Collaboration. Vanquishing the boss. The disparity between an ordinary profession and a unique hidden class was starkly apparent. In this moment, Shen Yi felt somewhat beleaguered. Despite the protective shield, his inherent attributes were woefully inadequate, leading to the shield shattering after just 2 blows from the elite goblin. Consequently, Shen Yi exerted every effort to evade, but his agility fell short, resulting in a significant health reduction from even a glancing blow. Brother, noticing Shen Yi in peril, second sister swiftly adjusted her stance, her priestly tome flipping open as a healing light descended upon him. In an instant, Shen Yi's lost health was fully restored, with the excess healing converting into an additional shield. Remarkable. A single healing spell not only restored his health, but also provided overflow protection. As he reveled in this newfound vitality, Shen Yi recognized the extraordinary prowess of such a healer, far beyond the capabilities of a typical priest. Maintain the rhythm. Second sister, keep a close watch on third sister. Don't worry about me. Shen Yi commanded. Little brother, focus on yourself. Third sister has no pressure at all. Third sister Shen Yu replied nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed. Shen Yi, upon glancing at her, felt speechless. The Goblin Chief was relentlessly pursuing her, yet Shen Yu, riding her baby dragon, appeared to be effortlessly toying with it, sustaining no damage and maintaining a full shield. Goodness! Shen Yi's astonishment was palpable, the gap in their professions too vast to comprehend. Little brother, be careful. Just then, an icy spell hurtled toward him, landing on the elite goblin beside him. The ice magic's effect was too slow, causing the goblin to momentarily falter. In that fleeting moment, Shen Yi realized the elite goblin was about to strike. Fortunately, Eldest Sister Shen Yu intervened, using her ice magic to delay the goblin's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yi swiftly distanced himself from the threat. A quick glance revealed that the 2 elite goblins on the left had already been dispatched, leaving 2 on the right, one under Shen Yan's control and the other directly in front of him. Eldest sister, well done. You've effectively learned to utilize various elemental spells. Shen Yi praised, impressed by their rapid adaptation. The sisters smiled modestly in response. Now, let us eliminate the remaining 2 elite goblins, and then we shall turn our attention to the Goblin Chief. Shen Yi concluded, nodding affirmatively. All right. Effortlessly, the remaining 2 elite goblins were clearly no match for her team. And soon, accompanied by their pitiful cries, the last 2 goblin leaders fell to the ground. Third sister, we have come to assist you. No need to lead them away. After vanquishing the 4 elite goblins, Shen Yi turned to his sister Shen Yu and called out loudly. All right. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu, who had been riding her baby dragon while distracting the boss, swiftly raised her novice shield and struck the goblin leader Fairmont on the head with it. Instantly, a dazed status appeared above Fairmont's head. As a holy dragon knight, Shen Yu possessed 3 initial skills, one for taunting, one for shield bashing, and one to enhance her shield's protective capabilities. At this moment, the shield bash was in play, causing the target to become dazed upon impact. Once Shen Yu incapacitated the boss, the other sisters of Shen Yi began to fulfill their roles. Shen Yu continued to unleash fire magic, as it increased critical hit chances, and a critical hit would double the damage dealt. Meanwhile, the 4th sister maintained a steady barrage of arrows, but unfortunately, she did not trigger the mind effect. Otherwise, the boss would have aged drastically. The 5th sister kept the fire phoenix, dealing continuous damage while casting control spells at the boss. In a flurry of attacks, even the bronze-tier goblin leader could not withstand the relentless onslaught from a cadre of divine beings, with its health steadily diminishing. Occasionally, the goblin leader would break free from control, roaring in retaliation and targeting Shen Yu, who had drawn its ire. As a bronze boss, it was expected to dominate the novice village, but alas, it encountered Shen Yi and his formidable team. The goblin leader's attacks could not even breach Shen Yu's shield value, rendering it utterly helpless. Be cautious. This game has a mechanism where a boss will unleash a powerful skill when its health drops below a certain threshold. The goblin leader is glowing red. Third sister, be careful. Time ticked away, and just as the goblin leader's health was about to hit rock bottom, its previously green skin began to shimmer with a crimson hue. Witnessing this, Shen Yi immediately shouted a warning before anyone could question. All right, Shen Yi responded with a nod. With a thunderous roar, the goblin leader erupted as if a volcano had erupted, its body turning bright red. In the next moment, its speed surged, and it swung its weapon violently towards Shen Yu. Goodness, such rapid attack speed. The goblin leader's weapon swung so fast that it emitted smoke, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes upon Shen Yu. This was evidently its ultimate skill, an accelerated assault. Under the goblin leader's frenzied onslaught, Shen Yu's shield was finally shattered, her health plummeting dangerously low. Just as her health was about to reach its critical point, a beam of holy light enveloped her, instantly restoring her to full health, thanks to her second sister Shen Qian's healing spell. However, shortly after Shen Yu was healed, she lost a third of her health again. But the goblin leader's ultimate attack phase soon concluded, and its movements gradually returned to normal. At this juncture, the goblin leader was clearly at its wit's end, its health reduced to a mere 10%. With a chilling scream of despair, the final blow was dealt, and the goblin leader fell backward. The first boss since the launch of Cataclysm's Eve met such a humiliating demise. Chapter 13, Equipment. Goblin Challenge Scroll 31257 Newbie Village Announcement. A team has successfully slain the bronze boss goblin leader Fairmont. Let us congratulate this mysterious team. In the instant the goblin leader collapsed, a new message popped up in the Novice Village area announcement. What just happened? The boss was slain. That goblin leader was truly a boss. Impressive. Who did it? Who could possibly have killed the boss in such a short time? This is utterly astonishing. Goodness. There must be some kind of cheat. It hasn't even been 4 hours since the server opened, and a bronze boss has been first killed? Damn. Who is this godly player leading the team? I want to worship them. In the Novice Village area chat, players were in a frenzy. No one expected such an incredible feat to occur in such a brief period, leaving them in disbelief. It had barely been half an hour since the last announcement, and the boss had already been defeated. This efficiency left those currently battling the lowest level monsters utterly stunned, their faces reflecting shock and awe. A commotion ensued as curiosity about the mysterious team surged, coupled with serious doubts about the existence of cheats in the game. After all, they had all just entered the server. How could the disparity between players be so vast? This was simply illogical. Shen Yi glanced at the reactions in the area chat, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. Cheats? Perhaps, in a manner of speaking. Does this game have hacks? Certainly not. For only Shen Yi knew that this was not a true game at all, devoid of any operators or GMs, and therefore, no cheats existed. However, the assembly of his 5 sisters could indeed be likened to a hack, albeit a human one. According to Shen Yi's memories from his previous life, there had only been a few hundred hidden classes that appeared over the 5 years of Cataclysm's Eve, and even after the game's arrival and integration. The total number was just over 1,000. Yet, Shen Yi had managed to gather 5 right from the start. Wasn't he that akin to cheating? Nevertheless, Shen Yi was unconcerned by such matters. As he approached the fallen goblin leader, he intended to inspect the loot from this first bronze boss and ascertain whether it contained what he sought. What is this? Did it drop equipment? As Shen Yi retrieved a green staff from the goblin leader's corpse, the eyes of his sisters gravitated towards the glowing artifact in his hand. Goblin staff, equipment type, two-handed weapon, equipment quality, green equipment attributes, magic damage increase of 312 points, equipment requirement, mage class, equipment level, 0 to 10. Its equipment, a green staff. Slightly better than the novice staff. Here, big sister, it's yours. After glancing at the goblin staff, Shen Yi tossed it to his eldest sister, Shen Yu. The green quality equipment was only marginally superior to the novice's white gear, but it was better than nothing, providing a slight enhancement. In Cataclysm's Eve, equipment quality was classified into several tiers: white, green, blue, gold, epic, legendary, and divine. To serve as a primary piece of gear for daily activities, one would ideally require gold tier equipment. Thus, green quality was merely a transitional item. Shen Yi paid little mind to it, being a veteran player. He had encountered legendary grade equipment before, so he remained unfazed. Continuing to search the corpse, he quickly gathered some white gear and distributed it based on class. Soon, only some monster materials remained. What is this? Just when Shen Yi felt a twinge of disappointment for not finding what he sought, he suddenly uncovered a scroll. The challenge scroll has emerged, and fortunately, it appeared on the first attempt. What a stroke of luck. As he beheld the challenge scroll in his hand, Shen Yi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Goblin Challenge Scroll. Description: a special item with an unclear purpose. It seems to circulate among goblins and may have unique effects in specific scenarios. Little brother, what is this Goblin Challenge Scroll for? You seem quite invested in it. One of the girls inquired, her curiosity piqued by Shen Yi's evident enthusiasm. Despite not reacting when he found equipment earlier, his exuberance over this scroll intrigued them, raising their curiosity about its significance. This item currently holds no immediate value, but it will soon prove to be quite important, Shen Yi cryptically replied, as he found it inconvenient to elaborate further. Nonetheless, he recognized the scroll's significance. Oh, so what shall we do next? Shall we continue leveling up? We just defeated that boss and have already reached level 7, one of the girls lamented. Do we really need to keep leveling? It feels so tedious. We've been at it for 4 hours and have only reached level 7. My goodness, that's incredibly slow. Shen Yi could only chuckle at his sister's complaint, glancing at her and his fifth sister. If anyone else overheard her grumbling, they might have been tempted to strangle her. For hours to reach level 7 was already akin to a rocket fuel descent. By Shen Yi's estimations, most players were typically around level 3, while they had already outpaced others by a full 4 levels. Yet, Shen Yin still found the pace unacceptable, which seemed somewhat like a display of pretentiousness. However, Shen Yi brushed it off, understanding that their grasp of the situation was still shallow, leaving them unaware of their current prowess. We shall not continue leveling here. Follow me. We are heading to the Novice village to undertake the beginner dungeon quests, Shen Yi declared. He had no intention of lingering to grind monsters here, as he had come for 2 purposes, to level up and to acquire the Goblin Challenge Scroll. Since he had achieved the latter, there was no need to waste further time. He aimed to tackle the Novice village dungeon, which required a player party to be at least level 6. And since they were all level 7, they met the criteria. Chapter 14, Novice Dungeon, Goblin Fortress Adventurers. Ahead lies the Goblin Fortress, where a Goblin General resides. It is exceedingly dangerous. Please do not approach. Shen Yi guided his sisters towards a designated point on the map. As a reborn individual, he enjoyed numerous advantages, one of which was avoiding unnecessary detours. For instance, most players would likely wander for ages before realizing that there was a Novice dungeon within the Novice village. In his previous life, many had left the Novice village only to discover that there was indeed a dungeon available to conquer. Of course, Shen Yi was different. As a reborn player, he possessed comprehensive strategies and was intimately familiar with the Novice dungeon. Before long, he led them to the entrance of the dungeon. As they arrived, an elderly man obstructed their path, warning them not to proceed further due to the imminent dangers within. Shen Yi recalled that this dungeon was named Goblin Fortress. In essence, the objective was straightforward: eliminate all the monsters within. The difficulty was manageable for novice players, with the sole challenge being the dungeon's boss, a Goblin General. This Goblin General had a powerful attack that could petrify all players, immobilizing them. However, with the right approach, it was entirely possible to navigate through successfully. Shen Yi was confident that, given the capabilities of his 5 sisters, they could easily overcome the dungeon without any special tactics. Greetings. We have been commissioned to eradicate the goblins in the fortress. Shen Yi addressed the NPC elder. What? You intend to cleanse the Goblin Fortress? There are many goblins stationed inside. Though they may be weak, their numbers are vast, and they are led by a Goblin General. To enter the fortress, your party must maintain an average level of 6, the elder warned. Yes, we have met that requirement, Shen Yi affirmed. Is that so? Oh, adventurers, indeed. Upon hearing Shen Yi's confirmation, a radiant light enveloped them, and the elder's demeanor shifted. Adventurers, you have fulfilled the entry requirements for the fortress. Will you assist the village in eliminating these wretched goblins? As the NPC spoke, a prompt appeared before each of them, asking whether they wished to enter the Goblin Fortress. What should we choose, little brother? Shen Yi's sisters looked to him with anticipation. Select agree, Shen Yi instructed. In unison, they all chose to agree. Excellent, adventurers. You may now enter the Goblin Fortress from here. I wish you great success. The NPC elder stepped aside, granting them passage into the fortress. Without hesitation, Shen Yi stepped forward, followed closely by his sisters, all entering the dungeon together. As a brilliant light enveloped them, they successfully entered the Novice dungeon, Goblin Fortress. Stay close behind me, and do not fall behind, Shen Yi instructed, taking in the familiar surroundings. He had traversed this Goblin Fortress dungeon several times in his previous life, enduring countless trials with random teams before finally achieving victory. Returning to this familiar ground, his perspective had undeniably shifted. Understood, his sisters responded, following closely behind him while observing their surroundings with interest. They found themselves amidst a forest within the dungeon, as Shen Yi guided them through the woods. Towering trees obscured much of their sight. What is it, little brother? After walking for a short while, Shen Yi paused, prompting the girls to inquire about his sudden stop. Eldest sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, at 10 o'clock, do you see that tree with a ladder? There is a watchtower atop it with a goblin archer. Let us take him out swiftly. Shen Yi gestured toward the 10 o'clock position on their path, where a large tree concealed a goblin lookout. Should they approach directly, they would trigger the lookout, causing a horde of goblins from the fortress to swarm them, resulting in chaos. Without knowledge of the strategy and careful observation, players could easily find themselves at a significant disadvantage. However, Shen Yi, as a reborn player, was far too astute to fall into such a trap. Indeed, I see it. Little brother, your vision is remarkable. You were able to spot such a concealed lookout. One sister exclaimed. Right? Little brother, your eyes are so keen. It's not something anyone would notice without close inspection, another added. Impressive, little brother. It seems your past gaming experiences weren't in vain. You've got talent. The sisters, having followed Shen Yi's lead, soon spotted the lookout and regarded him with surprise. The fact that Shen Yi had discerned such a concealed post was indeed unexpected. Of course. Otherwise, how could I help you, sir? Shen Yi boasted, choosing not to disclose his rebirth or knowledge of the strategies. In a swift and silent manner, Shen Yu and the others unleashed their skills, effortlessly eliminating the goblin in the lookout. Upon witnessing the resolution of the outpost crisis, Shen Yi resumed his journey with the group of women. Along the way, several similar outposts emerged, yet Shen Yi, akin to a radar, could precisely locate each one, leaving his 5 sisters in a state of awe. They gazed at him with admiration, harboring serious doubts about whether Shen Yi was, in fact, a beta tester. As they approached, the goblin fortress loomed ahead. Since they had not triggered the outposts within the forest, the number of monsters would not be excessively high, allowing them to engage in a straightforward assault. Upon traversing the woods, a rudimentary wooden fortress came into view. Shen Yi addressed his sisters, explaining that had they activated the hidden outposts, the number of monsters within the fortress would have tripled, amounting to several hundred. However, by circumventing the hidden outposts, they would only face around 50 to 60 monsters, a trivial challenge for their small team. Therefore, no formations or strategies were necessary. They could charge right in. Upon hearing this, the women instantly took their positions and launched an assault on the fortress, igniting chaos within. A horde of goblins spilled out, shrieking and clamoring. Chapter 15. Crushing Victory, Clearing the Instance. Suddenly, a massive stone plummeted from the heavens, landing amidst Shen Yi's team and instantly depleting half of their shield points. Almost immediately, a towering figure materialized before them. Sisters, the boss has appeared. Exercise caution. Its skill involves hurling stones, so be mindful of your positioning, Shen Yi cautioned. After dispatching all the minor goblins within the fortress, the boss of the Novice dungeon made its entrance, a goblin even larger than the Goblin Chief. This goblin donned leather armor, its expression daft and drooling, wielding a gigantic rock. Its name, Goblin General Gru, marked it as a bronze-level boss. The Goblin General Gru's primary attack consisted of throwing the massive stone at its target, dealing significantly more damage than the Goblin Chief. However, its movement speed was notably slower. Shen Yi observed the boss without a trace of concern, directing his sisters to spread out. Third Sister Shen Yu assumed the role of the main tank, drawing the boss's aggro, while the eldest, fourth, and fifth sisters focused on damage output, with the second and fifth sisters providing support. Shen Yi, as the commander, remained at the side, orchestrating their efforts. Similar to the previous chief, this boss exhibited little resistance. Once Shen Yu, the Dragon Knight, had successfully drawn its ire, it posed an even lesser threat. The only significant factor was its substantial health pool. Despite their high output attacks, the team found it challenging to whittle down its health quickly. As time passed, and the boss's health dwindled, it suddenly emitted a piercing roar, raising the stone above its head. Shen Yi realized that the boss was preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Second sister, use your purification skill, he shouted to Shen Qian, urging her to cast the spell on the team. Momentarily taken aback, Shen Qian was puzzled as to why Shen Yi requested purification when the team seemed free of negative statuses. Nevertheless, trusting Shen Yi unconditionally, she executed the angelic purification skill. Instantly, a gentle glow enveloped them, and at that very moment, the giant stone in the Goblin General's grasp shattered, releasing a murky energy that was thwarted by their purifying light. It's been blocked, Shen Yi exclaimed, a smile gracing his lips, fully satisfied with the unfolding events, all of which conformed to his expectations. The difficulty of this dungeon hinged on 2 factors, the hidden outposts and the boss's area of effect petrification attack. The hidden outposts would summon a multitude of minor monsters, while petrification, if triggered, would leave them vulnerable for a full minute, rendering them easy targets for the boss. Avoiding petrification was straightforward. One merely needed to spend 100 crystal coins to purchase an immunity potion from the Novice pharmacy. This potion would grant a 10-minute buff against petrification. However, Shen Yi and his team had no need for such a potion, as he possessed his second sister, a hidden healer of the 6-winged angel class. Their group purification had already immunized them against the boss's petrification. With the petrification avoided, the boss let out a lament of frustration before succumbing to the relentless assault of Shen Yi and his sisters, who easily dispatched the bronze-level Goblin General. That was far too easy. It felt almost devoid of challenge. Truly, a novice dungeon, so simplistic. Fifth Sister Shen Yin remarked, feeling somewhat unsatisfied by the effortless defeat of the boss. I believe it is due to my brother's strategy. Everything is under Xiao Yi's control. How come you seem so familiar with this game? Indeed, Xiao Yi, you instructed me to release purification early to avert the boss's ultimate attack. As if you had foreknowledge of its intentions, the group turned their gazes toward Shen Yi, suspecting that their effortless victory over the boss was not merely due to the boss's weakness, but rather Shen Yi's adept leadership. Although there was no beta testing, I happen to know some individuals involved in the game's development, and I possess insider information. Just keep it under wraps, Shen Yi fibbed, sensing their suspicion. Upon hearing this, his sisters suddenly understood, realizing Shen Yi seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of everything. Little brother, this time it's my turn to loot the rewards, Fifth Sister declared, eager to take on the task. Fifth Sister, there's no need to loot the body. The dungeon boss drops a treasure chest, which is located inside, Shen Yi clarified, bemusedly gesturing toward the fortress. Only outdoor bosses require looting for rewards, while dungeon bosses yield chests. Oh, I see. Let me handle it, Shen Yin exclaimed, her excitement renewed at the prospect of opening a treasure chest, eager to demonstrate her fortune. Watch me produce exceptional gear from this. That's the spirit, fifth sister. Go ahead. Upon entering the fortress, they indeed found a bronze treasure chest awaiting them. Shen Yi signaled for Shen Yin to approach and open it. Naturally, a bronze boss would yield only the most basic bronze chest, which was unlikely to contain anything of value, but it was better than nothing. All right. Shen Yin stepped forward and opened the boss's bronze chest. A flash of bronze light erupted, revealing a collection of items. With a mere glance, Shen Yi discerned that nothing of worth emerged, only a pair of green boots for archers. Wah, there's nothing good here. I must have your bad luck, little brother. Shen Yin lamented, glancing at the unremarkable green boots. You're the one with bad luck. Shen Yi chuckled. Brother, look. What is that? Just then, second sister Shen Qian pointed excitedly at something she had discovered. In the direction indicated by the second sister, an enigmatic black hole resembling a wormhole emerged, exuding an aura of peculiarity. Chapter 16. Hidden Boss, the Goblin Prince. Indeed, it is this. Shen Yi's gaze was captivated by the entrance akin to a wormhole, illuminating his expression with excitement. Sisters, weren't you just curious about the challenge scroll that appears after defeating the Goblin Chief? In fact, this very scroll is to be utilized right here. He explained to the group. This is a cleverly hidden design and an Easter egg. If you possess the challenge scroll, you can unlock a hidden instance within this beginner dungeon, allowing you to engage the boss in the arena. Defeating this boss will yield substantial rewards, far surpassing those obtained from the Goblin General we just vanquished. The reason Shen Yi had ventured to slay the goblin was to trigger the appearance of the Goblin Chief, ultimately to acquire the challenge scroll. As a reincarnated individual, Shen Yi understood that this scroll, seemingly inconsequential, held significant value, though its utility was rather obscure and not readily comprehensible to the average player. In truth, it was only a few months post-launch that players discovered the ability to unlock a hidden challenge dungeon within the beginner area, a revelation that came about through serendipity. Moreover, a colossal secret lay behind this challenge dungeon, one that would alter Shen Yi's fate as the pivotal key, making it of utmost importance. Oh, so there is indeed a hidden boss and treasure chest to be opened? Shen Yin inquired, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, evidently craving more excitement after their previous treasure chest encounter. Absolutely, and this boss is of a higher caliber, Shen Yi affirmed, if his memory served him correctly. The strategy guide from his past life indicated that this boss was a silver tier entity, significantly more formidable than a bronze tier. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed. The third sister, Shen Yu, perched upon her baby dragon, seemed eager to embark on this adventure. As the gameplay duration progressed, it was evident that they were gradually becoming enthralled by this game, exhibiting a palpable eagerness. All right, everyone, exercise caution. Once we enter, heed my commands. The boss within is stronger than the two bronze tier bosses we previously faced, so we must be vigilant. Understood, Xiao Yi, we will follow your lead, the eldest sister. Shen Yu nodded in assurance, signaling Shen Yi to proceed with confidence. Without further ado, Shen Yi retrieved the challenge scroll obtained from the Goblin Chief and cast it into the dark wormhole. System prompt. Due to your insertion of the Goblin Challenge scroll, the hidden Dungeon Goblin Challenge arena has been triggered. The challengers are now in the arena. Please proceed immediately to accept the challenge. As the challenge scroll was cast into the abyss, a system notification appeared, and the black wormhole transformed into a door. Observing this, Shen Yi wasted no time and led the way towards the door, pushing it open. With a resounding Yurala, Yurala, as they stepped through, a cacophony of cheers erupted. Upon surveying their surroundings, they discovered they had entered an arena reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum. The stands were brimming with goblins of all shapes and sizes, their raucous shouts creating an atmosphere of chaos. Oh my, what is this place? So many goblins. Brother, they won't charge at us, will they? Shen Yin exclaimed, her expression a mixture of horror and disbelief. Oh no, how grotesque. If they come at us, it would be utterly revolting, she added, clearly unsettled by the sight before them. Fear not, they are merely spectators. They will not disrupt the integrity of this contest. Our sole adversary is that creature over there, Shen Yi reassured them, pointing to a colossal figure within the arena. Seated upon a massive stone throne was an enormous goblin, its stature exceeding that of the Goblin General by more than double, clad in iron armor yet retaining its grotesque appearance, its enormous eyes fixed upon them. Beside its throne lay a gigantic spiked club, while in its grasp was a drinking vessel fashioned from a skull. This imposing goblin was known as Goblin Prince Maidong, with the silver insignia preceding its name signifying that it was indeed a silver-tier boss. What a colossal goblin! Upon witnessing the Goblin Prince, Shen Yi's sisters could not help but swallow audibly. The sheer presence of this boss instilled a significant sense of intimidation. Do not worry. This creature is merely a silver-plated weapon, impressive in appearance, but lacking in substance. As long as we coordinate effectively, we shall prevail. Shen Yi remained unfazed. Despite being a hidden boss, it hailed from the beginner village and was not overwhelmingly powerful, though he had not faced it in his previous life. The existence of teams that had managed to defeat this boss in the beginner village assured Shen Yi that they too could succeed. After all, their team was already a force to be reckoned with in that realm. With a roar, Goblin Prince made on. Upon locking eyes with Shen Yi and perceiving the provocative glare directed at it, suddenly crushed its drinking vessel and let out a mighty roar. In the next moment, it charged towards them wielding its spiked club, disregarding any semblance of chivalry as it initiated the battle. The third sister engaged with her shield to taunt. The eldest sister cast ice magic to reduce the opponent's agility, allowing the third sister to maintain a safe distance from the boss. The second sister monitored the third sister's health, while the fourth sister unleashed her attacks without restraint. And the fifth sister's fire phoenix prepared to strike at the boss under Shen Yi's command. Observing the unfolding scene, Shen Yi remained composed, calmly issuing commands. All right, everyone. Let us execute our roles as assigned and commence the assault on Goblin Prince Maidong. Understood. The sisters responded succinctly, each taking their positions and launching their attacks against the Goblin Prince. The ice magic struck first, immediately slowing the goblin's movements. Shen Yu, riding her baby dragon, charged forward, delivering a shield bash that stunned the target, swiftly following up with a taunt to draw its ire. Chapter 17. Training, the thrilling slay eldest sister. Poison elemental magic can inflict continuous damage. Let's give it a try. And lightning elemental magic has a chance to paralyze the opponent. Fifth sister. Your control skills need to be timed perfectly. Bosses typically exhibit a wind-up animation before casting spells, so if you wait for the opportune moment, you might be able to interrupt its spell casting. These are lessons you will learn over time. Shen Yi guided his five sisters as they faced the Goblin Prince Maidong. However, to describe it as a challenge would be somewhat misleading. It was more akin to a playful romp. The Goblin Prince Maidong indeed possessed strength, with a substantial health pool and high damage output capable of depleting Shen Yu's shield value by half with a single hit. Yet, Shen Yi's second sister, Shen Qian, provided ample healing. Each time Shen Yu's health approached critical levels, a single heal would restore a significant portion. Those familiar with gaming understand a fundamental truth. If the main tank can endure, the battle becomes markedly easier. Similarly, if the main tank cannot withstand the boss's damage, it becomes nearly impossible to triumph over the adversary. At this stage, Shen Yu effortlessly endures the onslaught from the current boss, rendering it a negligible threat. Conversely, Shen Yi is presently utilizing this boss to instruct his sisters on combat techniques, timing for skill execution, and strategic decision-making, akin to a teacher imparting knowledge to students. Although his sisters were novices in the past, under Shen Yi's tutelage, they have indeed become increasingly adept, demonstrating remarkable comprehension. Thus, with their harmonious cooperation, the health bar of the Goblin Prince gradually begins to dwindle. Xiao Yi, is the boss about to unleash a powerful attack? As the boss's health dipped to around 20, third sister Shen Yu called out in the team channel, clearly having sensed something unusual about the boss. Well done, third sister. You can already anticipate the boss's ultimate move. Shen Yi remarked, smirking. I noticed too. Watch me interrupt him. Shen Yan, overhearing, smirked and immediately cast a control skill to disrupt the boss's impending attack. Previously oblivious, she had grasped the concept after Shen Yi's recent instruction. How is it immune? Shen Yan was taken aback when her control skill manifested an immunity effect upon impact, leaving her in disbelief. No need to ponder, the boss's ultimate attack is immune to control effects. If it could be interrupted, I would have taught you that when you were fighting the boss earlier, Shen Yi said with a smile. Why didn't you say so earlier, you brat? Are you intentionally trying to make me look foolish? Shen Yan retorted, stamping her foot and shooting a glare at Shen Yi. Learning through experience is essential. I can't tell you everything, after all. Experiments are the true catalysts for growth. Shen Yi replied with a chuckle. Second sister, keep an eye on third sister's health. This boss's ultimate summons goblin minions. Eldest sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, focus solely on dealing damage to the Goblin Prince and don't mind the summoned goblins. Third sister, use taunt to control the summoned minions and absorb the damage. Shen Yi instructed the group. Understood. Indeed, in the next moment, Goblin Prince Maidong unleashed his ultimate move, summoning a horde of goblin minions as Shen Yi had predicted. Upon their arrival, they were immediately taunted by Shen Yu, redirecting their aggression towards her. Following Shen Yi's guidance, Shen Yu and the others refrained from attacking the summoned minions, concentrating their efforts on the Goblin Prince. His health is dropping rapidly. Second sister Shen Qian exclaimed, a hint of panic evident as her first beads of sweat began to form. With third sister Shen Yu drawing all the minion aggro, the summoned goblins relentlessly targeted her, causing her health to plummet alarmingly. This sight worried Shen Qian, who began casting healing spells, though the healing had a cooldown, causing her to feel increasingly anxious as she observed Shen Yu's dwindling health. Stay calm, second sister. Maintain the rhythm. Shen Yi promptly reassured Shen Qian. All right. Oh no. Little brother, it's not looking good. Third sister is going to fall. After a moment, Shen Yin suddenly cried out. Realizing the healing was insufficient and that Shen Yu was on the brink of death, she immediately called out to Shen Yi for help. Don't worry about it. Focus on dealing damage. Shen Yi responded calmly. Ah, she really has fallen. Soon, the group gasped in shock as they witnessed Shen Yu's health bar hit 0. While second sister Shen Qian's healing had yet to catch up. Revive her, second sister. Revive third sister. Just as the tension mounted, Shen Yi shouted at Shen Qian. Oh, right. A bit startled, Shen Qian instinctively cast the resurrection spell without fully processing the situation. As the radiant light of resurrection enveloped the fallen Shen Yu, she instantly revived. Fully healed. Third sister, use taunt to regain aggro. Second sister, don't heal her. She has 3 seconds of invincibility post-resurrection, Shen Yi quickly instructed. No sooner had Shen Yi finished speaking than Shen Yu activated her taunt once more. Due to her previous demise, all aggro had dissipated, and the minions were rushing towards them. But fortunately, Shen Yu's timely taunt redirected their focus back to her. With a resounding wail, the Goblin Prince Mei Dong could not withstand the onslaught from the group and finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. As he fell, the goblins he summoned scattered in all directions. A wave of relieved breaths filled the team channel, as this encounter with the boss had undeniably imparted a sense of tension. How was that, sisters? Exciting, right? Don't assume that defeating a boss is easy. This is merely the boss of the Novice village. Future bosses will be far more formidable, so our teamwork requires further refinement, Shen Yi addressed them, contemplating that this was still just a game world where death meant merely starting over. In 5 years, when the worlds merged, lives would be finite, and death would be irrevocable, marking the true beginning of terror. This was merely a prelude. Chapter 18. The Little Red Hand, Goblin-esque golden longbow exhausting, yet undeniably entertaining. Shen Yi mused, I now understand why so many are drawn to gaming. It truly offers a unique experience. You're still laughing, little brother? While we're putting in the effort, do you think you can just lounge around? The sisters, after a brief moment of recalibration, smiled at Shen Yi. Indeed, this kind of thrill was something unattainable in reality. The clandestine surge of hormones igniting excitement was a sensation seldom felt otherwise. Only within the realm of gaming could such fervor be experienced. Oh please, fifth sister, you all are already so impressive. What is wrong with letting your little brother be a slacker? Shen Yi retorted playfully, acknowledging his own lack of involvement since entering the game. He had merely been spectating, truly embodying the role of a slacker. However, given their exceptional capabilities, the 5 uniquely hidden classes, he felt little pressure to contribute. Of course, the opportunity for Shen Yi to defy fate lay just ahead. Hey, over here. This must be the boss's treasure chest, and it's silver. After vanquishing the Goblin Prince Mei Dong, a silver boss treasure chest appeared before them. Upon seeing it, Shen Yu immediately called for everyone to investigate. A treasure chest. Upon hearing the words, Shen Yin dashed forward first, still miffed that the previous bronze chest had yielded nothing worthwhile. Now, upon the appearance of a silver boss chest, she was eager to seize the moment. Haha, it's truly a silver chest. Let me, Shen Yin, the little red hand, unveil some exquisite equipment for you all. As they gathered around the chest, they beheld a silver boss treasure chest resting on the ground. Well, why not go ahead and open it? Shen Yi and the others were indifferent. Since Shen Yin was eager to open it, he naturally would not refuse. Then I shall proceed, with no one contesting her. Shen Yin beamed, reaching out her hand to open the silver boss treasure chest. Let us see what treasures lie within. As the chest opened, beams of light erupted from within. Shen Yin's eyes sparkled as she began to examine the contents eagerly. Oh, it seems there is something glowing with a golden light. At that moment, Shen Yu appeared to have discovered something and called out to the others. Golden? Could it be? Upon hearing the word golden, Shen Yi's ears perked up instantly, and he turned his gaze towards the source. To his delight, there it was, a bow radiating with a golden glow. Hey look, it's truly a bow. Shen Yin exclaimed as she retrieved a shimmering golden bow and arrows from the treasure chest. The moment Shen Yi laid eyes on the weapon, his pupils brightened. Wow, fifth sister, you've hit the jackpot this time, extracting golden equipment from a silver treasure chest. Shen Yi expressed his astonishment. Indeed, there was a possibility that a boss chest could yield items and equipment of a higher quality than its own. For instance, a bronze chest would most likely yield common or green quality gear, yet there was a slim chance it could produce blue quality equipment. However, the likelihood of this occurring was exceedingly low, hinging entirely on one's luck. As for the silver chest before them, the odds of it yielding white or green equipment were high, while the chances of acquiring blue, or even more rare, golden equipment were minuscule. Shen Yi estimated that the probability of a silver chest yielding golden equipment was roughly 1 in 1,000. Astonishingly, Shen Yin had managed to defy those odds. See, I told you, I'm lucky. Isn't this gear impressive? Shen Yin beamed with pride, her face adorned with a smug expression, before turning to Shen Yi and inquiring further. Of course, golden equipment can be considered divine in the early stages of the game, especially a bow, an ideal weapon for fourth sister. Let's examine its attributes. Shen Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing the exceptional nature of golden gear at this juncture. To possess such an item before even leaving the novice village was nothing short of remarkable. Goblin Golden Longbow. Equipment type, two-handed weapon. Equipment quality, golden equipment attributes. Increases physical damage by 10-23 points. Critical hit rate increased by 2. Equipment effect. When wielding the Goblin Golden Longbow, there is a 3 chance to inflict a severe injury effect under the Torn effect. The target's damage taken increases by 5 for a duration of 10 seconds. Equipment requirement. Archer class. Equipment level. Level 8. Wow, the attributes are incredibly strong. Far surpassing my staff. Shen Yu exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement upon seeing the stats of the Goblin Golden Longbow. In comparison, the attributes of her green staff paled in insignificance. What was more, this Golden Longbow boasted additional effects. This is truly impressive. Both the attributes and effects are exceptional. Making it a prized possession for archers, Shen Yi remarked with a smile, fully aware of its significance as a reincarnated player. Here, fourth sister. This is the equipment bestowed upon you by your fifth sister. Do remember my luck when you wield it. Shen Yin presented the gear to Shen Ling, taking pride in her contribution. Thank you, dear sister. Shen Ling replied, her calm demeanor breaking into a smile as she accepted the equipment without hesitation. The remaining silver boss chest yielded a few white and green items, but the absence of blue equipment left a tinge of disappointment. Hey, a Goblin King's token. Wow. It can be sold for 100,000 crystal coins. What on earth is this? Just as Shen Yin thought nothing of worth would emerge, she suddenly pulled out a crown-like object, and upon glancing at its description, she could not help but exclaim, Goblin King's token. Fifth sister, give me that item. Shen Yi's excitement surged upon hearing the name of the item, and he took a step forward to claim it. What is it that has you so stirred? Is it yet another precious item? Shen Yin asked, her curiosity piqued by Shen Yi's fervor. It's an immensely important item. With this, my destiny will be irrevocably altered. Shen Yi declared as he received the Goblin King's token. Is it truly that grand? Chapter 19. The Goblin King's token. A gift to the beggar? Ah. On the journey back to the novice village, a shrill scream nearly pierced Shen Yi's eardrums. Fifth sister, what on earth are you doing? Shen Yi asked, utterly perplexed by Shen Yan's outburst. It's already 2:30 in the morning. I can't believe I haven't slept yet. Shen Yan exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. How could time have flown by so quickly? No, I can't. I have an interview tomorrow. I mustn't stay up late. It's already 2:30. Come on. Let us log off and get some sleep, sister. It's far too late. Shen Yi's words incited a strong reaction from his sisters, who suddenly realized they had lost track of time as it approached dawn. It's only 2:30. Shen Yi, however, remained unfazed. For him, the night was still young. What do you know? Girls shouldn't stay up late. Exactly. You don't understand. Staying up late can harm a girl's skin. We mustn't do it. Yes. Brother, don't stay up late either. Hurry and sleep. His sisters chimed, clearly concerned about the ramifications of late-night gaming on their skin, as they were meticulous in their skincare routines. Fine then. You all head back to the novice village and log off first. And what about you? They inquired, sensing Shen Yi's reluctance to log off early. As for me, I have a few tasks to complete. You all go ahead. I'll be off to sleep shortly. Shen Yi replied, all right, brother, we're logging off now. Make sure you get some rest. We'll join you for gaming tomorrow night. Don't stay up late. The eldest sister, Shen Yu, reminded him as they returned to the novice village. Understood, big sister. You all take care. Good night. Shen Yi replied obediently, a smile creeping onto his face. Sleep? That was an impossibility. For Shen Yi, slumber would never grace his life again. He knew the game's virtual device possessed a remarkable feature. It facilitated sleep. When players entered the game, it appeared as if they were merely playing. Yet their consciousness was immersed in the virtual realm while their physical bodies enjoyed deep, restorative slumber. Thus, even without actual sleep, upon exiting the game, one would find themselves invigorated and remarkably refreshed. Of course, Shen Yi preferred not to explain this to his 5 sisters at that moment. Some discoveries were best made independently. Besides, the tasks ahead were meant for him alone. Having recently leveled up to level 9 after clearing the novice dungeon and defeating the hidden boss, the Goblin Prince, he was now prepared for what lay ahead. Tomorrow, when they rejoined him for another dungeon run, they would likely reach level 10. But before that, Shen Yi had one paramount task to fulfill. Have mercy, old man, spare a few coins for a poor soul. At the entrance of the novice village, a ragged old beggar lay sprawled on the ground, a tattered bowl resting before him as he called out to passers-by for alms. Yet, despite the throngs of players entering and exiting the village, no one spared even a glance at the old beggar. After all, during the initial phase in the novice village, everyone is impoverished and preoccupied with leveling up. Who has the leisure to tend to an old beggar? There are seasoned players who approach the beggar, speculating he might be a quest-giving NPC, perhaps triggering some task for them. However, upon engaging in conversation, they discover that the old beggar is indeed just that, a beggar, with no quests to offer. Some even choose to bestow him with alms, believing that perhaps monetary donation might trigger a mission. Yet, after their charitable act, they find nothing has been activated, leading them to curse and feel like fools. The young adventurers plead, "Have mercy, old man. I have not had a hearty meal in ages. I earnestly request a bit of your kindness, and the divine will bless you." When Shen Yi stood before the old beggar, he looked up and addressed Shen Yi. A foul stench assaulted the senses, emanating from the beggar himself, evoking a nauseating urge within Shen Yi, stirring feelings of revulsion. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, then retrieved the Goblin King's token from his backpack. An item dropped after slaying the Goblin Prince, Maidong. Goblin King's token. Description: the Goblin King's token, a crown worn by the prince of the Goblin royal family. Appears to have no special use. It is rumored that the Novice shop is purchasing this item for 100,000 crystal coins. 100,000 crystal coins. Since the game's launch, a system for exchanging in-game currency for real-world money has been established. On this very first day, the exchange rate stands at 110:1, meaning one real currency unit is worth 10 game crystal coins. Thus, the Goblin King's token, valued at 100,000 crystal coins, equates to 10,000 in real currency. Its worth is undeniably substantial. Shen Yi's team, after a night of battling numerous monsters, collectively earned just over 100 crystal coins, translating to a mere 10 real currency units. Presently, a single token is valued at 10,000 real currency units, a considerable sum indeed. Ordinary players, upon obtaining the Goblin King's token, would typically exchange it for money. Even affluent players, while they might not sell it, would hardly part with such a valuable item, let alone gift it to a roadside beggar. Yet here stands Shen Yi, offering the Goblin King's token to the old beggar. Indeed, he intends to gift this item worth 10,000 crystal coins to a mere beggar. Should others learn of this act, they would undoubtedly deem Shen Yi a lunatic. If his 5 sisters were to discover it, they would likely be driven to throttle him. Nevertheless, Shen Yi resolutely proceeded, for he understood that this seemingly unkempt old beggar was merely a facade. His true identity was that of a legendary thief. And he was the key to unlocking Shen Yi's ultimate goal in arriving at the 31,257th Novice Village, as well as the sole means to access his hidden career class. Chapter 20. The Class Change Scroll, Heart of the Thief. Goblin King's token. You have challenged the Goblin Prince and slain him? When the beggar received the Goblin King's token from Shen Yi and discerned its nature, astonishment flickered in his once clouded eyes. He rapidly lifted his gaze, and beneath his disheveled hair, the old beggar stared at Shen Yi, inquiring, "Is this true?" "Yes." Shen Yi nodded, affirming the truth. There was no need for denial. It was indeed a fact. "Oh, a thief god. I never expected such an exceptional adventurer would arise in this humble village. Are you certain you wish to give me this Goblin King's token? The village merchants are purchasing it for a value of 100,000 crystal coins." The old beggar continued, his eyes now clear, regarding Shen Yi with newfound intensity, informing him of the token's worth. "Yes, but why? Why would you bestow this upon me?" The old beggar's curiosity was piqued, his gaze filled with scrutiny. "Isn't it evident? You clearly need this far more than I do." Shen Yi smiled, gesturing to his own clean attire, contrasting it with the beggar's disheveled state. "Oh, ha! A delightful and kind-hearted child." The old beggar appeared to grasp Shen Yi's sentiment, erupting into hearty laughter. "I have been here for months, and you are the first to offer such a precious gift to me. Adventurer, you are truly benevolent. However, I cannot accept your kindness without recompense. This token belonged to an old friend of mine. He entrusted me to pass it on to a worthy young successor. Young adventurer, should you grow strong enough, seek me out in the Dark City." With the beggar's words, a package materialized in Shen Yi's hand. Glancing back to where the old beggar had stood, he found the man had vanished without a trace. The Goblin King's token remained on the ground, clearly untouched by the beggar. Indeed, just as the esteemed forum master in his previous life had narrated, Shen Yi was overwhelmed with excitement, gazing at the package now in his possession. And the vanished old beggar stirred a tempest of elation within him. The eve of Cataclysm, it is well known that the most powerful profession is the unique hidden class. The emergence of unique hidden classes can be categorized into innate and acquired. Innate, such as Shen Yi's 5 sisters, are chosen at the outset to embody the unique hidden class, endowed with formidable abilities. The other method involves transitioning into a unique hidden class through subsequent in-game progression. The odds of this occurring are exceedingly slim, a mere 1 in 10,000. Shen Yi recalled that in his previous life, fewer than 20 players managed to attain a unique hidden class through this means over 5 years, a rarity amidst the billions of players. Yet, in truth, on the very day the game launched, a hidden opportunity to become a unique hidden class lay within the Novice Village, which Shen Yi was currently pursuing. The 31,257th Novice Village was chosen for a simple reason. It was a designated Novice Village. The old beggar NPC, as it turned out, was none other than the legendary thief, Madria. Among the 50,000 Novice Villages, he appeared solely in the 31,257th, masquerading as a beggar. Players needed to first trigger the Goblin Chief, obtain the Goblin Challenge Scroll to access the Goblin Fortress dungeon, and subsequently defeat the Goblin General. This would unlock the hidden dungeon, the Goblin Arena, where defeating the Goblin Prince Maidong would yield the Goblin King's token. Upon acquiring this token, presenting it to the legendary thief Madria would reward the player with a cherished relic of a friend, within which lay a class change scroll that would enable the player to transition into the unique hidden class of thief. In his previous life, Shen Yi had, of course, not encountered this opportunity. In fact, this chance would not arise until 6 months post-launch, when a player named Chun Tao stumbled upon it. By mere coincidence, akin to Shen Yi's current experience, he completed the requisite steps and inadvertently presented the Goblin King's token to the legendary thief Madria, thus transitioning into the unique hidden class and embarking upon a legendary journey. Shen Yi vividly remembered that when he perished, that Shen Tao was still alive and had already risen to become a regional lord. However, the overwhelming riches that once belonged to that individual had now fallen into Shen Yi's lap. Shen Yi had toiled throughout the night, his sole aim being to acquire the cherished friend's parcel before him. Legendary thief Madria's cherished friend's parcel. Description: at the request of his late friend, the legendary thief Cory, Madria seeks a successor and entrusts this parcel of relics. Upon opening it, one can obtain the remains of the legendary thief Cory. No one knows what lies within the parcel, not even Madria himself. As he gazed upon the description of the parcel, Shen Yi's eyes sparkled with heightened excitement. While others remained oblivious, Shen Yi was acutely aware. He swiftly picked up the king's testament that Madria had discarded and promptly sought a secluded spot. Without delay, Shen Yi opened the parcel. Instantly, 2 items materialized from within, landing in Shen Yi's backpack. Ding! Player has opened the legendary thief Madria's cherished friend's parcel. Acquiring the items: Darkborn Thief, Class Change Scroll, Heart of the Thief God. Indeed, it was a class change scroll. The moment he beheld the scroll and the system's notification, Shen Yi's heart skipped a beat, as if the very blood coursing through his veins had begun to boil. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yi examined the scroll. Darkborn Thief, Class Change Scroll. Description: a legendary scroll detailing the process of transitioning into a Darkborn Thief. Upon use, one can transform into a formidable Darkborn Thief. Heart of the Thief God. Description: according to legend, the Heart of the Thief God, a coveted treasure for all thieves. It can be embedded within one's body, replacing the heart to receive the blessings of the Thief God. Gasp! The Heart of the Thief God? Chapter 21. The Unique Hidden Class, Darkborn Thief. In his previous life, the player who transitioned into a Darkborn Thief merely disclosed his journey to becoming a unique hidden class. Yet he did not mention the existence of the Heart of the Thief God. Just the sight of the words Heart of the Thief God made Shen Yi keenly aware that this item was surely extraordinary, likely an item of immense power. However, its precise effects would only be revealed upon usage. Before that, Shen Yi needed to use the Darkborn Thief Class Change Scroll. The system prompted, "Do you wish to confirm the use of the item, Darkborn Thief Class Change Scroll?" Upon usage, the player will automatically transition into the unique hidden class of Darkborn Thief. This operation is irreversible. Please consider your decision carefully. What was there to consider? After all the toil of being reborn, was he not awaiting this very moment to defy fate? Shen Yi murmured to himself, without a trace of hesitation. He directly pressed the confirm button. He was determined to defy destiny. System notification: congratulations, player. You have successfully transitioned into the unique hidden class of Darkborn Thief via the item, Darkborn Thief Class Change Scroll. Please check your attribute panel for detailed attributes and skills. As a shroud of black light enveloped him, Shen Yi was consumed by an enigmatic black mist, the air filled with obscure and incomprehensible languages. And powerful dark energy surged into his body. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and when he finally regained his senses, the system's notification echoed in his ears, informing him that the class change had been successful. It worked. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he eagerly opened his attribute panel. Player name: Shen Yi. Character class: Darkborn Thief. Unique hidden class. Player level: level 9. Player faction: none. Player reputation: none. Player guild: none. HP: 230230. MP: 130,130. Stamina: 11. Affects HP cap. Strength: 15. Affects physical attack. Magic: 13. Affects magical attack. Defense: 8. Affects physical defense. Spell resistance: 8. Affects magical defense and resistance to negative states. Agility: 24. Affects speed and critical hit chance. Distributable. Attribute points: 18. Skills: Darkborn Stealth, Darkborn Backstab, Darkborn Hand. Darkborn Stealth, active skill upon use. Enter a stealth state. During the day, this stealth can be detected by reconnaissance skills. However, in the night, it cannot be detected. Using thieving skills will not break the stealth state. Cooldown: 60 seconds. MP cost: 50. Darkborn Backstab. Active skill deals physical damage of 110 and magical damage of 60 when attacking. If executed from behind the target, it inflicts a backstab status, increasing damage by 30 and stunning the target for 2 seconds, while boosting the player's critical hit chance by 50 within 5 seconds. Cooldown: 45 seconds. MP cost: 30. Darkborn Hand. Active skill used to steal from the target. At night, the success rate of stealing increases by 50. Additionally, when stealing from targets at least 30 levels lower, the success rate increases by another 50. Cooldown, 120 seconds, MP cost, 100. Powerful. Upon successfully transitioning, Shen Yi was filled with joy at the sight of his attributes. Setting aside the attributes for the moment, the 3 skills of the Darkborn Thief left him utterly elated. Starting with 3 powerful skills was already a blessing. Darkborn Stealth, in particular, was fearsome, as it could not be penetrated by reconnaissance skills during the night. This was extraordinarily advantageous. In the game, the rogue class had many branches, and stealth was a prerequisite for all rogue professions. Once in a stealth state, neither players nor ordinary monsters could detect each other. However, this was not absolute. If the opponent possessed reconnaissance skills, the stealth would be compromised. Yet, Shen Yi's Darkborn Stealth was impervious to detection by such skills at night, rendering him invincible in the dark, a truly exceptional ability. What thrilled Shen Yi even more was that using thieving skills would not disrupt his stealth state. Typically, stealth and invisibility skills share a commonality. Any use of skills or items would break the stealth state. However, Shen Yi's ability was different. Stealing would not break his invisibility, making it a perfect match for thieving skills. With invincible stealth at night and the ability to steal without breaking invisibility, Shen Yi would undoubtedly be a master thief. The mere thought of this made him ecstatic. It was simply exhilarating. Next was the Darkborn Backstab skill. Rogues typically focus on enhancing strength and agility, relying on physical critical hits for damage output. Yet, Shen Yi's skill was distinct, incorporating magical damage alongside physical. This indicated that the Darkborn Thief class was a dual casting profession. A most remarkable trait. This broadened the scope of the class's offensive capabilities, regardless of whether the target had high physical or magical defenses. Shen Yi would still be able to inflict significant damage. Moreover, if he executed a backstab, it would amplify damage and induce a stun, further increasing his critical hit potential. One could say this skill was exceptionally flawless and powerful. Lastly, the final skill was the one all thieves yearned for, stealing. The thieving skill, as its name suggests, involved pilfering items, a pursuit all rogue players diligently engaged in. Whether it be pilfering from NPCs, players, or even bosses, the thrill of theft is undeniably exhilarating. It evokes a delightful sensation akin to the joy of unboxing a surprise gift, if one manages to acquire something valuable. The pleasure derived surpasses that of defeating monsters for loot. Shen Yi's ability as an umbral thief boasts an astonishing 50 increase in success rate during nocturnal heists. A rather grotesque enhancement. Typically, the success rate of thievery is determined by the relative strength of both parties involved. The greater the disparity, the more challenging the theft becomes. However, a 50 boost represents a monumental advantage, particularly when targeting units 30 levels below oneself. This means that in the shadows, Shen Yi could nearly guarantee success when thieving from players of such a lower tier. The mere thought of potentially stealing someone's undergarments in the future made Shen Yi break into a mischievous grin. Chapter 22, Blessing of the Thief God. A certain success in theft at long last. I have also attained a unique hidden profession, making our family of 6 uniquely endowed. Shen Yi felt a surge of joy. Until now, he had been living off the indulgence of his 5 elder sisters. While being a slacker had its own charm, the sense of involvement was undeniably diminished. Furthermore, one must be self-reliant. Shen Yi could not rely solely on his sisters for his entire existence. However, things had changed. He had been reborn with an advantage, acquiring the unique hidden profession of umbral thief. Now, even without the support of his sisters, he could forge his own path. With all 6 of them possessing divine professions, their potential had escalated to unprecedented heights. Armed with the strategies and memories from his past life, Shen Yi recognized the necessity of fortifying his family to become the most formidable force within the game before reality and fantasy intertwined. What could the heart of the thief god possibly do? The blessing, what could it bestow? After successfully transitioning professions, Shen Yi's gaze inadvertently fell upon the heart of the thief god within his inventory, his eyes sharp and his expression laden with intrigue. This artifact was unfamiliar to him from his previous life, and he had never heard mention of it from others. Thus, its benefits remained an enigma. Regardless, it was time to test its capabilities rather than speculate. Shen Yi, practical by nature, decided to use the heart of the thief god without further ado. System prompt. Does the player wish to use the item, Heart of the Thief God? Once utilized, it will replace the user's heart. This action is irreversible. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, he clicked the confirm button. In the next moment, Shen Yi's body froze, a suffocating sensation enveloping him, rendering him immobile. An indescribable feeling surged through him, as if an icy hand had grasped his heart, making him acutely aware of his own vulnerability. The pain was excruciating. In that moment, the only sensation that remained in Shen Yi's mind was the agony, akin to someone attempting to pry his heart from his chest. The intensity of the pain was unprecedented. He gasped for breath, grateful that the torment did not linger for long. Soon, the discomfort began to dissipate, replaced by a warm flow that coursed through his entire being. bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort that was utterly invigorating. System prompt. Congratulations. The player has successfully implanted the heart of the Thief God. You have received the blessing of the Thief God and acquired the skill, Blessing of the Thief God, level 1. With each subsequent 10 levels gained, an additional level of the Thief God's blessing will be unlocked. A skill? Shen Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that using the heart of the Thief God would grant him a skill. Excitement surged within him as he promptly opened his skill panel, discovering that amidst his 3 existing skills, a new one had materialized. Blessing of the Thief God, level 1, passive skill. The first thieving skill used every 24 hours will have a 100 success rate. Cooldown, 24 hours. In that moment, Shen Yi's mind erupted with astonishment. He had never imagined that the heart of the Thief God would possess such an extraordinary capability. The blessing granted to him was nothing short of terrifying. To think that the first theft each day would be guaranteed success. This meant disregarding any and all judgments, ensuring an absolute triumph in theft. Shen Yi could choose any target to pilfer from, regardless of their level or strength, as long as he initiated the theft. Success was assured. This was utterly outrageous. It meant that even a character as feeble as Shen Yi, akin to an ant, could steal from a level 100 divine boss. It was akin to plucking feathers from a passing bird. No wonder the individual who became an umbral thief in his previous life rose to prominence so swiftly and dominated within the merging world. He not only transitioned into the unique hidden profession of umbral thief, but also acquired the heart of the Thief God, a truly formidable artifact. Thus far, only one level of blessing had proven to be so astonishing. With every 10 levels gained, he could unlock additional blessings. Could it be that he would ultimately attain 10 levels of blessing? The maximum level before the impending cataclysm was 100, and the Thief God's blessing would grant one new ability for every 10 levels. This implied that he could potentially achieve 10 levels of blessings. If one level was already so overwhelming, it was thrilling to contemplate the extent of the power he could eventually wield. At that moment, Shen Yi felt an exhilarating sense of fortune wash over him. If he did not temper his emotions, he might have been compelled to shout in elation. This sensation was indescribably wonderful. It was nothing short of perfection. Moreover, the Goblin King's token remained unclaimed, a crystal worth a staggering 100,000 coins. Such a treasure could not go to waste. Seizing the opportunity at the peak of the exchange rate, he resolved to sell it for a handsome profit. As Shen Yi quickly regained his composure, his demeanor reflected the prudence gained from his past experiences. He recognized that now was not the time to become overly complacent. This was merely the beginning, and a promising future awaited him. With this thought in mind, Shen Yi aimed to address a pressing issue: how to encourage his sisters to become full-time players. As it stood, he was still a university student enjoying the summer break, while his 5 sisters had just graduated and were in search of jobs to support the family. It was evident they could not commit to full-time gaming unless they were financially secure enough to do so. However, Shen Yi believed that convincing them would not pose a significant challenge. The simplest solution was to demonstrate that one could earn money within the game. In reality, this game was especially favored by those who sought to make a profit, with many players having become wealthy by trading in the pre-cataclysm world. Given the divine professions of his family, earning money would not be difficult. Thus, as long as they were willing to commit full-time, financial concerns would be trivial. Yet, persuading them remained a task for Shen Yi to ponder, and he resolved to present them with undeniable evidence that the game could indeed be lucrative. Chapter 23. The First Theft. Basic Experience Potion. Upon entering the Novice Village's Commerce Hall, Shen Yi found himself amidst a throng of players. They were all engaged in purchasing health and mana potions. For players focused on leveling and battling, the consumption of these potions was substantial. After all, ordinary players, lacking the extraordinary capabilities of Shen Yi and his family to defeat monsters with almost no resource expenditure, relied heavily on these supplies. As an ordinary player, the consumption of potions is indeed substantial, which is why the demand for red and blue potions within the Merchant Guild is exceedingly high. However, Shen Yi did not come to purchase potions. Rather, he intended to sell an item he possessed, the Goblin King's certificate. This artifact could fetch a staggering sum of 100,000 crystal coins from the guild, equivalent to 10,000 real-world currency. Such a sum was not insignificant, as it represented a month's worth of sustenance for Shen Yi's family. Over the years, the inheritance left by his parents had dwindled considerably, compelling Shen Yi and his siblings to earn their own living. For them, 10,000 was indeed a substantial amount. "Oh my goodness, adventurer! You have truly acquired the Goblin King's certificate? Is this real?" exclaimed the guild master in astonishment as Shen Yi presented the certificate, clearly taken aback. "I have heard that your guild is willing to purchase this Goblin King's certificate for 100,000 crystal coins. Is that true?" "Indeed, adventurer. Are you willing to sell it? We can offer you 100,000 crystal coins for this Goblin King's certificate." "Absolutely." Shen Yi agreed without the slightest hesitation, and soon the certificate was purchased, adding a full 100,000 crystal coins to his inventory. Ah, what a delight! Shen Yi beamed with joy as he gazed at the newfound wealth, a sparkle of elation illuminating his eyes. Just as he turned to leave, however, he suddenly halted. "Excuse me, do you still purchase the Goblin King certificate?" "Of course, adventurer. As long as you have it, we are willing to buy as many as you can offer. The value of these goblin crowns is immense." Upon receiving this affirmative response, a mischievous glint appeared in Shen Yi's eyes. He contemplated a devious scheme targeting the guild master before him, intending to reclaim the certificate he had just sold. If he succeeded, it would mean he could sell it again for another 100,000 coins. What a splendid prospect. With this thought, Shen Yi exited the guild, activated his Shadow Veil skill, and entered a state of invisibility before stealthily re-entering the guild. At that moment, no one noticed him as he evaded all gazes. He approached the counter once more, fixating on the guild master. Silently apologizing in his mind, he swiftly executed his skill, Shadow's Hand. System notification. The player has used Shadow's Hand on the novice guild master, triggering the blessing of the thief. Theft successful. You have stolen beginner experience potion recipe, X1 from the guild master. Accompanied by the system's notification, Shen Yi successfully pilfered an item from the guild master. Thanks to the blessing of the thief, his chance of success was a perfect 100%. The only question was what valuable item he would acquire. Shen Yi aimed to steal back the Goblin King's certificate, but to his surprise, he did not obtain his intended target. Instead, when he discovered what he had stolen, his eyes brightened with excitement. Wow, a beginner experience potion recipe. How could such a thing exist in the novice village? Did I really steal this? Is this for real? Shen Yi exclaimed, momentarily stunned by the system notification. After a while, he finally regained his composure, his face alight with exhilaration. He realized the significance of his theft. Without delay, he opened his inventory to find a piece of parchment lying within. Beginner experience potion recipe. Description. Upon use, grants the synthesis recipe for the beginner experience potion, allowing the user to combine ingredients to create the potion. Usage requirement. Alchemist profession. It was indeed the beginner experience potion recipe. Shen Yi was overjoyed, his heart racing. The beginner experience potion, when consumed, grants an additional 15 experience points for monster kills within 60 minutes. Experience potions are highly sought after, essential for leveling up. Imagine spending the same amount of time slaying the same monsters, but gaining an extra 15 experience points. Who wouldn't want that? Thus, experience potions are among the most popular items in the game, second only to red and blue potions. Before reaching the maximum level, who wouldn't consider purchasing an experience potion to aid their progress? However, such potions are not sold in NPC shops. They can only be produced by players. In the lead up to the Cataclysm, players could possess a main profession and a secondary life skill, such as alchemist, blacksmith, fisherman, etc. The alchemist profession allows players to craft potions by learning recipes. Players seeking special potions must turn to alchemists for production. Shen Yi distinctly remembered that every alchemist who learned the recipe for experience potions became exceedingly wealthy. Selling potions is a surefire business, both in reality and in the game. To his astonishment, Shen Yi had obtained the recipe for the experience potion right in the novice village. In the early game, such a find is akin to discovering a treasure trove. Initially, he intended to steal back the Goblin King's certificate and sell it again for 100,000 coins. But to his delight, he had inadvertently acquired a source of continual wealth instead. Divine providence. What am I waiting for? I was pondering which secondary profession to choose. And now I have a clear direction. Furthermore, obtaining the beginner experience potion recipe at such an early stage means I can earn a fortune. I recall that before my rebirth, it took over 2 months after the server launch for experience potions to become available. The player who sold them must have made a fortune daily. Could this not also provide the means for my 5 sisters to become fully employed? Chapter 24. Life Profession. Alchemist apprentice Shen Yi was exhilarated and promptly exited the Novice Guild, heading towards the Alchemist Association in the Novice Village. Greetings, adventurer. Welcome to the Alchemist Association. In stark contrast to the bustling Merchant Guild, the Alchemist Association appeared rather desolate. This was understandable, as in the Novice Village. Most players focused on leveling up and were eager to venture beyond the village to explore the wider world. Who would consider pursuing a life skill profession at such a time? I want to become an alchemist. What are the requirements? Shen Yi inquired of the NPC within the Alchemist Association. Given his possession of the potion recipe, he was determined to become an alchemist. Oh, adventurer. Your choice is indeed wise and sagacious. Becoming an alchemist will bring significant changes to your life. It is quite simple to become an alchemist. You need only pay a registration fee of 1,000 crystal coins and complete a simple task to become an alchemist apprentice, the NPC replied promptly, indicating the need for both payment and task completion. Shen Yi was already familiar with the process, having been reborn, and he readily paid the 1,000 crystal coins, merely 100 real-world currency, a trivial sum for him. Very well, adventurer. Here is your task. Go to the southern hillside of the Novice Village and gather 20 dew grasses. Here are your tools and skills. As Shen Yi handed over the payment, a gentle white light enveloped him. Then, a new skill appeared in Shen Yi's skill panel, along with a scythe added to his inventory. Basic gathering technique passive skill, exclusive to the alchemist profession, a skill that can only be possessed by alchemist-type professions. Upon acquiring this skill, one can gather various herbs for potion crafting. This skill is upgradable. Current proficiency, 0-10-0-0-0. Different life professions possess distinct life skills. Much like the gathering technique that Shen Yi had just obtained. Only with the gathering technique could one collect various herbs found by the roadside. Otherwise, any attempt to harvest these herbs would result in their destruction. Alright, I shall return shortly. After glancing at the task he received, Shen Yi promptly turned and departed. This task was quite simple, as entry-level tasks for life professions are generally uncomplicated, merely serving to familiarize oneself with the operations, devoid of any danger. Thus, Shen Yi had no hesitation and proceeded directly to the designated location. Upon arriving, he swiftly began to gather dew grass with his scythe, quickly amassing the required 20 stalks in his backpack. Here are the 20 stalks of dew grass you requested. Shen Yi returned to the Alchemist Association and submitted the required dew grass. Well done, adventurer. Congratulations on completing the task assessment. I hereby formally confer upon you the title of Alchemist Apprentice. Following the task submission, a gentle white light enveloped Shen Yi, signifying his successful transition into an Alchemist Apprentice. System notification. Player, you have successfully changed your profession to Alchemist Apprentice. Each player can only hold one life profession at a time. Should you find dissatisfaction with your current life profession, you may visit other life profession associations to change your occupation. However, please be aware that upon changing your life profession, all proficiency in your previous life profession will reset to 0 and will not be preserved, so please consider your decision carefully. In comparison to combat professions, life professions are relatively more user-friendly, allowing for casual changes. However, once a change is made, one must start anew as an apprentice, and the proficiency in the previous life profession will reset to 0. This rule is established to prevent players from recklessly switching life professions. Adventurer, I possess the formulas for basic health potions and basic mana potions. Would you be interested? Each formula is priced at 20,000 crystal coins. Upon witnessing Shen Yi's successful transition to Alchemist Apprentice, the NPC before him inquired further, offering to sell him the formulas for the red and blue potions. No need. Thank you. Shen Yi promptly declined. The red and blue potions were not what he sought to sell. In fact, while crafting them could yield a modest profit, they were readily available in stores, leaving little room for profit margins. Rather than squander time on red and blue potions, it would be far more prudent to level up and acquire gear by defeating monsters. Shen Yi possessed the formula for basic experience potions, and that was the business he intended to pursue. Thus, after rejecting the NPC, he retrieved his basic experience potion formula from his backpack and proceeded to use it. System notification. Player has used basic experience potion formula. You are now able to craft basic experience potions. Go check the potion crafting interface. As the system notification rang out, Shen Yi opened his formula interface. Basic experience potion, description, upon use, grants an additional 15 experience boost when gaining experience from defeating monsters. Task-related experience does not receive this additional boost. Duration, 60 minutes. Potion synthesis formula, 15 dragon whiskers, 5 falling dragon roots, 1 silver mountain ginseng. As Shen Yi perused the synthesis list and effects of the basic experience potion within his life skills panel, a grin broke across his face. Hehe, if memory serves. These herbs can be purchased from the NPC at the Alchemist Association. While the prices may be steep, during this early stage, no one is selling herbs, and purchases can only be made from NPCs. Moreover, being the sole seller, I can dictate the pricing for these experience potions. In these initial stages, such a valuable item will undoubtedly attract wealthy buyers. With a keen glint in his eyes, Shen Yi had already devised a plan to utilize the basic experience potions to amass his first fortune. Engaging in conversation once more with the NPC at the Alchemist Association, he proceeded to the purchasing interface, where a variety of goods appeared before him. The initial Alchemist Association had a limited selection, primarily consisting of basic herbs, potions, and formulas. However, what Shen Yi required were indeed these basic herbs, and the materials for the basic experience potion were all available for sale. The total cost for 15 dragon whiskers, 5 falling dragon roots, and 1 silver mountain ginseng amounted to 512 crystal coins, equivalent to 511 real-world currency. Hiss, that's quite a cost, but still manageable. Chapter 25, Selling Potions, Eagerly Accumulating Wealth. After some contemplation, Shen Yi resolved to create a batch and observe the market's reaction, while the NPC offered the raw materials. Purchasing them directly from the NPC to craft the potions incurred high costs. For instance, if Shen Yi were to buy the raw materials from the NPC to create basic experience potions, the cost alone would be 512 crystal coins, amounting to 512 real-world currency. If memory serves, when this experience potion was initially released, it sold for a mere 500 crystal coins per bottle, and that was 2 months post-launch, when the exchange rate had already shifted. The root cause of this phenomenon lay in the scarcity of raw materials. With the game just having launched, no one was gathering herbs for sale, leaving only NPCs as sources. However, 2 to 3 months post-launch, as numerous players acquired life professions, the prices of various raw materials would plummet, leading to changes in cost and pricing. Thus, Shen Yi needed to proceed with caution, given the high costs. His selling price would not be cheap, and he would have to gauge the market's response. Nonetheless, he felt optimistic about the prospects, as he was well aware that in this game, there was no shortage of wealthy players willing to spend money. For them, this small expense would be mere pocket change. Purchasing materials for 10 bottles in a batch, Shen Yi immediately began concocting the potions on the spot. The crafting process was exceedingly straightforward. He simply followed the formula to produce the potions without requiring much else, as this was still a game, after all, and did not demand excessive complexity. Before long, 10 bottles of basic experience potions lay nestled in Shen Yi's backpack. Without further delay, he opened the trading channel, where messages scrolled rapidly. Numerous players were selling their wares, including equipment, skills, and materials. The trading channel served as a convenient means for players to engage in transactions, albeit requiring players to sift through the information themselves. After reaching level 10, players could utilize the trading post system, akin to an auction, which offered a more regulated environment for trading items. However, the trading post charged fees and imposed level restrictions. Thus, at present, most players were still transacting within the trading channel. In fact, even after the trading post opened, the trading channel remained lively, as both systems offered their unique advantages. Player, anonymous selling the leveling elixir, basic experience potion, that provides an additional 15 experience points for leveling up. Pre-order quickly, each bottle priced at 1,000 crystal coins. Shen Yi, within the trading channel, directly disseminated his trading information while opting to remain anonymous. He was keen to avoid drawing attention to his identity as the seller of such items. Thus, anonymity proved to be a prudent choice. Ding. The player's sale of the beginner experience potion has been successfully completed, and 10,000 crystal coins have been deposited into your mailbox. Please check your inbox. Mere seconds after Shen Yi sent out his message, he promptly received a response from the system. Upon opening it, his eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, nestled within the email lay 10,000 crystal coins. Wow, did I sell it too cheaply? It was gone in an instant. Shen Yi was taken aback. He had priced the potion at 1,000 crystal coins each, equating to $100 per bottle. At this rate, his profit margin was nearly 50%. He felt the price was fair, but the swift sale made him ponder whether he had undervalued it. Clearly, there were affluent buyers. Likely a single individual who acted quickly, $1,000 spent in a heartbeat. Impressive. Given this, he felt emboldened to proceed. Without further hesitation, seeing that his crafted beginner experience potions had vanished in seconds, he gathered all 11,000 crystal coins he had and purchased materials, subsequently commencing the production of more potions right then and there. After crafting each batch of 10 bottles, he promptly listed them in the trading channel, not excessively inflating the price. Shen Yi deemed a 50% profit acceptable. Charging more might paint him as greedy, risking retribution. Evidently, virtue was rewarded. Every time he listed his wares, they were snatched up within seconds. Is this the taste of profit? I've amassed over 1,000,000 crystal coins already. How astonishing. Soon enough, Shen Yi found himself in a state of disbelief, as his inventory burgeoned to over 130,000 crystal coins. He had started with a capital of 100,000, and in less than an hour, he had earned over 1,000,000 crystal coins. Let us cash in on this bounty. Shen Yi wasted no time, directly accessing the financial exchange system and converting 100,000 crystal coins into real currency. Moments later, a notification of $100,000 credited to his bank account appeared. In under an hour, he had secured a profit of $10,000. The speed of this financial windfall was exhilarating. Shen Yi reveled in his success, but had no time to bask in self-congratulation. He was eager to continue. This exhilarating experience was utterly addictive. In the Novice Village's chat channel, wow, have you guys seen? Someone's selling a beginner experience potion that boosts leveling experience by 15 in just 1 hour. What an incredible potion. Yes, I saw it too. Is there anyone in our Novice Village who managed to snag some? I tried to get one, but they were gone in an instant. Absolutely insane. $100 for a bottle of in-game potion, and there are so many people vying for it. It's madness. Check the forums. There are numerous posts asking who is selling this potion. Some large guilds are even offering bounties to acquire them all. Could this guy be a hidden class? How else could he craft such a potion? Shen Yi's venture into selling beginner experience potions soon captured the attention of many. The emergence of such a remarkable potion caused quite a stir within the game. As he continued to produce potions, he observed the chatter in the Novice Village's channel with a smile. This was entirely anticipated. He had foreseen that his potion would create quite a buzz. Fortunately, he had wisely chosen to conceal his identity, or else his true self might have been revealed. Chapter 26. The Marvelous Device, Recovery Pod. Haha, 500,000. I've never seen so much money in my life. Hours passed, and Shen Yi's grin only widened. At this moment, his bank account had swelled with a full 500,000 in deposits, all accrued from his recent game currency exchanges. Shen Yi's potion business was thriving, and he imagined countless players were watching his every move in the trading channel, ready to purchase the moment he listed more items. This allowed him to reap significant rewards. filling him with immense satisfaction. System notification. Players, please be advised that someone is attempting to awaken you through certain virtual devices. Just as Shen Yi was reveling in his potion profits, a warning popped up from the system. He paused, reading the notification and glancing at the real-world time. Swiftly realizing the situation. Wow, it's 7 in the morning? The entire night has flown by. At that moment, it was indeed 7 o'clock in the morning. The only ones capable of rousing him were his 5 sisters. Shen Yi could easily deduce that one of them had entered his room. Noticing that he was still wearing the device, and was now attempting to wake him. It's time to log off and communicate with them. Without hesitation, he chose to exit the game. What is going on? What do you want? The moment he opened his eyes after logging off, he was nearly overwhelmed. Upon waking, he was met with the sight of 5 heads lined up in front of him, all intently staring. His eldest sister Shen Yu, second sister Shen Qian, third sister Shen Yu, fourth sister Shen Ling, and the youngest sister Shen Yin were all present. Little brother, you actually played games all night. Tell me, did you stay up all night? Shen Yin pinched Shen Yi's ear in a playful, yet stern manner. Indeed, little brother. Didn't we agree that you would log off with us? Instead, you've pulled an all-nighter. The third sister glared at him. Little brother. This isn't good for you. Staying up late is harmful to your health, and you deceived us. The eldest sister expressed her discontent. Brother, I want to help you this time. The second sister stated seriously. The fourth sister remained silent, merely nodding, clearly indicating her agreement that Shen Yi was at fault. Please. Sisters, I was wrong. I am truly sorry. I want to do this again. Next time, I'll take you all along for an all-nighter. Shen Yi immediately pleaded for forgiveness. What? They exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide in disbelief at his shamelessness. Not only had he stayed up all night, but he also intended to drag them into it. It instantly made them feel he was lost, caught in a frivolous pursuit. Wait, sisters, let me explain. Seeing the 5 of them poised to reprimand him, Shen Yi quickly raised his hand, signaling for a chance to defend himself. Let us hear what you have to say. The third sister said, hands on her hips, adopting a judge-esque demeanor. Sisters, didn't you all feel utterly refreshed after logging off yesterday? Not a shred of fatigue. As if you had slept soundly and even indulged in a spa? Shen Yi raised his gaze, addressing his 5 sisters. At his words, the 5 sisters paused, exchanging glances, and involuntarily nodded in agreement. Actually, that's true. After logging off, I thought I'd hurry to bed since I had an interview. But I couldn't fall asleep at all. The more I tried, the more awake I felt. I even suspected that my nerves were causing my insomnia. I stayed up until morning without sleeping and still feel energetic. Yes, I felt the same. I had no drowsiness whatsoever. I closed my eyes all night. But I didn't actually sleep. Me too. It turns out that you all are in the same boat. I actually wasn't asleep. I spent the entire night binge-watching a drama series. The 5 ladies felt somewhat awkward, acknowledging that they, too, had essentially pulled an all-nighter, as they hadn't truly slept after logging off and were quite alert. Hey, little brother, do you know what's going on? Upon realizing that everyone was in the same situation, they turned to Shen Yi, evidently curious about the reason behind it. Of course I know. Shen Yi replied with a grin. It's quite simple, really. This virtual gaming device not only allows you to immerse yourselves in the game, but also nurtures your brains while you play, alleviating mental fatigue and relaxing your muscles. Among various other therapeutic effects, when you're engaged in the game, your body is actually in a highly relaxed state, even more so than during actual sleep. Therefore, when you emerge from the game, your body has already restored itself to an optimal state. It's no wonder you feel so energized. Shen Yi chuckled as he explained. In essence, while you were playing, your bodies were already receiving rest. What? The ladies looked astonished at Shen Yi's words, glancing at the gaming equipment. Is this thing really that advanced? Little brother, you're not pulling our legs, are you? How could something like this exist, capable of gaming and serving as a relaxation pod? They expressed their skepticism, questioning how such a high-tech device could possibly be free. Of course it's true. Haven't you already experienced it for yourselves? The reason I didn't tell you outright yesterday was that I feared you wouldn't believe me. I wanted you to experience it yourself first. To see that I was not speaking falsely. Isn't it evident now? You stayed awake all night, and yet feel more invigorated than after a full night's sleep. Shen Yi remarked, looking at them. This possibility is certainly plausible. Even after the world merged, no one knew the true nature of this game or who had originally distributed the gaming devices. Clearly, in his past life, Shen Yi was unable to unravel these mysteries. Whether he could do so in this lifetime remains to be seen. At this revelation, the ladies exchanged glances, finding Shen Yi's claims a bit far-fetched, but the evidence was undeniable. So, while it appears that I've been awake all night, in reality, I've rested even more than you. Chapter 27, 500,000. Little brother, have you sold yourself? The ladies shared incredulous looks, half amused and half annoyed by Shen Yi's remarks. Yet, it was clear to them that he was likely telling the truth. Those who have pulled an all-nighter know that a person typically looks haggard and weary, their complexion dull. However, Shen Yi appeared radiant, brimming with energy, even his skin looking remarkably healthy, far from the appearance of someone who had stayed up all night. It was evident that Shen Yi's assertions were probably accurate, Who would have thought that playing a game could have a beautifying effect? If that's the case, giggling. Little brother, I'll have to join you for more gaming sessions in the future. Previously, I was worried that if I started working, I wouldn't have time to play games with you. But now, if gaming equates to sleeping, I can spend more time with you. The ladies exchanged banter, evidently accepting Shen Yi's explanation, finding it rather delightful despite its incredibility. All right, since we're all in agreement, let us head out for breakfast. It's already prepared. And you, the third sister, have an interview to attend. Don't be late. With the misunderstanding cleared up, the eldest sister beckoned everyone to the dining area. However, just as Shen Yi's sisters were about to leave, he called out to them loudly. What is it, little brother? Is there something else? Shen Yu looked at him, puzzled by his sudden outburst. The others followed suit, equally confused about what Shen Yi was up to. Sisters, allow me to show you something. Shen Yi said with a mysterious smile. He swiftly grabbed his phone from the bedside, manipulated it for a moment, and then turned the screen toward the ladies. Sister, take a look at my bank balance. He exclaimed cheerfully. 50,000. They exclaimed in unison, their disbelief palpable. Little brother, how do you possess 50,000 in savings? Did you rob a bank? Or have you sold yourself to a rich lady? Don't do that. I'll support you. They gasped, incredulously questioning how he had amassed such wealth. Indeed, how is this possible? They continued, their brows furrowed with concern. You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Don't act recklessly. Shen Yi's claims were met with intense skepticism. None of them wished to believe that he was speaking the truth. They thought it impossible to earn such a sum from gaming. Sure, some players might make money through in-game activities, but not at such a rapid pace. They had only just logged off, and he had already earned 50,000? I'll explain the details slowly. Come on, let us head to the dining room and discuss it over breakfast. Shen Yi was not inclined to keep anything hidden. He gestured for them to follow him to the breakfast table. Though the ladies were filled with confusion and doubt, they chose not to press the matter further. Following him out, the only unique hidden profession? Did he steal a potion formula? Is he now a drug dealer? Clearly, at the dining table. While Shen Yi enjoyed his meal, his sisters were too preoccupied to eat. Ignoring their skepticism, he recounted every detail of the events that had transpired after they logged off. Sharing everything openly with them, Shen Yi had nothing to hide. There was no reason to keep secrets from his closest companions. Aside from the matter of his rebirth, which he deemed his own secret, he was willing to share anything with his sisters. Yes, the unique hidden profession is the game's most powerful class, one that cannot be replicated. There is only one such profession in the entire game, and I have transitioned into it. In fact, sisters, you all possess unique hidden professions as well. The eldest sister's Elemental Queen, the second sister's Six-Winged Angel, the third sister's Holy Dragon Knight, and even the Mind Archer of the World and the fifth sister's Phoenix Priestess are all unique hidden professions. You are the only ones in the game who possess such roles. I was originally just an ordinary professional, but by a twist of fate, I became the sole possessor of a unique hidden class. This revelation came to me yesterday after you all logged off, through a person who bestowed upon me a class transfer scroll. Shen Yi embellished the story, attempting to enlighten his 5 sisters about what a unique hidden class entails, subsequently revealing to them the fact of their own unique hidden classes. However, Shen Yi told a slight fib, attributing the source of this information to an NPC. Now that my class is a thief, I inadvertently pilfered a recipe, which allowed me to earn a considerable sum of money. Such is the nature of the situation. If you do not believe me, you may peruse the game forums, where you will undoubtedly find numerous discussions about this beginner's experience potion, proving that your younger brother has neither engaged in murder, arson, nor robbery, nor any other unsavory activities. Shen Yi chuckled. Upon hearing Shen Yi's words, the fifth sister, Shen Yan, hurried into her room and quickly emerged clutching her notebook. Indeed, my dear brother has not lied. Upon opening the forum, it became evident that discussions regarding the beginner's experience potion were indeed rampant, validating that Shen Yi spoke the truth. The realization that we are all unique hidden classes felt surreal and fantastical. Chapter 28, Family Meeting, Full-Time Online. Sisters, our opportunity has arrived. The facts lay bare before us. Through this game, we can earn money. Consider this sum of 500,000. I earned it in just a few hours overnight. Imagine, 500,000. How long would we have to toil at a job to amass such wealth? Therefore, working a traditional job is not a viable option. It would be exceedingly difficult to lead a good life solely through labor. Sisters, we possess such remarkable resources and 6 divine classes. To take up a job now would be an affront to fate itself. I propose that we all become full-time players of Cataclysm Eve, leveraging this game to achieve financial freedom. The evidence has already demonstrated that this game can indeed generate income. So, dear sisters, you need not return to work. I can support you all. Shen Yi gazed at his sisters, resolutely setting the tone for the discussion, which was to persuade them to join him as full-time players. To be honest, with the knowledge that the game would merge with reality in 5 years, fundamentally transforming the world, he had no desire to squander a moment on the mundane struggles of real life. For no matter how hard one works or how high one rises, when the game descends, all those achievements would be rendered meaningless. Thus, it is far more prudent to focus on enhancing one's abilities within the game. At present, all Shen Yi endeavored to accomplish was to convince his 5 sisters to become full-time players of Cataclysm Eve, dedicating all their energies to the game. In his past life, they had never engaged with this game, resulting in a catastrophic downfall despite their immense talent. Now, with his rebirth, Shen Yi was determined to alter their fates from the very starting line. Possessing the means to support a household was crucial in assuaging their concerns about committing full-time. Alright, dear brother, I, your 5th sister, was just pondering how difficult it was to find a job. Since that is the case, I shall rely on you for support and agree to play the game full-time. The 5th sister, Shen Yin, was the first to leap forward without hesitation, clearly in favor of the idea. Evidently, when faced with the choice between working and gaming, Shen Yin unreservedly chose gaming. Isn't this a bit reckless? Relying on a game for income may work in the short term, but what about the future? The eldest sister, Shen Yu, furrowed her brow, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. It was clear that she harbored reservations, while she did not dispute Shen Yi's claims of current profitability. She was uncertain about the long-term sustainability of relying on a game. Dear sister, I believe our younger brother has a point. The game's current popularity and its remarkable nature suggest that its influence will only grow. Just look at how he earned hundreds of thousands in mere hours. This is only the beginning, and he is bound to earn even more in the future. Rather than fretting about what lies ahead, we should seize this opportunity. I support our younger brother. I think we can go full-time. The 3rd sister, Shen Yu, stepped forward, expressing her agreement with Shen Yi's perspective. Well, I will defer to everyone's opinions, the 2nd sister said softly, lacking a strong opinion of her own. Shen Yi's gaze shifted to the 4th sister, who was typically quiet, embodying the archetype of an ice queen. Upon noticing Shen Yi's attention, Shen Ling offered a slight smile, succinctly affirming her stance. Eldest sister, look, everyone is in agreement. I understand your concerns, but we are still young. You all just graduated, and I am still studying. There is no need to be overly cautious. Youth is our capital for exploration. If it doesn't work out, we have the option to pivot. If we succeed, perhaps just a few years will suffice for us to achieve financial freedom. What do you think, eldest sister? Shen Yi directed his gaze toward Shen Yu, who was the last to make a decision. Alright, since you all wish to give it a try, let us do so. If it doesn't work out, we can heed our younger brother's advice and stop in time. We are still young. Shen Yu did not linger on her decision for too long. After a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced. Wonderful, no more job interviews. Upon hearing the eldest sister's agreement, the 3rd sister, Shen Yu, erupted with excitement. Originally, she was set to attend an interview today, but with the family meeting having sanctioned full-time gaming, she no longer needed to go. This is splendid. From now on, our family can be together every day. The 5th sister chimed in with joy, and the 4th sister, though silent, wore a smile that indicated her happiness. Indeed, from now on, I shall prepare delicious meals for you all each day, the 2nd sister added, thrilled at the prospect of living together as a family. Little brother, why did you transfer all the money to me? As everyone reveled in their happiness, Shen Yu's phone alerted her to an additional 500,000 in her account. She immediately turned her gaze to Shen Yi, clearly aware that it was his doing. Eldest sister, you are the head of the family. All our living expenses fall upon you. Consider this money as my contribution to the household. Shen Yi responded with a smile, confident that 500,000 would comfortably sustain them for a year without the need for work. For Shen Yi, this sum was merely a drop in the bucket. He could easily earn it back by grinding for a few hours and could even accumulate millions within no time. In fact, he currently possessed over 1 million in crystal coins that he had yet to cash in. Little brother, you are truly wonderful. From now on, I won't make you wash my stockings anymore. The 3rd sister, Shen Yu, leaned against Shen Yi, cradling his face in her hands, nearly leaning in for a kiss. Let us buy you an LV bag, Shen Yi teased, grinning as he continued to indulge in the playful banter. Of course, my dear sister. As long as you promise not to make me wash your stockings, I'll buy you an Hermes. Once I log back into grind for potions, the money will come pouring in. Shen Yi, with his cheeks cupped, playfully pouted. Really? Having a brother like you is fantastic. Just don't favor anyone too much. Your 5th sister has been longing for a Porsche 911 for ages. Buy me one. I might as well give my life to you, 5th sister. I still have 2 kidneys. I might as well give them both to you, and see if you can exchange them for 2 wheels for the 911. Chapter 29. Back online. Charging towards level 10 after deciding that the entire family would immerse themselves in the online game. Everyone finished breakfast and tidied up the tableware before once again opting to log in. As Shen Yi logged into the game, Shen Yu promptly sent him a message. Noticing this, Shen Yi immediately sent a party invitation and gathered all 5 of his sisters into the team. Brother, what shall we do next? Shen Yu inquired in the team channel. Level up to level 10. We are currently in the absolute top tier. So let us reach level 10 before leaving the Novice Village. Only after exiting the Novice Village does this game truly begin, Shen Yi replied. Sisters, wait for me at the entrance of the Novice Village. I'll be there shortly. After instructing his sisters, Shen Yi hurried to the NPC to purchase a large quantity of materials for crafting basic experience potions. Leveling up and potion crafting. Both must be accomplished. Oh, brother. You look different. As Shen Yi arrived at the rendezvous point, his sisters exclaimed in unison upon seeing his appearance. After transitioning to the Darkline Thief class, Shen Yi's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. At this moment, he sported long silver hair, stood tall in a black form-fitting outfit, exuding an aura akin to a hunter in the shadows, especially with his piercing eyes that radiated an undeniable coolness. Hey, that's just because I have a good foundation. Shen Yi chuckled. Stinky brother, show me what that experience potion looks like. Shen Yin asked eagerly, her curiosity piqued by the lucrative potion. Without hesitation, Shen Yi produced several vials of the potion and handed them to his 5 sisters. Eldest sisters, distribute these among yourselves. You can use them when leveling up. This is the basic experience potion. Wow, incredible. It grants a 15 experience boost. That's indeed a significant increase, adding an extra 15 experience points. The excitement among them heightened as they realized the truth of Shen Yi's words. Let us level up then. What are we waiting for? We need to reach level 10. The sisters exclaimed, now bubbling with enthusiasm after receiving the potions. Let us go. We can't engage in dungeons just yet. The respawn times are different. The Novice dungeon has a 24-hour cooldown, and since we already cleared it, we can't access it again until then. We'll have to head to the leveling area instead. The experience gained from dungeons far exceeds that from leveling areas. Originally, dungeons were the fastest way to reach level 10. However, since they had already completed a dungeon the previous day, it was still on cooldown, requiring a full 24 hours before they could attempt it again. By the time that elapsed, Shen Yi and his sisters would likely have already left the Novice village. So they decisively chose to head to the leveling area. There are so many players now. They noticed an influx of players in the high-level leveling zones. It seemed that during the night, many had advanced in levels. As they traversed the various leveling areas, it was evident that unlike when everyone initially camped at the village entrance battling low-level monsters, now, half a day after the server launch, players' levels had gradually increased, leading to a surge of higher-level players. Shen Yi and his sisters, now at level 0, could no longer engage with monsters below level 10. So they returned to the Goblin leveling area, which housed the highest-level creatures in the entire Novice village. Sisters, go ahead and fight the monsters. Follow the same strategy as yesterday, and don't forget to drink the basic experience potions. Shen Yi declared as he plopped down at the side. Stinky brother, aren't you already in a new class? Why are you slacking off? Shen Yin huffed, noticing Shen Yi's lack of inclination to participate in the battles. Shen Yi looked up at Shen Yin with a playful grin, showing no sign of shame. 5th sister, do you still want that 911? I'm not slacking. I'm planning to craft potions. Or should I stop crafting and join the monster fights? I almost forgot. For my dear brother, don't worry. Just sit back and craft potions slowly. Fighting monsters is a trivial task. We sisters will handle it. You mustn't involve yourself. Upon realizing Shen Yi's intentions to earn money, Shen Yin's demeanor shifted. Go on. Shen Yi waved his hand, encouraging them to engage in combat while he leisurely crafted potions, reaping experience without effort. In truth, whether or not Shen Yi participated in the battles, the efficiency remained unchanged. The 5 sisters had already reached level 9, and their strength was no longer that of level 0. For instance, Shen Yu, the Elemental Empress, initially needed 2 skills to defeat a single monster. Now, she could effortlessly dispatch one with just a fireball, clearly indicating that their attributes had increased significantly, allowing them to dominate level 10 goblins. However, this also meant that they would no longer receive experience bonuses for defeating higher-level monsters. Fortunately, with the help of the experience potions, they still saw a satisfactory growth in their experience bars. How much have you earned, little brother? After 2 hours had swiftly passed, Shen Yi's experience bar reached 62 at level 9. In just over an hour, they should successfully level up to 10. During a brief respite, Shen Yin skipped over to Shen Yi and asked, I've earned nearly 500,000. It feels amazing. Shen Yi replied, indeed. I've made around 500,000 during the past 2 hours, continuously crafting potions and selling them directly in the trading channel, all while managing the monster battles. The profits were evidently substantial. In just over 2 hours, Shen Yi had netted a remarkable 500,000. Wow, is it really that profitable? No way. Could it be that I'll actually realize my dream of a 911? Shen Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's too small of a dream. What do you mean, a 911? It hardly compares to my 5th sister. You should be dreaming of when I can get you a Koenigsegg. Shen Yi chuckled at Shen Yin. With the speed at which he was earning money, Shen Yi felt that becoming a billionaire was merely a matter of time. Roar. But I'm not that greedy. All I want is a 911. Shen Yin laughed. Just then, a familiar announcement echoed through the region. The activation message for the Goblin Chief, Fairmont, resounded once again. Chapter 30, Level 10, New Skills. 1,000 slaughters, triggering the Goblin Chief again. Compared to the first encounter, the Goblin Chief now seemed trivial before Shen Yi and his sisters. Shen Yi couldn't even be bothered to direct them. He let his 5 sisters unleash their skills in a torrent of attacks, successfully defeating the Goblin Chief, a bronze boss. With the boss's demise, a radiant glow enveloped Shen Yi and his sisters as they all successfully leveled up to 10. System notification: player has successfully advanced to level 10. Please proceed to the village chief of the Novice village to trigger the departure quest, allowing you to leave the Novice village and head to the major cities. For detailed information about the major cities, please consult the Novice village chief. System notification: player has successfully leveled up to 10 and has learned the class skill, Darkline Bloodletting. System notification: player has successfully leveled up to 10, triggering the Heart of the Thief, granting the second tier of blessings. With their ascension to level 10, Shen Yi and his companions were now eligible to leave the Novice village. Simultaneously, Shen Yi comprehended a professional skill. Players automatically acquire their vocational skills upon reaching every 10th level, with the number of skills varying according to the profession. Uniquely, Shen Yi not only triggered his vocational skill, but also awakened his thief's heart at that moment, thereby unlocking the second tier of blessing. Dark Blood Slaughter. Active skill utilizing Dark Blood Slaughter inflicts 100 physical damage and 55 magical damage upon the target, triggering a guaranteed critical hit, while also siphoning back the total damage dealt as health. For the subsequent 15 seconds, the user enters a bloodlust state, where attacks regenerate 30 of the damage dealt as health. Cooldown: 70 seconds, MP cost: 60. Thief's Blessing 2. Passive skill: the second blessing from the Thief's Heart allows the user to regenerate 5 maximum health per second while in a stealth state. Gasp. Upon opening his interface and witnessing the newly acquired skills, Shen Yi could not help but inhale sharply. It was evident that this skill was both formidable and extraordinary. Now, Shen Yi was certain that the Dark Thief profession indeed excelled in both magical and physical prowess, having just obtained another active skill that boasted dual damage effects. The Dark Blood Slaughter skill, in Shen Yi's eyes, was utterly terrifying, a high-output skill complemented by sustained recovery capabilities. The skill's description was straightforward: a guaranteed critical hit, meaning any damage dealt with this skill would inherently be a critical strike. Furthermore, it allowed for health absorption, converting 100 of the damage inflicted into health regained. To put it simply, if Shen Yi dealt 1,000 points of damage to a target, he would recover 1,000 points of health. Moreover, in the following 15 seconds, Shen Yi would gain a 30 lifesteal effect, meaning that for every 100 points of damage dealt, he would regain 30 points of health. If this skill were employed while in a critical state, it would be nothing short of miraculous, potentially restoring him to full health. One could only imagine the sheer strength of the Dark Thief profession. Additionally, the second blessing from the Thief's Heart was equally impressive, enabling Shen Yi to regenerate health while in stealth. This skill significantly enhanced his survivability. Imagine engaging in a duel, nearly at death's door, only to vanish and patiently await recovery. By the time he reemerged, he would be at full health. His opponent would surely be filled with despair. No wonder the individual who transitioned into a Dark Thief in his past life became the champion of one-on-one combat. It was apparent that this profession possessed truly outrageous dueling capabilities. Shen Yi mused internally, as he vividly recalled that individual's undefeated streak of over 100 victories in the arena, an unbroken record. Now, as Shen Yi beheld these skills, he could not help but marvel at how the synergy between the Dark Thief and the Thief's Heart was simply unfathomable, rendering it nearly impossible not to be formidable. Wow. Sister, what an impressive skill you have. Just as Shen Yi was absorbed in examining his skills and reflecting on the overwhelming nature of his profession and the Thief's Heart, his sisters erupted in excitement around him. He looked up to see his eldest sister, Shen Yu, casting a spell, unleashing a massive area of effect magic that rained down meteoric fire upon a horde of goblins, inflicting widespread damage. I just leveled up to 10 and instantly gained 10 new skills, Shen Yu exclaimed while casting her magic. 10. That's outrageous. I only acquired 2 skills. Shen Yin gasped in astonishment. I only have one that grants you a blessing state, which allows for continuous health regeneration, Shen Qian said with a hint of frustration, still processing the revelation of Shen Yu's 10 skills. I have 2. One is mine, and the other belongs to my Holy Light Dragon, which has also acquired a skill. Shen Yu chimed in excitedly, patting her baby Holy Light Dragon. Before anyone could respond, the baby dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a breath of holy light, a skill that also dealt area damage. This meant the little dragon could now assist in combat as well. Swoosh. Fourth Sister Shen Ling remained silent, but drew her bow, unleashing a skill toward the distant goblins. In the next instant, a rain of arrows descended upon them, indicating that Shen Ling had also learned an area damage skill. Let me show you the skill I've acquired. Fifth Sister Shen Yin said, radiating a faint red glow, which promptly enveloped Shen Yi. Hey, I have a new buff that increases all attributes by 10. Is this the new skill you learned, Fifth Sister? That's impressive, Shen Yi remarked. Of course. But wait, there's more. This skill is even more incredible, little brother. Watch closely. Shen Yin began casting again, this time targeting only Shen Yi. As she released the skill, a phantom fire phoenix soared into the sky and then descended upon him. Shen Yi glanced down to discover he had gained a state of nirvana, allowing him to resurrect with full health upon death. Chapter 31. The School Bell, Nangong Mu Li. Future Sword Immortal, alright, let us move. Now that we're level 10, it's time to leave the Novice Village. The real world awaits. This Novice Village doesn't even count as a starting point, Shen Yi declared, casting a glance at his companions, eager to venture into the main city beyond the village. The game was only just beginning. Leaving the Novice Village was merely the first step in their journey. Yes, his sisters appeared equally eager, clearly impatient to embark on their adventure. They wasted no time and promptly prepared to leave the Novice Village. What are you doing? That's our boss you're trying to steal. How despicable of you. Just as Shen Yi and his group made their way back to the village, they suddenly noticed a gathering of players by the roadside. However, what captured Shen Yi's attention was not the players themselves, but rather a colossal rabbit among them. This giant rabbit, the size of an elephant, was not only walking on its own but also donned a pair of boxing gloves, its bright red eyes giving it an adorably comical appearance. Clearly, this rabbit was designed to resemble a boss, and indeed, it was a boss. The name of this boss was Punch Bunny Leader, a bronze-tier boss, evidently summoned after a series of consecutive kills. Beautiful lady, you're absolutely right. We are here to steal the boss. What is the problem with that? The game doesn't prohibit others from doing so. Besides, look at you. You can't even defeat this boss. You're talking nonsense. We had the boss under control. If it weren't for your sudden ambush on my teammates, they wouldn't have been killed by the boss. This was intentional. So what if it was? If you have the guts, come at me. How about this? Since you're so stunning, I'm in a good mood today. Let us team up to take down the boss together. Join my party, and I'll help you level up. What do you say? Bah, shameless. Who would want to team up with you? Despicable. While Shen Yi and his companions paused, they overheard the dialogue among the group. However, Shen Yi quickly grasped the situation. It was a classic case of a boss being contested. In the realm of gaming, competing for a boss is a commonplace occurrence, particularly with outdoor bosses, where skirmishes erupt daily over such disputes. Some conflicts merely involve small teams, while others escalate into large-scale guild wars. Shen Yi recalled a past life where a world boss's ownership had sparked a 5-day-long guild battle among several major guilds, resulting in a staggering death toll exceeding 100 million, with direct equipment losses amounting to hundreds of billions, an exaggeration, indeed. Thus, for Shen Yi, such events were merely routine. Casting a glance at the boxing rabbit boss, a mere level 6 bronze creature, Shen Yi had no interest in competing for it, and was just about to leave when his peripheral vision caught sight of the name of the female player on the opposing side, a name that left him momentarily stunned, Nangong Mu Li. It was actually her. Shen Yi was taken aback. Unlike other online games, players in the realm of Cataclysm could not choose their character names. Upon binding their identification, characters were automatically named after the names on their ID cards. The surprise stemmed from Shen Yi's familiarity with Nangong Mu Li. He had known her in both his past life and this one. Not only was she one of the campus beauties from his university, but she would later be hailed as the foremost female sword immortal in the game. What a twist of fate to encounter her here. Could it be that Nangong Mu Li also emerged from the Novice Village 31,257? Shen Yi couldn't help but marvel at the unexpectedness of it all. In his previous life, he had never had any interactions with this campus goddess. After all, she was a senior and a beauty, while he was merely a slightly attractive young man without any notable traits. Furthermore, Nangong Mu Li's in-game class was anything but ordinary. She initially started as a hidden class Sword Immortal and later triggered a quest that led to her transitioning into the unique hidden class of Yaoguang Sword Immortal, ultimately becoming one of the game's elite players. After the world's integration, Nangong Mu Li had become even more formidable, single-handedly defending a city and being hailed as its lord, a figure of immense prestige that Shen Yi could only look up to. It was indeed astonishing that this future Sword Immortal was now being bullied by a group of players in the Novice Village, having her boss stolen from her. Hey, little bro, what are you staring at? Got your eye on her? She is indeed quite beautiful. Just as Shen Yi was lost in thought, his third sister leaned in with a teasing tone, her gaze also directed at the distant Nangong Mu Li. Oh, dear little brother, didn't you just get dumped? Already eyeing a new target? Let me see what is going on. TSK, she is quite a catch. Good eye, little bro. His fifth sister chimed in, joining the banter while observing Nangong Mu Li. What's the matter, little brother? Do you know her? Unlike the playful remarks from his third and fifth sisters, his second and eldest sisters remained more composed, recognizing that Shen Yi was not the type to be easily swayed. Upon noticing him gazing at Nangong Mu Li, they inquired. Yes, she is my senior from school, the campus beauty. I am just surprised to see her playing this game and in the same Novice Village as us. Shen Yi replied, not denying, but explaining while pointing to Nangong Mu Li. Senior? Campus beauty? What are you waiting for, little brother? She seems to be in trouble. This is your chance to be a hero and save the fair maiden. Hurry up, his sisters encouraged, sensing the urgency of the situation. Indeed, little brother, go for it. We'll back you up, they exclaimed, rallying around him. Now that I understand, do you need help? It seems she is genuinely in distress. It's outrageous for a group of men to bully a girl. Even if we don't know her, shouldn't we lend a hand? Chapter 32. A Beauty in Distress. Shen Yi takes action upon learning that Nangong Mu Li was Shen Yi's senior and the campus beauty. His 5 sisters immediately sprang into action. They believed that the best way to forget a past relationship was to find a new one. Clearly, they felt Shen Yi had yet to recover from being dumped by Wang Mingxi. Thus, they considered this a golden opportunity that he should seize. Furthermore, as women themselves, they were understandably incensed at the sight of several players bullying a girl, prompting them to consider intervening. Nonetheless, Shen Yi reassured them, "You all stay here and watch. I'll handle this myself." He gestured to his sisters, indicating that they need not involve themselves. "Little brother, are you sure you can take on their entire team alone? Don't end up a hero who turns into a bear." His 5th sister expressed concern. "Should I accompany you?" His 3rd sister asked, sharing doubts about his capability. "What about I assist you as a healer?" His 2nd sister, Shen Qian, offered, ready to provide support. "You all underestimate me. Am I that unreliable? And when asking a man if he can do it, you should really be asking when he will do it." Shen Yi rolled his eyes, jesting. After all, he had a decade of experience and countless PK encounters under his belt. In his previous life, he had easily bested many hidden classes, and now, as a formidable dark thief, he was confident that he could dispatch a mere team of players with ease. "All right, little brother, just be careful. If things go south, we'll jump in to help," his eldest sister replied, not opposing his confidence. "Okay," Shen Yi declared, foregoing further discussion. He activated his dark stealth ability, entering a state of invisibility as he approached Nangong Mu Li's location. "Beautiful lady, don't underestimate us. We are from the Royal Guild, one of the top 10 guilds in the gaming world. Our guild leader is the illustrious Qin Shao. Joining us would be a privilege. With us, not only would your leveling be effortless, but you'd also gain access to top-tier equipment, easily becoming a high-level player. No one would dare to bully you again." The group of players contesting the boss continued to entice Nangong Mu Li with their words. "I have no interest in your royal guild or any other. Leave now. This boss belongs to our team." Nangong Mu Li retorted defiantly. "Hey, you ungrateful woman. If it weren't for your looks, do you think I'd waste my breath on you? You should be grateful for the attention." One of the players snapped back, his demeanor turning hostile. "Zhu Gu, stop wasting time with her. I can't hold the boss off much longer. Kill her, or it'll revert to her team," shouted the main tank from the opposing team just as the boxing rabbit boss bore down on him, its health dwindling to around 30%. According to the distribution ratio, this boss still belongs to Nangong Mu Li and her party. Therefore, they face 2 choices. Either Nangong Mu Li disbands her team and relinquishes her claim, or they must eliminate her to reset the ownership. This is precisely why the opposing team is eager for Nangong Mu Li to join them. Should she agree, they could disband their own team and claim the boss for themselves. However, it is evident that Nangong Mu Li has firmly declined their offer, inciting their ire. Moreover, their primary tank is struggling to withstand the boss's damage. "Listen here, you wench, I ask you one last time. Will you join our team or not?" The leader of the opposing team snarled at Nangong Mu Li, adopting a threatening demeanor. "Not a chance." Nangong Mu Li replied defiantly, her head held high, clearly resolved to resist. "Very well, then. You've chosen death. Eliminate her." The leader was thoroughly enraged and commanded the rest of his team. The others, although regretful over the loss of such a beautiful girl as Nangong Mu Li, recognized that defeating the boss took precedence, and they would have to act ruthlessly. "So, you choose to overwhelm us with numbers? The royal dogs deserve to perish." Yet, just as they prepared to strike down Nangong Mu Li, a sinister voice echoed from behind their leader. Before he could react, a blood-red dagger plunged deep into his back. Shadowblade. Shen Yi emerged from his stealth, appearing behind the leader. The latter had not even had the chance to identify Shen Yi before his health bar plummeted to 0. A critical strike. The Shadowblade ability, when executed from behind, granted an additional 30 damage. With Shen Yi at level 10 and his opponent merely at level 6, the overwhelming damage, coupled with his skill enhancement, made it a simple task to annihilate his foe. "Who are you? You killed our captain?" The remaining members of the team were momentarily stunned, astonished to see someone so formidable. "How dare you?" they exclaimed, shocked by the swift elimination of their leader. However, Shen Yi was disinterested in responding. At that moment, his Shadowblade ability triggered an effect that increased critical hit chances by 50 for 5 seconds. Without uttering a word, he turned his attention to another player nearby and unleashed a flurry of attacks, swift, decisive strikes that resulted in 3 critical hits. The opponents were left speechless, watching as Shen Yi dispatched their comrades effortlessly. "By heavens, what incredible speed!" they gasped. The remaining 3 players were taken aback, utterly unprepared for Shen Yi's prowess. Yet, they quickly regrouped and initiated their counterattack. One mage began chanting a spell, launching it towards Shen Yi. Unfazed, Shen Yi skillfully dodged the incoming magic at the perfect moment, swiftly closing the distance to the mage and delivering a rapid series of strikes that left the foe dead before they could react. However, in that brief moment, the other 2 players managed to strike Shen Yi, inflicting considerable damage and reducing his health by half. Chapter 33. A quintuple kill. Does your sister have a boyfriend? Oh. The rogue class is indeed frail. Observing his health diminish by half from just 2 hits, Shen Yi couldn't help but internally lament. The rogue is notoriously known for its explosive damage output and agility, yet its defenses are woefully inadequate. Even as the sole hidden class, it struggles to withstand such assaults. Fortunately, Shen Yi possessed not only explosive damage, but also remarkable sustainability. Without hesitation, he activated his newly acquired skill, bloodletting. His form flickered as his dagger swiftly severed the enemy's throat, dealing substantial damage and restoring his health to full. The bloodletting skill allows for life steal by eliminating his target. Shen Yi rejuvenated his health. Yu. At that moment, only 2 opponents remained. One was preoccupied with the boss, while the other gawked at Shen Yi as if he were a demon. Seeing their expression, Shen Yi revealed a bloodthirsty grin. In the next instant, his dagger rose, slashing at the opponent's neck with swift precision, depleting their health entirely. 5 kills in an instant. From Shen Yi's arrival to the conclusion of the battle, a mere minute had elapsed. This was not merely a matter of level superiority, but also a testament to the skill-based advantages conferred by his class. To describe the hidden class as divine was indeed to liken it to a godlike presence. Sisters, it's time to work. Help me take down that boss. After dispatching 5 enemies, Shen Yi called out in the team channel. All right, little brother. Impressive. Your class is extraordinary, like an assassin. How dashing. Your little brother is amazing. Single-handedly taking on 5 foes. So strong. Now, your senior is probably smitten with you. Enough teasing, let us tackle the boss. Shen Yi's 5 sisters had witnessed his prowess from afar, and even as novices, they were in awe of his exceptional PK skills. They playfully remarked on Shen Yi's display before turning their attention to the boss. Don't worry, the boss's ownership still belongs to you. My sisters are merely assisting in the cleanup. Shen Yi reassured Nangong Yuli, who had been watching in stunned silence, fearful of being misunderstood. Who are you? Nangong Yuli was genuinely surprised, her eyes wide as she regarded Shen Yi, having witnessed his miraculous intervention that swiftly vanquished those who threatened her. We're also leveling up. Just intervening where we see injustice, Shen Yi smiled, introducing himself. Senior, I've actually seen you before. You're the belle of the finance department at Jiangnan University. We're from the same school. I'm a sophomore, you're junior. Ah, you're also from Jiangnan University? Nangong Yuli's disbelief was palpable as her lovely eyes fixed on Shen Yi. Indeed, otherwise, why would I assist you? It's all because of your sister's reputation. Shen Yi replied with a gentle smile. What a coincidence. I never expected to meet a junior here. You're incredible. Taking down 5 opponents alone, they were like mere fodder before you. How did you achieve such high damage? Her curiosity piqued and her wariness diminished upon learning Shen Yi was her junior. Nangong Yuli eagerly inquired. It's merely a matter of level advantage, nothing more. Shen Yi understated, choosing to keep his full capabilities under wraps. Junior, it's done. Just as he spoke, Shen Yi's sisters had already defeated the boss. A level 10 foe now reduced to mere prey in their hands, with the level 6 adversaries being even less of a challenge. Oh my, how stunning. When Nangong Muli laid her eyes upon Shen Yi's 5 sisters approaching, she was momentarily taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at them in awe. The Shen family's genetic prowess may lack in certain areas, yet they undeniably excel in the realm of beauty. Shen Yi himself is handsome, and his 5 sisters are nothing short of breathtaking, each a paragon of beauty. Even someone as striking as Nangong Muli found herself marveling at the allure of the Shen sisters. Dear sister, you are not lacking either. One exclaimed. Indeed. You are quite charming, miss. Do you have a boyfriend? The 5 women of the Shen family beamed with delight at Nangong Muli's compliment, scrutinizing her with curious eyes, as if assessing this enchanting lady before them. Huh. Nangong Muli was momentarily flabbergasted, caught off guard by the sudden inquiry about her relationship status. What do you mean? If you don't have one, I can introduce you to this charming rascal. Though he may be a bit poor and a tad foolish, he is quite handsome. What do you think, sister? Would you consider him as a boyfriend? He's still single, you know? Shen Yu remarked with a mischievous grin, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. No. You must be joking. Nangong Muli's cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing their words, glancing between the 5 sisters and Shen Yi. Dear beauty, do not misunderstand. We are merely her sisters, biologically related. Shen Yan interjected, sensing Nangong Muli's confusion. She and Shen Yu, the playful duo, continued to tease the bewildered Nangong Muli, embodying a cheeky demeanor. Enough, enough, do not cause a ruckus. Shen Yi sighed, rolling his eyes at the antics of his sisters. He felt overwhelmed, as they were making him feel exasperated. His intentions for helping Nangong Muli were not driven by mere attraction, nor were they motivated by her status as a senior and a renowned beauty at school. What truly mattered to him was Nangong Muli's current profession and her future potential. After all, she was destined to become the foremost sword immortal, a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 34. Adding friends. The target of Alliance Shen Yi knew that although he and his 5 sisters possessed divine abilities, Whether in the game or in the forthcoming integrated world, solitary endeavors would lead to no fruitful outcome. When faced with countless monstrous assaults, the absence of a formidable team would render success impossible. Thus, from the very beginning of his rebirth, Shen Yi had never intended to solely cultivate his 5 sisters. His ambition was straightforward, to forge an unparalleled and formidable team, one that had never existed in his previous life. With such a team, whether in the game or the ensuing merged world, they would undoubtedly secure their interests and safety. Simply put, the adage unity is strength could never be disputed. Therefore, upon encountering Nangong Mu Li, Shen Yi's thoughts were not consumed by her captivating beauty, but rather by her formidable capabilities. This future Yao Guang sword immortal was, at present, merely a girl subjected to the whims of others. At this juncture, establishing a good rapport with her would serve as a prudent foundation for future alliances. This elucidated Shen Yi's reasons for offering his assistance. It was not an act of heroism, nor a pursuit of beauty. Sister, are they all? Nangong Mu Li's astonishment deepened as her gaze flitted to the 5 striking women of the Shen family, struggling to grasp the reality before her. Indeed, they are my sisters. Quintuplets. Shen Yi confirmed with a nod. I apologize for their jesting. They meant no harm. Wow, how fortunate you are. Quintuplets, you actually have 5 sisters? Nangong Mu Li exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy. As an only child, she had always yearned for siblings. Yet her parents had not blessed her with any brothers or sisters. Fortunate? Shen Yi responded, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, his expression slightly peculiar. Little brother, do you have a problem with that? Shen Yu interjected, her arm playfully wrapping around Shen Yi's neck, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him. Not at all. I am indeed very fortunate. He stammered, trying to appease her. Of course you are, Shen Yu retorted. Indeed, dear brother, you are oblivious to your own blessings. Just look at her, and you will realize how fortunate you truly are. Shen Yi found himself besieged by the relentless banter of the sisters, leaving him in a state of exasperation. Thank you, sisters. And thank you. You must be Shen Yi, right? I shall remember your name. When school begins, I will definitely treat you to a meal, Nangong Mu Li expressed, her gaze filled with admiration for the affectionate family dynamic before her. Aware that Shen Yi had indeed come to her aid. Do not mention it. We are all from the same school, and you are my senior. Assisting you is only natural, Shen Yi replied. Would you mind adding me as a friend? Since we are both playing the same game, we can assist each other with any queries in the future. Sure, I will add you as a friend, Nangong Mu Li agreed graciously, sending her electronic contact card to Shen Yi. Upon accepting, they mutually added each other as friends. Sisters, may I add you all as well? Nangong Mu Li shyly inquired, glancing at the 5 women of the Shen family. Of course, dear sister, you are so adorable and lovely. We would be delighted to add you. They readily agreed. Oh my, sisters, you are all level 10 already? How is that possible? And your professions? Oh my, they look so unique compared to others. Are you all hidden classes? Upon adding them as friends, Nangong Mu Li observed their profiles, her eyes widening in disbelief as she processed the information. Indeed, she had just discovered that Shen Yi and his sisters were all at level 10, and their profession titles were nothing short of extraordinary. Recalling the prowess they had exhibited earlier, it suddenly dawned on her, and she gasped in astonishment. Shu, keep your voice down, senior. Can you help us keep this a secret? Please do not disclose this to anyone. Shen Yi was not surprised by her reaction. However, he did not wish to draw too much attention to themselves. After all, fame could attract unwanted scrutiny, and he was not yet ready to invite such attention. All right, I will keep it a secret. But you are all incredibly impressive. How can it be that your entire family possesses unique hidden professions? I thought those were exceedingly rare. Nangong Mu Li queried, still grappling with her disbelief. Perhaps it is just luck. We do not know how it happened. We simply entered the game and found ourselves this way, Shen Yi replied, unable to provide a more in-depth explanation. In truth, even he, having been reborn, was baffled by why his sisters all possessed unique hidden professions. This luck is beyond extraordinary, murmured Nangong Mu Li. Senior, we must take our leave now, as we are about to exit the Novice village. Once you emerge from the Novice village, feel free to seek us out. Here, take this. It will help you exit the Novice village more swiftly. Shen Yi offered, trading a few sets of basic experience potions from his inventory to her. Oh my, these are basic experience potions. How do you have so many? They are nearly impossible to acquire in the trading channel. $100 per bottle? That's far too extravagant, exclaimed Nangong Mu Li, astonished to discover that Shen Yi had traded her the most sought-after experience potion of the moment. This item is currently being sold in the trading channel for $100 a bottle, and it's in such high demand that it's nearly impossible to acquire. Shen Yi had provided her with several units, leaving her both surprised and somewhat flattered. Don't worry, this is my product, and the cost is minimal. Just take it. Shen Yi smiled as he reassured her. What? You are the vendor of this potion? Nangong Mu Li could hardly contain her disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground as she gazed at Shen Yi in astonishment. She was taken aback by his revelation. Many were searching for someone selling the basic experience potion, and to find that this person had unexpectedly appeared before her eyes, and was even her junior, was beyond her expectations. Chapter 35, Provocation and Taunts. Indeed, Shen Yi did not deny it. Instead, he candidly acknowledged the truth. His intention was not to boast, but rather to demonstrate that sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Moreover, the greater the prowess he exhibited, the more indelibly it would be etched into her memory, thereby making it easier for him to win her over later. Wow, my junior is so impressive. Nangong Mu Li's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Shen Yi. It's nothing extraordinary, merely good fortune. So, senior, please accept it, and feel free to reach out if you need anything in the future. Shen Yi said with a smile as he completed the trait. Very well, then I shall graciously accept. Once the semester begins, I will certainly treat you to a meal. Nangong Mu Li, not one to be overly modest, accepted Shen Yi's gift without hesitation. Agreed. Shen Yi replied, bidding her farewell. Hey, little brother, you're quite the charmer. Are you actually smitten? Teased one of his older sisters. Sister doesn't mind if you pursue a girlfriend, but remember, one must not solely judge by looks. It's essential to understand a person's character before making a decision. You should observe more closely. That's right, little brother. Beautiful women are skilled at deception. Be cautious not to be blinded by their allure. Just look at how Wang Mengxi managed to dazzle you. Nangong Mu Li seems to possess even better qualities. You might find it challenging to pass her beauty test, another sister chimed in, mocking the way he had eagerly presented gifts. As Shen Yi made his way back to the novice village, his sisters continued to tease him, lecturing him to the point of embarrassment. Dear sisters, could you refrain from your baseless assumptions? My actions were prompted by other plans, not what you think. A woman would only hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword. Rest assured, neither Wang Mengxi nor Nangong Mu Li will affect me, Shen Yi stated, feeling exasperated by their wild imaginations. His eagerness was not fueled by affection for Nangong Mu Li. Rather, his primary goal was to cultivate a beneficial relationship for future alliances. Self-deception. Yet, none of his 5 sisters were convinced by Shen Yi's words. They all believed he was merely putting on a brave face. Shen Yi, disinterested in further argument, proceeded toward the novice village. In the novice village's regional channel, Zhu Hui exclaimed, Damn it, that rogue who ambushed me. Come out if you have the guts. What kind of skill is it to sneak attack? If you're brave enough, let us face off again. You dare to bully someone from the royal family? You must not value your life. Show yourself, and I will challenge you. At that moment, the captain of the team who had bullied Nangong Mu Li, Zhu Hui, was loudly expressing his grievances in the novice area channel. His words revealed his indignation over his untimely demise at Shen Yi's hands. What the hell? A big shot from the Royal Guild? Who dared to offend you? In this game, someone actually has the audacity to cross the Royal Guild? Players began to chatter in awe at the mention of the Royal Guild. Wow, the Royal Guild has indeed made its appearance in this game. One of the top 10 guilds in the online gaming world. It seems Qin Shao intends to showcase his prowess here. What is so impressive about the Royal Guild? Who stand at the forefront of combat, 1T bowed down to them. Just wait and see how Zhan Tianxia, will take you on. Oh, it seems there are quite a few prominent guild figures in the novice village. Are there any guilds willing to take in a little brother? Noticing Zhu Hui's claims of being affiliated with the Royal Guild, players in the novice village began to discuss excitedly. Brother, what is the Royal Guild? The people you just killed seem to be from that guild. Are they really that formidable? Shen Yu asked Shen Yi, having caught sight of the channel's chatter. They're decent enough. The Royal Guild is one of the top 10 gaming guilds in our country. In essence, it's just a group of bullies who spend their time online. They have quite a number of members, led by Qin Chuan, the notorious playboy often featured in gossip columns. Don't worry about them. We'll establish our own guild and easily outclass them. In his previous life, Shen Yi would have harbored a degree of apprehension toward the Royal Guild. However, in this moment, he viewed them with utter disdain. While they had indeed been powerful in the past, it mattered little now. Oh, I see. Still, it's wise to remain cautious. They seem quite underhanded. Watch out for their tricks, Shen Yu advised. Zhu Hui, the fool from Zhan Tianxia, I have no time to play with you right now. Our conflicts will be resolved naturally when our guilds meet. Rogue, if you're a real man, meet me at coordinates XXXXXX. I'll be waiting here. If you're too scared to show, you're a coward. Shen Yi, initially disinterested in engaging, found his demeanor darkening as Zhu Hui persisted in his taunts. Damn it. If I don't teach you a lesson, you might truly think I'm a sickly cat. Sister, you all return to the village. I'll go give this fool a lesson. Shen Yi's eyes gleamed as he urged his sisters to head back to the novice village. We should go with you. If they dare to provoke, they likely have an ambush waiting. His sisters expressed their concern. Don't worry, I know they are up to no good. It's better if I go alone. Bringing you all would expose too much. I can handle it by myself. All right then, brother, be careful. We'll wait for you back in the novice village. If things go awry, don't hesitate to call us for assistance. As Shen Yi resolutely prepared to depart, it was evident that Shen Yu and the others were powerless to dissuade him. Moreover, Shen Yi had just demonstrated his prowess by single-handedly taking on 5 opponents, which alleviated their concerns about his safety. Very well. Shen Yi nodded and swiftly made his way towards the coordinates indicated by the members of the royal family. Brother Zhu, do you think that guy will actually show up? Indeed, could he possibly be too afraid to come? After all, We've been so boisterous and even invoked the name of the royal guild. Surely he wouldn't back down now? Exactly. That fellow only managed to kill us because he ambushed us. Otherwise, we would have triumphed over him. Yet, I must admit, his strength is quite formidable and his damage output is impressive. Zhu Hui, along with the other members who had just suffered defeat at the hands of Shen Yi, had gathered in a secluded area. Naturally, they felt humiliated by their recent loss. A team of 5 had been effortlessly dispatched by Shen Yi, a disgrace they found difficult to bear. Furthermore, as members of the Royal Guild, they were accustomed to a domineering style of play in other games, and being bullied in this manner was intolerable. In a fit of indignation, they began to taunt Shen Yi in the regional chat, attempting to salvage some semblance of dignity. However, despite the pretense of a one-on-one duel, all 6 of them were present. On the surface, only Zhu Hui stood in the open, but the other 5 had already concealed themselves nearby, ready to ambush Shen Yi should he approach. Look who's here, the Royal Guild's fool. Do you really think shouting a few words will draw him out? Even a simpleton can see this is a trap. This is quite the excitement. Before even leaving the Novice village, a fight breaks out. Truly, the Royal Guild is unwilling to lose even a bit. Hey, does anyone know what is happening? Why is there a brawl in the Novice village? This is thrilling. Zhu Hui's provocations in the regional chat certainly attracted attention, and many curious onlookers began to converge on the coordinates he had revealed. As they observed Zhu Hui seemingly waiting for someone, the crowd began to chatter. Many revelers, relishing the chaos, added their own jibes. You coward, only brave enough to ambush. Are you truly backing down now? Is that all the courage you possess? If you're too afraid to show up, just apologize to me, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, just wait. I won't let this slide. Zhu Hui continued to shout in the regional chat, attempting to provoke Shen Yi into revealing himself. Unexpectedly, Shen Yi had already stealthily arrived at the scene. At that moment, Zhu Hui was in a state of invisibility, and thus, Shen Yi's approach went unnoticed. Seeing Zhu Hui's incessant taunts in the regional chat, Shen Yi merely uttered 2 words under his breath. A flicker of determination shone in his eyes as a subtle smile graced his lips, and he silently approached Zhu Hui. System notification. Player has successfully used Hand of the Shadow on target Zhu Hui, successfully stealing 11 minor healing potions, undetected. Glancing at the system message and the potions now in his inventory, Shen Yi smiled. He chose not to strike immediately. Instead, he intended to relieve Zhu Hui of all his belongings. At that moment, Zhu Hui was merely level 5, in the prelude to chaos. Any player who was killed, be it by monsters, other players, or through unfortunate accidents, would suffer a penalty of losing a level. Having just been slain by Shen Yi, Zhu Hui had fallen from level 6 to level 5. Meanwhile, Shen Yi, being at level 10, held a significant advantage over Zhu Hui, greatly increasing his chances of successfully stealing from him. With the added buff to his thievery, he effortlessly pilfered the 11 minor healing potions from Zhu Hui's inventory. As he awaited the cooldown of his thievery skill, once it elapsed, Shen Yi again employed Hand of the Shadow to swipe from Zhu Hui. System notification. Player has successfully used Hand of the Shadow on target Zhu Hui, successfully stealing a novice weapon, a staff, undetected. Once the cooldown was over, Shen Yi employed his thievery skill yet again, and this time, he managed to steal Zhu Hui's weapon. Remarkably, Zhu Hui remained oblivious to the fact that his staff had silently vanished from his back. Fool, Shen Yi thought, observing Zhu Hui's continued raucousness in the regional chat, entirely unaware of his own disarmed state. As the cooldown reset once more, Shen Yi utilized his thievery skill yet again. System notification. Player has successfully used Hand of the Shadow on target Zhu Hui, successfully stealing a novice robe, undetected. At this point, Shen Yi disregarded any semblance of restraint and directly stripped Zhu Hui of his novice robe. The moment the novice robe disappeared, the spectators surrounding them were left in stunned silence. Their eyes widened, and they exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous at Zhu Hui's predicament. What the hell, Brother Zhu? What are you doing? Why are you stripping? Are you running around naked? Yes, Brother Zhu, what is going on? Are you hot or something? Brother Zhu, I didn't expect your physique to be quite commendable. Brother Zhu, are you attempting to showcase your prowess to everyone around? At that moment, Zhu Hui's teammates began to hurl questions at him. What are you all talking about? Clueless as to why he was suddenly stripped, Zhu Hui wore a perplexed expression, utterly unaware that he had become the subject of ridicule. Brother, you're running around naked. Naked? What the hell? Where are my clothes? Zhu Hui exclaimed, initially taken aback before realizing that he was indeed bare before the crowd, suddenly conscious of their peculiar stares. Damn it, that thief. He stole my clothes. Everyone, be careful. In a moment of clarity, Zhu Hui quickly reached for his weapon, only to realize in horror that it was also missing. My staff. Where's my weapon? That damn thief stole it as well. Chapter 37. Unwilling to submit? At the village entrance, Zhu Hui was now fully aware that Shen Yi had not only stripped him of his novice robe, but had also outright stolen his weapon. As the realization dawned upon him that Shen Yi, the rogue, had stealthily approached him, he contemplated retaliating, only to discover he was utterly defenseless. Standing before the crowd with no weapon and a bewildered expression, he became an object of mockery. Idiot. A mocking voice suddenly rang in his ears as Shen Yi's figure appeared behind him. Before Zhu Hui could react, Shen Yi unleashed a backstab with Hand of the Shadow. Instantly, Zhu Hui's health plummeted to 0, and he collapsed to the ground, transformed into a spirit. Having dispatched his foe, Shen Yi effortlessly vanished into stealth once more. The entire sequence unfolded with such swiftness that it rendered the onlookers unable to comprehend what had transpired. Wow, that was fast. Who was that? He just eliminated Zhu Hui in an instant. What just happened? He died so quickly. Did anyone see who it was? Haha. This is hilarious. With such meager strength, how could he dare to boast? He was not only slain, but stripped of his gear in the process. Is the Royal Guild simply a joke? Impressive. That rogue is extraordinarily strong. Is such skill even possible? The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment, taken aback by Shen Yi's sudden appearance and his equally abrupt act of violence, leaving no trace behind. As they gazed upon the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, admiration for Shen Yi's prowess mingled with derision aimed at Zhu Hui. Damn it, that guy has killed me again. Zhu Hui fumed, his expression dark with rage. Boss, he has vanished again. After dispatching you, he fled, one of his teammates exclaimed in disbelief. This rogue is infuriatingly elusive. We can't even catch a glimpse of him to pursue. What do we do now? You've died again. His companions lamented, clearly at a loss. Initially intending to seek revenge on Shen Yi, they found themselves outwitted, suffering losses instead. Zhu Hui, once at level 6, had plummeted to level 4 after dying twice in quick succession. Damn it, what else can I do? I'll resurrect first. You all wait for me here, Zhu Hui grumbled, his face contorted with displeasure. Their priest lacked resurrection abilities, so he had no choice but to return as a spirit to the novice village, incurring a penalty that would drop him another level. That sneaky rogue. What kind of hero hides in the shadows? If you have the guts, stop lurking. Unyielding. Zhu Hui continued to voice his grievances in the area chat, clearly indignant. Isn't it foolish for a rogue not to be sneaky? Why would anyone engage in a direct confrontation? That would be more fitting for a warrior. Indeed, playing a rogue is about cunning. Who would dare face you head on? Another player chimed in. And you call yourself a member of the Royal Guild? With a fool like you, how could that guild ever rank among the top 10 in the country? Zhu Hui's thoughtless remarks elicited laughter and scorn from players who played rogues and those merely observing. It was well understood that the nature of rogue classes, like assassins, revolved around stealth and ambush, never engaging in direct combat. Any rogue foolish enough to confront an opponent openly would simply be deemed a fool. In truth, Shen Yi's tactic of striking swiftly and retreating was the quintessential approach for an assassin. What's it to you? Zhu Hui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realized he had lost his composure. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, he remained defiant, retorting to the crowd with unabated arrogance. Humph, Shen Yi sneered, cutting through the banter without further ado as he made his way toward the village entrance. Before long, a figure emerged from the novice village, and it was none other than Zhu Hui. Clearly, after his resurrection, he had rushed to the marketplace to procure a set of novice gear, having been left utterly bare. Just as Zhu Hui prepared to return, he suddenly halted, a dizzying symbol appearing above his head. Shen Yi had reappeared behind him, delivering a backstab that rendered Zhu Hui momentarily incapacitated, though this time the damage fell short of an instant kill. Nevertheless, the stun effect left Zhu Hui with no escape. Following up with a basic attack, Shen Yi swiftly dispatched him once more. Aya! A furious roar erupted from Zhu Hui, who had just revived at the novice village. Now reduced to level 3. Zhu Go, how did you die again? You've lost another level. His teammates exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Damn it. That idiot rogue ambushed me at the village entrance and killed me again. Zhu Hui cursed vehemently in the team chat, his expression a mask of frustration. Wait, he dared to lie in wait at the village entrance? What should we do? Maybe we should just let it go, Zhu Go. This guy seems to be a formidable rogue. There's no need to waste time with him in the novice village. We can seek vengeance later, one teammate suggested. Exactly. Zhu Go, you've dropped 3 levels. It's severely affecting our progress. The guild has tasks for us, and we need to reach level 10 within a specific time frame. Another chimed in. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Yi's ruthlessness had shocked them all, as they urged Zhu Hui to reconsider. Losing 3 levels, even in a novice village, was a significant setback, especially for members of a guild with time-sensitive missions. No way, I can't just let this go. If I do, where will my pride be? You all come back. He.S. definitely still lying in wait at the village entrance. Zhu Hui insisted, clearly adamant about seeking revenge, though his teammates were reluctant. They had no choice but to comply with their leader's orders. Damn it, if you have the guts, keep ambushing me at the village gate. Zhu Hui yelled in the area chat, challenging Shen Yi not to flee. Shen Yi let out a cold laugh, observing Zhu Hui's defiance, and was initially inclined to leave but halted his steps. Before long, Zhu Hui's teammates returned to the village, accompanied by a throng of onlookers who had evidently recognized the shift in dynamics. Shortly after, the 6-member team emerged from the novice village, Zhu Hui shielded among them, moving cautiously with heightened vigilance. As they exited the village, their eyes darted around, seemingly awaiting Shen Yi's arrival. Yet, Shen Yi, cloaked in invisibility, silently approached Zhu Hui from behind. Fool. With a mere whisper, Shen Yi's dagger once again found its mark at Zhu Hui's back, delivering a decisive blow that ended him without hesitation. Ah, he is here. Attack. Zhu Hui's teammates finally reacted, their attention snapping to the encircled Shen Yi, and they prepared to strike. Unfortunately, just as they made their move, Shen Yi vanished once more, slipping into stealth and eluding their grasp. Chapter 38. Submitting, settling the score? An eerie silence enveloped the scene, as Zhu Hui's team wore expressions of despair. They had not anticipated that Shen Yi could so brazenly eliminate Zhu Hui before slipping away unnoticed. Invisibility rendered them powerless, the moment Shen Yi became unseen. They lost their target entirely. Boss, he has escaped again. Boss, just let it go. You've dropped another level. That's 2 levels gone in one night. What a waste of effort. Yeah, Zhu Gu, it's not worth it. We simply can't catch him. His stealth is too overpowered. And his damage output is lethal. Zhu Hui's teammates urged, witnessing their leader's frustration as he once again found himself a spirit. Shen Yi's tactics were clear. He focused solely on Zhu Hui, having now killed him 3 times. If Zhu Hui resurrected again, he would drop to level 2. Zhu Hui, now thoroughly at a loss for words, realized he had met his match. He had entered the fray seeking vengeance, but found himself outclassed. Having not even laid a finger on Shen Yi yet, this defeat was hard to swallow, yet he felt utterly powerless. Ha ha ha, look at the royal guild member. Why the silence now? Realize the clown is you, huh? Killed 3 times in a row. You must be embarrassed. If your guild leader, Qin Xiao, finds out about this, would he not expel you from the guild? Exactly. Why so quiet? Keep it coming. This is too funny. Zhu Hui chose silence. Yet the area chat buzzed with taunts directed at him, igniting his anger further. Damn it. The game has just begun. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Stop provoking me. The rogue. I shall remember you well. Mark my words, you will not escape my vengeance. This time, I concede defeat, but rest assured, I shall reclaim my honor in due course. Zhu Hui ground his teeth in frustration, yet found himself powerless, having been reduced to a mere 2 levels. He dared not continue his bluster, settling instead for a few harsh words to indicate that he would let it slide, for now. Subsequently, Zhu Hui revived with a mere 2 levels remaining. Brother, how did it go? What did you do to him? At that moment, Shen Yu sent a message to Shen Yi. They had all witnessed the exchange in the regional channel. Initially, Zhu Hui had been boastful, but his tone had softened significantly, revealing his lack of confidence. Not much, I just killed him 3 times in a row, leaving him at 2 levels now, Shen Yi promptly replied. Haha, is that so? That surely taught him a lesson. When will you return? We are all waiting for you, Shen Yu inquired, recognizing that the repeated defeats had shattered Zhu Hui's resolve, providing him with a fitting reprimand. Wait a moment, it's not so simple to let this go. Offending me with mere words and thinking it ends there? Not a chance. I intend to bring him back down to level 0. Sister, let us have you all take up crafting professions. After leaving the novice village, these skills will be vital. There are 6 of us. I have already chosen alchemist, so I will guide you in selecting your trades and completing the relevant tasks. Shen Yi was determined not to let Zhu Hui off the hook. Having been reborn, he refused to endure humiliation, and he would not rest until he had reduced Zhu Hui to level 0. Alright, what should we choose for our crafting professions? Shen Yu did not oppose Shen Yi's enthusiasm, as their focus remained on his return. Eldest sister, you should become a tailor. That way, you can craft armor and gather materials like leather from monster corpses. Second sister, you should take up cooking. It suits your interests and will serve you well in-game. Third sister, I suggest you become a blacksmith. You can forge weapons for us. Fourth sister, given your reserved nature, you might prefer being a farmer, as it allows for cultivation. Fifth sister, you can choose whatever you like. It seems you are not keen on my suggestions. Shen Yi outlined the crafting roles for his sisters. Okay, I understand. I will send you some crystal coins. You need them to take up your professions. Alright. Shen Yi promptly dispatched 100,000 crystal coins to his eldest sister, allocating 20,000 for each of them, sufficient for their needs. He then continued to wait for Zhu Hui, curious if he would dare to emerge again. Captain, are you going to come out? Perhaps we should wait. I fear he may still be lurking outside. At that moment, Shen Hui's team was deliberating. They could not see Shen Yi, and uncertainty loomed over whether Zhu Hui should make his appearance, unsure if Shen Yi was lying in wait. Yes, Captain. Why not send a conciliatory message in the regional channel? It might break the standoff, one suggested, urging Zhu Hui to soften his stance. Very well. Zhu Hui, feeling cornered, could only call out in the regional channel, that rogue, let us resolve our conflict outside the novice village. I will let it go today. But I hope you will refrain from attacking me again. This was a clear concession. Oh, where has that earlier bravado gone? Why this sudden timidity? Ha ha. Perhaps you've learned your place. The channel erupted in mockery, with others chiming in. We thought it was a fierce battle. But it turns out to be a father scolding his son. Seeing Zhu Hui's capitulation, Shen Yi remained silent, a cold smile gracing his lips. This acknowledgement of defeat came rather late. Before long, Zhu Hui emerged from the novice village, but as fate would have it, a familiar scene unfolded. A dagger plunged chillingly into his back, sending him back to the afterlife once more. Damn! The onlookers gaped as Zhu Hui transformed into yet another corpse, exchanging bewildered glances. They had not anticipated that the tables would turn once more in Shen Yi's favor. Curse it! Zhu Hui seethed, staring at his lifeless form, his rage boiling over. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Shen Yi spoke in the regional channel. All debts are settled. Without further elaboration, Shen Yi indicated that both parties would cease hostilities. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hui, who had been on the verge of cursing, swallowed his anger. Though he had been slain yet again, the prospect of Shen Yi halting his pursuit was enough for him to relent. Remember this, rogue, Shen Yi. I will exact my revenge, mark my words. Gritting his teeth, he returned to revive, numb to the pain of having been killed 4 times, now reduced to level 1. Zhu Hui felt tears of frustration brimming in his eyes. At long last, the nightmare seemed to be over. Chapter 39. A grudge must be settled. Back to level 0. Damn it, this guy? Even after I concede, he still kills me. Zhu Hui grumbled angrily to his team. Despite his fury, they had come to accept the harsh reality. Shen Yi was far too powerful for them to contend with. Now reduced to level 1, they could only accept their fate. However, the silver lining was that Shen Yi had at least agreed to spare them. With that thought, Zhu Hui approached the village entrance. He needed to regain the levels he had lost, having dropped 5 levels, an unbearable loss. Upon reaching the village entrance, Zhu Hui cautiously stepped out as if suffering from post-traumatic stress, glancing around nervously. After a while without incident, he exhaled deeply, convinced that Shen Yi would keep his word and would not pursue him further. Damn it, at least he has some integrity. Let us hurry and regain our levels. Zhu Hui commanded, gesturing for his team to follow. They complied and set off toward the leveling area. However, they had not traveled far when a piercing scream erupted from their priest. Ah, I'm dead. What? The team froze, rushing to see what had happened, only to find their priest had become a corpse, his soul detached from his body. It was that rogue Shen Yi. He killed me in an instant. The priest lamented, utterly despondent. What? He is attacking us again. Didn't we settle our scores? The group, now in disbelief, realized that Shen Yi had seemingly broken his word. Just as they were processing this shock, Shen Yi's figure appeared behind another team member, and with a swift motion, his dagger sliced through the man's throat, claiming yet another victim from Zhu Hui's team. This time, Shen Yi finally revealed himself, as his stealth cooldown had not yet reset. The sight of him, having dispatched 2 of their own, ignited a fiery rage within the remaining members. Damn it, you said we were done. Why are you still attacking? Zhu Hui roared, pointing accusingly at Shen Yi. Shen Yi claimed that the matter was settled, yet he launched an attack, leaving his opponents visibly distressed. I haven't laid a finger on you, he retorted. I said we are even. But I never mentioned anything about your remaining teammates. A scoff escaped Shen Yi's lips as he spoke. What? The crowd was taken aback by Shen Yi's words. Upon reflection, they realized his logic was sound. He merely stated that he was even with them, without specifying whom he was referring to. At present, Shen Yi was targeting his foe's allies, not Zhu Hui himself. You despicable scoundrel, are you toying with us? Zhu Hui exclaimed, his voice rising. Blame your own foolishness rather than others, Shen Yi coldly replied, disregarding Zhu Hui completely. While the onlookers were still reeling from shock, Shen Yi swiftly approached another individual and struck again, claiming another life. At this juncture, Shen Yi had already dispatched 3 adversaries, leaving only Zhu Hui and 2 remaining teammates. What the hell? The trio cursed under their breath as they watched Shen Yi advance toward them. They understood there was no retreat. They could only confront him. Unfortunately, Shen Yi's prowess was overwhelming. As a rogue, his agility was unmatched, effortlessly facing 3 opponents at once. Meanwhile, Zhu Hui, now reduced to level 1, posed no threat, and Shen Yi paid him no mind. In mere moments, Shen Yi dispatched Zhu Hui's remaining 2 companions with ease, leaving only Zhu Hui standing. Damn it, you coward. If you have the guts, kill me too. Zhu Hui shouted, his eyes reddened as he realized he was utterly alone. Fear faded away. After all, he was already at level 1 and could only afford to be slain back to level 0. I pride myself on my integrity. I promise to leave you be, and I shall. However, others may not be so merciful. What? Zhu Hui froze, still processing the situation when a group of players suddenly charged at him. The leader wielded a novice sword, unleashing a skill that sent a radiant beam toward him. These players were none other than Nangong Mu Li and her companions. Moments prior, Shen Yi had contacted Nangong Mu Li, urging her to come avenge her fallen comrade. Zhu Hui and his team had recently slain a boss that resulted in the demise of one of Nangong Mu Li's allies, thus establishing enmity between the 2 parties. Seizing this opportunity for revenge, they rushed in without hesitation. Zhu Hui never anticipated that his final level would be lost at the hands of Nangong Mu Li. Now, transformed into a spirit, he watched Shen Yi and Nangong Mu Li with a profound sense of numbness. Upon reviving, he would return to level 0, effectively wasting an entire day. You, so bold. You've crossed the line, and I will not forget this. You've made enemies of me and the royal family. Brace yourselves for their retribution. Zhu Hui erupted, his fury palpable. Humph, spare me your threats. You've been reduced to level 0. I suspect your guild's allowance for leaving the novice village is limited. Now that you're back to 0, good luck fulfilling your obligations. You might find yourself expelled. Shen Yi responded with a derisive smile. Although not a member of any guild, he was aware of their numerous regulations. A guild like the royal family would undoubtedly have stringent rules for its members. And Zhu Hui's predicament would likely lead to severe consequences. Zhu Hui's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Shen Yi's words. I tell you, as long as I remain in the novice village, you shall not progress. For every level you gain, I will be there to ensure your demise. Nangong Muli declared, sword in hand, her determination unwavering despite her femininity, understanding that Shen Yi was already at level 10 and on the verge of leaving the novice village. She resolved to take up the mantle and continue suppressing Zhu Hui, ensuring he could not level up until she exited the novice village herself. Zhu Hui was left speechless. He had never imagined that a beautiful girl like Nangong Muli could be so fierce. His face turned a sickly green. What are you going to do? I suggest you remain silent and hide in town until we leave the novice village. Otherwise, for every level you gain, I will hunt you down without fail. Nangong Muli glared at him. Zhu Hui's countenance darkened as he recognized the futility of his situation. He refrained from further argument and returned to town, his teammates following suit. With 5 of them at level 4 and 1 at level 0, their confidence had evaporated. Nangong Muli undeniably possessed the power to keep them at bay, leaving them no room for defiance. Are you not concerned about their revenge? Shen Yi inquired, casting a smile at Nangong Muli. What is there to fear? It is merely a game. I shall never bow to tyranny, she replied with a smile. Shen Yi chuckled at her response, appreciating her spirit. Truly, she embodied the essence of the first sword immortal. He had not misjudged her and resolved to recruit her in the future. After exchanging a few more words with Nangong Muli and her companions, Shen Yi returned to the novice village. This time, he had established his reputation by sending his opponents back to level 0. It was clear that Zhu Hui would face difficulties ahead. As Shen Yi had mentioned, even though they belonged to the royal family, their actions would surely lead to repercussions. It was time to leave the novice village. Chapter 40. The Eastern Kingdom Senior. I am ready to leave the novice village. Those individuals should be considerably weakened by now and pose no threat to you. Handle them as you see fit. If you seek further vengeance, continue hunting them down. If you feel it unnecessary to engage with them, then depart the novice village at your earliest convenience. Shen Yi advised Nangong Muli. Understood. I will consider my options. I look forward to seeing you outside the novice village. Nangong Muli nodded, her exquisite eyes sparkling as she spoke to Shen Yi. After bidding farewell to Nangong Muli, Shen Yi promptly returned to the novice village. Sister, how are your crafting professions coming along? I have completed mine and am ready to leave the novice village. Shen Yi inquired of his sisters. Great. Just wait for us. We're almost done and we'll be there shortly. Yes. Just a moment. We'll be right there. Hee, little brother, I heard you sent them back to level 0. Is that true? The sisters chimed in. As Shen Yi's exploits had already spread like wildfire through the regional channel, to send someone back to level 0 was an act so brutal it sent shivers down spines. Many were speculating about Shen Yi's true identity, as his class seemed far from ordinary. What does it matter? Their foolishness led them to this outcome. Shen Yi dismissed their concerns. His decade of experience had taught him one vital lesson: never relent. The moment one begins to yield, defeat is inevitable. Thus, it is far better to display ferocity from the outset, instilling fear in others. After concocting potions for several minutes, Shen Yi's 5 sisters gradually returned to the novice village. Once the 6 of them were assembled, Shen Yi led them directly to the village elder. After a brief exchange with the NPC, the quest to exit the novice village was triggered, allowing them to leave. Since they resided in the Huagua region, their initial destination upon leaving the novice village would be the Eastern Kingdom. A vast map of the Eastern Kingdom unfurled before them, prominently featuring 5 main cities. The Eastern Kingdom comprises 5 major cities: Qinglong City in the east, Baihu City in the west, Zhuke City in the south, Xuanwu City in the north, and Qilan City at the center. These are the 5 primary cities players can venture to after departing the novice village. Each city offers distinct NPCs, quests, and dungeons, illustrating the immense and intricate scope of the game. Emerging from the novice village, the true adventure of this game is only just beginning. Wow, what an expansive map. Is it really this vast, my friend? At this moment, Sister 5, Shen Yin, also triggered a plot event. Gazing at the colossal map of the Eastern Kingdom, she was utterly astounded. The sheer magnitude of the map was nothing short of jaw-dropping. And sister, is this considered large? What if I told you that this Eastern Kingdom is merely a small fragment of the entire map before the Cataclysm? Would that send you into a frenzy? Shen Yi scoffed at her. Is that true? Such a vast map is merely a fraction? Indeed, dear brother. Just how enormous must the entire game world be? No way. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Shen Yi's words, The girls were taken aback, their expressions exaggerated with disbelief. It's true. The game delineates your starting nation based on your identity information from your real country. Our Hua nation corresponds to the Eastern Kingdom in the game. This signifies that for every country in reality, there exists a counterpart in the game. Eventually, the game will enable cross-national battles, allowing for warfare between nations. Therefore, in relation to the world map, our Eastern Kingdom is indeed merely the tip of the iceberg, hardly substantial, Shen Yi explained. Indeed, this was the reality. The future merged world would correspond to the map within the game. Wow, that sounds truly remarkable. Hearing that the game was based on real-world geography left the girls profoundly astonished, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. So, brother, which main city shall we head to? After the initial shock, the girls inquired, gazing at the 5 main cities before them. Southern Zhuke City. Shen Yi replied without hesitation. The reason for choosing Zhuke City was clear. In his previous life, Shen Yi had selected Zhuke City and was exceedingly familiar with it. Thus, it was only natural to embark on an adventure in a city he knew well, gathering all the benefits from his memories before venturing to other cities. In essence, Shen Yi aimed to amass all the treasures from his past memories. After all, what was the point of being reborn if not to seize opportunities? Alright, shall we teleport then? Wait, once you all teleport out of the Novice Village, the leaderboard will be triggered. As the first group of players to reach the main city, we will undoubtedly make the list. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, sisters, remember to choose to conceal your names. The longer we can remain anonymous, the better. After all, notoriety can be a double-edged sword, Shen Yi advised his sisters, reminding them that the game featured a leaderboard system. As the sole T0 team at present, they would certainly appear on the list upon leaving the Novice Village, but to prevent unnecessary complications, Shen Yi deemed it wise to hide their identities. Understood. The girls replied in unison. After finishing his instructions, Shen Yi promptly chose to leave the Novice Village and teleported to Southern Zhuke City. Server announcement. Players from the Eastern Kingdom have successfully departed the Novice Village and reached the main city, triggering the leaderboard system. As the first nation to have players leave the Novice Village, all Eastern Kingdom players will enjoy a 5 experience bonus for leveling within the next 24 hours. At the very moment Shen Yi left the Novice Village and was teleported to the main city, an announcement reverberated across the screens of all players in the Cataclysm. Upon reading the contents of this server-wide announcement, players worldwide were momentarily stunned, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. After a brief pause, the world erupted in excitement. How is this possible? Someone from Hua Nation has already reached level 10 and left the Novice Village? Why so fast? I've been grinding tirelessly and am still only level 7. No, this can't be true. The first place has actually been seized by Hua Nation? This is unbelievable. A 5 experience bonus. Oh my god, this is so unfair. Wow, Hua Nation is impressive. Who is this valiant player who has already attained level 10? Goodness, my friend. This is incredible. Who is this master? Chapter 41, Southern Zhuke City. Entering the leaderboard, the announcement sparked a significant uproar. The Cataclysm had launched globally at the same time. And within less than 24 hours since its inception, someone had already stepped out of the Novice Village. This news was nothing short of astonishing. Many players who were among the first tier of the game glanced at their own levels and felt a wave of shock. Most of them were at levels 7 or 8, which was already a commendable speed, yet they realized they would need several more hours of grinding to reach level 10. The revelation that someone had already exited the Novice Village left them astounded. Everyone speculated about the identity of the player who achieved this feat. While players from Hua Nation were naturally thrilled, having received a 5 experience bonus, players from other nations appeared ashen-faced, effectively falling behind Hua Nation's players in leveling speed. Fortunately, this bonus would only last for a day, otherwise, it would be utterly intolerable. System notification, player has logged into the Eastern Kingdom level leaderboard. Would you like to display your identity information? System notification, player has logged into the global level leaderboard. Would you like to display your identity information? As the white light of the teleportation array enveloped him, Shen Yi found himself before a massive teleportation circle. The moment he stepped out, the system sent him a message. Naturally, Shen Yi had no intention of revealing his identity. He promptly chose to conceal it. Anticipating such a situation, he had previously advised his sisters to do the same. Eastern Kingdom level leaderboard. Top 1. Player name anonymous. Level 10. Class Elemental Empress. Top 2. Player name anonymous. Level 10. Class Psychic Archer. Top 3. Player name anonymous. Level 10. Class Phoenix Priestess. Top 4. Player name anonymous. Level 10. Class Holy Dragon Knight. Top 5. Player name anonymous. Level 10. Class Six-Winged Angel. Top 6. Player name anonymous. Level 10. Class Shadow Thief. Global level leaderboard. Top 1. Player name anonymous. Level 10. Class Elemental Empress. Top 2. Player name anonymous. Level 10. Class Psychic Archer. Upon exiting the Novice Village, the leaderboard system activated. Shen Yi opened the leaderboard and saw that he and his sisters had successfully made the list. They appeared on both the Eastern Kingdom level leaderboard and the global level leaderboard, with all 6 of them at level 10. Seeing that his sisters' names were all anonymized, Shen Yi felt a sense of relief. Little brother, we made the leaderboard. What significance does this level ranking hold? At that moment, his sisters began to emerge from the teleportation array, each having received the system notification. Upon seeing the message, they turned to Shen Yi, curious about the implications of being on the leaderboard. Of course, it holds significance. It's a symbol of identity, akin to the Forbes list in reality. Those who appear on it are recognized as notable figures. If you are on the leaderboard, others will be aware of your capabilities, and should any conflicts arise, they will think twice before challenging you. Furthermore, if you intend to establish a guild, having players on the leaderboard serves as a built-in business card, enhancing your credibility and influence. Most importantly, the leaderboard rewards are settled once a month, and each month, the top 50 players will receive rewards based on their rankings. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi addressed her sisters, saying, "If what you say is true, then shouldn't we not remain anonymous? Why then did you choose to let us remain anonymous?" Upon hearing Shen Yi's words, Shen Yu furrowed her brows and inquired, "If being on the leaderboard brings so many benefits, why maintain anonymity? Isn't it a symbol of strength? Sister, you clearly do not understand the saying the bird that stands out gets shot, do you?" Shen Yi replied, "As I mentioned, fame brings danger, just like a pig fears becoming fat. We are merely solo players, unlike those guilds that have thousands of members entering the game from the outset. If information about us is exposed, we would easily become targets of jealousy and hostility. This could lead to various troubles, including deliberate attempts to sabotage our levels and rankings. In short, until we are sufficiently powerful, it is wise to keep a low profile. Given the choice, I would even prefer not to be on the leaderboard at all." Although the 6 of them were each endowed with exceptional skills as 6 divine classes, they were still just a small group of 6, and their levels were still quite low. If targeted by those with ill intentions, being pursued by hundreds of players would be perilous. Thus, Shen Yi was acutely aware of the need for discretion. Even when conflicts arose with members of the royal family, Shen Yi acted alone, deliberately avoiding involving her sisters to prevent excessive exposure. "Indeed, what you say makes sense. The human heart is inscrutable, and we must remain cautious." Shen Yu nodded in agreement, feeling reassured by Shen Yi's wisdom. "Very well, it matters not. I am indifferent," the others readily accepted. "Wow, look, up in the sky, such a large bird." After putting the leaderboard matter aside, the group began to observe Zhuke City. As they looked up, their expressions turned to astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. "What is that?" "It's the Zhuke, the guardian beast of Zhuke City, a level 100 divine boss with a staggering 1 billion hit points." Shen Yi also gazed upward, and at that moment, a colossal Zhuke was soaring in the sky, its magnificent body and resplendent feathers emanating a powerful aura that left everyone in awe. Shen Yi, however, was already accustomed to such sights, having previously marveled at it in his past life. Chapter 42, A New Journey, The Thieves Guild. Zhuke, the divine beast, level 100. With 1 billion hit points, how outrageous. Upon hearing Shen Yi's words, the girls gasped in astonishment. Although their understanding of the game was still nascent, just hearing those numbers made them realize the formidable nature of the Zhuke before them. Indeed, it is a top-tier boss. Shen Yi smiled. In fact, after the integration of worlds, the Zhuke had also appeared in this merged reality. When Shen Yi had perished, no one had managed to defeat it. He surmised that anyone capable of vanquishing the Zhuke would possess the power to slay gods. What a beautiful city. This main city is enormous. Indeed, it is such a distinctive city, a blend of Eastern and Western civilizations. This city is vastly larger than that Novice village. After expressing their awe at the guardian beast of Zhuke City, the girls began to scrutinize the surrounding architecture. Zhuke City dwarfed the Novice village by an inconceivable margin. With hundreds of teleportation arrays scattered throughout the area, the buildings around them exhibited characteristics of Eastern architecture while incorporating Western elements. This fusion of styles created a unique aesthetic, blending into a fantastical architectural beauty that evoked the essence of an enchanting world. This is the main city, so it is naturally vast. To explore the entire city would likely take several days, Shen Yi remarked, highlighting the allure of the game. The sheer scale of Zhuke City was such that someone had once traversed the entire city from a sightseeing perspective, taking several days to do so. In fact, Shen Yi had spent 5 years in Zhuke City and had never truly explored it in its entirety before the world merged, which spoke volumes of the city's vastness. Really? It's that large? Upon hearing Shen Yi's assertion, the group gasped once more. All right, sisters, we will gradually learn more about this later. Although the main city is vast, there is still little we can access at our current levels. We must level up to experience more. At this moment, our immediate priority is to continue leveling up. Shen Yi addressed the girls, his mind brimming with tasks to accomplish, but knowing that, at their current levels, they could not yet undertake those endeavors. Thus, despite having numerous strategies in mind, the foremost task was to elevate their levels. All right. Upon hearing Shen Yi's words, the girls set aside their curiosity about exploring the main city. So, brother, are we going to level up now? Where shall we go to level up? Shen Qian looked at Shen Yi with curiosity. First, listen to me. We will visit our respective professional guilds to receive hunting quests. These quests will direct us to defeat monsters in nearby leveling areas. Completing these quests will grant us additional experience and rewards, as well as guild points. Tasks and leveling go hand in hand, so we must head to the professional guilds first. We can reach the guild center directly via the teleportation array within the main city. Follow me. Shen Yi expertly led the way. Generally, novice players were unaware that they could obtain hunting quests from their guilds, which typically involved defeating nearby monsters. The tasks were straightforward and could yield extra rewards, making them an excellent method for rapid leveling. Many players only discovered such hunting quests days or even months after leaving the novice village. Shen Yi was well aware of this, so he opted to first head to the guild center to collect hunting quests. His sisters naturally had no objections and followed him as they teleported to the professional guild. The professional guilds were all situated in the central area of Zhuke City, with each guild having its own office based on different professions. Shen Yi instructed them to gather quests from their respective professional guilds while he located the Thieves Guild on the map and promptly made his way there, agreeing to meet up at the teleportation point in the guild center after obtaining their tasks. After winding through various paths, Shen Yi finally arrived at the Thieves Guild building. In his previous life, Shen Yi had not been a thief, so even after spending 5 years in Zhuke City, he had never entered the Thieves Guild. Now, as he approached, he noticed that the guild's location indeed exuded the characteristics of the thief profession, nestled in the far corner of the guild center. Upon stepping into the Thieves Guild, he found it quite lively, bustling with numerous NPCs engaged in various tasks. The realism of the NPCs in this game was strikingly similar to that of players, exhibiting a range of emotions and independent thought. Moreover, NPCs could even marry and have children with players. In fact, many players had married NPCs and started families in this game. What is most astonishing is that after the merging of worlds, these NPCs did not vanish. Instead, they stood on equal footing with the players. In a strict sense, after the fusion, these NPCs essentially became players, while the players assumed the roles of NPCs. However, within the game, there remains a distinction. When a player perishes, they merely lose levels, whereas the death of an NPC is final. Hello, I am a newly arrived rogue. Seeking to register my identity and to accept a commission from the association, Shen Yi approached an NPC and stated his intentions directly. Oh, dear little rogue. Welcome to the Rogue Association. I shall assist you in registering your information. The NPC responded courteously, casting a glance at Shen Yi. He then produced a crystal and placed it before Shen Yi, indicating that he should place his hand upon it to complete the registration. Familiar with the procedure, Shen Yi placed his hand atop the crystal, and in the next moment, the crystal flickered, revealing his information on the NPC's console. My heavens, a shadow rogue. Your class is indeed a shadow rogue. The NPC exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Shen Yi, incredulous. Is there a problem with that? Shen Yi queried, aware that the shadow rogue was not the only hidden class. Since he was unaware of the registration process for unique hidden classes, he sensed something amiss upon seeing the NPC's expression and promptly inquired further. Chapter 43, SSS Rank Held Difficulty Task, Divine Assessment. Esteemed Shadow Rogue, due to your exceedingly rare status, I lack the authority to assist you personally, hence I must report your information to the President, who will attend to you himself, the NPC said with a respectful demeanor. Hearing this, Shen Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. It appeared that the unique hidden classes were afforded such privileges. He had not heard of this before, considering that there were only a few prominent figures with unique hidden classes in his previous life. Brother, what's going on? Upon arriving at the association, the NPC stated that their president must come to receive me? Yes, exactly. The same situation applies to me. Indeed, it is the same here. Shen Yi was not alone in this experience. Several of his sisters, who also held unique hidden classes, encountered the same issue. The NPCs in the association's hall lacked the necessary reception levels and required the president's personal attention. Do not panic. This situation likely stems from our unique hidden classes. There is no need for concern. Just follow the procedure, it will be fine. I am experiencing the same thing. Shen Yi reassured his group via the team channel, indicating that they should not worry and should proceed accordingly. Based on his gaming experience, Shen Yi surmised that such occurrences were likely tied to the triggering of hidden quests. It was probable that their unique hidden classes had activated such a quest. Alright, we shall follow along to see what this is all about. The girls responded in agreement to Shen Yi's words. At that moment, Shen Yi noticed an elderly man hurrying down from the upper level of the Rogue Association. Is this the president of the Rogue Association? Old Potato? Shen Yi observed the approaching figure, his expression reflecting a mixture of amusement and curiosity. The individual, a small elder standing at about 4 feet tall, bore a comical resemblance to a potato. As he drew nearer, Shen Yi clearly discerned the title before the elder's name, President Sikongzhen of the Zhuke City Rogue Association. Additionally, there was a diamond emblazoned icon next to Sikongzhen's name, indicating that he had attained legendary status. Thus, despite his unassuming appearance, this old potato was indeed a figure of legendary prowess. Shadow Rogue. Truly a Shadow Rogue. Young one. From whence did you emerge? It has been countless years since a shadow rogue graced this realm. Upon reaching Shen Yi, Sibling spun around him like an excited child, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Apologies, I got carried away, dear child. Please do not mind me. It has been far too long since I last encountered a shadow rogue. Sibling quickly regained his composure upon noticing Shen Yi's bemused expression. President, may I inquire if there is an issue with my being a shadow rogue? Shen Yi asked, curiosity piqued. Please, follow me. This is not a suitable place for discussion, Sibling replied, turning and beckoning Shen Yi to follow him upstairs. Shen Yi, indifferent, complied, eager to uncover the truth behind this situation. Young one, you may not be aware, but your class is unparalleled. Among countless rogues, only one can claim the title of shadow rogue, once inside the president's office. Sibling gestured for Shen Yi to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea, then continued. I am aware, of course. The unique hidden class. How could I not know? Shen Yi silently scoffed, choosing not to engage further. Noticing Shen Yi's silence, Sibling continued unabated. In fact, there are only 3 rogues of your caliber: the Shadow Rogue, the Phantom Rogue, and the Dragon Slayer Rogue. These 3 classes are collectively referred to as the Divine Heirs. Divine Heirs? Phantom Rogue? Dragon Slayer Rogue? Shen Yi was taken aback, suddenly alert. This was information he had never encountered before, in his previous life. He had known nothing of the Divine Heirs. He recognized the Phantom Rogue and Dragon Slayer Rogue as unique hidden classes, but both were not from Manhwaadiobook. They belonged to foreign lands. Indeed, the Divine Heirs, Sibling elaborated, are the heirs to the god of thieves. Allow me to recount a lengthy history of the game. Once, the world was inhabited by deities, but following the twilight of the gods, these divine beings fell, relegating them to history. However, deities do not vanish entirely. In their wake, divine heirs emerge, possessing powerful and unique classes distinct from ordinary ones. They are the only individuals eligible for ascension to godhood, each deity having their own divine heirs, though their numbers vary. Only you and the other 2 unique hidden classes possess the qualifications to inherit the god of thieves' essence, thereby ascending to divinity. To become a deity, one must undergo divine assessments, and only by passing all assessments may one attain godhood. Our rogue association has tirelessly sought the divine heirs, hoping that one day, the heir will ascend to divinity and restore the glory of the god of thieves. Hence, upon learning that you are a shadow rogue, I could hardly contain my excitement. Sibling's eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze upon Shen Yi. Young man, if you are willing, I shall initiate your assessment tasks. You can gradually unlock the content of the assessments according to your strength. Different stages will present varying challenges, and upon completion, you shall be rewarded by the god of thieves. Of course, every individual has their own aspirations. You may also choose to decline. In that case, your competitors will lose a rival, and you will forfeit your chance to attain godhood. The choice is yours to make. System notification. The player has triggered the Divine Ascendance Assessment quest, classified as an SSS level hellish difficulty task. Players are advised to exercise caution in deciding whether to accept the quest, as acceptance is irrevocable and will accompany them for life. An SSS level hellish difficulty quest? Chapter 44. Accepting the quest. Though Shen Yi is a transmigrator, this marks his inaugural experience as the sole bearer of a hidden class, and he is genuinely unaware that he could trigger such a quest. In the world of Precipice of Cataclysm, an abundance of quests is prevalent. The quests are categorized by difficulty levels: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The SSS level, also known as hellish difficulty, represents the most arduous challenges within the game. Shen Yi recalls that in his past life, whether during the 5 years in the game or the subsequent 5 after the world merger, the number of players who completed SSS level quests was exceedingly rare, as the level of difficulty rivaled that of facing a god-level boss alone. What he did not anticipate was that at merely level 10, he would be presented with such a daunting SSS level quest. I am willing. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Yi promptly accepted the task. It would be ludicrous to decline. Although the purpose of the Divine Ascendance quest remains unclear, it is evidently intertwined with the unique hidden class he possesses, leaving him no rationale to reject it. Moreover, given Shen Yi's current resources, he felt assured that he possessed a greater chance of succeeding in this SSS level hellish task than any other competitor, if his success rate is the highest. Why should he relinquish the opportunity? System notification. The player has accepted the SSS level hellish difficulty quest, Divine Ascendance Assessment. Please check the quest details in the task list. Brother, isn't the SSS level hellish difficulty quest incredibly challenging? I just received such a task from the association. Should I accept it? Dear sister, you too have received this quest? I have as well. The system is asking whether I wish to accept it. What do you think? Should I proceed? You all too? I have as well. What kind of quest is this? Hellish difficulty. Brother, isn't it exceedingly difficult? Unexpectedly, as Shen Yi had just accepted the quest, several of his sisters were encountering the same task. Upon witnessing their similar predicament and their expressions of doubt, Shen Yi felt a sense of certainty. It appeared that this series of quests was designated exclusively for those with the unique hidden class. In his past life, he had not been a unique hidden class. Hence he had never activated such a quest. His sisters, who had awakened their classes only after the world merger, had similarly not triggered such tasks. However, the butterfly effect resulting from Shen Yi's rebirth had already taken effect. All 6 members of his family now possessed the unique hidden class, and they had all triggered this quest. Sis, is your quest also Divine Ascendance Assessment? Shen Yi inquired of his party. Indeed, brother, how did you know? As anticipated, Shen Yi quickly received confirmation that their quests were identical. Both were engaged in the Divine Ascendance Assessment. I have triggered it too. Let us proceed. This task must be of great significance. As for the specifics, we shall unravel them gradually. He communicated to his sisters, seeing no reason to shy away from the quest now that it had been activated. Since the task exists, even if it is of hellish difficulty, there remains a chance to complete it. Thus, there is no reason to decline. All right. The sisters agreed in unison, obediently accepting their respective Divine Ascendance assessments. Shen Yi then opened the task list, eager to scrutinize the nature of the Divine Ascendance assessment. For he had never before encountered such a high-level quest in his previous life. Divine Ascendance Assessment, SSS level hellish difficulty, quest a path of trials leading to divinity. Signifying your eligibility to become a deity. Complete all assessment requirements, and you shall have the opportunity to ascend to godhood. Assessment 1. Before reaching level 20. Conquer the Zhuke Tower and defeat the guardian boss at the pinnacle, obtaining the Zhuke seal. Completing this assessment will grant you the legacy of the Thief God. Assessment 2 requires unlocking Assessment 1. Assessment 3 requires unlocking Assessment 2. Gazing at the specifics of the Divine Ascendance Assessment, Shen Yi found the quest description succinct, yet transparent. It clearly stated that completing all assessments would grant one the ability to become a deity. Echoing the words of the guild leader, Sikong Jun, there are 10 assessments in total, each requiring the completion of the preceding task to unlock the next. To Shen Yi's astonishment, the first assessment requires him to conquer the Zhuke Tower and defeat the guardian boss at its peak to acquire the Zhuke seal. The Zhuke Tower, a towering structure within Zhuke City, consists of 10 levels and was constructed to train warriors. The tower houses monsters from the very first level, each guarded by a boss. And only upon defeating each level's guardian can one ascend to the next. In his past life, Shen Yi frequently ventured into the Zhuke Tower for leveling up, as its location in the city made it a prime area for training. Furthermore, defeating the monsters and bosses within the Zhuke Tower offered a chance to obtain Zhuke stones, which could be exchanged for the Zhuke set, an epic-grade equipment set. Collecting a complete set would be an impressive feat. Thus, the Zhuke Tower was perpetually bustling with players, and Shen Yi had previously cleared it, albeit at level 40. In reality, the monsters on the first level are merely level 15, while those on the 10th level are level 35, and the final boss is a level 40 epic-grade entity. Generally, players below level 40 would find it nearly impossible to conquer the Zhuke Tower. Yet, Shen Yi's first assessment is to clear the Zhuke Tower before reaching level 20 and to vanquish the pinnacle boss to acquire the Zhuke seal. At this moment, he instantly comprehended what it meant to face an SSS level hellish difficulty quest. The task was indeed a formidable challenge, eliciting a shiver down his spine. Damn, this is exceedingly difficult. Shen Yi found himself at a loss for words, feeling a weight of frustration. He had finally grasped the high level of difficulty associated with the Divine Ascendance assessment, but now that he had accepted it, he could only swallow his disappointment. Who compelled him to take on this quest? Given how arduous his task is, it stands to reason that his sister's challenges would not be any less daunting. Oh heavens, indeed. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Contemplating the formidable nature of his quest and the likelihood that his sister's tasks would be equally challenging, Shen Yi couldn't help but feel a headache looming. Chapter 45. Stealing the Legendary Thief's Legendary Weapon? Young Adventurer, I am aware that this will undoubtedly not be a simple task. However, you have been chosen by the Thief God, and I believe you will succeed. May the Thief God bless you and be with you. At this moment, Sikong Jun, standing beside him, smiled at Shen Yi, his eyes radiating unwavering conviction. Thank you. Shen Yi could only respond politely. This is your identification within the Thieves Association. Due to your unique status, I am granting you VIP privileges. You will become a member of the highest tier within the association, eligible to accept all tasks issued by the guild, and your task points will also be doubled. As he spoke, Sikong Jun produced a dazzling, multicolored token and handed it to Shen Yi. This token serves as proof of membership in the Thieves Association. Players must register and obtain such identification to accept tasks within the guild. Through the completion of various tasks issued by the association, one would earn corresponding contributions with each endeavor. Once the contributions reached a certain threshold, one could ascend to a higher identification status, thereby qualifying for more advanced missions. At this moment, Shen Yi had acquired the 7-colored token, which served as the pinnacle of identification, signifying that he could now undertake any task promulgated by the association. This was indeed an unexpected delight. It is worth noting that for an ordinary individual, The journey from zero to obtaining this illustrious token typically required extensive engagement with the association's tasks over several years, followed by a gradual ascent in rank. However, Shen Yi had achieved this remarkable feat in a single leap, which could certainly be deemed as gaming the system. It is important to recognize that many of the tasks issued by the association are of exceptional quality, often yielding rare items. Yet, numerous individuals find themselves thwarted by their insufficient rank, unable to claim these coveted tasks while watching others seize them. Such occurrences are not uncommon. With the possession of this token, Shen Yi was free from such worries, no longer needing to undertake mundane tasks merely to elevate his rank within the association. Gratefully, Shen Yi accepted the token with evident joy and turned to Sibling, saying, "Thank you. All right, young man, hasten to enhance your abilities. I believe we shall soon witness you become an unparalleled rogue," Sibling replied with a smile. Nodding, Shen Yi was about to take his leave when, suddenly, a thought struck him, and his gaze instinctively turned towards Sibling. His mind began to concoct a mischievous plan. Shen Yi opened his skill list and glanced at the status of Blessing of the Thief God. At this moment, the cooldown for the first level of Blessing of the Thief God had over 20 minutes remaining, indicating that his 100 theft skill would soon be available once more. This meant he was determined to seek out a prime target for his pilfering endeavors. In the city of Zhuke, the foremost entity was undoubtedly the divine beast Zhuke, a level 100 god-tier boss. Even the slightest theft from it would be deemed extraordinary. However, Zhuke soared through the skies, making it impossible for Shen Yi to steal from it, especially without a flying mount to approach it. With Zhuke off the table, Shen Yi turned his attention to the legendary NPC, Sibling, who possessed legendary capabilities. Setting aside the ancient godlike beings, Sibling was still a formidable figure. Moreover, given that he was also a rogue, it was conceivable that he might possess some valuable treasures. Although Sibling had just acted as Shen Yi's guide, Shen Yi had no intention of holding back. He planned to steal, fully aware that he might acquire something truly splendid. With this thought in mind, he resolved to wait 20 minutes and then pilfer from the legendary rogue, Sibling. "Hey, are you ready yet? I have received a 7-colored token. What is its significance?" "Yes, me too. What a remarkable item. It looks quite impressive," came the responses from the women in the party. Observing their excitement, Shen Yi promptly explained the functions of the association's identification tokens. "Sisters, please purchase some red and blue potions as supplies. In the Novice village, our strength is overwhelming, so we do not require such items. However, once we leave the Novice village, the attributes of the monsters will increase. Therefore, it is crucial to stock up on some potions. Afterward, return to accept tasks, specifically those concerning the extermination of nearby wild monsters, and then we shall set off." He instructed his sisters to prepare for battle while he exited Sibling's office, immediately entering a stealth mode to conceal himself, awaiting the cooldown to expire before executing his theft. "Understood," the women replied, each heading off to prepare. "Done. President, please do not hold it against me. You are a senior, after all. Surely, your wealth is substantial. Leak a treasure or two to your junior as a form of guidance." As the cooldown for his skill concluded, Shen Yi was ready to embark on his 100 successful theft. Quietly, he re-entered the office, where Sibling sat engrossed in some documents, utterly oblivious to Shen Yi's presence. As he approached Sibling, Shen Yi's heart raced, fearing detection. Yet, with invisibility and a 100 theft success rate, it was improbable he would be discovered. He was both anxious and excited, wondering what valuable item he might acquire. Shadowy grasp. Taking a deep breath, he silently invoked the blessing of the thief god, extending his hand towards Sibling. System prompt. Player has used shadowy grasp on target Sibling, triggering the blessing of the thief god. Theft successful. You have successfully stolen the legendary weapon, Hermes Dagger, replica. The target remains unaware. Wow. As Shen Yi's shadowy grasp activated, he felt a heavy, dark dagger materialize in his hand. The system's frenzied notifications rang in his ears. Upon examining the notification, his expression shifted dramatically as he realized it was a legendary weapon. In an instant, his mind was ablaze with the revelation that he had indeed stolen a legendary weapon. With no time to ponder, he dared not linger to inspect it further and swiftly exited the room. Feeling the weight of his actions, he deemed it wise to vacate the premises, especially in the presence of a legendary rogue. Chapter 46, Exceptional Equipment. Hermes Dagger gulping down breaths of air to regain his composure, even with 2 lifetimes of experience. Shen Yi was overwhelmed with exhilaration. His body trembled slightly. He had not anticipated stealing a legendary dagger. Legendary-grade weapons are merely a step below god-tier equipment in the realm of gaming. Throughout his previous life spanning a decade, only a handful of individuals possessed god-tier gear, typically reserved for monstrous figures. Thus, for the vast majority, a legendary weapon was the pinnacle of aspiration. Shen Yi vividly recalled that the first legendary equipment emerged approximately 6 months after the game's launch, causing a stir in the gaming community and inciting a frenzy among the industry's magnates. He remembered that the final sale price of that piece reached over 2 billion real-world currency, a staggering sum for a single in-game item. When that event transpired, it sent shockwaves worldwide, leading many to criticize those who would squander their resources on virtual pursuits. At that time, Shen Yi thought the buyers were foolish. However, upon the advent of the blended world, he realized they were, in fact, wise. Spending 2 billion on a legendary item was no loss. Who could have foreseen that a piece of virtual legendary equipment would one day manifest in reality? Now, merely a day after the game's launch, Shen Yi had defied the odds to obtain a legendary weapon. Such luck could only be described as that of a chosen one. Forcing himself to calm down, he eagerly opened his inventory. At that moment, a dagger, dark and exuding a faint crimson glow, lay nestled within his backpack. Shen Yi gazed at this dagger, his heart racing with excitement as he trembled while lifting it into his hands, staring intently at this extraordinary weapon. Hermes Dagger, Fake. Equipment Type, Two-handed weapon. Equipment Quality, Legendary. Equipment Description, a legendary dagger secretly crafted by the god of crafts for his son-in-law. Modeled after the artifact of the thief god Hermes. Cursed for its forgery, this dagger bears a curse seal. To unleash its full potential, one must break the curse. Equipment Attributes, increases physical damage by 2438 points, agility by 7 points, critical hit chance by 5, and critical damage by 5. Equipment Effects, normal attacks have a 10 chance to trigger a consecutive strike, dealing double damage. Using skills has a 2 chance to trigger double skill damage, resulting in 2 instances of skill damage. Equipment Skill, equipping this weapon grants the skill, Dance of Hermes. Unequipping it will result in the loss of this skill. Equipment Requirements, Thief Class, Equipment Level, Level 10, Equipment Status, Sealed. Breaking the seal can elevate its level to 20. To unseal, materials required include 10 pieces of golden meteorite, 10 corroded dragon bones, 5 blood of the underworld lava beast, and 1 heart of the core demon king. A sharp intake of breath escaped Shen Yi as he beheld the attributes of the dagger in his grasp, leaving him momentarily stunned. As a reincarnate, Shen Yi possessed an intimate understanding of this game. He was well versed in the attributes each tier of equipment ought to possess, as well as various other intricacies. The source of his astonishment lay in the dagger's terrifying capabilities. Currently at a mere level 10, its attributes rivaled those of a level 20 golden piece. Additionally, its formidable effects further accentuated its prowess. Most astonishingly, this legendary dagger was a growth-type weapon. The final line regarding its status indicated that if Shen Yi could manage to break the seal, the dagger's attributes and level would enhance substantially. This revelation suggested that, if wielded adeptly, this weapon could accompany Shen Yi throughout his adventures, unless he were to acquire a divine artifact. Otherwise, this dagger alone was enough to defy the odds. The potential unlocked by breaking the seal was evidently vast, as the attributes and effects currently displayed were merely a glimpse of its true capabilities. Imagining the dagger's full power upon complete unsealing left Shen Yi in awe. Dance of Hermes. Active skill engage in the Dance of Hermes. Experiencing the aesthetic beauty of the thief god's dance, bestowing a 5-point increase in agility and critical hit chance to all allies within a 66 radius for 30 minutes. CD. 30 minutes. MP cost. 100. A buff-type skill, enhancing agility and critical hit chance by 5 points. This was extraordinarily potent. Shen Yi could not help but express his admiration upon noticing the skill embedded within the equipment. Equipment skills, as the term implies, are intrinsic abilities of the gear. Once donned, the wearer gains access to this skill. Equipment skills can be categorized as either active or passive, varying in effect depending on the item. Epic-grade equipment possesses a 1 chance of carrying an equipment skill, while legendary-grade items are guaranteed to feature one. However, it is not uncommon for exceptional legendary items to possess multiple skills, sometimes even 3 or 4. The extent of skills on divine-grade equipment remained a mystery to Shen Yi, as he had never encountered such in his previous life. While many equipment skills are deemed ineffective, the skill he had acquired was evidently practical, a buff-type skill that provided group enhancement, undeniably a valuable asset. Though the bonus may appear modest, the cumulative effect was significant, especially considering this weapon's potential for level progression. Shen Yi felt a surge of excitement. With the weapon's level increase, its effects and attributes would undoubtedly improve. Ha! Fortune smiles upon me. It seems my luck has indeed improved since my rebirth. First, I stealthily acquired a beginner experience potion. And now I have stumbled upon a legendary dagger. What a delightful stroke of luck. Shen Yi's heart raced with exhilaration, his confidence bolstered by the continuous stream of good fortune. His immediate goal was to reach level 15, as only then could he enter the Vermilion Bird Tower. I must attain level 15 and find a way to complete my assessment for the Vermilion Bird Tower, he resolved. Chapter 47. The Divine Ascension Trials of My Sisters. A challenge. Stinky little brother, you finally arrived. We've been waiting so long. The flowers are almost wilting. Upon arriving at the teleportation point in the Association Center, Shen Yi found his sisters waiting eagerly. Upon his appearance, they cast him glances filled with mild reproach. Shen Yi rubbed his nose and offered a faint smile. No need to fret. So, have you all accepted your tasks? He inquired. Yes, we have. They nodded in unison. Great. Now that we are all level 10. The guild's lowest level slaying tasks typically involve a singular type of monster, perfectly suited for our current level to advance. He then asked, by the way, what is the content of your Divine Ascension trials? Please share the details of your tasks with me. Nodding in agreement, Shen Yi contemplated the trials. His own assessment was undeniably daunting, clearly positioned at hellish difficulty. Consequently, it was reasonable to assume that the trials faced by his 5 sisters would also be formidable, likely encumbered by task restrictions. Thus, Shen Yi felt compelled to devise a strategic plan to navigate these constraints and ensure the successful completion of all 6 trials. My task is to reach the 5th level of the Mage Tower before level 20. The eldest sister, Shen Yu, shared that her trial was comparable to Shen Yi's. While he needed to conquer the Vermilion Bird Tower, she was tasked with reaching the 5th level of the Mage Tower. This Mage Tower, a relic left by the god of mages, contained elite monsters on each level, with the 5th level housing a library filled with numerous spell books for mages. For mage classes, entering the Mage Tower is an inescapable destiny, as relying solely on their innate skills proves insufficient. Many spells must be learned through these tomes. Unlike other classes, mages are conveniently provided with the Mage Tower to facilitate their search for spellbooks. However, the challenge of reaching the 5th level of the Mage Tower left Shen Yi breathless. The difficulty was indeed comparable to his own trial, as he recalled that typically, reaching the 5th level required players to be around level 40. Given that Shen Yu's limit was also before level 20, this was quite unsettling. The Plague Bastion? When Shen Yi glanced at the task assigned to his second sister, Shen Qian, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Her trial was equally daunting. She was tasked with purging the Plague Bastion, located southwest of Vermilion City. This bastion, once a military stronghold, had been cursed with a plague, infecting all who dared to enter. Players who ventured inside would suffer from the debilitating effects of the plague, losing health every second. Thus, Shen Qian's Divine Ascension trial required her to eradicate the source of the plague within the bastion before reaching level 20, thereby reclaiming the stronghold. Shen Yi was acutely aware that this location was also designated for players around levels 30 to 40, indicating that her task was on par with those of his and his eldest sisters. At this moment, Shen Yi found himself engulfed in despair, fully aware that the divine advancement assessments they faced were far from simple. Brother, is the dragon's lair truly formidable? My divine advancement assessment requires me to eradicate a dragon's lair before reaching level 20, and I must ensure that my holy light dragon bathes in the blood of a colossal dragon. The mention of the dragon's lair and the bathing in dragon's blood nearly caused Shen Yi to lose his composure as he grappled with the daunting nature of the task. A dragon's lair, as the term suggests, is the dwelling place of dragons. Most dragons reside on Dragon Island. Yet some rebellious ones choose to leave the island and establish their lairs in various locations. Shen Yu's task is to eliminate a dragon's lair before reaching level 20, while also enabling his baby dragon, the Holy Light Dragon, to bathe in dragon blood. Oh, sister, you truly are a blood relative. I initially believed that the tasks set by my elder sister and second sister were already of hellish difficulty. Little did I know, yours surpasses them. Being a hellish difficulty plus version. Do you realize that, as far as I know, the weakest dragon lairs are inhabited by level 30 dragons, and even at lower levels, their boss strength is at least legendary? In other words, sob, we must confront a level 30 legendary dragon boss before reaching level 20. What on earth is this game about? Shen Yi felt tears welling up. Truly on the verge of despair. He had thought he could at least attempt the task set by his elder and second sisters. But his third sister's task made him contemplate giving up entirely. It was simply terrifying to eradicate a dragon's lair of a higher level. If Shen Yi recalled correctly, in his previous life, dragon slayers only appeared at level 50, didn't they? Fourth sister, what about you? Shen Yi stammered, glancing at his fourth sister, already feeling a sense of trepidation, fearing her task would be even more outrageous. My task is to complete the Corpse Ghost Ridge dungeon in 30 minutes before reaching level 20. What level is that dungeon? Is it difficult? Fourth sister looked at Shen Yi with curiosity. The Corpse Ghost Ridge? A level 15 dungeon, 30 minutes, so simple? Upon hearing this, Shen Yi, who had braced himself for a storm, was pleasantly surprised to find that his fourth sister's task was unexpectedly straightforward. The Corpse Ghost Ridge dungeon, being a level 15 challenge, was not particularly arduous. However, the requirement for Shen Ling was to complete it within 30 minutes, which was nearly impossible for an average player due to hardware constraints. Yet for Shen Yi and his sisters, it was not beyond reach. Although their equipment may not meet the standard, their classes could compensate for the deficiencies brought about by their gear. Thus, 30 minutes didn't seem daunting to Shen Yi. With a sigh of relief, Shen Yi finally felt he had a task that appeared relatively easy. In reality, it was not effortless, but for him and his sisters, it was quite manageable. Fifth sister, what about you? Shen Yi turned to his youngest sister, asking, my task is to awaken my pet, the Fire Phoenix, to its second stage before reaching level 20. But it didn't specify how to awaken it. Do you know, little brother? Fifth sister looked at Shen Yi with curiosity. Awakening to the second stage? Wow. I didn't expect your task to be the simplest one. That is too easy. Chapter 48. The Phoenix must undergo rebirth. Continue leveling up? Is it truly that easy? Why am I completely at a loss? How does this bald bird awaken? Hearing this, Shen Yi gazed at her fire phoenix with a bewildered and innocent expression. At that moment, the fire phoenix had reached level 10, yet its appearance had not changed in the slightest. It still resembled a bald turkey, bearing no resemblance whatsoever to the magnificent phoenix of legend. To claim this was a fire phoenix would indeed provoke laughter. Shen Yan's divine advancement task required her to awaken her fire phoenix to the second stage, yet without any hints on how to achieve this. She felt utterly lost and distressed. Upon hearing her plight, a subtle smile graced Shen Yi's lips as he beheld the bald phoenix. While others may not know, he certainly did. In his previous life, that bald fire phoenix had undergone awakening as well. When it was first seen, the crowd had expressed disdain, but as it awakened, their indifference transformed into admiration beyond reach. The second stage fire phoenix would starkly contrast with its current bald appearance, gradually revealing its resplendent form. "Ah, little brother, you know? Please tell me how to do it." Shen Yan exclaimed excitedly, her curiosity piqued, eager to discover how to elevate her fire phoenix to the second stage. "It's quite simple. Find fire attribute items and feed them to your fire phoenix. As it absorbs the fire energy, it will eventually reach a saturation point and enter a state of rebirth, transforming into a phoenix egg. Once it has undergone rebirth, it will ascend to the second stage. In essence, every advancement of the fire phoenix necessitates a rebirth, and the first one is the simplest." Shen Yi explained, sharing the conditions for advancement with her. This method had been discovered by chance in his previous life. The fire phoenix had remained in its current bald form until it reached over level 50, without experiencing any transformation. As its level increased, its initial skills became increasingly weaker. By coincidence, the fire phoenix ingested a fire attribute mineral solution intended for equipment forging, unexpectedly triggering its rebirth. After this rebirth, it not only attained the second stage with an array of new skills, but also significantly enhanced its attributes. Most impressively, its appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, truly embodying the image of a fire phoenix, akin to a swan emerging from the cocoon of a swan. Shen Yan's task, in truth, now appeared to be the simplest of all. Of course, if one were unaware of the method, completing it before level 20 would likely be exceedingly difficult. However, for the reborn Shen Yi, it seemed rather straightforward. So, where can I find fire attribute items? That is simple. We are in Vermilion City, which is inherently associated with fire. There are numerous fire attribute items and monsters nearby, so it should be easy. Rest assured, your task is the simplest among us all. Shen Yi reassured her. "Yay, then it's all up to you, little brother." Shen Yin beamed with joy upon hearing this, giving Shen Yi a playful pat on the shoulder. "All right, I now understand all of your divine advancement tasks. Overall, apart from the third sister S being the most challenging, the others, while not without difficulty, at least offer a glimmer of hope. Let us strive to complete our assessments before reaching level 20. What about me?" Hearing this, third sister Shen Yu's face fell, looking pitifully at Shen Yi. "Don't worry, third sister. It's just slaying dragons. I will definitely find a way to make you a dragon slayer," Shen Yi assured his second sister, signaling her not to fret, as he had everything under control. "Well then, the happiness of my life depends entirely on you, little brother. Let us go level up." Shen Yi glanced at the time. It was already around 2 or 3 in the morning. Unbeknownst to them, another day had slipped away in a haze. Shen Yi estimated that aside from them, the highest level players were nearing level 9, prompting Shen Yi and his companions to hasten their efforts to level up. They decided to first vanquish 300 fire slimes, as it was the task assigned to the elder sister and the fifth sister. Upon teleporting out of Zhuke City, they arrived at a low-level training area nearby. This was the domain of the level 11 fire slimes, and as far as the eye could see, the mining area was filled with clusters of fiery red slimes. Compared to the slimes in the Novice village, these creatures were considerably more formidable. They could attack from a distance and were aggressive by nature. When approached within a certain range, they would initiate an assault. However, for Shen Yi and his group, these fire slimes were merely trifles. Third sister, draw the aggro. Elder sister, use your water element area damage spell, as fire slimes are of the fire attribute, and water magic will amplify the damage. Fourth sister, support the elder sister with area damage. Second sister, keep an eye on the third sister's health. As for the fifth sister, do as you please. Your fire phoenix is of the fire attribute, so your damage against fire slimes will be reduced, and I believe the elder sister's damage is sufficient on its own. After a brief command, Shen Yi settled down to concoct potions. It was crucial to level up and brew potions, having neglected to do so for just a short while. He feared he had lost 100,000 experience points. With a flourish of her staff, Shen Yu, after reaching level 10, had mastered 10 area damage elemental skills. At that moment, after Shen Yu lured a wave of monsters, she unleashed a water-based attack, instantly causing the fire slimes to sizzle and smoke, their health dropping drastically. Occasionally, a few would survive, only to be eliminated by a volley of arrows from the fourth sister. Watching his experience soar, Shen Yi felt quite satisfied. Within half an hour, They had completed the task of defeating 300 fire slimes. Subsequently, Shen Yi led the group to another mission site. The extermination quests were relatively straightforward, and soon, all 6 of them had finished their tasks. Before they knew it, the clock struck 6 in the morning. Let us head back to turn in the quests. Then log off for breakfast and a bit of rest. After 2 hours of grinding, their experience had risen to 92, and upon completing the quests, Shen Yi estimated he would reach level 11. He addressed the group, Chapter 49, S-Rank Quest, Phantom Church. Upon returning to the Association Center in Juke City and submitting the quest, a flash of white light signaled Shen Yi's ascension to level 11. After allocating all his attribute points to agility, he exchanged farewells with his sisters before logging off. Hey, little brother, why are you just standing there? Come help us make breakfast. After a day spent gaming, one would expect them to appear fatigued and listless. However, after an entire night in Cataclysm, Dawn, they looked vibrant and full of energy. As Shen Yi stepped out of his room, he found his sisters busily preparing breakfast. The kitchen is quite small, so you can just sit in the living room and wait for your meal. The second sister glanced at Shen Yi, not permitting him to enter the kitchen to assist. Ah, the second sister is so kind to me. The fifth sister is the worst, thinking I'd buy her a toy car instead of a 911. Shen Yi took the opportunity to be lazy and plopped down on the sofa, giving the fifth sister a cheeky middle finger. Hey, you little brat. Are you tired of living? Seeing Shen Yi's gesture, Shen Yin immediately stormed out of the living room and lunged at him, tackling him onto the sofa and grabbing his neck, shaking him vigorously. Transfer the money to me quickly. Take me to buy that 911. She demanded loudly while tormenting him. The other four sisters merely shook their heads in resignation, choosing to ignore the scene, as it had become a daily occurrence. After their playful scuffle, breakfast was finally ready. The family gathered around to enjoy the meal together. Brother, I must say, the gaming equipment is truly remarkable. After a day of playing, I don't feel the slightest discomfort. In fact, I feel quite rejuvenated. One of the sisters remarked. Indeed, what is the underlying principle? Does this mean we don't need to sleep? Another sister mused. Right, we only have breakfast once a day, and we don't feel hungry in between. It's quite fascinating. The sisters exchanged glances, clearly astonished by the capabilities of Cataclysm, Dawn. Previously, Shen Yi had mentioned this, and they had been somewhat skeptical. Now, after a day of experience, they were beginning to believe him. Sleep? What is the point of sleeping with this equipment? Sleeping is a thing of the past. The world is set to end in 5 years. Who has time for sleep? Shen Yi scoffed inwardly. There won't be any side effects, right? The sisters inquired with lingering concern. Rest assured, there will be no side effects at all, Shen Yi reassured them. Well then, that is good. Shall we eat and log back in? One sister proposed. Of course. We need to level up. We can't afford to fall behind. Opportunities abound in this game. And we are in the absolute T0 tier. We must not lag in the early stages. Shen Yi declared. It was no joke, for him. This was a matter of life and death. The more they accumulated now, the greater their chances of survival against the daunting world that awaited them in 5 years. He certainly did not want to end up defeated. That would render the concept of rebirth utterly laughable. All right, we'll follow your lead. The sisters agreed. With no pressing life pressures, they were more than happy to continue. Shen Yi's earnings in a single day surpassed what they could accumulate in a decade or two. Moreover, the game was so enjoyable that they saw no issue with continuing. After finishing their meal and washing the dishes, they returned to their rooms and logged back in. Brother, I have a personal quest here. It's an S-rank task. Isn't that impressive? I've seen other quests that are only D or C rank. This one is an S rank. As soon as they logged in, Shen Yi received a message from Shen Qian. She inquired if he wanted to take on the S rank quest she had discovered in the association. An S rank? Wow, can tasks of this level even exist? Shen Yi was taken aback. The quests available in the association were closely tied to player levels. The higher the level, the greater the likelihood of encountering high difficulty tasks. Conversely, lower levels saw fewer opportunities for challenging quests. This was only logical. It wouldn't make sense for a level 10 player to be inundated with SSS-rated tasks. Given their current level of 11, the existence of an S-rank task was indeed quite rare. Accept it. Why not? Second sister, you take the task. And we'll go complete it, Shen Yi quickly replied. The greater the challenge, the greater the reward. It stood to reason that the higher the difficulty of a quest, the more substantial the compensation. There was no reason to let such a task slip away. If it appeared at their level, it was certainly achievable, even if it posed some challenges. All right, Shen Qian responded, agreeing to accept the task. Shen Yi promptly invited his sisters to join his party, quickly filling the team. Hey, little brother, shall we continue to accept extermination tasks? The fifth sister eagerly asked. Let us temporarily set aside the expedition task. Sister Air has obtained an S-level quest. We should assist her in completing it first, Shen Yi suggested, indicating that they should prioritize Shen Qian's S-level mission. An S-level quest? Sister Air, you've received an S-level task? The group of women paused, their curiosity piqued. Yes, I'll share it with you all, Sister Air replied, promptly disseminating the details of the quest within their team channel. Rescue the church priest. S-level difficult task. The Priest Association has just received alarming news. A priest ventured to the Phantom Church to exorcise vengeful spirits, but encountered a particularly fearsome entity. The priest is now trapped within the church. Please proceed to the Phantom Church to rescue him. The task description was straightforward, instructing players to venture to the Phantom Church and rescue the priest. A glance at the quest allowed Shen Yi to grasp its essence. This task is not overly challenging. The monsters in the Phantom Church are around level 15. Perfect for us to level up by defeating them, he declared with a sweeping gesture. Alright. With Shen Yi's affirmation, the others had no objections. The group promptly utilized the teleportation array to reach their destination. Fortunately, several teleportation points were established around Juke City, significantly reducing their travel time. Soon, a foreboding landscape shrouded in thick fog materialized before them, with the silhouette of a massive church barely discernible in the distance. Chapter 50. The terrifying scene. Oh dear. Must it be so realistic? Little brother, this place feels so eerie. There won't be any ghosts, will there? Sister San whimpered, her trepidation evident as they approached the location of the Phantom Church. In essence, the Phantom Church served as a leveling area. Curiously, Shen Yi had never ventured here in his previous life, although he had played this game for a full 5 years before the Cataclysm. The locations he had explored constituted less than 1% of the vast world of the game. This was no exaggeration. The game's map was an extensive replica of the real world, illustrating its immense scale. Sister, what do you think the vengeful spirit will be like? Shen Yi teased, observing Fifth Sister, who usually displayed considerable bravery, now appearing timid. Vengeful spirits? Perhaps Sadako from the ring crawling out of a well? He quipped, eliciting a paler complexion from Fifth Sister Shen Yin. And what about Silent Hill or Juon? Shen Yi turned back, playfully making a face at Shen Yin. Oh my, she shrieked, startled, leaping several feet into the air. Bad little brother, don't scare her. Elder Sister Shen Yu sighed in exasperation at Shen Yi's antics. Indeed, brother, you're too mischievous. Fifth Sister is particularly frightened of this, Second Sister added, reassuringly taking Shen Yan's hand. Do not fear, Fifth Sister, we are all here, and if ghosts appear, we shall not be afraid. Exactly. Stinky brother, if you scare your sisters again, I shall be forced to teach you a lesson, Shen Yu threatened, shaking her fist at Shen Yi. Shen Yi merely chuckled, scratching his nose and ceasing his teasing. However, as they ventured deeper into the fog, an undeniable heaviness settled in the atmosphere. The scene before them resembled something out of a horror film, a straight stone path flanked by withered trees. Crows perched upon the branches, their blood-red eyes watching them intently, occasionally emitting their haunting calls. The most chilling sight was the gravestones that emerged from the mist, casting an eerie pall over the surroundings. Gulp. Shen Yi could hear the sound of his 5 sisters swallowing nervously. After all, it was natural for girls to be apprehensive in such an environment. Just as they were nearing the church, a sudden burst of azure flames shot from the mist, striking Shen Yi and his companions. Watch out. Monsters ahead, long-range attack. Shen Yi shouted, having been at the forefront when the fireballs hit him. Despite his formidable output, he was still a fragile character, and the impact of the fireballs reduced his health to a mere 1/10 of its total, nearly resulting in his demise. A beam of holy light enveloped Shen Yi as Shen Qian, swift and attentive, healed him, her proficiency as a healer evident. Immediately, Third Sister Shen Yu activated her shield buff, encasing the group in protective barriers. Although Fifth Sister was frightened, she quickly cast additional buffs on everyone, including an enhancement on Shen Yi's weapon. Where are the monsters? I can't see anything, they exclaimed, standing still, unable to perceive any foes amidst the fog. This is troublesome. The monsters are concealed within the mist, and they are all ranged attackers. We need to lure them out. Shen Yi assessed, quickly formulating a plan. Not me. Shen Yu protested, her voice trembling. As the main tank, it was her duty to draw the monsters, but the eerie atmosphere made her hesitant. If you don't go, we will become living targets. Can you bear to see us fall victim to these creatures? Without your taunt, they won't follow anyone else. Shen Yi retorted, exasperated with Shen Yu. Sister, it's just a game. There are far more terrifying monsters ahead. Fear not. If worst comes to worst, I'll even wash your stockings for you. He jested, attempting to lighten the mood. I'd rather not have you wash them. You always ruin them. Shen Yu shot back, irked by the mention of stockings. During their banter, several blue fireballs suddenly hurtled toward them from the surroundings. Though they struck the shields, the damage was still considerable. Fine, I'll do it. Shen Yu relented, realizing her companions were becoming targets. Without further hesitation, she summoned her baby, the Holy Light Dragon, and mounted it. I'm going in, she declared, charging into the mist while cursing the game's designer under her breath for creating such a scene and the monsters within. Here they come. So many of them, huh? Moments later, Shen Yu's shrieks pierced the air as she emerged from the fog atop the Holy Light Dragon, followed by a swarm of ghostly figures with glowing green eyes. Elder Sister, use light element spells. They have damage bonuses. Shen Yi instructed, spotting the approaching threats. I know. Shen Yu replied, having gradually understood the elemental interactions. As Shen Yi spoke, she began charging a spell with her staff. Whoosh! A beam of light element magic surged toward the vengeful spirits, sweeping through them with devastating effect. The light element's damage bonus proved lethal against these ghostly foes, resulting in instant annihilation. Sister San, retreat. Continue to lure the monsters. Elder Sister has already eliminated those behind you. Shen Yi called out to her, urging her to keep drawing the enemies away. What? That was fast. Alas, dear sister, do take it slow. Your ferocity is quite terrifying. Shen Yu, on the verge of tears, glanced back only to find that the vengeful spirits pursuing her had been utterly vanquished. With a mournful expression, she grumbled softly, yet dutifully returned to continue luring monsters. Chapter 51, The Golden Boss, Master of the Phantom Church. Sister, how come you're back? Where are the monsters? Half an hour later, Shen Yu watched as her sister rode back on her radiant holy light dragon. Shen Yi cast a glance behind and noted with dismay that not a single creature had been drawn back this time. Hey, do you really think I'm a pack mule for the production team? Even a pack mule deserves a break. With no monsters in sight, she could see the grand entrance of the church ahead. Shen Yu rolled her eyes, deeply dissatisfied with Shen Yi's exploitative behavior. She informed him that the area was completely cleared of foes, leaving only the imposing, dilapidated church before them. Is that so? Then let us proceed. Shen Yi responded promptly, clearly realizing that no more monsters would respawn in the vicinity for the time being. The church was likely the main objective of this S-class mission, thus, he signaled for them to head towards it. This church looks quite charming. What a pity it's abandoned. It must have been beautiful once. Shen Yu remarked as they approached. Perhaps there's even a vampire dwelling inside. Let us be cautious. Shen Yi chuckled in response, advising them to exercise caution. You're the one who is frightening. You're the vampire. Exactly, you silly brother. Why don't you mention zombies instead? Ah, if you wish to encounter zombies. I know of a place where they truly exist. Sister, do you want to go? Not a chance. Absolutely not. Indeed, dear brother. I must inform you that my delicate heart has suffered a tremendous trauma this time. If you don't buy me a Chanel, it shall remain unsettled. Shen Yu gazed at Shen Yi, insisting that material indulgences could mend all wounds. Enough of that. The girl who can crush cockroaches with her bare hands shouldn't be lamenting about emotional distress. The real victims are those vengeful spirits that you dispatched in an instant. Shen Yi replied, rolling his eyes with a smirk. I'm pushing the door open. Be cautious and stay alert. Shen Yi declared, and without further ado, he swung open the church doors. Upon the doors opening, a chilling wail pierced the air, accompanied by a massive, flickering ghostly flame. Goodness! Shen Yi exclaimed, startled. Fortunately, Shen Yu was quick-witted, raising her shield and stepping forward to absorb the brunt of the fiery assault. Despite her formidable defenses as the main tank, bolstered by a shield, the attack was devastating, shattering her defenses and reducing her health to half. As the divine light descended, the second sister's healing spell promptly restored Shen Yu's vitality to a stable state. Scatter, elder sister, second sister, fourth sister, fifth sister. Maintain a safe distance and find your positions to attack. Third sister, hold the front, and second sister, keep an eye on third sister's health. Shen Yi quickly instructed. He hadn't anticipated such a trickery from the monsters within the church. The ambush was ruthless. Understood. The sisters had been coordinating for several days, instantly responding to Shen Yi's commands. Naturally, Shen Yi was not merely an observer. After issuing orders, he activated stealth mode, becoming invisible. At that moment, they finally discerned the true nature of the creature attacking them. It was a colossal female vengeful spirit, not the kind of ghost akin to Sadako from Eastern horror, but rather a Western-style apparition, existing solely as a wraith. Towering at 3 to 4 meters, her name loomed ominously above her health bar. Master of the Phantom Church, Selena. A golden icon adorned her name. Upon seeing the golden emblem, Shen Yi couldn't help but exclaim, Sisters, be cautious. This is a golden boss. Goodness. I wondered how we could receive an S-class mission at such low levels. It turns out this boss is a golden one. Shen Yi lamented, noting that a golden boss was incomparable to bronze or silver bosses in terms of difficulty. Its strength far surpassed all the previous bosses they had encountered combined, making it exceedingly formidable. Given their current state of equipment, which was rather shabby, facing this boss would be an arduous challenge. Only because Shen Yi's party comprised individuals with exceptional abilities could they dare confront this formidable foe. Otherwise, encountering a golden boss would necessitate a strategic retreat. A golden boss means we could open a golden treasure chest. The fifth sister, with her unique perspective, was already dreaming of treasures. Focus, my dear brother. This creature is a golden boss, unlike any we've faced before. Shen Yi sighed, and as he spoke, he stealthily maneuvered behind the boss. Help! I can't move. Second sister, heal me. At that moment, Shen Yu cried out from the team. The strength of the golden boss was not to be trifled with. Just moments ago, it had immobilized Shen Yu with its skill, bringing her health to a critical level. As the boss swung its claws towards her, Shen Yu was clearly terrified. A single hit could spell her doom. Ah wait, there's a 2-second cooldown. Shen Qian exclaimed, her forehead drenched in sweat. realizing her healing was lagging behind the rapidly depleting health of Shen Yu. I'm doomed, Shen Yu screamed, bracing herself for the inevitable. But just as she thought the claws would seal her fate, the boss suddenly halted, and its health bar visibly diminished by a large fraction. What is the panic? I'm still here, Shen Yi called out, having just executed a backstab that triggered a stun effect on the boss, followed by a relentless barrage of attacks. Phew. In that moment of stunning the boss, Shen Qian's healing cooldown was up, and she swiftly cast a healing spell, restoring Shen Yu's health to full. Good job, little brother. That was splendid, Shen Yu praised, calling out to Shen Yi. Stop praising me. Focus on holding the boss's aggro. It's coming for me. Shen Yi shouted back, as the boss's attention shifted entirely to him due to the recent backstab. After the stun wore off, the boss lunged towards Shen Yi. Chapter 52, A Bloodbath with the Boss, triggering double skills. The wailing of the vengeful spirit echoed behind Shen Yi. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head, unmistakably the effect of the boss's skill. The next second, he found himself in a state of dizziness. Damn, I can't move, Shen Yi cursed inwardly. However, at that moment, a gentle light of divine radiance enveloped him, instantly dispelling his dizziness. Little brother, I've cast purification on you. Does it help? Wow, that's impressive. Second sister, you figured it out, Shen Yi exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Shen Qian's purification could remove negative buffs, something he hadn't anticipated. With the dizziness lifted, Shen Yi quickly distanced himself from the boss. As a rogue, all his attribute points were allocated to agility, ensuring his damage output was explosively high. Agility can enhance speed, while simultaneously increasing critical hit rates and damage. At present, Shen Yi's agility is remarkably high, allowing him to move with great swiftness. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry emanates from behind him, as a colossal phoenix totem soars into the sky from the boss, followed by a massive cage that ensnares the boss. Fifth Sister Shen Yin quickly joins in the control, further confining the boss. Third Sister then follows suit with a shield bash and taunt, drawing the boss's aggro towards herself. A splendid display. Witnessing this scene, Shen Yi feels an immense sense of relief. Unbeknownst to him, a tacit understanding has gradually formed among the group. This is precisely the effect Shen Yi desires. With the growth of his sisters and their collaboration, even when the merging of worlds occurs in the future, their chances of survival will significantly increase. Eldest and fourth sisters unleash a barrage of attacks on the boss, while Shen Yi, as the sixth, prepares for a critical strike. The rhythm of battling the boss is exceptional. Anyone observing would undoubtedly be awestruck by their harmonious coordination, which is as beautiful as a painting. Be cautious. The gold boss will unleash its ultimate abilities twice, once at half health and again at 10% health. We are approaching 50% health now. The boss is about to unleash its ultimate move. I am uncertain what this boss's ultimate entails, but I suspect it is an area of effect skill, so we must remain vigilant. As Shen Yi observes the boss's health gradually dwindle, he warns his sisters just before it reaches half health. Unlike bronze and silver bosses, the ultimate abilities of a gold boss are triggered more frequently and deal significantly higher damage. In fact, higher tier bosses are even more terrifying. Their skill frequency escalates exponentially. Take divine bosses, for instance. They unleash skills with every step, making it impossible for ordinary players to endure. Understood. The sisters respond in unison, their focus intensifying. Indeed, as the boss's health dips to 50%, it emits a ferocious howl. Upon hearing this, the group is instantly gripped by fear, losing control and scattering chaotically. In reality, Shen Yi's second sister, Shen Qian, possesses a purification skill that can dispel fear. However, Shen Yi had never encountered this boss in his previous life, so he was unaware that its ultimate move inflicts group fear. Had he known, he could have instructed his second sister to cast purification in advance, perfectly avoiding the impending damage. I'm dead. I'm alive again. I'm dead again. Amidst the group fear, third sister Shen Yu begins to wail uncontrollably, being the most unfortunate among them. As the main tank, she is closest to the boss and, now under the influence of fear, loses control and becomes the boss's primary target. In an instant, her health is depleted. Fortunately, fifth sister Shen Yin, at level 10, had comprehended a reincarnation skill that can allow teammates to resurrect instantly after death. This reincarnation state had been placed upon third sister Shen Yu, so when she is killed for the first time, she is revived in her reincarnated form. Yet, before she can even take action, she is struck down by the boss once more. Third sister Shen Yu watches her own lifeless body transform into a spirit, helplessly standing by as she awaits rescue from Shen Qian. At that moment, the fear status finally dissipates. Simultaneously, after dispatching Shen Yu, the boss's aggro shifts to Shen Yi, who is now being relentlessly pursued. A skill is hurled at him, severely wounding him. Little brother, second sister Shen Qian exclaims, rushing forward to cast a healing spell on Shen Yi. Sister, don't mind me. Save third sister first. Only if she survives do we have a chance to defeat the boss. Shen Yi shouts to his second sister, urging her to prioritize Shen Yu's rescue. After all, without the main tank, the fragile ranged characters would be in grave danger. Understood. Shen Qian pauses her healing hand, glancing toward Shen Yu. Although concerned for Shen Yi's well-being, she decides to heed his advice. Shen Yi's gaze sharpens. He has no intention of waiting idly for death. As the boss approaches, its bloodied claws swiping toward him, Shen Yi advances rather than retreating. He arcs his dagger in a perfect trajectory, aiming for the boss. Dark blood slaughter. Both parties strike each other. Yet Shen Yi miraculously remains unscathed. Not only does he avoid death, but his health, which was nearly depleted, astonishingly returns to full. Incredible luck. Shen Yi marvels at his restored health bar, while noticing the boss's health has dropped a notch. Just moments ago, Shen Yi had employed dark blood slaughter, a skill that siphons health. He had calculated that he could trade health for health and estimated that he would not perish, anticipating a successful lifesteal. To his astonishment, he activated the weapon's special effect, triggering a double skill effect that resulted in 2 health recoveries, restoring him completely. Observing his health bar return to full, Shen Yi cannot help but appreciate his extraordinary fortune. Meanwhile, Shen Yu has been revived by Shen Qian, calling forth her baby dragon once more. She mounts it and charges back into the fray, taunting the boss to regain its attention. Little brother, third sister has returned. Alright, let us all unleash our attacks without giving the boss a moment's respite. After successfully enduring the boss's first ultimate, everything resumes its course. Shen Yi continues to output damage. Watching the boss's health steadily decline, excitement coursing through the group. Chapter 53, Defeating the Gold Boss, Phantom Golden Shield. Second sister, take note. The boss is down to just 10% health. Prepare to use the purification skill to immunize against control effects. The group diligently wears down the boss's health. And after nearly half an hour of relentless assault, the golden boss's health bar has finally reached 10%. Having learned from their previous missteps, they are determined not to repeat the same mistakes. Thus, Shen Yi immediately calls out to Shen Qian, signaling her to be ready to activate the purification skill and evade the boss's fear effect. Understood. At this moment, Shen Qian has already begun to anticipate the boss's precast movements. Although the impending cataclysm will culminate in a merging of worlds, it remains fundamentally a virtual online game. Bosses exhibit a tell when casting their skills, and recognizing this tell is an essential skill for every player. Shen Qian's comprehension abilities are exceptional. Observing the boss's actions, she keenly identifies the pivotal moment. Just as the boss's health reaches 10% and it prepares to unleash its ultimate, she simultaneously casts purification. A chilling shriek erupts from the boss, and the health of all players plummets in waves. Instantly, the group's expressions shift in alarm. To their dismay, this time the boss's ultimate not only inflicts fear, but also deals continuous damage. Players hastily draw health potions, while Shen Qian busily heals everyone. Fortunately, the boss's ultimate does not last long, and though their health bars are critically low, all remain alive. Attack. Capitalize on its weakness. Shen Yi seizes the moment, launching his skills at the boss. As the boss's health reaches 10%, it rapidly dwindles under the combined efforts of the group. With a final, defiant roar, the boss's spirit dissipates, transforming into a desiccated husk that falls lifelessly to the ground. A radiant burst of white light enveloped the group, signifying their elevation and level following the recent cleansing of vengeful spirits and the vanquishing of the formidable boss. Remarkably, everyone's level surged to a commendable 12. A clear testament to the abundant experience bestowed by a golden boss. Hooray, we defeated the boss. But where's the treasure chest? Where is it? Upon witnessing the demise of the boss, Shen Yin could no longer contain her excitement and hurried over, her eyes darting about in search of the elusive treasure. Sister, this is a wild boss. Treasure chests do not exist here. Only dungeon bosses yield such rewards. With wild bosses, we simply search the corpse. Look, the corpse is right here. Go ahead and check it out. Let's see if your little red hand can uncover something valuable this time. Shen Yi teased, pointing at the desiccated body and encouraging Shen Yin to inspect it. What? Touch the corpse? No way. That's a real corpse. Shen Yin recoiled, refusing the suggestion. Clearly, when faced with the choice between searching for treasure and touching a genuine corpse, she unhesitatingly opted to forego the treasure. What is the big deal? They're all corpses. What makes them different? Shen Yi chuckled, then turned to the remaining sisters. Ladies, anyone wish to try their luck? No, little brother, you do it. We trust in your good fortune. They exclaimed in unison, clearly expressing their aversion to the boss's lifeless form. Shen Yi, amused by their collective disdain, decided not to press the issue further. Fine then, you may be afraid, but I'm not. What is there to fear for a strong man? With that, he stepped forward, boldly rummaging through the corpse as the sisters watched in eager anticipation, hoping to witness the emergence of something extraordinary. What is this? A skill book? The first item Shen Yi retrieved was indeed a skill book. In the realm of Doomsday Dawn, skills are not solely acquired through leveling up or equipping gear. Skill books also serve as a means of learning. Thus, skill books are regarded as highly valuable items. To his surprise, Shen Yi had stumbled upon a skill book on his first attempt. Phantom Step Skill Book, upon use, grants the ability to learn the skill, Phantom Step. Usage requirement, Thief or Assassin class. Wow, it's a skill book for the thief class. This is perfect for me. Shen Yi marveled, delighted to discover that the first item he unearthed was directly applicable to his character. The Phantom Step skill was evidently a buff-type ability, likely enhancing agility. Exclusively usable by thieves and assassins. Hey, little brother, everything you find seems to be for your own use. The sisters expressed their curiosity regarding the skill book, and upon realizing its relevance to Shen Yi's profession, they couldn't help but exclaim about his fortune. Why not let you try? Perhaps you'll uncover something suited to your class, Shen Yi suggested with a grin, glancing at his third sister. No, I'd rather not. Besides, my dear brother will surely find something good for me, Shen Yu replied playfully with a sly smile. Shen Yi rolled his eyes, muttering, dream on. I'm definitely going to find what I need. With that, he reached out once more, and to his astonishment, he felt another object. What is this sensation? He continued to explore the corpse and soon pulled out a shield, its surface gleaming with golden light. Shen Yi couldn't help but feel incredulous. Just moments ago, Shen Yu had jokingly asked for an item, and now, it appeared he had truly found one. Wow, little brother, do you need to spoil the third sister this much? Look at my luck. A shield. This is my new equipment, Shen Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she laid eyes on the radiant shield. Clearly suited for shield-bearing classes, with knights among them, making it an obvious fit for her. Shen Yi was left speechless as he watched Shen Yu jubilantly claim the shield. Such an impressive shield. Phantom Golden Shield. Equipment type. One-handed weapon. Equipment quality. Gold. Attributes. Increases physical damage by 813 points. Defense and magic resistance by 20 points. HP by 150 points. Effect. When using the Phantom Golden Shield to block, it can resist 10 points of damage. There is a 5 chance to trigger the Phantom effect, completely immunizing against a single instance of damage. Requirements. Knight or Shield Warrior class. Level requirement. Level 15, Chapter 54, Epic Mount, Phantom Warhorse. My beloved brother. I adore you. Truly, you are the best brother ever. Come, give me a kiss. Shen Yu was elated, having exchanged her previous novice shield for such a remarkable upgrade. The attributes of the Golden Shield, while not the absolute best, were certainly impressive, particularly the 5 chance for complete damage immunity. In the face of a formidable boss, that could make a world of difference. Isn't it handsome? Shen Yu boasted, brandishing the shield for all to see. Although she couldn't equip it, yet due to her level, its appearance alone was striking enough to command attention. The shield, a ghostly blue, exuded an eerie yet appealing aesthetic, radiating the unique golden glow of high-quality equipment, making it undeniably impressive. As Shen Yu sat atop her beloved holy light dragon, wielding the golden shield, it was clear she looked quite majestic. So stylish, sister. You're amazing. Brother, I want one too. Hurry, let me try. I want to find some equipment as well. Shen Yin, visibly envious, urged Shen Yi. Had it not been for her distaste for the corpse of the female vengeful spirit, she would have eagerly joined in the search. All right, but I have a feeling my luck might be running out, Shen Yi muttered. Statistically speaking, a single golden boss had already yielded a golden piece of equipment, and the chances of finding another high-quality item were slim. As a reincarnator, Shen Yi was well aware of the game's rather outrageous drop rates. Continuing his search through the corpse, he indeed found several subsequent items that were far less impressive, much to the group's growing disappointment. Just when they thought the excitement had come to an end, Shen Yi suddenly sensed something extraordinary once more. Wait, there is something else. This glow, it's purple. Once again, Shen Yi had unearthed something remarkable, though the others were unable to discern what it was as a flash of purple light enveloped the scene before the item vanished into Shen Yi's inventory. What was that? The sisters, filled with curiosity, turned their gazes toward Shen Yi, clearly intrigued by the mysterious item. Let me take a look. Shen Yi exclaimed as he opened his inventory. Upon seeing what had materialized, he stood in stunned silence. No way. Is my luck truly this incredible? Shen Yi was left utterly astonished, unable to believe his fortune. Upon discovering the contents within the backpack, a sense of wonderment washed over me. As if fate had bestowed an extraordinary fortune upon us. I found myself rather apprehensive about the fleeting nature of my existence. What could it possibly be? Observing Shen Yi's expression, the curiosity of the onlookers intensified, prompting a flurry of eager inquiries. A mount? An epic mount, no less. Shen Yi exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Really? The crowd gasped in unison upon hearing the revelation of a mount. Without further ado, Shen Yi promptly shared the mount statistics in the team channel. Phantom Warhorse, mount type, land mount quality, epic, mount attribute. Riding this mount increases movement speed by 105, mount skill, Phantom Dash, upon activation. The Phantom Warhorse transforms into a spectral form and dashes forward at a speed increase of 100 for 60 seconds. With a cooldown of 120 seconds. In essence, a mount serves as a vehicle within the game. In the prelude to Cataclysm, mounts are categorized based on various environments, including flying mounts, land mounts, aquatic mounts, and even diving mounts. However, mounts in the prelude to Cataclysm are unable to participate in combat unless one belongs to a knight class. Otherwise, They merely function as a mode of transportation. Nevertheless, a good mount is indispensable, considering the vastness of the game map. A quality mount can significantly alleviate many travel-related challenges for players, rendering this particular mount exceedingly valuable. Shen Yi had not anticipated that defeating a golden boss would yield an epic mount. The 105 movement speed boost was astonishing, equivalent to more than doubling 1's running speed, thus having the time required for the same journey. Alas, there was only one. If only each of them could possess one. Quick, let us see it. Shen Yin urged eagerly, signaling for Shen Yi to summon the phantom warhorse. Nodding in agreement, Shen Yi released the mount. With a resounding neigh, a stunning spectral horse, shimmering in shades of ghostly blue, manifested before the group. Its deep blue eyes glowed with intensity, its ethereal body exuding a soft blue hue. It stood robustly, its hooves hovering above the ground, surrounded by an aura of ghostly flames, an embodiment of sheer elegance. Wow, what a magnificent horse. Indeed, it's truly beautiful. This horse is a ghost, surprisingly not frightening, but rather quite captivating. The crowd chimed in, unanimously agreeing on the horse's striking appearance. Here, take it, Shen Yi declared, stowing away the phantom warhorse before initiating a trade with Shen Yan. What? Is this for me? Don't you want it? Shen Yan asked, momentarily taken aback as she fixed her gaze on Shen Yi. Of course, I aspire for something even greater. Does this epic mount truly suit my temperament? Besides, I've already obtained a skill book as a reward. You adore vehicles, don't you? I may not have a Porsche 911 at the moment, but this horse can serve as a splendid substitute for now. Shen Yi chuckled, revealing his lack of strong desire for a mount. Given his agile class that already boasted impressive speed, he was well aware of Shen Yin's fondness for vehicles, and this mount, even within the confines of a game, was undeniably cool. In truth, if they chose not to keep the mount, it could be sold, considering its current value. The phantom warhorse could easily be exchanged for a Ferrari in the real world. Is that all right? Shen Yin questioned, her voice tinged with disbelief as she accepted the trade. Come on, fifth sister, spare me the pretense. Is that really a question? Third sister scoffed. Hee, if fifth sister likes it, then it's yours. Yes, if you like it. Take it, chimed in Shen Yu and the others, clearly not inclined to contest their sister's claim. Chapter 55, The Quest Key, a challenge to unlock indeed. Fifth sister is rather insincere, claiming uncertainty while already summoning the phantom warhorse before everyone, eagerly mounting it. How splendid. Shen Yin beamed as she sat atop the phantom warhorse, her delight evident. At that moment, she felt far more glamorous than if she were driving a 911. Brother, try again, there might be more treasures. The group's eyes turned to Shen Yi, urging him to continue. After all, the boss had already yielded several impressive items, which sparked a thrilling sense of anticipation. Shen Yi chuckled wryly, feeling that the boss had already exceeded expectations, and it seemed unlikely that anything else of value remained. Nevertheless, he continued to search. Oh, there is indeed something else. Initially believing there was nothing left, Shen Yi soon revealed a look of astonishment as he pulled out a set of keys. What are these? The crowd's curiosity was piqued as they gazed at the keys in Shen Yi's hand, each one eager to learn more. Keys. Could they unlock a treasure chest? Shen Yin leaped down from her phantom warhorse, her eyes wide with excitement at the thought of treasure. No, it appears to be a quest item, Shen Yi clarified. Oh, I see. Second sister, isn't your quest still incomplete? His gaze shifted to his second sister, recalling that their venture to the ghost church was not merely for experience points, but to aid Shen Qian in completing her S-rank guild quest. No, I still haven't rescued the church members, came her reply, confirming Shen Yi's suspicions. Although they had defeated the boss of the ghost church, the quest was not yet concluded. It seems my conjecture was correct. These keys are likely meant to unlock some hidden chamber or passage. Let us split up and see if we can find any locked doors or concealed basements, Shen Yi instructed the group, noting that the boss had yielded nothing further except this set of keys, which were presumably linked to Shen Qian's quest. Understood, the group responded, setting off to search for any hidden entrances. Meanwhile, Shen Yi retrieved the skill book dropped by the boss and chose to use it immediately. Phantom Step, active skill utilizing Phantom Step increases movement speed by 60. If the player is in a stealth state, an additional 20 speed is granted. During movement, there is a 2 chance to leave behind a phantom illusion that confuses opponents for 5 seconds. The speed boost lasts 20 seconds, with a cooldown of 45 seconds, costing 50 MP. An excellent mobility skill. Shen Yi marveled at the phantom step he had acquired, feeling quite satisfied. Mobility skills are essential for many classes, as increased movement speed can effectively evade attacks. This is particularly crucial for assassins and rogues, making the phantom step's effects rather advantageous. The speed boost is decent, and the ability to leave a phantom illusion could provide a significant advantage in evasion. Overall, while this skill may not be overwhelmingly powerful, it is certainly sufficient for Shen Yi to utilize effectively in the early stages. Brother, just as Shen Yi was engrossed in learning the skill, fourth sister Shen Ling called out to him. Noticing her beckoning, Shen Yi approached, aware that her sparse words typically signaled the discovery of something noteworthy. As expected, She pointed out a locked hidden door concealed behind a broken statue, confirming their earlier suspicions. No need to search further. We have found it. The remaining sisters of Shen Yi called out, and upon hearing their voices, everyone rushed over. Open the door, little brother. There must be treasures inside. Shen Yu's eyes sparkled as she urged Shen Yi to hasten and unlock the door. Yes, yes, hurry up, stinky little brother. Let me see what good things lie within. The crowd was brimming with excitement, each one clamoring for Shen Yi's attention. Shen Yi nodded, producing the keyring taken from the defeated boss, and proceeded to unlock the door. With a crisp click, the atmosphere shifted, and everyone froze in disbelief. Shen Yi, too, was taken aback as he noticed one of the keys had broken off, his expression turning rigid. System notification, the key is damaged. The front door lock can withstand 2 more damages. If it becomes completely damaged, the lock will remain inoperable. Ah, you foolish little brother, the key is broken. Indeed, was there only 3 chances to unlock it? Is it possible? There are 5 keys on this ring. So only one must be genuine? What a trick. If we cannot unlock it, won't Second Sister's mission fail? Clearly. The notification was not only visible to Shen Yi, but also caught the attention of his sisters. At that moment, 5 stunningly beautiful faces were fixed upon Shen Yi, amplifying his anxiety. How unfair, system. Why play such tricks with me? Shen Yi felt a wave of frustration. He had not anticipated that the lock had a mechanism. With 5 keys, only one could open it, and there were merely 3 attempts allowed. If he failed, the door would remain shut. Ahem, let us try again. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yi, albeit reluctantly, decided that he could not leave the door unopened. Taking a deep breath, he selected another key. Click. The familiar sound echoed as another key broke, leaving 6 pairs of eyes wide with shock. It's over. Brother, you've exhausted your luck by touching that corpse. Let someone else try? You've tainted yourself with bad luck after your encounter. With the second failure, anxiety gripped everyone's throats, as they now faced their final chance. How about you all try? Shen Yi suggested, feeling a tinge of panic. Despite being an otherworldly traveler, he was not entirely confident, as even in his previous life, he could not guarantee success. All 5 keys looked identical, relying solely on chance. Brother, you can do it. I believe in your luck. Yes, brother. It's up to you now. Second Sister won't blame you if you fail. Witnessing Shen Yi's mounting pressure, Eldest and Second Sister rallied to encourage him, insisting that he should make the final attempt. Chapter 56, The Hidden Boss Beneath the Church. Upon hearing their encouragement, Shen Yi grasped the key in his hand, wishing to express that he, too, felt immense pressure. I'll do it. However, no one anticipated that the usually reticent 4th sister, Shen Ling, would step forward and offer to unlock the door. The others turned to Shen Ling, realizing the gravity of the situation. There was only 1 chance left, and 3 keys remained. Though the odds were 1 in 3, the stakes were high. If they failed, the blame would fall on them. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Despite the anxious expression surrounding her, Shen Ling remained unfazed. It was clear she wished to alleviate Shen Yi's burden. Though they had not blamed him for his failures, he still bore considerable stress, and she was willing to share it. All right, 4th sister, you go ahead. It's fine if it doesn't work. Shen Yi handed her the key while the others nodded in agreement. 4th sister, you've got this. Second Sister won't blame you if the task fails. Tasked with rescuing Shen Ling, Second Sister promptly voiced her support. Okay, Shen Ling replied succinctly, accepting the key and, under the watchful gazes of her siblings, selected a key and inserted it into the lock. As she turned the key, a satisfying click resonated. This time, the key did not break, but turned smoothly, and the lock opened normally. Success. 4th sister, you're amazing, Shen Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Oh my. Little sister has proven to be quite lucky. Look at that, little brother. The atmosphere shifted to one of joy as everyone praised Shen Ling for her accomplishment. Both Shen Ling and Shen Yi exhaled deeply, feeling the weight lift off their shoulders. It's all right, let us open the door. 4th sister maintained her calm demeanor and gestured toward the hidden entrance. Yes, yes, there may be treasures inside. Shen Yin eagerly responded, preparing to open the door. However, to everyone's surprise, the door swung open on its own. Oh divine angel, bless us, bless us. A figure emerged in a panic, tumbling out in a state of disarray, desperately urging them to remain quiet and flee. You are the church's emissaries sent to rescue me, right? Hurry, leave this place. Keep your voices down and move quickly. The person, upon seeing Shen Yi and the others, appeared startled but quickly regained composure, whispering urgently. Are you the pastor sent by the church to purify the haunted chapel? Shen Qian instinctively inquired, recognizing the clerical garb of the individual. Yes, I am indeed the church's pastor. We came here to cleanse the evil spirits, but the malevolence proved too potent, and I became separated from my companions. I fled into this underground passage to escape the evil spirit's wrath. The pastor spoke softly to the group. Shen Yi glanced at Second Sister, ready to ask a question. But she preempted him. The task is complete. We can report back now. Indeed, having opened the secret passage and rescued the pastor, Second Sister's S-rank mission was accomplished. What lies within? Are there treasures? Shen Yu inquired about the dark passage. Treasures? Oh, my child, do not entertain such greedy thoughts. Greed can lead to your demise. There are no treasures within. The pastor, an elderly woman, responded with a glint of horror in her eyes, as if she felt violated by the suggestion. What is down there that frightens you so? Shen Yi probed, puzzled by her demeanor. The vampire lies below, slumbering. The malevolent spirit we encountered in the chapel was merely the vampire's servant. The true master resides beneath. Her expression turned grave. He is powerful and terrifying. Fortunately, he remains asleep. I did not disturb him, and thus I survived. Children, young adventurers, promise me you will not descend. If he awakens, he will slaughter you. Your strength is far too weak to confront him. The pastor implored Shen Yi and the others. Upon hearing the word vampire, the faces of Shen Yi and his sisters shifted, their expressions reflecting fear. Being girls, even within a game, the vividness of the scene could easily instill a psychological scar. However, Shen Yi's eyes sparkled with understanding. He surmised that beneath them lay another formidable boss. It appeared that the Phantom Church harbored a hidden boss. This design was indeed clever. To access the underground passage, one had to vanquish the boss within the church to obtain a quest key, which would then grant entry to the secret tunnel. Yet, the passage did not guarantee a successful entry. In his previous life, Shen Yi had never heard of any hidden boss within the Phantom Church. The likelihood of such an occurrence was that perhaps someone had mentioned it, but he had not been privy to the information, or perhaps they had failed to unlock it, leading to its obscurity. Sisters, it is possible that a hidden boss lurks below. We must descend and investigate. If it truly is a hidden boss and we neglect it, we would be missing out on a significant opportunity. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Yi conveyed his intentions clearly to his sisters, expressing his desire to proceed downwards. Is it that vampire? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately perked up. Yes, it is quite possible. Should we go down to take a look? We're already here, and besides, the NPC mentioned that the boss is asleep. If it proves too powerful, we can always retreat. Shen Yi suggested. All right, we'll follow your lead. Indeed. How can we not check out a boss? That would be a tremendous loss. Absolutely, let us go down and see. With the mention of a hidden boss, everyone was instantly invigorated, as the allure of a concealed adversary in the depths was undeniably enticing, igniting their desire for battle. Then let us descend, Shen Yi decisively proclaimed. Chapter 57, The Epic Boss. Young adventurers of level 19, you cannot go down. You will awaken the sleeping vampire below. The rescued priest, witnessing Shen Yi and the others eager to descend, grew anxious and shouted at them, gesturing for them to refrain from proceeding, as it was exceedingly perilous. Please return to the church. We are capable of assessing the situation. Naturally, Shen Yi and his companions paid little heed to this NPC. In a world fused 5 years hence, Shen Yi might have exercised more caution, for life was singular. Yet, in the current realm of online gaming, death merely meant respawning. The adage fortune favors the bold rang true. Knowing that a hidden boss lay beneath, it would be excessively timid to disregard it. Thus, Shen Yi took the lead and ventured downward. What a vast space. I never imagined such a grand area lay hidden beneath the church. As Shen Yi and the others descended the stairs and traversed a corridor, they emerged into a room where their vision expanded dramatically. The subterranean chamber resembled a colossal library, its decor exuding an aura of antiquity and erudition. Brother, look, in the center. Ah, there's a coffin. Indeed, could this be the vampire the priest spoke of? In movies, don't vampires love to sleep in coffins? Their gazes were drawn to the massive coffin centrally positioned within this library-like structure. This coffin was exceedingly large, enveloped in a faint holy light, giving it an air of grandeur. Shen Yi's eyes fixated on the coffin, and a fleeting glimmer crossed his gaze. Sisters, remain here. I shall approach and investigate. Unsure of the boss's level within the coffin, Shen Yi resolved to cautiously examine the situation. All right, but be careful. The girls agreed, showing no urgent desire to advance, for caution is the mother of safety. Shen Yi nodded and activated Shadow Stealth, entering a state of invisibility before stealthily approaching the enormous coffin at the center. As he reached the coffin's edge and cast his gaze inside, his mind was momentarily overwhelmed. Gasp! Upon focusing on the interior, the boss's information was unveiled before him. Count Donahil, LV-20, and a purple emblem adorned his name, indicating that this creature was indeed an epic boss. Shen Yi could scarcely believe that the Phantom Church concealed a hidden boss, and it was of level 20. At this moment, Count Donahil lay within the coffin, shrouded in a halo of holy light, presumably in a state of slumber. Under such circumstances, it was highly probable that the boss would not awaken unless provoked, which explained the NPC's survival. Brother, what treasures lie within the coffin? Shen Yin called out from the group. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Shen Yi standing beside the coffin. There are indeed treasures, but I fear for my life in obtaining them. There's a hidden boss inside, and it's a level 20 epic boss. Such a formidable adversary is not to be trifled with. Shen Yi replied to the group. An epic boss of level 20? The girls exchanged glances. Realizing that even the golden boss from earlier had posed a significant challenge, This epic boss would undoubtedly be a daunting task for them. What should we do? Should we take the risk? Faced with the revelation of a level 20 epic boss, they found themselves at a loss, eagerly seeking guidance on how to proceed. Wait. You all stay put. I shall first see if I can pilfer something from it. Shen Yi contemplated. Feeling a surge of mischief at the sight of the epic boss nestled in the coffin, he decided to employ his theft skill to attempt to acquire something from the creature. The girls were taken aback, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Shen Yi had already extended his hand, ready to act. A mere 19 success rate. Goodness, is this the effect of night bonuses? As his hand hovered over the boss, he was left speechless. The cooldown for a guaranteed theft had not yet elapsed, meaning that his attempt was not assured of success. The success rate for the theft skill was determined by the disparity in strength between the thief and the target. Simply put, a thief would have a high success rate against a weaker target, whereas the opposite would yield a low chance. Given that Shen Yi was level 12, albeit with a unique hidden profession, he still lagged considerably behind the level 20 epic boss, even with the enhancement from his shadow hand in the night. The success rate stood at a mere 19. Shen Yi surmised that a typical rogue attempting the theft would likely encounter a success rate of mere fractions. Damn it. A 19 chance to steal? What difference does it make if I don't try? While others might have surrendered to the daunting odds, Shen Yi transformed into a resolute warrior, determined to proceed with the attempt. Dear sister, pay attention. I am about to attempt to steal from the boss. This action may awaken it, and if it does stir, let us see if we can engage it in battle. If it proves too formidable, we shall make our escape. Therefore, you should all position yourselves at the entrance, ready to strike should the boss awaken. If our output is in single digits, do not hesitate to flee. Shen Yi proclaimed to his sisters before embarking on his thievery. All right, little brother, be cautious. His sisters replied in unison. With their encouragement, Shen Yi prepared himself for the endeavor, facing a success rate of 19. He unleashed his signature skill, Shadow Hand. Chapter 58, The Inept Fury. The sealed boss system notification. The player attempted to steal from the vampire Count Donaharl, but the theft failed, awakening the slumbering vampire Count Donaharl. Indeed, the notion of being the chosen one is merely childish play. I could never be such a thing. Shen Yi felt utterly desolate, as a 19 success rate was an insurmountable challenge for him. Had he succeeded in the theft, he might have suspected he was truly cheating the game. Consequently, after the failure of his attempt, not only did he fail, but the boss was also roused from its slumber, indicating its awakening. Sisters, heed my words. The boss has awakened. Proceed as planned. If our output is insufficient, we must retreat. Shen Yi shouted to his sisters, signaling them to be vigilant. Upon hearing his warning, the ladies swiftly readied themselves, their gazes fixed upon the coffin. Damn that church, damn that priestess, Laura. Release me, you wretched fiends. Just as Shen Yi anticipated the boss would break free from the coffin upon awakening, a surprising scene unfolded. From within the coffin came the enraged roars of the boss. However, it did not emerge. Instead, it remained confined, much to Shen Yi's astonishment. What is happening? Shen Yi pondered, gazing once more into the coffin, his expression one of bewilderment. The boss had indeed awakened, appearing as a vampire straight from a classic horror film, dressed in gentlemanly attire, with a pallid complexion, sharp fingernails, and 2 menacing fangs. Strangely, despite its awakening, the vampire was unable to escape, as a halo of holy light enveloped the coffin, instilling in the vampire a palpable fear of the divine radiance, preventing its emergence. Thus, the boss could only rage impotently within the coffin, cursing a priestess named Laura. Brother, what is happening? Why doesn't the boss come out? Is it truly awake? One sister queried. Yes, I can hear the cursing. Could that be the boss? Another chimed in. Little brother, what on earth is going on? They all questioned, their curiosity piqued by the mysterious events transpiring within the coffin. Shen Yi was at a loss for words. After a moment, he ventured, perhaps it's stuck in a bug? This boss seems unable to escape, trapped within the coffin. What? The sisters exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Shen Yi meant. After careful observation, Shen Yi confirmed that the boss could not exit and turned to his sisters. Come closer. It truly appears unable to escape. The sisters, filled with curiosity, rushed over without hesitation, gathering around the coffin to gaze at the trapped vampire. Humans? Did you awaken me? The boss exclaimed. Oh, please release me. Destroy the seal of holy light, and I, Count Donaharl, will repay any who assist me. Having been in stealth mode, Shen Yi was invisible to the boss. The sudden appearance of his sisters startled it. Initially taken aback, the boss quickly implored them to help dismantle the holy seal. Interesting, this boss can speak? The sisters exchanged surprised glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. How novel. It's a humanoid boss. Naturally, it can converse. In fact, 80 of boss characters in this game possess advanced intelligence. Speaking is merely a triviality, Shen Yi explained. It cannot emerge due to the holy light? They asked curiously. Indeed, I suspect that the holy light is the reason it cannot escape. However, should someone attack the coffin, the seal would be broken, granting the boss its freedom. Shen Yi began to comprehend the mechanics at play. Oh. So does that mean attacking this boss is essentially aiding it in breaking free? If we don't attack, it remains sealed and unharmed? That is the gist of it. However, if you do not engage the boss, you will miss the opportunity to acquire valuable loot. That makes sense, the sisters acknowledged, their thoughts crystallizing. Attacking the boss was essential for loot, but breaking the seal would trigger combat. Conversely, if they refrained from engaging, the boss would remain confined, unable to yield any rewards. Yet, without defeating it, they could not acquire any treasures. Thus, the existence of the seal mattered little to the adventuring party. Not so fast. Suddenly, as Shen Yi grasped the situation, a glimmer of mischief ignited in his eyes, a sly smile forming upon his lips. Brother, that smile is quite devious. What scheme are you concocting? One sister remarked. Indeed, what trickery do you have in mind? Another inquired, recognizing the familiar expression of cunning on Shen Yi's face. While others may seek to obtain loot by defeating the boss, I need not follow that path, Shen Yi declared, his excitement palpable. Why not? The simplest-minded fifth sister inquired, her confusion evident. Thievery. Are you suggesting we use our stealing skills on it? However, the usually taciturn fourth sister quickly grasped Shen Yi's intention. Steal? Precisely. The boss cannot escape. Lying in the coffin, it is a living target. As long as we do not disrupt the seal, I can continuously attempt to steal from it. Even with a low success rate, repeated attempts could yield abundant rewards. Chapter 59. The Unassailable Sixth. The guild emblem. Shen Yi's revelation left his five sisters exchanging astonished glances. They looked at one another, then back at Shen Yi. Goodness. Little brother, how did you come up with that? One sister exclaimed. This method seems remarkably viable. Another added. Indeed, the boss cannot move. Isn't that an open invitation to steal? Ha! Little brother, your ingenuity is unparalleled. I suspect the designers never considered this. What a boss sealed away would mean for thieves. Shen Yi's idea is nothing short of brilliant and undoubtedly effective. The boss is currently ensnared within a coffin, utterly immobilized. Although Shen Yi's success rate for thievery stands at a mere 19, the lack of limitations on attempts and the absence of peril renders the situation exceedingly favorable. In this light, the boss becomes akin to a living target, subject to Shen Yi's incessant pilfering. It is even conceivable that Shen Yi could strip the boss completely bare. A method that borders on exploiting a glitch, evoking both admiration and amusement among the onlookers. Hee, what are we waiting for, brother? Go ahead, strip this boss clean. What does it matter if it's an epic boss? A tiger trapped in a cage is no more formidable than a mere cat. Fifth Sister Shen Qian, more exhilarated than Shen Yi, urged him to swiftly enact his plan to relieve the boss of its possessions. Shen Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes shimmering with excitement. An epic boss, after all, has the potential to yield legendary items. He pondered whether fortune might favor him this time. All right, I'll take the lead, sister. You all can look around for any treasures. This underground space is vast, and there may be hidden chests to discover. Shen Yi resolved to pilfer from the boss, though he recognized that the process might be lengthy. He turned to his sisters and said, Good, let's go. The sisters nodded and dispersed to search the expansive underground realm. Come back, humans. Where are you going? Release me, and I shall grant you the nobility of the bloodline. The boss bellowed, attempting to entice them as Shen Yi's sisters departed, but they were utterly uninterested in his pleas. Let me see what valuables you possess. System notification. Player attempted to steal from the target, vampire count Donald her, but the theft failed. System notification. Player attempted to steal from the target, vampire count Donald her, but the theft failed. Shen Yi repeatedly employed his thieving skills, yet with a success rate of only 19, he faced numerous failures. After attempting over a dozen times, all ended in disappointment. However, Shen Yi remained patient, replenishing his resources and waiting for cooldowns, resolutely continuing his attempts. Meanwhile, after a fruitless search for treasures, his sisters surprisingly settled down to peruse the tomes in the library. These books chronicled the lore and background of the game before the Cataclysm, providing them with intriguing insights into gameplay, engrossing them entirely. System notification. Player successfully stole from the target, vampire count Donald her, obtaining the item, guild token. After over 20 failed attempts, Shen Yi finally succeeded in his thievery. With the system's alert, he gazed at the token in his hand, his eyes instantly alight with joy. Wow, a guild token. Such a remarkable find. Shen Yi exclaimed in disbelief, unable to contain his astonishment as he broadcasted his discovery in the team channel. What's wrong? Little brother, did you find something good? The sisters, startled by Shen Yi's exclamation, set aside their books to inquire. Did you steal something? What is it? Fifth sister and third sister were particularly eager, rushing over to ask. Upon seeing the plain token in Shen Yi's grasp, they were immediately perplexed. What is this? Just a token? It doesn't seem like a valuable item at all. Why are you so excited? Fifth sister remarked, clearly unimpressed by the unadorned token. Good grief. Fifth sister, do you have any idea what this is? Shen Yi responded, growing frustrated at their lack of appreciation for such a prized item. What is this? The sisters, intrigued by Shen Yi's reaction, pressed for clarification. Take a look. Guild token. Holding this item allows one to apply for the creation of a guild within the main city's guild alliance. It is extremely rare. The description was straightforward, yet significant. Guilds represent a vital social component within the game, serving as a means for players to forge alliances and pursue mutual benefits. In any online game, the concept of guilds is inescapable. Generally, powerful guilds can control in-game resources and play a crucial role in the game's ecosystem. The same holds true for the pre-Cataclysm era. Players could establish their own factions, which are guilds. To do so, the primary requisite item is the guild token. This token is essential for applying to form a guild. Without it, such an application is impossible. Therefore, this token is a rare gem in the early stages of the game. Shen Yi vividly recalled that prior to his rebirth, the very first guild token in the game was auctioned off for an astronomical sum, nearing 100 billion. 100 billion. That amount could easily secure a plot of land for real estate in the real world. Yet, some individuals were willing to pay that sum solely for a guild token. Of course, the first token held a unique distinction, as guilds are assigned IDs, and the inaugural guild was designated as Guild 1. The significance of the number 1 is undeniably prestigious. Guild tokens are exclusive to epic bosses or higher, with an exceedingly low drop rate. Shen Yi remembered that even 3 to 4 years after the launch of the game, when guilds numbered in the thousands, the value of a guild token still did not dip below 1 million in real currency. Now, however, he had unexpectedly acquired a guild token less than 3 days after the game's launch, and in such a manner, it was almost comical. At that moment, as he gazed at the guild token in his hand, Shen Yi's face was alight with joy, grinning foolishly. Chapter 60. The Concept of Guild Creation. She's reached level 10? While Shen Yi reveled in his extraordinary find, his sisters remained baffled, clearly lacking an understanding of the token's rarity. Oh, this is hard to explain, but just know this. If I sold this thing, it could fetch hundreds of Porsches. What? As soon as Shen Yi uttered this, the sisters were taken aback. They were familiar with Porsches, costing millions each. Could this token really be worth enough to trade for hundreds? Did that imply the guild token's value was in the tens, or even hundreds of billions? Little brother, have you lost your mind? Are you still asleep? This thing could be worth that much? Shen Yin stared at the guild token in Shen Yi's hand, clearly in disbelief. Absolutely. Do you understand the prestige of being in the number 1 guild? This item only drops from epic bosses. Even among epic bosses, the chance of obtaining this item is less than 1 in 1,000. And since it is mandatory for forming a guild, just think about the immense value it holds. Then we should sell it, right? That way, we could achieve complete financial freedom and buy whatever we desire. Xin Yan, convinced by Shen Yi's earnestness, began to recognize the token's value. Her eyes sparkled with greed, eager to sell it for a fortune. At that point, who would care about Porsches? They could aim for a fleet of luxury cars. Not a chance. Shen Yi adamantly rejected the idea of selling the guild token without a moment's hesitation. It was no joke. Had he not been reborn, he would have immediately sought to trade the token for wealth and freedom. However, as a reincarnated individual, Shen Yi was acutely aware that in 5 years, the world would merge, rendering real-world currency nothing more than a heap of worthless paper. It was evident that possessing vast wealth would be futile. In the post-merger world, transactions would be conducted solely with crystal coins, making in-game currency of paramount importance. In fact, had it not been for the necessities of life over the next 5 years, Shen Yi would have been reluctant to convert his earnings into real currency. Thus, the notion of selling the first guild establishment token was utterly inconceivable to him, regardless of whether it was worth billions or even trillions. Shen Yi's intention was straightforward. He aspired to utilize the token to establish his own guild and recruit a cadre of formidable individuals from his memories, thereby forming the largest guild on the eve of the impending cataclysm. When the world merged in 5 years, with the backing of his guild's illustrious members, along with himself and his 5 sisters, becoming a dominant force in the integrated world would be well within reach. Compared to the grand plans swirling in Shen Yi's mind, the monetary value of selling the guild token was trivial. Why? That's an enormous sum. Shen Yin clearly had no inkling of Shen Yi's reincarnation nor his ambitious plans. Observing his resolute refusal to part with the token, she could only conclude that he was slightly unhinged. Sister 5, our younger brother must have his reasons for such a decision. Let's not disturb him. Indeed, our brother's earnings have sufficed for our needs. It has only been a short time, and he has already made over 1 million. There are many more opportunities for us to earn in the future. If he is unwilling to sell the token, it must be for a reason. The eldest and second sisters chimed in, urging Shen Yin to refrain from provoking Shen Yi. Little brother, you aren't planning to establish a guild, are you? The eldest and second sisters remarked, signaling Shen Yin to cease her antics. The third sister, discerning Shen Yi's intentions, realized that his unwillingness to sell indicated a desire to form a guild. Indeed, working as a mere employee pales in comparison to forging one's own path as a leader. You are unaware of the numerous advantages of being the number 1 guild. I will gradually share them with you. In any case, establishing our own guild is crucial for both our present and future. Sister 5, trust me. The benefits of forming a guild far surpass the value of selling this token. Shen Yi asserted resolutely, locking eyes with Shen Yan. All right, if you are so confident. I shall defer to your judgment. I was merely voicing my thoughts. If you choose not to sell, then so be it. Should you establish the guild? Will you not be the chairman? Then I shall take on the role of CEO, which seems reasonable. Shen Yan replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Huh, what CEO? We are family. You are my fifth sister, and I would gladly serve you as chairman. Shen Yi waved dismissively. Really? Then it's settled. I shall be the chairman. Hee hee, Shen Yan exclaimed, her face lighting up with glee. Establishing a guild required players to reach level 15. Sister, you all continue your reading. I shall persist in pilfering from that old vampire. He undoubtedly possesses many treasures. I must continue, Shen Yi declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. Since he had successfully stolen valuable items like the guild token, it was only natural that he could acquire even greater treasures. The exhaustion from his previous failed attempts was instantly dispelled, replaced by renewed vigor. Go for it, little brother. Strip him bare, leaving him with naught. Absolutely, Shen Yi responded, continuing his attempts at thievery while his sisters remained engrossed in their books. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to the luck bestowed upon him after his initial success, Shen Yi began to amass a considerable haul, though regrettably, most of it consisted of items of little use. At that moment, a message arrived in his friend list. It was her. What could she want? Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback to see that the sender was Nangong Mu Li. Ever since they left the novice village, they had not exchanged a single word. Now, her sudden outreach left him puzzled. Are you there? Upon opening the message, he saw her inquiry. Yes, I am. I have something I would like to consult you about. Well, it's not exactly a major issue. I am happy to share any knowledge I possess about the game. It's not anything significant, just that I've reached level 10 and am about to leave the novice village. I wanted to ask where you are in the main city. Level 10 already? Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback and opened her friend information, confirming that Nangong Mu Li had indeed reached level 10. Yes, thanks to the experience-enhancing potions you provided, I was able to progress swiftly beyond the novice village. I owe you my gratitude. There's no need for thanks. You are my senior. Helping you is only natural. I am in southern Juke City. Would you like to join me? Are you inviting me? Nangong Mu Li replied quickly, taken aback by Shen Yi's forthrightness. Yes, I genuinely hope you will come. After all, being in the same main city means we can look out for each other in case of any troubles. Furthermore, I plan to establish a guild, and you can join mine. We can participate in guild activities together. Shen Yi answered candidly. Are you joking? The future's top sword immortal profession, the Yaoguang sword immortal. Shen Yi eagerly anticipated her joining his guild, as it would mean gaining a formidable ally, a serendipitous windfall one would be foolish to refuse. Is it that direct? Nangong Mu Li did not expect Shen Yi to respond so bluntly, almost in a straightforward manner. Yet, inexplicably, the more simple he was, the more she found herself drawn to him. After a brief discussion with her teammates, she replied to Shen Yi, all right, a single word, devoid of excessive elaboration. And Nangong Mu Li consented. Upon reading her response, Shen Yi's lips curled into a smile. It was evident that this woman was gradually becoming ensnared by him. Have you reached level 12? Not long after, Nangong Mu Li sent another message. After leaving the novice village, she was able to see the leaderboard, which currently displayed 6 individuals corresponding to their respective professions, Shen Yi and his 5 sisters. At this moment, their levels had risen to 12, a full 2 levels above hers. Although it seemed like a minor difference, it was substantial, as the experience required to level up increased exponentially, often by several times or even dozens of times after level 10. Yes, let me send you a guide. It will help you avoid some pitfalls. If you follow my rhythm and strategy, you will level up more quickly, Shen Yi suggested, opening the leaderboard to find that 6 individuals had joined the rankings, with Nangong Mu Li now occupying the 7th position. Her teammates' rapid leveling was largely due to Nangong Mu Li's efforts, as she had benefited from the numerous beginner experience potions she received from Shen Yi, thus facilitating a more equitable distribution of experience. Considering his intention to recruit Nangong Mu Li, Shen Yi was more than willing to offer assistance. Her strength would only serve to benefit him in the long run. With that, he shared his comprehensive leveling strategy with her, ensuring that she could navigate the journey with fewer obstacles. Thank you. I had no idea there were so many intricacies. If I had to figure it out on my own, it would indeed be quite a headache. Upon receiving the strategy guide, Nangong Mu Li expressed her gratitude, clearly indicating that Shen Yi's guide proved to be quite effective. No need to be so polite, senior. Just treat me to a meal next time, she replied. Of course, I will definitely treat you to the finest, he assured. All right then, you carry on. I have some matters to attend to, she concluded. Okay, reach out if you need anything, Shen Yi responded. After ending the conversation with Nangong Mu Li, Shen Yi continued his attempts to pilfer from the epic level boss. However, due to the vast number of items the boss possessed, most of what he managed to steal were trivial and devoid of value, with no more treasures like the guild token surfacing. Just as Shen Yi was beginning to lose patience, a flash of purple light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, and a purple necklace materialized in his hand. As Shen Yi grasped the necklace, the radiant purple glow cast a brilliant light upon the library below. What is this? So dazzling. Brother, did you steal something extraordinary? Wow. Little bro, is it top-tier equipment? Let me see. At last, did you score something, little brother? Show us. Their excitement was palpable. It was evident that the light heralded a prized artifact. Shen Yi was momentarily stunned, but then elation flooded over him. Wow, it's an epic-level piece of equipment. Sisters, we've struck gold. It's an epic accessory, utterly invincible, he exclaimed, brimming with joy. The purple glow was unmistakably characteristic of epic tier gear, indicating that the piece before him was indeed an extraordinary item. An epic necklace. Quickly, share its details so we can take a look. The others, unable to contain their eagerness, urged him, their faces alight with curiosity. Shen Yi wasted no time and promptly shared the necklace's attributes with the team for all to peruse. Vampire's Embrace 2, necklace. Equipment type, accessory. Equipment quality, epic. Equipment description. It is said that in an ancient era, a vampire fell in love with a mortal. However, their love was doomed to be unaccepted by their respective races, leading to the cruelest punishments from both sides. Yet, their unwavering love moved Dracula, the vampire king, who forged a set of equipment named Vampire's Embrace to aid the vampire in protecting his beloved. Equipment attributes. Increases magic damage by 1824 points, HP by 100 points, and MP by 150 points. Equipment effect. While equipped, restores 10 MP per second. Set effect. Vampire's Embrace, 14. Activating 2 pieces grants a 20 increase in critical hit chance. Activating 3 pieces grants a 40 increase in critical hit damage. Activating 4 pieces grants the skill, Vampire's Lament. Equipment requirement. Usable by all classes. Equipment level, no level requirements. Is it actually a set? Shen Yi's mind buzzed as he processed the information. He had not anticipated that this epic necklace was part of a set. A set, as defined, comprises multiple pieces of equipment that collectively enhance performance. This series could consist of 3, 5, or even more items. Typically, such sets come with unique bonuses that single pieces cannot demonstrate, and often, their individual attributes may pale in comparison to ordinary equipment of the same quality. However, once all set effects are activated, the sheer power becomes unfathomable, truly formidable. There are even legendary sets that, when fully assembled, rival the effects of divine-level gear. Chapter 62. Split up, securing the second piece of the set. Brother, does set imply that there are several items within the same series bearing similar names? Despite their limited gaming experience, Shen Yi's sisters grasped the concept of sets through their familiarity with clothing and cosmetic collections. Upon reading the description of the equipment, they immediately understood its implications. Yes, that's precisely it. The Vampire's Embrace appears to be a series of equipment. Based on its description, there should be 4 pieces in total. The one we obtained is likely the necklace component. Shen Yi confirmed with a nod. It must be powerful when fully assembled, right? Even those sisters who rarely engaged with games understood that sets needed to be completed to realize their true strength. A single item, evidently, would not suffice. Exactly. It must be complete. Just look at the equipment description. If we gather the full set, we can boost our critical hit chance by 20 and our critical hit damage by 40, plus gain a skill. It's remarkable. The best part is that there are no level restrictions, so it can be equipped right away. Shen Yi nodded, recognizing that a 20 increase in critical hit chance and a 40 increase in critical damage were indeed substantial enhancements. Furthermore, the skill associated with the set promised formidable power. Shen Yi's eyes gleamed with determination. This gear seems to cater to magic users, especially with its mana regeneration effect. His sister, the third, examined it and remarked, indeed. This necklace is quite impressive, with its built-in mana restoration of 10 MP per second. For mana-hungry classes like mages and priests, it would be invaluable. Moreover, it enhances magic damage, and the set effect is offensive in nature. It should be given to our eldest sister, Shen Yi promptly declared. Although the Vampire's Embrace set doesn't seem to have class restrictions, its attributes clearly indicate that it is tailored for magic users or spellcasters. Among their team, their eldest sister, Shen Yu, was the primary damage dealer, boasting explosive magic damage and possessing an array of 20 spells encompassing all elemental types. During their initial time in the Novice village, the lack of mana was not noticeable, but after several days of practice, Shen Yu's mana depletion became a significant issue, as she desperately needed mana potions to sustain her casting. In the future, as her magical abilities grew stronger, the problem of mana shortage would only escalate. Thus, this necklace was ideally suited for Shen Yu. Unceremoniously, Shen Yu accepted the necklace and adorned it. There was no need for pretense among family, especially since she truly struggled with mana. With sufficient mana, her efficiency in defeating monsters would be astonishing. Unleashing multiple spells simultaneously would overwhelm any foe. Unfortunately, her limited mana hindered her potential. Now, this necklace would be an excellent remedy for her mana issues. Brother, since this set is called Vampire's Embrace and it dropped from this vampire boss, do you think the entire set might be dropped by this boss? Shen Yu inquired, her gaze fixed upon the vampire within the coffin, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. It's highly likely. Shen Yi nodded, his eyes alight with excitement. Generally speaking, sets are often found in a single location. Since this boss dropped the necklace, it stands to reason that the remaining pieces might also be in its possession. Then what are we waiting for? Let us steal them all and complete the set. Everyone will soar in power. Absolutely, little brother. We must steal the entire set. The group was electrified by the prospect, their eyes fixed on the epic-level vampire boss, who, despite being a formidable foe, was now at the mercy of Shen Yi and his family. Indeed, if we can steal the entire set, why not? Shen Yi nodded in agreement, turning to his sisters. All right, you all should head off now. It's futile for you to remain here with me. Instead of us lingering here, let us proceed as follows. I shall remain here to continue my thievery while you all venture forth to level up, for time is of the essence. Players have been gradually emerging from the novice village, and it would be a waste for our entire party to remain stagnant. You may go ahead and gain experience, leaving me here alone. Once your levels increase, it will be easier for you to assist me, Shen Yi resolutely declared, recognizing that stealing a full set would be a protracted endeavor. He preferred not to have everyone squander their time in this place, and deemed it more prudent for them to act separately. Very well, we shall level up first. And once we are stronger, we will come back for you. Indeed, that is the plan. I have prepared some strategies for you. Please follow my guidance and aim to reach level 15. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Yi compiled a rough outline of his plan and sent it through the team channel, urging them to follow his strategies so they would not waste time lingering here. Agreed. The girls nodded in understanding, realizing it was indeed illogical for all of them to remain here, especially since only Shen Yi was capable of thievery. He traded the remaining basic experience potions to them for their leveling, while he continued to pilfer from the looming boss. As time ticked away, Shen Yi's success rate for thievery inexplicably rose from an initial 19 to 26. Yet, even at this increased rate, success remained elusive, as what he managed to steal was not necessarily what he desired. Finally, after enduring over 4 hours of torment, a brilliant purple light once again radiated from his hands. Another one. Vampire's Love 3, Ring, Equipment Type, Accessory, Equipment Quality, Epic, Equipment Description. Legend has it that in a distant ancient era, a vampire fell in love with a mortal. However, the love between these two was destined to be rejected by both their races, leading to the severest of punishments from their respective clans. Yet, their undying love moved Dracula, the king of vampires, who crafted a set of equipment called Vampire's Love to aid the vampire in protecting his beloved. Equipment attributes: increases inventory space by 25 slots, magic power by 10 points, and MP by 100 points. Equipment effect: wearing this equipment restores 10 MP per second. Set effect: Vampire's Love 14. Activates a 2-piece set bonus granting a 20 increase in critical hit chance. Activating 3-piece grants a 40 increase in critical damage. Activating 4-piece grants the skill Vampire's Lament. Equipment requirement: all classes, equipment level, no level requirement. Chapter 63. 100,000 coin transmission, all for the wealthy sister. Success. Shen Yi gazed at the ring in his hand, a wide grin spreading across his face. The efforts of several hours had finally borne fruit. And upon acquiring the second piece of this set, Shen Yi's earlier despondency vanished, replaced by a surge of enthusiasm. Wow, little brother, you're amazing. Brother, you're the best. This ring restores mana too. With this ring, one can regain 20 MP per second. How delightful. When Shen Yi shared the attributes of the ring in the team chat, the girls immediately praised him. Upon noticing the effect stating a recovery of 10 MP per second, they were even more astonished. The necklace had this effect, and now the ring did as well. The two effects combined granted a total recovery of 20 MP per second. For a player with high mana consumption, this effect was extraordinarily advantageous, particularly for Shen Yu, the elemental queen, who already possessed 20 skills. As long as she had mana, she was akin to a Gatling gun, firing continuously. Hence, mana recovery equipment was undeniably crucial for Shen Yu, and this set felt remarkably tailored for her. Yes, this equipment is absolutely suitable for everyone. Sister, I've sent it to you. How are you all progressing with your leveling? Shen Yi promptly mailed the recently acquired ring to Shen Yu, then inquired about their leveling progress, curious if they were faring well. Everything is going quite well. Following your strategy, we're defeating monsters above our level and have entered the area for level 17 monsters, while also acquiring numerous quests. The eldest sister is dealing substantial damage, and the third sister is quite resilient, leading to commendable efficiency. Our experience has reached 84 at level 12, and will soon level up. Moreover, the second sister received an S-rank quest, which granted her a priest robe, a golden garment suitable for level 15, with impressive attributes. Regrettably, she cannot equip it yet. Alright, keep pushing forward, I shall persist in my thievery. Shen Yi nodded, feeling satisfied with their progress. In the Eastern Kingdom, player Li Ming utilized the long-distance message function to issue this announcement. To the top 6 players on the level leaderboard, I am Li Ming, the guild leader of the Great Tang Dynasty. I hope that upon seeing this message, you will contact me, as I have important matters to discuss with you all. Just as Shen Yi intended to resume his thievery, an announcement suddenly blared across the entire Eastern Kingdom service area. A player named Li Ming had utilized the long-distance message feature to call out specifically for Shen Yi and his companions. Brother, this Li Ming is looking for us. Who is he, and what is the long-distance message? The announcement reached every player who had exited the Novice village in the Eastern Kingdom, piquing curiosity and confusion among Shen Yi and his sisters, as they were unaware of what the long-distance message entailed. The long-distance message is a communication feature that can broadcast to the entire Eastern Kingdom, allowing all players to see your message. However, one can only send one message per day, and each message costs 1 million crystal coins, equivalent to approximately 100,000 in real currency. Shen Yi explained. Essentially, this long-distance message functions as a server-wide announcement, though it is currently restricted to this region, making it invisible to players from other areas. Such messages are not something just anyone can afford to send. 1 million crystals per message, and only one per day. This is quite a hefty price to bear. The exchange rate remains stable for now, and until players can produce crystal coins in abundance, it won't falter. Thus, sending one message equates to 100,000 real currency. What? 100,000 just to convey a message? That is utterly extravagant. Indeed, the world of the wealthy is beyond comprehension. Wouldn't it be better to buy a Hermes bag? Brother, what is this great Tang Dynasty guild? The girls expressed their astonishment at the news, incredulous that someone would spend such a sum just to send a message, which many would view as foolish. However, Shen Yi held a different perspective, understanding that the realm of the affluent often defies logic. Moreover, in 5 years, real currency will be worthless. Thus, lavish spending in the game might be a prudent choice. Of course, this was a thought that emerged only after Shen Yi's rebirth. Otherwise, he too would have deemed the individual foolish. In the Eastern Kingdom, player Ouyang Jing utilized the long-distance message function to issue this announcement. Is the Great Tang Dynasty truly remarkable? A guild that ranks only 6th or 7th domestically dares to poach players. Laughable. To the top 6 players. My War of the World guild wishes to make your acquaintance. Contact me, and I will provide a meeting gift of 1 million crystal coins for each of you. Awaiting your replies. However, just as the group was engaged in a discussion about whether this was a foolish act of the wealthy, another message arrived from afar. This time from a different individual. Wow, who is this? Ouyang Jing. She wants to meet us, offering a staggering 1 million crystal coins, which amounts to 100,000 real currency. Hiss, do the wealthy truly play like this, treating money so lightly? Brother, who is she? Why is everyone seeking us? Indeed, why do I feel a sense of unease? Why are they all approaching us? This message was even more explosive. A mere meeting offered a sum that not everyone could resist. At least, in that moment, the women from the Shen family were already somewhat tempted. Yet, Shen Yi, observing these transmissions, narrowed his eyes slightly. This was actually within Shen Yi's expectations. Once players gradually departed from the novice village and entered the main city, the first thing they would undoubtedly do was check the leaderboard, only to be astounded by the 6 unique hidden professions occupying the top ranks. This foresight was why Shen Yi had advised them to remain anonymous. Otherwise, their inboxes would likely be inundated by now. Sisters, please do not contact them. Their intentions are anything but pure. They are likely attempting to recruit us. As I previously mentioned, the longer we remain concealed, the better. Otherwise, if we refuse to join them, they will undoubtedly plot to undermine us. Thus, it is best not to be seen and to focus on strengthening our own abilities. Chapter 64. Set 3. Equipment that reduces cooldowns? Surely not. If we avoid provoking them, will they still bully us? Upon hearing Shen Yi's words, Shen Qian, who was usually amicable, expressed disbelief and questioned him. Sister, you are being rather naive. Brother's meaning couldn't be clearer. An innocent man may bear the brunt of another's greed. Compared to her more innocent second sister, the third sister, Shen Yu, grasped Shen Yi's intentions and promptly replied, Indeed, Sister 3 is correct. Sister 2, do not be deceived into thinking they are benevolent. These guilds are notoriously unreasonable. The game world is not like reality. In the real world, at least social norms restrain one, whereas the game world lacks such constraints. It is common for players to kill each other over a piece of equipment or even a crystal coin. Currently, we are perceived as targets due to our unique hidden professions, and if we refuse their advances, they will view us as a threat. After all, they prefer not to let any potential strength fall into the hands of others. Therefore, do not underestimate the malevolence of these individuals. Even if they send people to harass us daily, we would find it tiresome. Thus, concealing our identities is the wisest course of action. Shen Yi reiterated his warning, urging his sisters to remain vigilant. Understood, we shall act as though we did not see them. Taking Shen Yi's serious tone into account, the women obediently complied, refraining from further inquiries. All right, go on and continue leveling up. Once I have pilfered the remaining 2 pieces of equipment, I will come find you. Shen Yi declared. Okay. The major guilds within the gaming community, such as Battle Across the World and Great Tang Dynasty, had indeed arrived. Furthermore, the first wave entering the main city was comprised of them. Shen Yi observed the messages, contemplating. He was well aware of the strength possessed by these major guilds. Truthfully, in his past life, he had also joined a guild, albeit a rather mediocre one. Against top-tier guilds, such organizations were relegated to a subordinate status. Even when encountering a boss in the wild, they would not dare to engage directly, but rather would first seek permission from the guild leader to contact those major guilds for approval. Otherwise, if they initiated a fight, word would quickly spread, and the major guilds would descend upon them, not only to seize their boss, but also to slay their members, exhibiting a flagrant disregard for fairness. Consequently, a vast amount of high-tier resources was monopolized by these major guilds. Shen Yi would certainly not choose to collude with them. He aimed to establish a formidable guild of his own, attracting the powerful solo players from his previous life. In that scenario, those major guilds would be the ones reduced to a subordinate role. Choosing to disregard the messages from these guild members, Shen Yi resumed his thievery. As the first wave of players emerged from the novice village, Shen Yi felt an inexplicable pressure. Although he and his 6 sisters remained within the T0 tier, the sense of impending danger was still acutely felt. With the cooldown for 100 theft now reset, should it be used on this? After stealing for another hour or two, Shen Yi found himself still unable to procure the third piece of equipment. Instead, his skill, Thief's Heart, had reached its cooldown limit. This left Shen Yi in a quandary. Should he return to seek a higher-level NPC to steal from, or should he simply attempt to pilfer the vampire before him? If he chose to return to find an NPC, it would surely waste a considerable amount of time, and he might not even acquire anything worthwhile. After all, Shen Yi did not believe his luck would be so fortuitous as to steal a legendary dagger. He felt as though he had already exhausted his good fortune. Considering the prospect of stealing from this epic-level boss, he felt quite conflicted. Forget it, I'll just steal now, no time to waste. After deliberation, Shen Yi resolved to utilize his 100 theft chance on the boss in front of him, as the time wasted in back and forth would be better spent directly attempting to steal from this epic-level adversary. System prompt. The player has used Shadow's Hand on the target. Count Donahue, triggering the blessing of the thief, resulting in successful theft. You have successfully stolen the epic-level weapon, Vampire's Embrace I. With the system notification, Shen Yi's eyes brightened instantly. Wow, it worked. It actually worked? Shen Yi was thrilled. He had not expected that his somewhat lazy approach would yield such a substantial reward. Having directly stolen one of the pieces from the Vampire's Embrace set, gazing at the staff in his hands, Shen Yi's mind buzzed, and a grin spread across his face. Vampire's Embrace I, weapon. Equipment type, two-handed weapon. Equipment quality, epic. Equipment description, legend has it that in ancient times, a vampire fell in love with a mortal. However, their love was deemed unacceptable by both their races, leading to their cruel punishment by their respective communities. Yet, this punishment did not extinguish their love. Their unwavering devotion touched the heart of Dracula, the vampire king, who forged a set of equipment named Vampire's Embrace to aid the vampire in protecting his beloved. Equipment attributes: increases magic attack by 24-31 points, increases mana by 10 points. Equipment effect: equipping this item restores 10 MP per second. Equipment effect: equipping this item reduces all skill cooldowns by 5 seconds. Equipment set effect: Vampire's Embrace, 14. Activating 2 set effects grants a 20 increase in critical hit chance. Activating 3 set effects increases critical damage by 40. Activating 4 set effects grants the skill, Vampire's Lament. Equipment requirement: all classes, equipment level, no level requirement. Hiss, my goodness. Even as a reincarnated individual, who had witnessed numerous exceptional pieces of equipment, Shen Yi could not help but gasp in astonishment at the sight of this staff. It wasn't merely the high attributes of the weapon. Rather, it was the astonishing fact that it bore dual equipment effects, a weapon with 2 affix slots. Moreover, most impressively, the second effect could actually reduce skill cooldowns. It is well known that the most coveted effect in this game is the reduction of cooldowns, CD. Regardless of the attributes of a piece of equipment, as long as it features a CD reduction, it is deemed extraordinary. Before me lies such an item. Although it merely offers a 5-second reduction, it still leaves one astounded. Chapter 65. The 6th item, the Invincible Mist Dust. After a surge of excitement, Shen Yi promptly sent the 3rd piece of the set to his elder sister. With this, only the final piece remained to complete the set. 6666, little brother, impressive. That is the 3rd piece, and this staff is simply remarkable. His elder sister, equipped with this gear, dispatched monsters with astonishing speed, rendering the assistance of him, their 4th sister, and the Fire Phoenix unnecessary. We are level 13 now. At that moment, adorned with 3 pieces of the set, Shen Yu's overwhelming damage output was easy for Shen Yi to envision, even without seeing her in person. Coupled with the mana regeneration effect, it was nothing short of unimaginable. Whoa, 5th sister, please do not tease your little brother. I am still grinding away at my work. Shen Yi lamented, feeling a pang of envy as he yearned to level up and accrue experience. However, Shen Yi had his own mission to fulfill, as there was still 1 piece of equipment that needed to be pilfered. Now that 3 pieces of the set were gathered, the final stretch was at hand. Retreating was clearly impractical. Thus, it was imperative to acquire the fourth piece. This would elevate Shen Yu's equipment to an impressive level as a spellcaster. Possessing remarkable gear would significantly expedite their leveling process, benefiting the entire team, a proposition Shen Yi could not refuse. Thank you for your hard work, little brother. Not at all. Sisters, give it your all. When you become the top players, I can bask in your glory and trail behind to soak up experience, Shen Yi replied, feeling no burden. After all, nurturing his sisters was essential for him to strategize and arrange his own plans more securely. The final piece of equipment would undoubtedly present a greater challenge to steal, although the success rate of theft had inexplicably risen to 37. It must be acknowledged that the boss was laden with too many items. Little brother, log off for dinner. Second sister has prepared a meal. At this moment, third sister sent a message, urging Shen Yi to log off for dinner. Nowadays, their family dined together just once a day, avoiding social interactions and outings, even resorting to online shopping for groceries. They had truly embraced a lifestyle of eating, sleeping, and gaming. No, they even skipped sleeping. It was merely eating and gaming. All right, I'm coming. With a quick response, Shen Yi directed his attention to the boss, intending to attempt one last theft before logging off for dinner. System notification. The player has used Dark Hand on the target, Count Donahue, successfully stealing the potion recipe, Basic Mist Dust. Shen Yi exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to succeed in another theft just before logging off. Upon seeing what he had stolen, he was momentarily taken aback. Basic Mist Dust? This was astonishing. Shen Yi knew precisely what Mist Dust was for. It was a potion, and a rather notorious one at that. It was dubbed an essential item for nefarious deeds. This was because, upon consumption, a player's information would be obscured, rendering their name, appearance, and even level and class invisible to others. Thus, Mist Dust was typically employed by those wishing to commit foul acts without revealing their identities. Throughout the history of the game The Prelude to Cataclysm, Mist Dust had always been a favorite among players. However, Shen Yi had never anticipated that he would manage to steal such a notorious recipe. With this concoction aligned with his profession, Shen Yi could only marvel at its potential relevance to him. Immediately, he used the recipe for Basic Mist Dust. And within the alchemy interface, he discovered an additional potion he could now concoct, Basic Mist Dust. Basic Mist Dust. Upon use, the player can conceal themselves within the mist, rendering their information undetectable to others. This potion is only effective against units below level 30 and lasts for 30 minutes. Given that it was a basic potion, its effectiveness was limited to units below level 30. Above that threshold, it would clearly have no effect. As Shen Yi contemplated this notorious potion, a smile crept onto his lips. The Mist Dust potion held considerable significance for him, especially since he envisioned leading his 5 sisters in engaging in some questionable antics for a time. With this item, maintaining secrecy would surely be more feasible. Pondering this, Shen Yi chose to log off and join his 5 sisters for breakfast. Little brother, look, our posts are all the rage on the forum. During breakfast, the 5th sister held a laptop, perusing the game forum, where numerous threads discussing their exploits had emerged. As more players ventured out of the newbie village, it became increasingly apparent that the 6 of them were rising through the ranks. The level was not the crux of the matter. What truly stood out was their unique professions, which were markedly different from the usual ones. It was evident even to a fool that all 6 possessed hidden classes, triggering quite a stir and prompting countless guilds to seek their whereabouts, even offering bounties for clues. Naturally, we must not pay it any mind. This is precisely why we opted for anonymity. The early bird gets the worm, and we must maintain a low profile. Shen Yi remarked with a slight smile as he continued eating. Hey, little brother, look, isn't this a video of you in the newbie village? Someone uploaded it online, and the uploader has exposed your identity. Shen Yin scrolled through, suddenly encountering a highlighted video. Upon clicking, she discovered it was footage of Shen Yi vanquishing members of the Royal Guild, including Zhu Hui, accompanied by a caption declaring Shen Yi as the elusive 6th-ranked Shadow Rogue. Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback by the revelation and glanced over. Indeed, it was footage of him defeating Zhu Hui and others. It seems I have been exposed. Fortunately, none of you were present at the time. Shen Yi was not surprised, as he had lacked any Mist Dust to conceal his identity then. But won't they link us together? Shen Yu inquired, looking at Shen Yi with concern. Unlikely. Consider this. You are all level 13, while I am still at level 12. If we were together, our levels would have synchronized. Now, I have fallen behind by 1 level, and the video showcases me in solitary combat, further proving I am a lone wolf. Shen Yi took a bite of his bun, feeling unconcerned about the situation. Chapter 66, An Unexpected Call from an Ex? The final piece of the set seemed to be on the horizon, and the video only captured your back, without revealing your face. Thus, even those who might recognize you would not be able to identify you. Moreover, there are likely thousands of players named Shen Yi in the game. Even those around us would not suspect it was me, so there is no need for concern. We can continue our escapades as the 6th players. As long as your information remains undisclosed, no one will know our identities. Shen Yi smiled slightly, noting that unlike other games, the Prelude to Cataclysm employed a real name system. directly linking players' names to their in-game characters, resulting in a plethora of duplicated names, much like in real life. In his previous life, Shen Yi had searched for others sharing his name in the game, discovering thousands of matches. Thus, as long as one's face is not captured, safety remains assured. Having finished his meal, Shen Yi could hardly contain his excitement to log back in and continue his quest to steal the final piece of equipment. By the way, are you in the leveling zone or in the city? Shen Yi suddenly recalled something and inquired. In the main city, what's up? Could you assist me by purchasing some raw materials from the Alchemy Association? My supplies are running low, Shen Yi replied. During his boss-stealing escapades, he would often take the opportunity to concoct potions while his skills were on cooldown, amassing an impressive fortune of over 10 million crystal coins. One must admit, selling potions is exceedingly lucrative. Currently, Shen Yi's bank account boasted 2 million, all earned from these ventures. He intended to save this money for retirement. 2 million would suffice for his family to live comfortably for 5 years. After 5 years, the worth of real currency would likely diminish. So he had no intention of exchanging for more. All right. His sisters responded in unison as Shen Yi rose, ready to log in. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at it and frowned. What does she want? The caller ID revealed it was Wang Mingxi. Puzzled by her call, Shen Yi opted to ignore it, feeling no inclination to answer. Whose call did you hang up on? Fifth sister leaned in curiously, peering at Shen Yi's phone. Oh, Wang Mingxi called you. Why didn't you answer? Don't you want to know why she's reaching out? Upon seeing the name, Shen Yan perked up, eager to inquire. The other sisters, upon realizing it was Shen Yi's ex-girlfriend, also leaned in with keen interest. What's there to answer? We're no longer together, so why bother? Shen Yi replied, exasperated. He truly had no desire to engage with her. Their paths had diverged, and he believed that women only hindered his quest for greatness, especially someone as foolish as Wang Mingxi. Thus, he was utterly disinterested in her motives. Bravo, little brother, you finally awakened. A dogged admirer ends up with nothing in the end. I support you. A woman like that deserves to be blocked. Shen Yin praised him with a thumbs up. Come on, don't stir the pot. Little brother, why not just answer? What if she really needs something? Shen Yu rolled her eyes and advised Shen Yi. No way. What could she possibly need? If there's an issue, she should contact the police, not me. Shen Yi dismissed her suggestion. Exactly. My little brother is a treasure, not someone to be trifled with, Shen Yin declared emphatically. Seeing Shen Yi's firm stance, Shen Yu chose not to press further. As Shen Yi returned to his room, just as he was about to log into the game, he noticed another message from Wang Mingxi. Shen Yi, is the dark rogue named Shen Yi in the game you? It turned out that was her inquiry. Shen Yi smirked disdainfully at her message. He had thought it was something serious, but it was merely a fishing expedition. He could not be bothered to respond, and promptly blocked her number before entering the game. What happened? Did you find out if that dark rogue is Shen Yi? In a bedroom, Wang Mingxi's headset echoed with inquiries from Fang Jun, who was curious to know if the rogue she mentioned was indeed the Shen Yi he knew. He didn't answer my call, and he blocked my number after I texted him, Wang Mingxi replied, her face a picture of distress, tears welling in her eyes due to Shen Yi's cold demeanor, which felt so alien to her. What the hell? Isn't he your boyfriend? Why is he treating you like this? How should I know? Maybe I let him down, and he's upset. Wang Mingxi huffed in frustration. Dream Shi, don't be upset. He isn't worth your tears. If he were the dark rogue, he'd be bragging about it to you right now. His refusal to answer and blocking you is a sign of insecurity. It's not worth getting worked up over someone like that. Come on, let us log in. We're just one level away from leaving the Novice village. Once we do, we can meet up with my cousin, and they'll help us level up quickly. Fang Jun consoled her. Alright. Although Wang Mingxi felt a bit unsettled by Shen Yi's indifference, she rationalized that he was probably just angry and would calm down in a few days. She was confident that he would never dare to break up with her or turn against her. Purple. Oh my god, finally. My heavens, are you kidding me? After a day and a night, Shen Yi felt as if his hands might cramp up. He never anticipated that it would take him an entire day and night to steal the final piece of this outfit. As he gazed at the bracelet in his hands, tears of frustration nearly welled up. Vampire's love for bracelet. Equipment type, accessory. Equipment quality, epic. Equipment description. It is said that in a long ago, ancient era, a vampire fell in love with a mortal. However, their love was doomed to be rejected by their respective races, resulting in both facing the most brutal punishments. Yet, their unwavering love moved Count Dracula, the vampire king, who crafted a set of equipment named Vampire's Love to aid the vampire in protecting his beloved. Equipment attributes, critical hit rate 15, magic power 10, HP 150. Equipment effect, equipping this item restores 10 MP per second. Set effect of Vampire's Love, 14 activating 2 pieces grants a 20 increase in critical hit rate. Activating 3 pieces grants a 40 increase in critical damage. Activating 4 pieces grants the skill, Vampire's Lament. Equipment requirement, all classes, equipment level, no level requirement. Big sister, I have finally fulfilled my mission. Chapter 67, Vampire's Lament. Shen Yi cried out in his party, then sent the equipment over. He felt utterly beleaguered, having spent 2 full days on this endeavor. Glancing at his sister's levels, He realized they had all reached level 14, while he remained stagnant at level 12, feeling a wave of dismay wash over him. However, he took solace in finally collecting the complete set of equipment. Well done, little brother. You finally managed to steal it. Little brother is magnificent. Here is a drumstick for you. Come join us in leveling up, little brother. You've been through so much, his sisters exclaimed, all delighted that he had finally acquired the last piece of equipment. Quick, enough of that. Big sister. Let me see what effect the skill activated by the full set is. At that moment, Shen Yi was eager to discover the details of the skill that would activate after assembling the entire set. All right, I'll send it to you. Shen Yu replied without hesitation, promptly sharing the skill description in the party chat. Vampire's Lament. Active skill, using Vampire's Lament inflicts a maximum magical damage of 130 siphoning damage to up to 24 target units within a range of 15-15. And the damage dealt will heal up to 6 friendly units for 5 seconds, consuming 50 MP per second, cooldown, 120 seconds. Hiss impressive. When Shen Yi witnessed the effects of the Vampire's Lament skill within his team, he felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. This skill was extraordinarily formidable. It dealt area damage, while simultaneously converting that damage into health for allies. Essentially, while the enemies were losing health, his team was gaining it, resulting in a substantial net benefit. Such a remarkable ability was undoubtedly impressive, befitting an epic set of gear, rivaling even the skills that came with legendary equipment. Truly astonishing. Indeed, this skill not only inflicts damage upon foes, but also nourishes its user. Am I correct in my understanding? No wonder it is named Vampire's Lament. Yet I can't shake the feeling that the sorrow belongs to others rather than myself. A blood-sucking skill, perhaps? Even Shen Yi's sisters, who were not particularly well-versed in gaming, felt compelled to exclaim 6,666 upon witnessing this skill. It was undeniably powerful. Sister, with this skill, our leveling experience will rely entirely on you, Shen Yi remarked, a smile replacing his earlier despondence. He now felt invigorated, convinced that every effort had been justified. All right, brother, come over here so we can level up together, she replied. Send me a coordinate, and I shall rush over to leech some experience. I am absolutely famished for it. Experience. I crave experience. Shen Yi shouted within the team, having gone 2 days without gaining any experience, leaving him on the verge of desperation. Upon glancing at the level leaderboard, Shen Yi was startled to see that someone trailing closely behind him had already reached level 12. Fortunately, due to his slightly higher experience, he still held the 6th position. But if he delayed any longer, he would undoubtedly be overtaken. Thankfully, his 5 sisters maintained a strong presence in the top 5 with their level 14 standings. Huh. Why is Nangong Muli only at level 10? She hasn't leveled up? That's strange, Shen Yi pondered, casting a glance at Nangong Muli, only to be astonished to find that she had fallen out of the top 10 entirely, no longer even within the top 50. The leaderboard only recorded the top 50 players, and previously, Nangong Muli had held the 7th position. Now, however, she was conspicuously absent, which was quite unexpected. By rights, the beginner experience potions he had given her should have sufficed to keep her level up. How could she have fallen behind? Shen Yi, suspecting something was amiss, sent a voice invitation to Nangong Muli. Shortly after sending the invitation, she answered, Hey, what are you doing? I see you've dropped off the leaderboard. What is going on? Is something holding you back? Shen Yi inquired directly. I was being hunted. Our team was being pursued. Nangong Muli responded, her voice tinged with distress. Shen Yi was taken aback by the unexpected revelation that she had been targeted. Hunted? Yes, hunted. The members of the royal family are after me. I was already at level 12, but after dying twice in succession, I fell back to level 10. Not just me. My teammates have also lost levels, she explained bitterly, her tone revealing her helplessness. The royal family? Yes, the same faction that caused a stir in the Novice village. Initially, they reached out to me, wanting me to join their ranks, claiming that our previous conflicts were a thing of the past. They even wanted me to recommend you to join them as well, but I refused. Consequently, they began to hunt me down. How many of them are there? Shen Yi asked, puzzled. Nangong Muli's team was not weak, especially considering her hidden class as a sword immortal, without a significant numerical advantage. It should have been impossible for them to pursue her. At first, there weren't many, but over the past few days, more and more players have exited the Novice village, and now they are pursuing us with around 30 to 40 members. Most of them are level 10. And while an ant may not harm an elephant, a swarm can certainly overwhelm it. We simply cannot withstand them. That makes sense, Shen Yi acknowledged, realizing the reasoning was sound. Indeed, if they possessed a numerical advantage, it could lead to a crushing defeat. Not only would Nangong Muli struggle, but even if Shen Yi and his 5 sisters banded together, facing 1,000 level 10 players would likely result in their immediate demise. Where are you now? How did they manage to find you? It shouldn't be easy. There are so many leveling spots around Zhuke City, and the map is vast, Shen Yi queried, perplexed. I'm currently in the main city, too afraid to step outside. If I die again, I'll drop back to level 9 and be forcibly sent back to the Novice village. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know how they found me. Every time we venture out, It isn't long before we're discovered, she lamented. Now, several major guilds are aware of this situation and have offered to help me if I join them. The royal family has also promised to cease their pursuit if I agree to join them and will compensate me for my losses. What should I do? Chapter 68. Uncovering the traitor, rallying for battle. Although Nangong Mu Li was typically independent, she now found herself feeling quite helpless in the face of this predicament. Dropping from level 12 to 10 after 2 deaths, she was just 1 level away from being forcibly returned to the novice village. Such a fate was undeniably painful for her. The usual tactics employed by these despicable guilds were nothing short of cowardly. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Shen Yi's eyes. He had seen such occurrences all too often before his rebirth. Renowned solo players frequently fell victim to such targeted harassment. One either aligned themselves with a faction or faced relentless torment from the guilds. This was precisely why Shen Yi had insisted on anonymity for his 5 sisters. Had they not been anonymous, the Shen family would have likely faced similar treatment. Shen Yi felt a significant sense of responsibility for Nangong Mu Li's current situation. After all, she had consulted him when leaving the novice village, and he had failed to consider the potential dangers she might encounter, neglecting to offer her a warning. After all, at that time, Nangong Mu Li was merely a hidden class, not the sole hidden class, so Shen Yi had not contemplated the implications deeply enough. However, this oversight had led to her current plight, and he had to admit that his considerations had been lacking. Once you step out of the city, you'll be targeted. Wait a moment, I think I've come to a realization, Shen Yi suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with insight. Is there a player in your team named Zhou? Yes, she's South, my close friend. We attend the same school. Why do you ask? Nangong Mu Li responded, bewildered. Has she always been in your team? Yes, she was level 12 too, but following my misfortune, she dropped 2 levels. It's all because of me, she said. Her voice tinged with guilt. Indeed, Shen Yi exclaimed, suddenly understanding the situation. His realization stemmed from a rumor he had heard before his rebirth. One that recounted how Nangong Mu Li had mercilessly eliminated her close friend from over level 50, killing her more than 50 times until she quit the game entirely. At that time, Nangong Mu Li had already transitioned to the unique hidden class of Yaoguang Sword Immortal and had gained significant notoriety. Her actions had raised eyebrows and sparked curiosity about the rift that had developed between them to such an extent. At that time, various versions of the story circulated online. Some claimed it was a rivalry between 2 women vying for a man's affection, while others suggested it stemmed from financial disputes. In essence, the interpretations were abundant, all products of netizens' imaginations. However, the true circumstances remained shrouded in mystery, as the friend in question abruptly quit the game after being killed and returned to the novice village. This friend of Nangong Mu Li was named Zhou. There was also a narrative suggesting that Zhou betrayed Nangong Mu Li to assist her boyfriend, who was the leader of a guild. Zhou's treachery resulted in significant losses for the guild. Eventually, investigations revealed that Zhou had indeed sold out both the guild and Nangong Mu Li, leading to a rift between the two, culminating in Mu Li's decision to eliminate Zhou by quitting the game. At that moment, Shen Yi recalled this gossip and suddenly connected it to the events of the day. Given that the game had only recently launched, many items had yet to appear, making the pursuit of an individual a daunting task. However, the royal faction managed to pinpoint the location of Nangong Mu Li and her companions 3 times with remarkable accuracy, an endeavor akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet, they had seemingly succeeded, which was certainly suspicious. Shen Yi was convinced that there was a traitor within Nangong Mu Li's team, and given Zhou's past betrayal, it was not surprising that she would do so again. Without any hesitation, Shen Yi shared his thoughts with Nangong Mu Li. Impossible. She is my best friend. How could she betray me? I refuse to believe it. Moreover, how do you know it was her who betrayed me and not someone else? Upon hearing Shen Yi's analysis, Nangong Mu Li expressed her shock, shaking her head in disbelief. How do I know? That's difficult to explain. After all, I have my own sources. I understand your skepticism. As we've only recently met, how about we set a trap to verify this? Shen Yi's eyes sparkled as he proposed this course of action. How do we verify? Nangong Mu Li inquired, her brow furrowed yet intrigued, eager to learn Shen Yi's method. Simply follow my instructions. Say this, then do that, and in due time. Whether she is the traitor will become crystal clear, Shen Yi instructed her. All right, I will tentatively trust you and follow your lead. Nangong Mu Li conceded after a moment's hesitation. In truth, being as astute as she was, she had already begun to waver the moment Shen Yi suggested the possibility of an insider. Indeed, the repeated encounters with members of the royal faction were exceedingly peculiar. Each time, they were ambushed shortly after starting to level up, as if GPS trackers had been implanted in them. This situation strongly indicated the presence of a mole. Very well, proceed as I suggested, Shen Yi affirmed, subsequently messaging his sister. Elder sister, I need your assistance. What is it? Shen Yi responded, surprised and curious about her brother's intentions. A fight. I want to see how formidable you are now that you're equipped with epic gear, Shen Yi replied with a smile. Another fight? I'm in, exclaimed Shen Yu. Wait, we don't need too many people, just you will suffice. The rest of you should continue leveling up. I'll join you after I finish the battle with my sister, Shen Yi commanded. How unfair. You take her to fight, but not me, protested his other sisters, lamenting their exclusion. Chapter 69. Setting a trap to draw the snake out. Elder sister, thank you for coming to help. I feel quite guilty about this. Outside Juke City, near an 11-level leveling area, Nangong Muley expressed her gratitude upon seeing Shen Yu. However, she was puzzled as to why Shen Yi had called for Shen Yu's assistance. Little did she realize that bringing Shen Yu was akin to wielding a nuclear weapon, intended to teach a lesson to the royal faction later on. No worries. As my brother's classmate, you are also my junior. It's only natural for us to lend a hand to one another, Shen Yu replied courteously with a gentle smile. As she looked at Nangong Muley, her gaze subtly shifted to Shen Yi, her eyes reflecting deeper meaning. Elder sister, here, take this. Upon Shen Yu's arrival, Shen Yi promptly traded a set of potions to her. What is this? This is the basic mist dust potion, an essential item for lethal encounters. It's quite effective. Shen Yi explained with a slight smile. I'll give you a set too, just in case you need it later, he added, trading another set to Nangong Muley. Really? Such a potion exists? This is indeed a valuable asset for unsavory dealings. How do you come by such peculiar potions? Nangong Muley exclaimed, astonished at the effectiveness of the mist dust potion and its unexpected presence in the game. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. There are plenty more intriguing potions to come. Shen Yi chuckled to himself, contemplating the game's rich potion system, which housed an abundance of unique concoctions. She has arrived. At that moment, Nangong Muley informed Shen Yi that Zhou Ru was present. All right, go find her. We'll soon discover whether or not she is the traitor. If she truly is, it won't be long before the royal faction follows her, Shen Yi remarked, his eyes sharp with understanding. Let us hope it isn't her. Nangong Muley replied, nodding as she made her way toward a nearby coordinate. The method Shen Yi devised for Nangong Muley to identify the mole was quite simple. He instructed her to use the pretext of gathering supplies before heading out of the city to level up. Subsequently, he directed her to send different coordinates to her teammates, ensuring each received a unique location. Then, Shen Yi and Nangong Muley arrived at the designated spot, which was the coordinate given solely to Zhou Ru. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ru, this was merely a test. If she were indeed the mole, she would undoubtedly relay the coordinates to the members of the royal faction, hunting for Nangong Muley. Thus, it wouldn't be long before they would encounter the royal faction. Should they appear, it would confirm Zhou Ru's guilt. If not, her suspicion could be temporarily dismissed. Shen Yi's trap was meticulously designed to draw out the snake, as he was certain that Zhou Ru bore the greatest culpability without a shadow of a doubt. Sister, let us follow her. I'll go invisible, and you can quietly tail her after consuming the mist dust potion. Shen Yi instructed Shen Yu as he observed Nangong Muley depart. Understood, Shen Yu replied, then drank the mist dust potion. As the potion took effect, a veil of mist enveloped her, rendering her form indistinguishable, creating the illusion of a walking cloud, which appeared exceedingly eerie. Muley, you've arrived. Where are the others? As Nangong Muley arrived at the designated coordinates, she immediately spotted Zhou Ru waiting there. Upon seeing Nangong Muley approach, a fleeting expression of joy crossed Zhou Ru's face, and she promptly inquired, "Oh, they will be here shortly. Let's wait for them together." Although Nangong Muley verbally dismissed any notion of Zhou Ru being involved, she couldn't shake an inexplicable discomfort that arose within her at this very moment. Very well. Let us wait for them, she replied. Zhou Ru, upon hearing this, did not elaborate further but instead smiled in agreement. And the two engaged in a light-hearted exchange of conversation. Within mere minutes of their meeting, a sudden burst of light emanated from the distant teleportation array, followed by the emergence of a dozen players. As soon as they appeared, they swiftly made their way toward the direction of Nangong Muley, as if they were acutely aware of her coordinates. Muley, trouble is brewing. The members of the Royal Guild have arrived. What shall we do? Zhou Ru exclaimed, her expression betraying a semblance of panic, yet her eyes reflected no trace of fear, as though she had anticipated their arrival all along. Hey, great sword Immortal. What a coincidence to meet again. A warrior named Chen Bin, wielding a large blade, stepped forward with a mocking grin directed at Nangong Muley. Indeed, what a coincidence. Just a few minutes after I left the city, you all came sniffing around like dogs. Truly, your skills in being a dog are commendable, Nangong Muley retorted coldly, her expression darkening, for it was this very individual who had previously led a group to slay her twice, forcing her back to level 10. How audacious. A little girl with such a sharp tongue. Does it even matter? You've already been sent back to level 10, and yet you remain defiant. Do you wish to be sent back to the novice village? Several of the players sneered, their faces contorting with anger, yet they refrained from immediate aggression, opting instead for sarcastic jabs. How is that Zhu Hui of your royal guild faring? Being killed back to level 0. I suppose he has earned a place in the annals of this game's history, hasn't he? Your royal guild has indeed made history, Nangong Muley retorted fearlessly, her voice laced with scorn. How dare you? The muscles in Chen Bin's face twitched in response to her words. The incident involving Zhu Hui had spread like wildfire, and as a member of the royal guild, being slain back to level 0 in the novice village had become a source of mockery for other guilds. Consequently, the guild leader, Qin Chuan, had erupted in fury, and Zhu Hui had long since been expelled from the royal guild. That waste is no longer one of us. And this matter is irrelevant to our royal guild. Ah, indeed, a grand guild that does not tolerate idlers. Once deemed useless, they are simply discarded. How very humane of you, Nangong Muli scoffed. Chapter 70. The mask is torn, fire prevention and guarding against betrayal. Brother, your senior sister is quite sharp-tongued. Her ability to wield sarcasm is truly entertaining, Shen Yu remarked, unable to suppress a laugh at Nangong Muli's caustic retorts directed at the enemy. Shen Yi scratched his head, realizing that he wasn't particularly close to Nangong Muli and had not anticipated her capacity for provocation would be so formidable, leaving their opponents seething with rage. However, at that moment, he was contemplating another matter. His suspicion had proven correct. Zhou Ru was indeed a traitor, and it seemed his conjectures were not unfounded. Fortunately, Shen Yi had heard the gossip surrounding both parties in his previous life. Otherwise, he would not have been able to identify the mole so swiftly on behalf of Nangong Muli. Consequently, it now appeared that the rift between Nangong Muli and Zhou Ru had a definitive explanation. This woman had betrayed Nangong Muli, leading to their falling out. And Nangong Muli had even gone so far as to send her back to the novice village. Enough of this nonsense. Nangong Muli, our Qin Shao has decreed that you either join our royal guild or face being sent back to the novice village. Furthermore, should you refuse, we will strike again the moment you leave the novice village, Chen Bin declared. So, it would be wise for you to comply and join us. Our royal guild ranks among the top 10 in the country. What could you possibly lack here? With your strength, joining us will surely not disadvantage you. Besides, with your beauty, Qin Shao might take a liking to you, and you could truly soar to great heights. You would want for nothing. Why be so stubborn? It serves you no benefit. Consider it. Join our royal guild. Qin Shao has stated he will compensate you for your losses, 10 million for each level lost. If you join us, you will receive 20 million up front, along with someone to assist you in regaining your levels. Such generous terms. If I were you, I would agree without a second thought. Although Chen Bin was infuriated by Nangong Muli's sharp tongue, he was on a mission. Their true objective was to persuade Nangong Muli to join the royal guild rather than to send her back to the novice village. If she could acquiesce, the matter would be settled. Muli, what should we do? Perhaps we should just agree. Their offer is quite generous. 20 million. That's an amount that could last a lifetime. Why not accept it? If we refuse, we'll be sent back to the novice village. Why go through that? Zhou Ru urged, casting a glance at Nangong Muli. 20 million? They are willing to offer me that much. But how much did they offer you to betray me? Nangong Muli's icy gaze turned toward Zhou Ru, her voice laced with accusation. Previously, Shen Yi had suggested that Zhou Ru was the traitor, and though she had been reluctant to believe it, the truth was now evident before her. No longer could she deny the reality that the traitor among them was indeed Zhou Ru, who was now attempting to feign innocence and persuade her to set aside her grudge and join the enemy's ranks. In this moment, Nangong Muli finally discerned the true nature of her so-called best friend. It was indeed true that one must guard against fire, theft, and betrayal from close companions. Why you? Muli, what are you talking about? What do you mean by how much they offered me? They are recruiting you. How is that related to me? Betray you? I would never betray you, nor have I sold you out. Zhou Ru's complexion changed dramatically, her eyes darting away from Nangong Muli. Unable to meet her gaze. Still pretending, Zhou Ru? How is it that I never perceived you as such a hypocritical person before? They were able to locate us in the wilds so easily. No matter where we went, they found us almost immediately. I sensed something was amiss from the outset. I refused to believe that a traitor was among us, but ultimately, I had no choice but to test each of you. I can tell you that I provided all my teammates with different coordinates, which is why our other teammates are safe and sound. Yet here you are. The moment I appeared, the Royal Guild members arrived shortly after. Does this not speak volumes? Nangong Muli's cold gaze bore into Zhou Ru as she tore the facade of truth apart, her heart heavy with the realization that she had been betrayed by someone she once held dear. You set a trap to test me? Zhou Ru was taken aback, completely unprepared for the rapid exposure of her deceit, now laid bare by the very person before her, Nangong Muli. At this moment, her expression was one of utter dismay. Yes, I tested you. I did not expect it to be you. Why did you betray me? Nangong Muli inquired, her confusion evident. Why? Because of money, of course. Did you not say so yourself? They offered me a substantial sum. You were foolish enough to squander a good opportunity and chose to oppose them instead of embracing it. Do you not realize how foolish that is? They promised me 5 million upon completion. 5 million. Do you comprehend what that amount signifies for someone like me? Given the current employment landscape for university graduates, we are worse off than dogs. Graduation translates to unemployment. Unlike you, I am not exceptional, not a campus beauty with stellar grades. For an ordinary girl like me, 5 million represents a once-in-a-lifetime chance to alter my fate. How could I not seize such an opportunity? Zhou Ru, now dropping the pretense, stared directly at Nangong Muli and spoke candidly. Your desire for wealth is your own affair. A gentleman should pursue riches through honorable means. However, exploiting me to acquire that wealth is unacceptable. Nangong Mu felt a chilling realization wash over her. She had not anticipated that her close friend would betray her for money. Indeed, a love for wealth is not inherently wrong, and there are myriad ways to acquire it. Yet, to use oneself as a commodity, to barter one's integrity for cash, is altogether different. Hey, do you not wish for me to join your guild? Very well. First eliminate her, send her back to the Novice village. Nangong Mu suddenly pointed at Zhou Ru, signaling the members of the royal guild to dispatch her back to the Novice village. Chapter 71. Playtime. Let the slaughter commence. Beautiful lady, you're quite amusing. Observing the confrontation between Nangong Mu and Zhou Ru, the royal guild members found it quite entertaining. When Nangong Mu made her sudden demand, Chen Bin and the others were momentarily taken aback. Nangong Mu, have you lost your mind? They are allied with me. How could they possibly harm me? Zhou Ru scoffed at the suggestion, finding Nangong Mu's words absurd. Is that so? Do you genuinely believe they are your allies? Or are you merely a pawn in their game? Hey, royal members, will you truly kill her? Nangong Mu mocked, casting a cold glance at Chen Bin. Chen Bin, intrigued, stroked his chin while observing Nangong Mu. Beautiful lady, I see you are quite angry. You can take matters into your own hands. We assure you we will not interfere. She is merely a priest, while you are a hidden class sword immortal. Slaying her would be akin to slaughtering a dog. To exact revenge upon a friend who has betrayed you is certainly more gratifying, is it not? Chen Bin refrained from taking action, instead addressing Nangong Mu. Watching the conflict between women was surprisingly entertaining. The adage claiming women are merely plastic sisters seemed true in this instance. You cannot do this. I assisted you. Zhou Ru's face turned pale as she pleaded with Chen Bin and the others, shocked at their indifference. Foolish girl, do you still not understand? Individuals like them only see value in self-interest. Your sole worth lay in providing me with information, coercing me into joining the royal guild. Now that your identity has been exposed, your value has diminished. If they can so easily discard their own guild members, what do you think you are to them? The cold and sardonic words left Nangong Mu uncertain whether Zhou Ru was genuinely foolish or simply malevolent. I said, if you wish to make a move, I would find it beneath me to dirty my hands. If you want me to join your guild, then eliminate her first. Nangong Mu turned to Chen Bin, pointing at Zhou Ru. How intriguing. Very well, fulfill her request. Send a few to eliminate that woman. Just as Nangong Mu had articulated. Zhou Ru's only remaining value was to assist them in tracking and hunting down Nangong Mu. Now that her identity was compromised, she held no further worth. A person devoid of value was of no concern to them. No, you cannot do this. What about the promised 5 million? Where's my money? Money? What money? You have not helped us achieve our goal. You've already exposed yourself and still dare to demand payment? Return to the Novice village. Chen Bin and the others scoffed, knowing full well that they would never honor the promised 5 million. It was absurd. Had she not been revealed, and had they successfully recruited Nangong Mu, they might have considered it. Now that she had been exposed, dreaming of money was futile. You deceived me. Zhou Ru could not fathom their betrayal, but alas, there was no room for maneuver now. In her despair, she was surrounded by several players, who unleashed their attacks, swiftly draining her health to zero and transforming her into a ghostly state. Should she resurrect, she would inevitably lose a level, returning her to level 9 and forcibly transporting her back to the Novice village. Ah, how tragic it is that avarice leads one to ruin. This woman is both foolish and wicked. Shen Yu observed the scene, sharing a sympathetic sigh as a fellow woman. Such is the nature of self-interest. Even more twisted exist. Therefore, sister, we must exercise caution in our relationships. One can never know when a hidden malefactor lurks nearby. Shen Yi remarked to his elder sister, Shen Yu. You've certainly matured of late, little brother. Your words now carry a philosophical weight. It seems the end of your romantic entanglement has sharpened your mind. Shen Yu smiled at her younger brother. Indeed, if love cannot be attained, we must pursue our ambitions. Shen Yi replied with a grin. Sister, prepare yourself. It is time for us to act. Shen Yi observed Zhou Ru had already been slain, while Nangong Mu was surrounded. His gaze sharpened as he spoke. All right. Shen Yu nodded, comprehending that her brother had indeed come to engage in battle. Witnessing so many encircle a single girl filled her with a frost-like resolve. Beautiful lady. As per your request, the woman has been slain. May we now welcome you into our guild? Kindly provide us with your true residential address, and we will dispatch a professional legal team to finalize the contract with you. At that point, you will become a formal member of our royal guild. Rest assured, the benefits for our guild members are substantial, and we shall not shortchange you. Our lawyers will negotiate on your behalf. Joining a major guild is akin to signing an employment contract with a real-world company. Contracts must be signed. Thus, he addressed Nangong Mu directly. Humph. Who said I wish to join your guild? However, Nangong Mu merely scoffed in response. You just stated that once this woman was eliminated, you would join us. Oh. Allow me to clarify. I said that if you desired my membership in your guild, you must first eliminate her. I never pledged to join you. After careful consideration, I have concluded that your royal guild is not worth my time, and I refuse to be anyone's pawn. Therefore, I must decline. Nangong Li resolutely rejected the offer to join the royal guild. Damn it, you wretched woman, are you toying with me? Upon hearing this, Chen Bin's expression darkened. His anger palpable as he glared at Nangong Li. And what if I am? You are simply foolish, and since you resorted to despicably bribing those around me. What harm is there in toying with you? Very well, you have some guts. It seems you truly wish to remain in the novice village. I shall accommodate you. Charge. Eliminate her, and send her back to the novice village. Chen Bin, infuriated, abandoned any pretense of civility. Seeing no hope of recruiting Nangong Li, he resolved to destroy her instead. Join the team, sister, let us make our move. At that very moment, Shen Yi extended an invitation to Nangong Li to join his team, and then addressed his elder sister, Shen Yu, beside him. Very well. Let them experience the vampire's lament. Shen Yu acquiesced, and upon witnessing Nangong Li's entry into the team as an ally, she felt no hesitation and promptly began to chant the legendary skill, Vampire's Lament, from her epic set. Chapter 72, Full-Screen Annihilation, Corpse Guarding. Just as the members of the Royal Guild planned to eliminate Nangong Li and send her back to the novice village, a sudden dark mist of bloodlust enveloped them. An overwhelming aura of death descended upon them, and their health bars began to plummet at an alarming rate. What is happening? Why am I losing health? Damn, me too. What is causing this damage? Someone's attacking us. What skill is this? My health is dropping so fast. Priest, for heaven's sake, heal me. The Vampire's Lament, derived from the epic set's equipment skill, was referred to by Shen Yi as a blood-sucking pump. This skill not only inflicted substantial damage upon the target, but also restored health to teammates. This was the first time Shen Yi witnessed the skill in action. As it activated, all target units were enveloped by a wave of blood-soaked darkness, and a series of damage numbers erupted above the heads of the Royal Guild members. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, the Royal members were left bewildered. They failed to comprehend that they were under attack, instead questioning why they were losing health themselves. Due to the mist of dust, Shen Yu's attacks went unnoticed by them, completely concealing the source of their suffering. The priests attempted to heal their comrades, but their healing output was vastly inferior to that of Shen Yi's second sister, making it impossible to keep pace with the rapid health loss. In a state of chaos, the fragile members, such as mages, healers, and archers, could not withstand Shen Yu's overwhelming output and fell one after another, transforming into souls. What tremendous damage! At this moment, Nangong Li found herself within the skill's radius. However, since Shen Yi had included her in his team, the skill deemed her an ally, leaving her unscathed. Witnessing the staggering damage inflicted upon the royal members left her in shock. She had never encountered such extraordinary output before. Run quickly! As the situation escalated into the absurd and incomprehensible, only a few heavily armored classes remained with a sliver of health, desperately seeking to escape the skill's influence. Noticing their intent to flee, Nangong Li snorted coldly, brandishing her sword as she launched an attack. As a sword fairy, her attack speed was remarkably swift, and upon her advancement to the Yaoguang sword fairy, she was hailed as the foremost sword fairy, further enhancing her speed. Thus, when she initiated her onslaught, her intimidation was palpable. With a flurry of strikes, the royal members, already weakened by Shen Yu's formidable skill, found themselves ensnared by Nangong Li. They could not escape, and were quickly dispatched as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. In the blink of an eye, as the vampire's lament concluded its devastating chant, the ground was strewn with corpses, each soul floating above the lifeless bodies, with not a single survivor remaining. What in the world just happened? What was that skill's damage? Chen Bin and the others, now in spirit form, gazed upon their own lifeless bodies, their faces drained of color. It was evident that they had not anticipated their complete annihilation. What further perplexed them was their utter lack of understanding regarding the situation and how it had unfolded. Humph. This is divine retribution, you know? You have committed too many wrongs, and even the game GM could not overlook your behavior, thus assisting me in punishing you. Nangong Li said with a triumphant smile, her sword in hand. Witnessing their demise filled her with a sense of satisfaction, akin to avenging a great grievance. It was you. You orchestrated this. Do you have accomplices? Chen Bin, not one to be easily fooled, quickly deduced that the skill had targeted only them while leaving Nangong Li unscathed, a clear indication that it originated from her side. That's not right, Brother Chen. If there were accomplices, the system would have notified us of the attack, but there were no alerts, a member interjected, perplexed. Ordinarily, an attack would trigger a system notification. Yet all they received was information about their own deaths, indicating that there was no external assailant. Little did they know, Shen Yi possessed the mist of dust, effectively shielding them from any notifications. Did you use some kind of skill scroll? How could you possibly have such a high-grade scroll? Chen Bin paused, the realization dawning upon him. It didn't seem plausible that outsiders were attacking them. If that were the case, there should have been a notification. He then considered the possibility of a skill scroll, an item in the game that inscribed a specific skill, allowing players to utilize skills across different classes. They surmised that Nangong Mu Li might have employed such a scroll to eliminate them all. Humph, what does it matter to you how I accomplished this? You think you can send me back to the novice village? Just look at your current state. If no one rescues you within half an hour, most of you will be forced back to the novice village, Nangong Mu Li retorted with a grin. Most of the royal members were level 10 players who, upon dying, would drop to level 9 and be forcibly returned to the novice village. Now, Nangong Mu Li had taken the upper hand. Damn it, if you have the guts. Don't run. Just wait here. My reinforcements will arrive shortly. Shen Bin shouted defiantly, showing no sign of fear. He was confident that their guild still had plenty of members, and his immediate thought was to summon reinforcements to save himself. Moreover, Shen Bin did not believe that Nangong Mu Li could produce another scroll of such potency. He was convinced that she could only possess one such high-grade scroll. I'm fine. I'll guard your corpses and see if anyone dares to come, Nangong Mu Li boldly declared, fully aware that it was not a skill scroll, but rather Shen Yu's ability. If they dared to approach, they would merely be delivering themselves as easy prey. If there are more, then let them come. I shall send them all back home. Shen Yi observed the unfolding events, a smile gracing his lips, intent on teaching the royal members a lesson until they no longer dared to return. Chapter 73. The Calabash brothers save Grandpa. Another wave approaches. Initially, it seemed like the opposing team was merely engaging in idle banter to save face, but to everyone's astonishment, within just a few minutes, two teams indeed materialized from the teleportation array. Upon their arrival, they swiftly advanced towards Shen Yi and his team, their intentions unmistakably clear. You filthy witch. If you have the guts, don't run. Shen Bin shouted as he saw his reinforcements arrive, his expression twisted with rage. Run? Why would I run? Whoever runs is a coward, Nangong Mu Li retorted, seeing the incoming reinforcements. Raising an eyebrow, she remained completely unfazed, casting a cold smile at her adversaries, clearly dismissing them as inconsequential. Indeed, they are of royal lineage. Although they merely rank at the tail end of the top 10 guilds, their numbers are quite impressive. In such a short span, they have managed to rally so many, showcasing their undeniable confidence. It is no wonder they carry themselves with such arrogance. Shen Yi regarded the newcomers, a faint smirk playing on his lips. However, he remained indifferent, regardless of how many members the royal family brought today. He was resolute. He would slay them all. Old Shen, you truly are pathetic. Did you get annihilated by a mere woman? As the two teams arrived at the scene of the incident, observing Shen Bin, now a spirit, one of them mockingly glanced at him with a clear hint of derision in his eyes. Damn it. Wu Hang, spare me your nonsense and get us revived quickly. And make sure that woman doesn't escape. I intend to personally escort her back to the novice village. Shen Bin's face darkened at the remark, clearly feeling the sting of humiliation. All right, you priests, revive everyone. The new leader, intrigued, turned his gaze to Nangong Mu Li. Hey, you are that Nangong Mu Li, aren't you? Quite impressive. How did you manage to wipe out their entire team? Want to know? Faced with the throng, Nangong Mu Li exhibited no signs of trepidation. Rather, a smile graced her lips as she addressed him. Of course, the other party was entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation, displaying an insatiable curiosity. You will find out soon enough. Nangong Mu Li responded with a smile. In that instant, once again, they were enveloped by a miasma of bloodlust, and their health points began to plummet rapidly. What the hell is happening? Why is my health dropping so quickly? What is going on? Priest, heal me please. Initially brimming with enthusiasm, Wu Hang's face turned ashen as he watched the numbers indicating his health dwindling before his eyes. Bewildered, he shouted for the priest to heal him as his health bar neared its end. This is the answer. Yet, before the priest could respond, a swift shadow of a sword cut through Wu Hang's body as Nangong Mu Li, in her Sword Saint class, executed her skill, swiftly eliminating him. Wu Hang, who never imagined that in less than a minute he would be reduced to a lifeless body, was now utterly confused about what had transpired. What just happened? How did I die? Damn it, what is going on? Wu Hang exclaimed, bewildered, observing his spirit form. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that a significant portion of his comrades had already fallen, while the remaining few, now realizing the peril, attempted to flee but were systematically dispatched by Nangong Mu Li. As the chant of her skill, Vampire's Lament, came to an end, over 30 spirits floated where Nangong Mu Li stood. You actually possess skill scrolls? Shen Bin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his face pale. What skill scrolls? The newcomers, Wu Hang and his companions, were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how they had met their demise. They immediately inquired about Shen Bin's statement. Shen Bin then shared his conjecture with them. Damn it, you foolish idiot. If the other party possesses such skill scrolls, you should have informed me in advance, instead of dragging me into this mess with you. Wu Hang, infuriated, cursed vehemently, blaming his foolish teammate for their predicament. If the enemy had such formidable scrolls, why had Shen Bin not mentioned it sooner? His face was a canvas of rage and frustration, wishing he could strangle Shen Bin on the spot. How was I supposed to know they had so many powerful skill scrolls? One was already remarkable, and yet there are more. Shen Bin lamented, feeling wronged. He had believed such scrolls to be exceedingly rare at this stage of the game. Having seen one used, he had assumed there could not be another. Regardless of whether she has them or not, you should have warned me. Now look where we are, we're all dead. Wu Heng demanded angrily. I had no idea. What if we keep summoning more people? Keep summoning? What if they have another such skill scroll? That's impossible. They've already used two. How could there be more? Stop with your naive assumptions. You didn't think they had a second one before, did you? But look at where we are now. Wu Heng retorted sharply, his expression one of disbelief. What do we do now? We are mere minutes away from automatic resurrection. If we resurrect, we'll lose levels. The majority of us are only at level 10, and we'll all return to the novice village. Shen Bin exclaimed in a state of urgency. He realized that with more than 10 minutes already passed since his death, they had a total of 30 minutes in spirit form. Either they needed to be revived by someone, take the penalty of self-resurrection, or face the forced resurrection after 30 minutes. Hey, are you all coming or not? If not, hurry back to the novice village. If you wish to come, I'll be waiting for you. Nan Gongmu Li, now taking control of the situation, brandished her sword, eyeing the 30-plus spirits before her with a provocative tone. Her brazen demeanor infuriated the few remaining members, yet they found themselves powerless to retaliate. Clearly caught in a predicament, perhaps we should contact the guild headquarters. This is becoming untenable, Wu Heng finally suggested, realizing they needed to consult their true leader for guidance. Chapter 74. The Royal Guild, a major player arrives? Qin Chuan, the president of one of the top 10 guilds in the Eastern Kingdom's online gaming community. Qin Chuan is the only son of a real estate mogul in Yindu. Having lived a life of luxury since childhood, he was free from the worries that plagued his peers. Typically, he indulged in a life of excess, feasting, gambling, and ruling over the game world with a band of followers. The Royal Guild, established through his immense financial resources, gained notoriety in the gaming realm, participating in nearly every prominent online game both domestically and internationally. As the groundbreaking game Cataclysm emerged, Qin Chuan, unwilling to remain in the shadows, led his guild into the game, eager to carve out a legacy. At this moment, Qin Chuan had reached level 12, ranking 31st on the leaderboard. He was leisurely leveling up at a training ground, not engaging in combat himself, but rather flirting with several female players. As the guild leader, it was beneath him to partake in such trivialities. In his party, 3 players with hidden classes were assisting him in leveling up. One was a homegrown talent from the Royal Guild, while the other 2 were recent acquisitions, bought with Qin Chuan's financial prowess. This trio ensured his leveling speed was anything but slow. Yet, Qin Chuan was not content with mere progress. His ultimate ambition was to recruit 5 unique hidden class players to accompany him in his adventures. His own class was inconsequential. What mattered was his wealth, allowing him to command those hidden and unique players to serve him. The adage money makes the world go round rang true, as in Qin Chuan's eyes. All classes were merely tools at his disposal. Evidently, Nan Gongmu Li had also captured his interest as one of his targets. The methods employed by major guilds to recruit players were notoriously ruthless, particularly towards independent players. You shall either submit or be compelled to do so. Initially, he merely sought to entice Nan Gongmu Li with wealth, for in Qin Chuan's eyes, problems solvable by money were utterly trivial. However, to his astonishment, this time, his monetary offers were met with a firm refusal from Nan Gongmu Li. Consequently, Qin Chuan, devoid of courtesy, resolved to teach her a lesson. Especially after the embarrassment the royal family suffered due to Zhu Hui in the novice village, old grievances mingled with new. Thus, he promptly contacted her confidant, Zhou Ru, offering a handsome sum to orchestrate the pursuit of Nan Gongmu Li. In Qin Chuan's estimation, regardless of her hidden profession, eliminating her would be as effortless as crushing a bug. He was almost certain that, as long as Nan Gongmu Li did not intend to quit the game, she would inevitably submit to him. Yet, what he never anticipated was that he had miscalculated. What? Over 30 individuals were annihilated by her alone? A wave of shock washed over him as he sprang up from the lap of a female player, incredulously exclaiming, "What kind of scroll is that powerful? A group of useless fools, defeated by a single individual. If word of this reaches other guilds, where shall we, the royal family, hide our faces? You bunch of idiots." Qin Chuan's furious tirade was laced with vitriol, leaving those around him exchanging bewildered glances, rendered mute by their trepidation. "Ah, Nan Gongmu Li, I shall see what extraordinary abilities you possess. Send me your coordinates. I shall personally lead a team to confront you." The news that reached Qin Chuan came from Wu Heng and Shen Bin, who had been dispatched to target Nan Gongmu Li and force her compliance. To their utter disbelief, the combined forces of their 2 teams, numbering over 30, had been completely obliterated by her. This revelation incensed Qin Chuan immensely. Upon learning that Nan Gongmu Li was currently guarding the bodies of the fallen, he erupted in fury, having never before suffered such a significant loss throughout his life. Thus, it was inconceivable for him to endure this humiliation. "Stop leveling. Come with me. How dare they bully the royal family? Do they think I, Qin Chuan, am merely a decoration?" He commanded with a sweeping motion of his hand, addressing several individuals who were engaged in slaying monsters. Upon hearing his words, they ceased their activities, casting puzzled looks in his direction. Qin Xuan chose not to elaborate, simply instructing them to return to the city. Young Master Qin is coming personally, just bear with it. Wu Heng glanced at Chun Bin and the others, informing them that Qin Xuan was on his way to deal with Nangong Muli. They were aware that Qin Xuan now had 3 hidden class fighters under his command, all of exceptional strength. If he were to arrive with these 3, Nangong Muli, regardless of her scrolls, would stand little chance. Are they not going to resurrect? It appears they still intend to fight. At this moment, Nangong Muli inquired of Shen Yi. Observing the unwillingness of the group before her to resurrect, it was clear they were not ready to concede. Most likely, they were reluctant to return home in defeat. 2/3 of them were level 10 players, and dying would mean returning to the novice village. Even the Royal Guild, despite their numbers, had only a little over 100 players outside the novice village, and such a loss would be detrimental to their development. Moreover, if this incident were to spread, it would severely tarnish the royal family's reputation. Shen Yi chuckled. What do you mean they have to resurrect? Their deaths would be the true revenge. Should that fool Qin Xuan arrive, he would be sent back just the same. Rest assured, we can handle it. Shen Yi remained unconcerned, dismissing any threat. After all, who could surpass him and his family? What of Qin Xuan's henchmen? Shen Yi felt no fear. He had no intention of acknowledging Qin Xuan, viewing him merely as a foolish rich heir, relying on his wealth. In reality, Qin Xuan's reign over the Royal Guild had only lasted a few years in the game. After the world merged, he had been ousted from his leadership position and faded into obscurity. Ultimately, in a merged world, wealth held little power during times of chaos. Strength was paramount, rendering money insignificant. Chapter 75, Toying with Qin Xuan. Let us see if anyone comes for your death. While Shen Yi was conversing with Nangong Muli, beams of light from the teleportation array began to flash. Soon, a multitude of individuals made their way towards Nangong Muli's location. Shen Yi, cloaked in invisibility, observed from the sidelines, quickly spotting a familiar figure among the group. It was none other than Qin Xuan, the president of the Royal Guild. Shen Yi recognized him well. Despite being dethroned in the merged world, he had once wielded significant power during his 5-year tenure as the guild leader, participating in numerous guild wars and frequently appearing in the limelight. How could a seasoned player like Shen Yi not know him? As they approached, Shen Yi's gaze shifted to the few individuals accompanying Qin Xuan. He was certain that these were his henchmen. That one who looks particularly punchable is Qin Xuan, the guild leader of the royal family. He is making his way toward you. Shen Yi remarked to Nangong Muli. Indeed, I see him. He certainly resembles a fool. His appearance perfectly fits the stereotype of a foolish rich heir, she retorted. Who could argue with that? Shen Yi chuckled at Nangong Muli's sharp tongue. Leader, you have finally arrived. Please save us, we implore you. Wu Heng and Chun Bin rushed toward Qin Xuan, their souls in a state of despair, gazing upon him as if he were their savior. How pathetic. How has the royal family come to harbor such useless fools? You can't even handle one woman. What purpose do you serve in the royal family? Qin Xuan seethed, his face turning green with rage as he beheld the dismal scene of over 30 souls floating, their bodies strewn about like refuse. Yes, leader, we are useless. We have brought shame upon you, Wu Heng and Chun Bin mumbled, utterly devoid of the courage to retort, their submissiveness rendering the situation comical. Witnessing this spectacle, Shen Yi couldn't help but marvel at the extent of Qin Xuan's influence over them. What kind of benefits had he bestowed upon them to render them so willingly subservient? It was indeed impressive. Get them back on their feet, Qin Xuan commanded, waving his hand dismissively, signaling for the others to assist the fallen. Wait, do not revive them. Just then, Nangong Muli stepped forward, addressing Qin Xuan and his entourage. Oh, you are Nangong Muli? My goodness, I had no idea you were so beautiful. Why didn't anyone inform me sooner that this Nangong Muli was so stunning? At that moment, Qin Xuan finally noticed the sword-wielding Nangong Muli ahead. However, the instant his gaze fell upon her, a lewd and unsightly expression crept across his face. To be honest, as a wealthy second-generation heir, such a display was rather unbecoming. Yet, the sight before him revealed Qin Xuan as a lustful wretch, his eyes fixated on Nangong Muli. Nearly drooling, he had not anticipated that this Nangong Muli would be so stunningly beautiful. Idiot, wipe that disgusting look off your face, and tell your people to stand down. I never asked you to rescue anyone, Nangong Muli remarked. Her brow furrowed in displeasure at the repulsive gaze Qin Xuan directed towards her, clearly irritated. Hey, little girl, you're quite feisty. I like that. Your name is Nangong Muli, right? Do you know who I am? Humph, idiot, what do you think? Aren't you just Qin Xuan, the foolish rich heir from Yindu? Throwing your weight around in the game with a little bit of money, like a brainless fool with deep pockets? Hearing her words, Nangong Muli could not be bothered to engage further, showing no courtesy whatsoever. Qin Xuan was taken aback that she knew his identity and dismissed him so casually, his expression faltering. Hey, beautiful, be a bit more courteous. Don't think you can speak freely just because you have some looks. There's been a misunderstanding between us, but I bear no ill will. I merely wanted to invite you to join my guild. Yes, my methods may be a bit harsh, but our sincerity is genuine. If you agree to join us, I promise to compensate you handsomely. That 20 million I promised you before, I can have it transferred to you immediately. Additionally, I can gift you limited edition pets, cars, villas, whatever your heart desires. Qin Chuan had always intended for Nangong Mu Li to join his guild, and now, seeing her beauty, he was even more eager to entice her with favorable terms. What I want you'll provide. Indeed, anything you desire. Then I want you dead. Go ahead and end your own life. With that single statement, both Shen Yi and Shen Yu burst into laughter. Haha, brother. This senior of yours is quite amusing. Far more entertaining than your ex-girlfriend. Shen Yu chuckled, finding Nangong Mu Li delightful with her sharp tongue, a skill she certainly lacked. Shen Yi was equally bemused, never expecting that the legendary sword fairy, Nangong Mu Li, would possess such a biting wit. What? Damn it, are you mocking me? Qin Chuan's face turned green as he heard her retort, astonished that she would speak to him in such a manner, completely disregarding him. Weren't you the one who said anything goes? Why is it that you can't handle dying once? This isn't reality. Dying once in the game shouldn't faze you. It seems you aren't as sincere as you claim. Nangong Mu Li scoffed dismissively. Damn it, what an ungrateful woman. It seems you have no desire to remain in the game. Fine, Nangong Mu Li, since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being rude. I, Qin Chuan, will not rest until you bow your head and apologize. You lot, go test her skills. I want to see just what makes this sword fairy so formidable. Yes, President. With that, 3 individuals stepped forth from the ranks. These 3 were none other than hidden class players under Qin Chuan's command. Chapter 76. The 3 hidden classes of the royal clan. Take out 1. Sister, don't engage with those 3 players. Take care of the others. Leave those 3 to me. Shen Yi instructed Shen Yu, who was concealed nearby, as his gaze shifted to the 3 players. Surprisingly, Shen Yi recognized them. If his memory served him correctly, these 3 were hidden class players from the royal clan, each possessing a modicum of renown before the Cataclysm. After all, while hidden classes may not match the strength of unique hidden classes, they still held considerable advantages over ordinary classes. Thus, hidden classes were highly sought after in the game, serving as benchmarks and symbols for their respective guilds. Among the 3, Shen Yi had a particularly vivid impression of one named Huang Dong. Renowned as one of the 3 generals of the royal clan, his class was that of a bull warrior, a unique hidden showcase class. Known for its exceptional strength and explosive power, making him a prominent figure in the annals of the game's history and a key combatant of the royal clan. Even after the merging of worlds, his reputation remained formidable. When Shen Yi had perished, Huang Dong was still a noteworthy powerhouse. In his past life, Shen Yi could only look up to him. Now, however, he was eager to test his mettle against Huang Dong to gauge his true capabilities. As for the other 2, Shen Yi recalled them as well. One was a corpse sorcerer, a hybrid output support class similar to his sister Shen Yan's Phoenix Priest, while the other was a turtle warrior. A tank class, quite comical with a turtle shell serving as his shield. Facing these 3, Shen Yi was curious if he could hold his own. Alright, be cautious. Senior, I'll take down the sorcerer first. You can handle the one with the turtle shell. He's a tank, so his output isn't high. Just toy with him. As for the other warrior, who poses a bit more of a challenge, I'll take care of him, but do watch yourself. Understood, Nangong Mu Li affirmed, twirling her sword as she set her sights on the turtle warrior. Seeing Nangong Mu Li assume an attacking stance, the 3 exchanged glances of disdain, under the impression that she was overly arrogant, believing she could take on all 3 alone. Although Nangong Mu Li was a hidden class, they held no belief that she was superior to them. Thus, they were determined to teach her a lesson. What is this? Yet, before they could engage, Qin Chuan and his cohorts were suddenly enveloped in a shroud of blood mist, swiftly losing health at an alarming rate. President, this is bad. Which scroll skill is this? That woman is at it again. How does she still have such a scroll? President, be careful. Run. Healers, heal the president. Don't let him die. The sudden appearance of the skill caught everyone off guard. However, Chun Bin and Wu Heng quickly realized that this was the same skill that had previously defeated them. Now re-emerging, their gazes instinctively turned to Nangong Mu Li, assuming she had activated yet another scroll skill. Unbeknownst to them, this was not a scroll, but merely a skill from Shen Yu. President, witnessing this unfold, the 3 hidden class players from the royal clan were momentarily stunned. Before they could react, Shen Yi and Nangong Mu Li seized the initiative. As a sword fairy, Nangong Mu Li's attack speed was lightning fast, and she unleashed a flurry of quick strikes directed at the turtle warrior. Shen Yi appeared suddenly behind the corpse sorcerer like a phantom, and before the latter could react, Shen Yi delivered a swift backstab with his legendary dagger, inducing a state of dizziness in his foe. There's an enemy. I've been backstabbed, it's a rogue. The corpse sorcerer exclaimed in alarm, rendered immobile by his dizziness, only able to shout for help within his team. At his cry, the mighty warrior Huang Dong snapped to attention, quickly turning to look behind the corpse sorcerer. However, what he saw was merely a humanoid mist. Shen Yi had activated the basic mist of dust, rendering himself unrecognizable in terms of appearance, level, or class. What on earth is that? The sorcerer was clearly taken aback. Having never encountered such a phenomenon before, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with shock. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yi did not hesitate. He slashed the legendary dagger across the sorcerer's throat, activating the Dark Bloodlust skill, which triggered a critical hit that obliterated the sorcerer's health in an instant. A swift kill, 2 skills, and the sorcerer was vanquished. As a ranged class akin to mages, sorcerers were notoriously fragile, with low health and defense. With his legendary dagger and substantial damage output, Shen Yi dispatched the corpse sorcerer before he could react. I've been slain. What immense damage. As he transformed into a soul, the corpse sorcerer gasped in horror, staring at his lifeless body, astonished that 2 skills had been sufficient to eliminate him. Who killed you? I don't know. There was no system notification. How strange. The sorcerer, bewildered, was utterly clueless about his assassin, lacking even the slightest information about his killer. Damn it. What just happened? How did I die? Where's the healer? Are they all useless? His furious shouts startled his companions. At that moment, Qin Chuan also transformed into a spectral form, evidently having met a similar fate. Enraged and humiliated, he cursed loudly upon witnessing his own demise. President, the healers died before you did. Several priests lamented, casting glances at Qin Chuan, who had also become a corpse. Damn it, everyone is dead. What is happening? Qin Chuan was stunned, surveying the field littered with bodies and souls, and he realized, to his astonishment, that the only living beings remaining were the mighty warrior Huang Dong, Nangong Mu Li, that tortoise-armored warrior, and a being shrouded in mist, leaving them ignorant of the identity of their mysterious foe. Chapter 77, Complete Domination, PK Mighty Bull Warrior SB. Shen Yi had no intention of providing explanations. As he activated Ghost Step, his speed surged dramatically. Like a specter, he glided towards Huang Dong, his dagger tracing an elegant arc as it approached the warrior. As a fighter class, the Mighty Bull Warrior had decent survivability, possessing some defense and health, and his equipment appeared to be quite formidable in Shen Yi's eyes. Despite Shen Yi's overwhelming damage output, his dagger only managed to chip away 1/5 of Huang Dong's health. Were it against a more fragile class, it could have easily have their health in one stroke. A rogue. Huang Dong finally regained his composure, staring at Shen Yi, who had materialized beside him like a ghost, and felt the sting of the dagger. Although he could not discern Shen Yi's information, the sight of the dagger immediately conjured thoughts of the rogue class. A rogue? Could it be that dark rogue Shen Yi, currently ranked 6th? Upon hearing Huang Dong mention a rogue, everyone immediately thought of Shen Yi, the dark rogue, who had recently made a name for himself on the leaderboard. His actions had caused their royal guild to lose face in the Novice village, drawing mockery from rival guilds. Now, Shen Yi's reappearance seemed to illuminate the situation. Wait. We didn't die at the hands of Nangong Mu Li. It was this rogue. That scroll wasn't used by her, but by this rogue who had been lurking around, plotting against us all along. The members of the royal guild, who had initially suspected Nangong Mu Li, suddenly realized that it was Shen Yi who had orchestrated their downfall. Damn it, Huang Dong, kill that rogue. Qin Chuan shouted furiously at Huang Dong, having already been slain. He felt his pride severely wounded. If Shen Yi was not eliminated, word of this incident would leave their royal guild utterly humiliated. Huang Dong lamented silently. Although he wished to slay Shen Yi, every attack he launched was deftly evaded by the rogue. With the enhancement of Ghost Step and Shen Yi's naturally high agility, augmented by his focus on agility points, his speed was exceptional. Humph, big bull fool. Shen Yi observed Huang Dong's sluggish movements with disdain. This class had high burst damage, but alas, even the most formidable attack was rendered futile if it could not find its target. Thus, the saying holds, in the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. Dark backstab. Shen Yi swiftly maneuvered behind Huang Dong, leaping up to straddle the warrior's back. And with a flick of his wrist, he hurled his dagger, catching it mid-fall, and plunged it into the back of Huang Dong's skull. A crimson damage value soared into the air, reducing the warrior's health drastically. What? Huang Dong was horrified to see his health plummet to critical levels. Unable to fathom such explosive damage from a rogue, he could not comprehend how a rogue, with such elevated agility, could also possess such overwhelming output. It seemed utterly absurd. Little did he know that Shen Yi's skills were honed in both martial and magical prowess, bypassing defenses and magical resistances, resulting in formidable damage output. Coupled with Shen Yi's high critical damage and legendary dagger, his output was indeed extraordinary. Mighty Bull Frenzy. Faced with imminent defeat, Huang Dong activated his skill. In an instant, his form began to shift, transforming from a human into a flaming bull. I'll crush you. The Mighty Bull Warrior had a particularly formidable skill, Mighty Bull Frenzy, which allowed him to metamorphose into a fiery bull, granting him 3 seconds of invulnerability, along with enhanced speed and agility, effectively turning him into a mini-boss. This skill was precisely why he was considered one of the 3 great generals of their royal guild. Witnessing Shen Yi's impending strike, Huang Dong had no choice but to utilize this skill, locking his sights on the rogue in an attempt to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Shen Yi, unfazed by Huang Dong's transformation into a bull, was well aware of its terrifying potential from videos he had seen before his rebirth. He knew that if he were to be struck in this state, it would likely spell disaster for him. However, Shen Yi had long since prepared a countermeasure. As Huang Dong morphed into a bull, a smirk crept across Shen Yi's lips, and in the next instant, he vanished into thin air. What? Where did he go? The onlookers, including the charging Huang Dong, were taken aback as they found themselves swiping at nothing but air. He's gone invisible. He's a rogue. Suddenly, realization dawned upon everyone. Shen Yi was indeed a rogue. What did it matter if Huang Dong had 3 seconds of invulnerability? Shen Yi could simply evade his attacks and avoid combat altogether, rendering Huang Dong utterly foolish. Damn it! Are you playing dirty? Come out if you dare. As Qin Chuan bore witness to this scene, he erupted into a fit of furious exclamations, his frustration palpable. He had anticipated that Huang Dong would orchestrate a remarkable comeback. Yet unexpectedly, Shen Yi simply exited the arena. What an idiot. Why would a rogue confront you head-on? Meanwhile, Nangong Mu Li was engaged in a struggle with a turtle shell warrior, their combat appearing rather lackluster. One, a tank, and the other, a swift sword sage relying on attack speed, rendered them unable to gain the upper hand against one another, resulting in a tense stalemate. However, upon hearing Qin Chuan's remarks, Nangong Mu Li couldn't help but voice her disdain. Her words left the royal faction members blushing with embarrassment. Indeed, as a rogue, stealth was an inherent mechanism. Why should he confront you directly? Huang Dong's bull warrior, after entering a state of frenzied rage, incurred a negative buff that left him weakened for 5 seconds. Following the 3 seconds of frenzy, he suddenly became limp and apathetic. Thus, the bull warrior was often referred to as a 3-second true man. He had hoped to eliminate Shen Yi within those 3 seconds, but alas, Shen Yi chose not to engage him. Once the 3 seconds elapsed, and without the support of a priest nearby, Huang Dong's morale plummeted. You big fool. In team battles, your profession may be formidable, but in one-on-one combat, you're merely a monkey. As Shen Yi's icy voice echoed in his ears, he stealthily approached Huang Dong, who was now in a weakened state. And with a swift motion of his dagger, he slashed at the opponent's neck. A shadowy execution severed the latter's life. Chapter 78. A resounding victory, crushing Zhao. Helplessly, the royal faction members could only look on as Huang Dong, the bull warrior, succumbed to Shen Yi's lethal strike. Collapsing to the ground and joining the ranks of the fallen, Shen Yi cast a disdainful glance at Huang Dong, now transformed into a wraith. This man was strong in chaotic battles, but in solitary PK scenarios, he was far too vulnerable. Despite the 3 seconds of invincibility, methods to counter it were plentiful. A mere stealth maneuver on Shen Yi's part was sufficient to dismantle his invincibility, leaving Shen Yi feeling rather disheartened. Hey, you turtle, just end it yourself. Don't make us exert effort to eliminate you. Here's your chance for a dignified exit. At this moment, only the turtle shell warrior remained of the royal faction's third wave. His defense was indeed formidable, perhaps rivaling that of Shen Yi's third sister. However, to put it plainly, tank professions are merely meat shields. Now, being the last one standing, it was evident he had no chance of a comeback. The turtle shell warrior turned to see his comrades had all perished, his face paling in despair. The royal guild had been utterly decimated, leaving him with a sense of mournful futility. You are Shen Yi, the dark rogue? Qin Chuan floated over to Shen Yi, inquiring amidst the fog. And what of it? Shen Yi replied, unfazed by the inquiry. He could not deny it. After all, among rogues, there was no one else with his level of strength. And his ID had already been exposed in the novice village, so there was no need for concealment. Indeed, quite formidable. No wonder you humiliated me in the novice village. Qin Chuan continued, Shen Yi, you are a talent. Why not join our guild? Our past grievances are mere trifles. I can overlook them entirely. They say that one does not truly know another until they've fought. Join my guild, and I will immediately appoint you as the vice president of the royal faction. You must understand, we have nearly 20,000 members in this game. Our scale is immense. Moreover, we are one of the top 10 guilds in the country, and the vice president holds significant influence. Additionally, I can offer you a lucrative contract if you join the royal faction. A yearly salary exceeding 100 million is not an issue. What do you say? Consider joining us. Realizing that the combined might of the royal faction was insufficient to contend with Shen Yi, Qin Chuan sought to salvage the situation. If he could recruit Shen Yi, not only would they incur no losses, but they would also gain a powerful ally. I have no interest, Shen Yi replied without hesitation. The mere thought of joining such a trivial faction as the royal was laughable. The title of vice president, while seemingly impressive, was ultimately that of a mere employee. Moreover, as a reincarnated individual, Shen Yi was aware that the royal faction's development prior to the calamity was mediocre at best. Even after the world merged, they ranked only in the 30s, overshadowed by many up-and-coming guilds. More importantly, with the dim-witted Qin Chuan as their leader, there was no appeal for Shen Yi to consider joining. He found it amusing to let them wallow in their ignorance. What will it take for you to join us? A dejected Qin Chuan inquired, frustrated that Shen Yi had dismissed his offer without a second thought. It is impossible. Your royal guild is too small to accommodate someone of my caliber. Cease your futile attempts. Furthermore, Qin Xuan, I advise you to refrain from provoking me and my allies within the game. You cannot contend with us. Do not be deceived by the support of your entire guild. As witness today, your backing is as inconsequential as ants in my presence. Nangong Mu Li is my companion. Henceforth, maintain your distance from her. Today was merely a minor lesson. If your royal faction intends to continue its endeavors in this game, it would be wise not to provoke us again. This is the second warning. A third will ensure that your faction is the first to be driven to surrender. With a piercing gaze, Shen Yi directed his attention towards Qin Xuan, delivering a fierce admonition. The insignificance of the royal faction was of no concern to him. It mattered not that they were one of the top 10 guilds. Should Shen Yi be angered, he could summon his 5 sisters to obliterate the still maturing royal faction. Qin Xuan, feeling a sense of indignation, began to retort, but was abruptly interrupted by Shen Yi. Do not be obstinate, let me assure you. Today as punishment was merely a light reprimand. Should you wish to contest it, feel free to gather more allies. I await your challenge. Shen Yi's words silenced Qin Xuan, rendering him speechless. He had lost all his allies, and the majority of the royal guild remained in the novice village. Only about 100 had ventured out, suffering a devastating defeat. At this moment, he realized that even if he were to summon reinforcements, they would be of no use. Very well, Shen Yi, I shall remember you. The mountains may change, but the waters shall flow, our paths will cross again. I accept today as defeat. Acknowledging his situation, Qin Xuan conceded, knowing that there was no opportunity for a comeback. His 3 hidden enforcers had been vanquished by Shen Yi, leaving them unable to maintain their facade. However, he vowed vengeance. I will settle this score with you later. He thought bitterly, then turned to the remaining wraiths and commanded, return to town upon resurrection. As the light of death enveloped them, one by one, the wraiths vanished before Shen Yi and his companions. Enough. I'm leaving. Can I just go? The turtle shell warrior, witnessing his comrade's demise, sought to retreat. Not so fast. You either take your own life or face our wrath. You cannot simply swagger in and then flee so easily, Shen Yi retorted, eyeing the turtle warrior. You should show mercy when able. The warrior replied, his expression darkening. Oh, I do relish being unyielding in matters of principle. What of it? You. Upon hearing Shen Yi's brazen and unreasonable remarks, the opposing party found themselves at a loss. Observing Shen Yi and Nangong Mu Li's flanking assault, they, unwilling to endure humiliation, opted for self-destruction and promptly returned to the City of Resurrection. Chapter 79, Pursuing the Senior? Level 15. President, half of our members have lost levels and been teleported back to the Novice Village, Wu Heng informed Qin Xuan, surveying the resurrection point in Juke City. So many perished just now, losing levels, and those at level 10 were sent back to the Novice Village after dropping a level. This is a significant loss for us. Damn it, Qin Xuan fumed, stamping his feet in frustration. Should we retaliate? Huang Dong, the barbarian warrior, inquired, glancing at Qin Xuan. Can you even win? Qin Xuan shot him a disdainful look. It seems a one-on-one is out of the question. Huang Dong scratched his head, candidly admitting that, given the current circumstances, he was certainly no match for Shen Yi. Then what is there to discuss? Since you can't win, there's no point in further discourse. Damn it. You bunch of useless fools, get back to leveling up. Qin Xuan declared vehemently. I refuse to believe that he can remain invincible. Once my people emerge from the Novice Village, we shall see if he can still contend with us. Qin Xuan, having regained his composure, recognized that his current crew would merely serve as fodder if they returned now. Thus, he made no further attempts to press the matter. However, the bitterness of defeat lingered in his heart. His plan was simple. Once the majority of his guild members had returned from the Novice Village, he would seek vengeance against Shen Yi. With thousands in his guild, how could they possibly be bested by a single individual? Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, sighing with relief. Truth be told, they had worried that Qin Xuan might not be able to swallow his pride and would continue to pursue trouble with Shen Yi. His choice to bide his time brought them a sense of ease. Thank you, Senior and Junior. If it weren't for your assistance, I would have found it quite difficult to navigate this situation. Nangong Mu Li expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Shen Yi and Shen Yu. Indeed, had Shen Yi not intervened, she might very well have been sent back to the Novice Village. It's nothing. We're all girls. Helping one another is only natural, Shen Yu replied with a smile. Of course, Senior, don't worry about it. We're all from the same school. How could we stand idly by while a senior is bullied? However, Senior, after this incident, we've undoubtedly made enemies with the royal family. You should proceed with caution in the future. Although Qin Xuan seems to have accepted his fate, I suspect this is only temporary. He will undoubtedly seek to trouble us again, and you will be the first target, Shen Yi cautioned. Fully aware that individuals like Qin Xuan were prone to vendettas. Why should I fear him? If it comes to that, I simply won't play anymore. Nangong Mu Li replied with a laugh. Very well, as for the matter concerning Zhou Ru, you can handle it with your teammates. I must go level up with my elder sister. If anything arises, we can reconnect. Sure, I will manage it. Thank you, Junior. We shall be in touch. Nangong Mu Li cast a peculiar glance at Shen Yi as she departed, reluctantly parting ways to find her teammates. Ah, Our little brother has returned. The hero saving the damsel. I've heard all about it from Big Sister. Little brother, impressive. Learning to woo the seniors, are we? Upon reuniting with the other 4 sisters in the leveling area, 5th sister immediately approached Shen Yi, leaning against him and teasingly remarking, "Get lost, 5th sister. Stop with the nonsense about wooing seniors. We simply stood up for what was right," Shen Yi retorted, his face flushing as he denied any ulterior motives. His intention in helping was purely strategic, as he sought to recruit the future Sword Immortal into their ranks. There are so many injustices out there. Why haven't I seen you intervene before? You have the heart but lack the courage, you little rascal, Shen Yin scoffed disdainfully. Well, Shen Yi found himself at a loss, glancing at 5th sister, wishing to explain but feeling utterly helpless. Clearly, the more he tried to clarify, the less he succeeded. All right, spare him the details. Nangong Mu Li seems quite splendid. If our little brother genuinely likes her, pursuing her wouldn't be a bad idea, Elder Sister Shen Yu interjected, expressing her approval of Nangong Mu Li. If Elder Sister approves, then she must indeed be remarkable, 2nd sister chimed in. Come now. Elder Sister even said Wang Mingxi was good, and look where that led, abandonment of our little brother. I think we should scrutinize this matter further. Little brother, don't let your desires cloud your judgment, 3rd sister interjected. Enough. Sisters, can we please focus on leveling up? You're all at level 14. Have some pity for your little brother, who is still at level 12. I might lose my position as the 6th. Shen Yi implored. Little brother. Complaining about levels again? 5th sister remarked teasingly. Shen Yi felt overwhelmed. Indeed, 5 women in unison was quite a chore. We're level 15. We've reached level 15. Amidst the radiant glow of leveling, 2nd sister Shen Qian, 3rd sister Shen Yu, 4th sister Shen Ling, and 5th sister Shen Yin achieved level 15. Elder sister Shen Yu lagged slightly behind due to earlier battles, now at level 14 and nearing completion of her experience. Meanwhile, Shen Yi stood at level 13. Level 15. Fantastic. Shen Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon witnessing his sisters achieve level 15. Sisters, we've reached level 15, which means we can create a guild. Let's return to the city and have 5th sister establish it. Creating a guild? Are we in such a hurry? Why not continue leveling until you and Elder Sister also reach level 15? The others suggested, believing there was no immediate need for urgency. You don't understand. Creating a guild isn't a trivial matter. There are prerequisite tasks to complete. Thus, it's essential to establish the guild first, as it will facilitate our leveling tasks. Trust me, it's the right course of action, Shen Yi explained, clearly indicating that forming a guild wasn't a straightforward affair and required a process. In truth, this was part of his meticulous plan, and he needed them to follow his lead in due course. Chapter 80, N01, Zhuke Guild within the Administrative Hall of Zhuke City. The heart of governance. All administrative NPCs were present. Naturally, the application for a guild was to be made here, and Shen Yi and his companions had arrived. Little brother, are you truly going to have me apply for the guild? Am I really to be the president? 5th sister Shen Yin asked, holding the guild token. Her usual exuberance replaced with a hint of uncertainty. Surprised by Shen Yi's seriousness in having her apply for the guild under her name, she looked at him with trepidation. Of course, wasn't it you who wished to be the president? Besides, I'm not yet at level 15, and one cannot apply for a guild without reaching that milestone. So, 5th sister, don't be afraid. It's merely a title. Rest assured, once the guild is established, I will manage its affairs. You need only lend your name. In that case, I shall not hold back. I am more than willing to assume the role of a hands-off manager. With a smile, Shen Yin promptly approached the NPC. Following the established procedures, she submitted the guild token, a requisite item necessary for founding a guild. Brother, the NPC is asking me to name our guild. What shall we call it? Soon enough, the formalities were nearly complete. Shen Yin turned her gaze toward Shen Yi and inquired, a guild must have a name, right? For instance, there are those like the Royal Clan Guild, the Battle of the World Guild, and the Great Tang Guild, all of which possess their own unique names. I hadn't really thought about it. How about we let the sisters decide? This question caught Shen Yi off guard. To be honest, he had not given much thought to the guild's name. Such matters seemed beyond his imaginative capacity. He glanced at his sisters, seeking their input. Upon hearing Shen Yi seek their suggestions, the eyes of the girls brightened momentarily, as it appeared that they had a fondness for such things. Let us call it national beauty and heavenly fragrance. What do you think? The 5 of us sisters could certainly be considered as such, proposed the 3rd sister, somewhat vainly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others turned somewhat speechless. 3rd sister, can we not be so narcissistic? Shen Yi remarked in a teasing tone. Or we could name it Shen Corporation. It's a company founded by the Shen family. Isn't it just a family enterprise? Suggested the 5th sister, Shen Yin. 5th sister, are you trying to ensure that everyone knows we founded the guild? Shen Corporation? My heavens. That is far too cliché. Shen Yi replied, even more speechless. Had the 5th sister truly begun to treat the guild as a business? How about eternal glory? It would be a wish for the guild to achieve brilliance, forever shining, proposed the eldest sister. It's hard to express, but this is worth considering. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. The name did possess a certain appeal, although Shen Yi felt it was somewhat overused. What about Cold Moon, Frigid Palace? Suggested the second sister. Nual. Oh, second sister, you should read fewer romance novels. It makes you a bit silly, Shen Yi said, caught between laughter and exasperation. This name felt too poetic. Not that it was bad, but it lacked a certain masculine vigor, resembling the third sister's suggestion of national beauty and heavenly fragrance. Well, if this one T do and that one T do, then you come up with one. The third sister glared at Shen Yi, somewhat irritated after he dismissed all their suggestions. Fourth sister, why don't you propose something? Shen Yi turned his gaze to the quiet fourth sister, Shen Ling. She was the type of person who rarely spoke, yet often provided the most insightful comments at crucial moments. Let us call it Vermilion Bird. Isn't this the main city of Vermilion Bird? Besides, since we're the first guild, Vermilion Bird would be perfect, she said calmly, her cool eyes meeting Shen Yi's as if seeking his approval for her suggestion. That is quite good, fourth sister. In critical moments, one could always rely on the fourth sister. The name was excellent. Let us call it the Vermilion Bird Guild. Being in Vermilion Bird City, naming our guild after it is quite impressive, akin to an official endorsement. We are the first guild, an 01 Vermilion Bird Guild, neither tacky nor lacking in grandeur. And it sounds melodious. How does that sound, sisters? Shen Yi felt that the fourth sister's suggestion was truly commendable. Vermilion Bird City, Vermilion Bird Guild. What a powerful name. It was thematically coherent, not gaudy at all. He believed this name was nothing short of perfect. Yes, Vermilion Bird Guild sounds rather splendid. We are indeed in Vermilion Bird City. So it seems quite fitting, the fourth sister remarked. When she finally spoke, her words were always spot on. Indeed, this name is quite good. Vermilion Bird Guild. I shall be the president of the Vermilion Bird Guild from now on. The others chimed in, repeating the name a few times. Vermilion Bird Guild was indeed catchy, exuding a sense of power while being perfectly suited to their current environment, making it an excellent choice. All right, since everyone agrees, let us create it. Fifth sister, Vermilion Bird Guild. Go. Shen Yi said to Shen Yan, signaling her to name the guild Vermilion Bird. Okay. Shen Yan responded, then entered the name Vermilion Bird Guild into her interface. Brother, the guild has been successfully created, but it's only a preliminary creation. It says that we need to achieve a guild merit of 10,000 points to officially establish it. What exactly is guild merit? Shen Yan said, having completed the setup, clearly curious. First, invite us into the guild. A pre-created guild should allow for 20 members. Pull us in first, Shen Yi instructed his fifth sister. Sure. Shortly after, Shen Yan sent out invitations to join the guild, and Shen Yi and the others readily accepted, adding a guild list to their interface. Guild name, Vermilion Bird Guild. Guild level, D rank. Guild ID, an 01. Guild founder, Shen Yan. Guild scale, 620. Pre-creation. Guild purpose, enjoy every day, play joyfully. Guild merit, 0. Guild residence, none. Current guild president, Shen Yan. Upon opening the guild details, a plethora of information appeared before them, revealing a complex and extensive system architecture. Chapter 81. Gaining merit at the Lava Fortress. Hey, brother, why can't I appoint positions? I wanted to make you the vice president, Shen Yin inquired, obviously puzzled, as Shen Yi perused the guild interface. Because the guild is still in its preliminary construction phase. It's not fully operational yet. Most functions are not yet available and will only open once the guild is officially established. Brother, what does preliminary construction mean? The others inquired, curious. It's quite simple. It's like starting a company. Your company's name and location are all set, but the business license has yet to be issued. The same goes for the guild. After using the guild token to create it, we still need 10,000 points of merit to officially establish it. Therefore, I just need to gather enough merit points to complete the guild's creation, Shen Yi explained to them. I see. So how do we earn merit? The group asked. Intrigued. Merit can be obtained by heading to the fortress frontline to slay monsters. And you must be in a team from the same guild to earn merit from defeating monsters at the fortress frontline. Therefore, we simply need to go to the fortress frontline, defeat monsters, and gather 10,000 merit points to successfully finalize the guild's establishment, Shen Yi elaborated. Oh, so that is how it is. The group suddenly understood. It turned out that creating a guild required merit, and merit could only be earned by defeating monsters. No wonder Shen Yi suggested establishing the guild first. This way, they could directly level up in areas where merit could be farmed. Moreover, Shen Yi suddenly paused, a smile gracing his face. And what else? The others asked, curious as they looked at him. I know of a place at the fortress frontline where we can farm merit. The monsters there are all fire attribute, and defeating them also yields fire attribute materials and items. In due time, we can use those fire attribute materials to assist Fifth Sister in her Phoenix rebirth. Completing the divine assessment task, he said. Really? Isn't that a remarkable opportunity? What are we waiting for? Let's go, brother. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin immediately became somewhat impatient. Clearly, as they approached the next level, they had to confront the task of the Ascension trial. After all, They must complete the first phase of the Ascension trial before reaching level 20. Alright, let's gather our supplies and set off at once. Shen Yi responded without any further ado, insisting on replenishing their supplies first. After all, they were determined to accumulate 10,000 military merits during this expedition. They would not return empty-handed. Thus, it was essential to prepare adequately to ensure efficiency. Once the group had procured their supplies, Shen Yi and her companions set forth. Wow, what a magnificent place. It's truly awe-inspiring. As they emerged from the teleportation array, the grandeur of the architecture left Shen Yi's elder sisters momentarily speechless. Towering city defenses, imposing fortresses, and a colossal stronghold brimming with hundreds of thousands of NPC soldiers unfolded before them. This was the Lava Fortress, one of the principal fortifications of Vermilion Bird City, primarily established to guard against the lava creatures lurking below. The world they inhabited encompassed not only the surface realm, but also an expansive underground world, which was, in fact, even larger than the surface itself. Underground creatures were often malevolent, frequently attempting to break free and wreak havoc upon the surface world. Consequently, fortifications were erected in areas bridging the surface and underground worlds to prevent these vile beings from emerging. We will collect our military merit status in the fortress shortly, and then venture into the underground world to slay the creatures therein for military achievements, Shen Yi elaborated. Indeed, the backdrop of this game world is remarkably grand. Yes, it resembles an epic masterpiece, they replied. Oh, enough of this. Let us hurry and hunt some monsters. I can hardly contain my excitement, the girls exclaimed in unison. Shen Yi skillfully led the way, having frequented the lava fortress in her previous life, where not only could one level up by slaying monsters, but military merits could also be earned. These military merits could be exchanged for military supply sets, which were available for all levels and guaranteed to be at least of golden quality. While their attributes may not rival those of top-tier equipment, they offered excellent value for impoverished players, hence the steady influx of adventurers to the lava fortress. Soon, Shen Yi and her companions obtained their merit statuses from the supply officer, which lasted for 24 hours. With this status, they could enter the underground world and gain military merits by defeating its creatures. After everyone had received their statuses, they utilized the internal teleportation array of the fortress to arrive at the first level of the lava fortress underground. So this is the underground world? It's so dark and hot. The first level of the lava fortress was home to the most basic creatures of the underground realm, ranging from levels 15 to 24. For Shen Yi and her team, the first level posed minimal danger, and given their current strength, they could only remain here. This isn't even the hottest level. The deeper layers are much more intense, Shen Yi remarked, leading the group toward a zone she remembered was rich in monster spawns. Here we are. This is one of the core spawning points of the first level, where we can level up by fighting the 18-level Earthfire lizards, Shen Yi pointed ahead. As they arrived, countless pairs of crimson eyes stared back at them from the area, numbering in the hundreds. Ah, brother, why did you bring us to such a monster-infested spot? Third sister. They're charging at us. Quick, defend. Eldest sister, unleash your area spells on them. There's just too many. The air was filled with their frantic exclamations as Shen Yi's sisters shouted without pause. Let us take a breather. I'm exhausted. After several hours had passed, the group was panting heavily, having slain 2,000 Earthfire lizards. Each member had accrued over 2,000 military merits, but since the guild's military merits were counted collectively, they had only accumulated slightly over 2,000 in total. With that many kills, Shen Yi had reached level 14, while Shen Yu had attained level 15. And the other four sisters were on the verge of level 16, just 10 experience points shy. Chapter 82. Underground Lava Beasts, the Core Demon. You little rascal. You've had your fill, Shen Yin said with a wry smile as she stroked her bald fire phoenix. The relentless monster hunting had left everyone a bit weary. Even with Shen Yu, the ultimate monster-slaying machine, tackling monsters at this spawn point was still quite taxing, given the rapid respawn rates and sheer numbers. Clearly, such leveling spots were designed for confident and powerful teams. After slaying over 2,000 monsters, they had harvested numerous fire attribute materials from the creatures, all of which were devoured by Shen Yan's fire phoenix. At present, the plump creature resembled a small fireball, radiating intense heat and exuding an eerie charm. Let's South find another place to level up and hunt different monsters, Shen Yi suggested after a brief rest. The girls nodded in agreement and followed her deeper into the darkness. Brother, how do you know your way around? This underground world is so winding and labyrinthine. It's dizzying. How can you navigate it so easily? The others marveled at Shen Yi's adeptness in leading the way, clearly impressed by his navigational skills. Shen Yi merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. After all, it was difficult to explain that he remembered the route due to a map created by a forum dedicated to the pre-catastrophe underground world. They had relied heavily on that map during their previous excursions. For reasons unknown, Shen Yi felt that since his rebirth, his memory had become exceptionally sharp. His recollections from his previous life were vividly clear, as if they had occurred just yesterday. He mused that if he had possessed such a remarkable memory back then, He might have easily gained admission to elite institutions. What is that creature? It's enormous. When Shen Yi led them to a leveling zone, the sight before them left the girls astounded. A creature the size of a small mountain, resembling a turtle with a volcano on its back, was lumbering around. This was the elite-level creature, the underground lava beast, a level 22 monster. Though not quite at the boss level, its power surpassed that of ordinary monsters. The creature possessed a substantial health pool, but moved slowly. They needed to be cautious of the volcanic-like sprayers on its back, which were its primary means of attack. The military merits and experience gained from defeating such a creature were equivalent to that of approximately 100 lizards. Since you no longer wish to battle lizards, let us take down this beast instead. Our damage output should be sufficient to breach its defenses, Shen Yi declared. There was another reason for targeting the underground lava beast. He needed 5 vials of its blood, an essential ingredient for unlocking his legendary dagger, the Dagger of Hermes. Conveniently, this creature was located on the first level of the lava fortress, making it an ideal target. Alright then. Upon hearing Shen Yi's words, the women perked up. For having just vanquished over 2,000 lizards had indeed been rather tiresome. At this moment, they were quite eager for a change of pace. Though the subterranean lava beasts were formidable in defense and vitality, they posed little threat to Shen Yi and his companions. With each lava beast they dispatched, their experience points surged rapidly. Ah, brother, our battle achievements are climbing swiftly. Time seemed to blur as they continued to slay the lava beasts, and eventually, their commendations soared past 9,000. At this juncture, Shen Yi had reached level 15.5, while Shen Yu had attained level 16, and the other sisters were nearing the latter half of level 16. Observing their battle achievements nearing completion and having gathered all 5 vials of lava beast blood, Shen Yi's gaze drifted deeper into the abyss. With a glance at the cooldown of his stealth skill, which was about to expire, an idea formed in his mind. Follow me. Let us confront the first layer's boss and test our mettle. Shen Yi had now set his sights on the first layer's boss. For the underground world of the lava fortress was comprised of 7 layers, each guarded by its own formidable boss. This particular boss was not only a target, but also held something Shen Yi desperately needed, the heart of the core demon. This was a crucial material for unsealing his dagger. Furthermore, Shen Yan, his 5th sister, was nearing the completion of her phoenix rebirth. Should she receive the blood of the core demon, it might catalyze her ascension to the second phase. With this thought, Shen Yi felt it was time to make a bold attempt. Let us engage the boss. The mere mention of confronting a boss ignited a fervor among the group, for it was evident that such an adversary promised valuable rewards. Thus, their spirits were invigorated at the prospect. Upon leading them to the boss's lair, they entered a grand volcanic hall where a colossal bat-like demon lord reclined upon a throne forged from obsidian. Unbeknownst to the core demon, who lay in slumber, Shen Yi's companions exchanged excited glances, clearly thrilled by the sight. Do not underestimate this foe. He is a level 24 golden boss, comparable to a level 20 epic boss. He stands on par with the epic vampire lurking beneath the ghostly cathedral. Shen Yi cautioned his sisters, urging them to recognize the gravity of their situation. Are we truly capable of defeating it? One inquired. Absolutely. Sister San is now clad in golden armor, and Sister De possesses an epic set. Our levels have significantly increased. Moreover, this underground creature is weak to holy light. Sister De wields light element skills, and Sister San's holy light dragon is also light attribute, granting us damage bonuses. Thus, the challenge should not be insurmountable. However, let me attempt a stealthy pilfer first. Chapter 83. The Fire Resistance Ring with his stealth skill fully recharged. Shen Yi deemed it impractical to venture out seeking targets to thieve. Instead, he resolved to try his luck directly against the boss, as he might acquire something of great worth. Slipping into stealth, he quietly approached the slumbering demon lord, expertly reaching out to procure an item from him. Hoping for something extraordinary. System notification. The player has used Dark Hand on the target, triggering the blessing of the thief. Theft successful. Item acquired. Fire Resistance Ring. The target remains oblivious. Fire Resistance Ring. Shen Yi's eyes gleamed upon obtaining the equipment. To his astonishment, he had successfully stolen this particular item, whose properties he recalled with clarity. It was a golden accessory that conferred fire resistance. While its inherent attributes were not particularly remarkable, players often equipped it when facing fire-type bosses, such as the core demon before them, given that the core demon possessed numerous fire-based skills. Donning this ring would significantly mitigate damage. What did you steal, brother? Did you acquire anything? Shen Yi's sisters, more anxious than he, inquired eagerly about his spoils. Here, take a look. Fire Resistance Ring. Equipment type. Accessory. Equipment quality. Golden equipment attributes. Increases storage space by 15 slots. HP by 80 points. Equipment effect. Grants fire resistance. Immune to 45 fire damage. Equipment requirement. All classes. Equipment level. 15. Just a ring? Its attributes pale in comparison to Sister Das. Upon seeing the fire resistance ring shared in the party, the sisters, accustomed to more lavish treasures, regarded it with indifference, feeling it lacked distinction. In truth, even such a ring would be considered commendable by most players at this moment. However, Shen Yi had raised his sister's expectations too high, leading them to perceive the ring as rather ordinary. Do not underestimate it. While its attributes may seem modest, this ring enhances our odds of defeating the boss. Sister San. Wear this ring. Although the core demon possesses both dark and fire attributes, its skills primarily stem from fire. With this fire resistance ring, you will fare much better against incoming damage. A 45-point reduction is substantial, nearly having the impact. Shen Yi instructed, trading the ring to her directly. Alright, I am ready to engage the boss. Are you all prepared? As everything seemed in order, Shen Yi called out to his companions, signaling his intent to initiate the encounter. Go for it, brother. Here we go. Shen Yi replied. Then, approaching the still slumbering demon lord, he struck a decisive backstab aimed at its head. In an instant, a massive damage number floated above the boss's head, indicating a critical hit. The core demon awoke from its slumber, only to find itself stunned, immobilized upon its throne. What followed was a barrage of attacks. Shen Yu's magical onslaught, Shen Ling's arrows, the fiery assault of the fire phoenix, and the radiant breath of the holy light dragon ridden by Shen Yu. Foul humans, you dare intrude upon my domain and launch a sneak attack. As the stun wore off, an enraged roar erupted from the core demon, who rose, wielding two flaming greatswords, bellowing in fury. Enough of your prattle. Prepare to face my wrath. However, without further ado from the core demon king, Shen Yu, wielding the phantom golden shield, approached it directly and struck fiercely with the shield against the boss. The impact of the shield instantly inflicted damage, accompanied by a stunning effect, rendering the boss momentarily incapacitated. Subsequently, the holy light dragon unleashed a beam of radiant breath directly at the core demon king, inflicting substantial damage as the luminous essence surged into its mouth. The detested holy light shield's stunning effect faded, prompting an enraged roar from the core demon king. Shen Yu promptly activated a taunting skill, drawing the creature's ire. Die, you insignificant insect. With newfound capacity for retaliation, the core demon king, brandishing dual flaming swords, unleashed a ferocious assault upon Shen Yu. She raised her phantom golden shield to block, yet over 100 points of damage emerged above her head. Upon witnessing Shen Yu's health deplete, the women of the Shen family were taken aback. They had presumed that this creature, being a level 24 golden boss, would possess formidable offensive capabilities. Yet, upon closer inspection, it merely dealt a little over 100 points of damage, which felt like a mere tickle to Shen Yu, whose health exceeded 3,000. Indeed, my sister has the golden shield to mitigate damage, plus the fire resistance ring, which reduces fire damage by 45. Additionally, she possesses inherent resistances. This boss cannot harm her. Shen Yi remarked with a knowing smile, unfazed by the spectacle. It seems that the fire resistance ring does hold some merit. Is this boss merely a trivial foe? Shen Yin scoffed, responding promptly. That may not be entirely accurate. Rather, we are simply too powerful. If it were anyone else, the core demon king would undoubtedly cause them distress. Shen Yi encouraged, urging everyone to maintain their assault, while Shen Yu continued to draw aggro. With a smile, Shen Yi signaled for everyone to persist in their offensive, while he himself charged forward, plunging his legendary dagger into the boss once more. Chapter 84, Slaying the Demon King. The Demon King's mass curse that holy light. Detestable holy light. The invincible demon lord shall shatter you into fragments. With a roar filled with indignation, the massive form of the core demon king collapsed to the ground. As the boss of the first layer of the lava fortress, its strength had never been particularly formidable. And with Shen Yi and his companions now considerably powerful, combined with Shen Yi's initial acquisition of the fire resistance ring from the creature, the damage it inflicted posed no threat to their main tank, Shen Yu, other than the occasional troublesome dark attribute burst. It was clear that the boss failed to pose even the slightest threat to Shen Yi's party, allowing them to vanquish it with ease. Wow. This boss grants 5,000 merit points. Brother, we've already accumulated over 10,000 merit points. Upon the boss's demise, a significant amount of experience surged into Shen Yi and his companions, propelling their experience bars considerably. Additionally, they received a substantial merit reward. Just this one boss yielded 5,000 merit points. They had already amassed over 9,000 points, now reaching nearly 15,000. Sister, merit points have numerous uses. They are not solely for founding guilds. There are many applications down the line. Even 100,000 merit points would scarcely suffice for consumption. Moreover, a guild stronghold requires ample merit points to secure prime land. Thus, this amount is merely a drop in the bucket. As a reincarnated individual, Shen Yi possessed extensive knowledge about merit points. The more one had, the better. I see. Hearing this, Shen Yin fell silent, her gaze returning to the boss. Hee, I shall loot the corpse this time. Unable to contain her excitement at the sight of the colossal corpse of the core demon king, Shen Yin hurriedly approached. Alright, go ahead. Let us see what treasures you might uncover. However, do not set your expectations too high. This boss seems to yield few valuable items. Shen Yi cautioned, recalling that he had defeated countless such bosses before his reincarnation, and their drops had been rather meager. What Shen Yi truly sought were the materials from this boss, as they were essential for unsealing his dagger. At that moment, Shen Yi turned his attention to his eldest sister, Shen Yu, whose life skills allowed her to gather from monster corpses. Shen Yi required the heart of the core demon king as a material for unsealing his dagger. He thus requested Shen Yu's assistance in the gathering process. Additionally, his fifth sister, Shen Yin, needed the demon king's blood for her bathing ritual, given its fire attribute. Shen Yu agreed and began collecting from the boss's corpse. Is this it? Soon enough, she extracted a heart-shaped crystal-like heart. Yes, that's it, Shen Yi exclaimed, receiving the heart, which was precisely what he needed. With this, he had now gathered 2 of the materials required for the unsealing process. What is this? At that moment, Shen Yin, holding a mask, looked puzzled as it radiated a golden glow, clearly a piece of golden equipment. The Demon King's mask? It dropped on the first try? Wow, what luck! Shen Yi gasped, astonished. He was well aware of the significance of the item in Shen Yan's possession. Although the core Demon King had few valuable drops, this mask was one of them. This mask belonged to the accessory category of equipment. While its attributes were not particularly strong, it possessed a unique effect. When worn, it concealed the wearer's visage. In a game where players utilized their real faces, many were reluctant to reveal their true identities, thus making mask-type equipment widely sought after. This gear would allow Shen Yi to obscure his appearance, even without using the mist dust, rendering his face invisible to others. Therefore, upon seeing the Demon King's mask, Shen Yi felt a surge of excitement. Demon King's mask, equipment type, accessory, equipment quality, golden equipment attributes, HP 50, MP 25, equipment effect. Wearing this equipment activates the mask effect, altering the wearer's face to that of the mask, thereby obscuring their original face. Equipment requirement. All classes, equipment level, no level requirement. So it is merely a mask? Initially expecting to have discovered a rare treasure, Shen Yan's disappointment was palpable upon reviewing its attributes. It was evidently just a mask. I want that equipment. Fifth sister, trade it to me. As a seasoned player, he was naturally fond of such equipment. After all, his identity had already been compromised, and he didn't wish to rely on the mist dust at all times. With this mask, he could hide his identity without needing to resort to the dust. How ugly, brother. Your handsome little face has transformed into that of the core Demon King. Boo-hoo, it's so ugly. Change it back. Return my handsome brother. Shen Yi donned the mask and activated its effect, instantly transforming his face into that of the core Demon King. This scene left Shen Yi's sisters both amused and bewildered, feeling it was utterly hideous. Fifth sister, you fail to comprehend. With this mask, I can conceal my identity even more effectively. This is known as the sixth attribute, a concept beyond your grasp. Moreover, we are not pursuing romantic interests, so what need have I for a handsome visage? Shen Yi scoffed. Upon learning that the world would merge in 5 years, he had no desire for romance. Women would only impede his ambitions. Woo, is this the mask? I'm not Little Red Hand anymore. My hands are filthy. Unsurprisingly, the boss offered nothing of worth, leaving behind only a few blue items. Shen Yi and his companions selected what suited them, with nothing else of merit remaining. This undoubtedly made Shen Yin feel she had let down the expectations of those around her. Fifth sister, it's alright. The drop rate for this Demon King mask is exceedingly low. It would take hundreds of kills to obtain one. For you to acquire it on your first attempt is quite extraordinary, Shen Yi reassured her. Woo. Hearing that only makes me more disheartened. What an ugly mask. Hurry and take it off. Woo. Stop fooling around. Do you wish to forego your phoenix's rebirth? Hurry now. The Demon King's blood is prepared. Let your fire phoenix bathe in it and prepare for its rebirth. Rebirth. At the mention of this term, Shen Yin immediately ceased her tears, her eyes lighting up. Indeed, the most crucial aspect was facilitating her bald phoenix's rebirth. Chapter 85, Phoenix Rebirth, second advancement among Shen Yi and the others. He deemed the divine assessment of his fifth sister, Shen Yin, to be the simplest, knowing the requirements for the Fire Phoenix's second phase of advancement. He had been feeding the bald phoenix fire attribute materials ever since the day of her divine assessment. Following their exploits in the lava fortress, Shen Yi felt the conditions were steadily aligning. It was evidently time for the bald phoenix to undergo its rebirth. Having just gathered a substantial amount of Demon King blood from the core, a material rich in fire attributes, it was typically used for potion crafting. However, it was far more suitable to be directly infused into the bald phoenix before him. At that moment, Shen Yan's bald phoenix had already undergone significant transformation. After consuming a wealth of fire attribute materials, its skin, once pink, had transformed into a scorching red, with volcanic-like cracks visibly appearing, a clear indication that it might erupt at any moment. This sight left a profound impression on everyone present, as they all gazed at the bald phoenix. When Shen Yin poured the collected Demon King's blood over her phoenix, a terrifying surge of fiery energy enveloped it instantly. With a resonant cry of the phoenix, the temperature in the vicinity soared dramatically. Quick, step back. The heat is unbearable. Approaching too closely could result in being incinerated by this fire phoenix, Shen Yi warned. his face pale as he shouted for everyone to retreat. Heeding the warning, the others hastily complied. Amidst the piercing cries of the phoenix, the fire phoenix began to carbonize, resembling a piece of charred coal. Ah, little brother, what is happening? Why has my bird turned out like this? It can't be dead, can it? Shen Yin exclaimed in shock. Though she found her bald phoenix unappealing, it was still her companion beast. Emotionally, she had grown attached to it, and the thought of its demise troubled her deeply. Fifth sister, fret not, it won't die. This is a game, and since it's your companion beast, it will respawn as long as you remain alive. It cannot perish. This is merely the manifestation of rebirth. To rise from the ashes is its nature, so everything unfolding before you is entirely normal. Do not fear, Shen Yi assured her, unperturbed, as he had witnessed this phenomenon in his previous life and felt no alarm. This was indeed the effect of the phoenix's rebirth, and there was no cause for doubt. Is that really the case? Although there remained a hint of worry in her eyes, Shen Yan's gaze remained fixed on the fire phoenix. After the intense flames subsided, a large hole had been burned into the ground. Soon, the high-temperature flames gradually extinguished, revealing a pile of ashes before the onlookers. Little brother, you said it would be fine, but it has turned to ash. Shen Yin protested, her eyes reddening. Look closely. See what lies among the ashes, Shen Yi replied calmly, gesturing towards the mound of ash. An egg. There's an egg. The sharp-eyed second sister suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of the others. Upon closer inspection, they indeed discovered a large egg hidden within the ashes. Just as they marveled at the egg's appearance, it began to crack ominously. Step back. Stay in place, and be careful not to get burned. Shen Yi shouted, urging everyone to retreat once more. As the crowd complied, their eyes were drawn skyward, where a pillar of flame shot into the air. With another resounding cry of the phoenix, this one even louder and clearer than before. It seemed to resonate in everyone's ears. In the midst of the towering flame, they could clearly see a bird-like creature bathing in the fire. Is that my fire phoenix? Shen Yin gasped, excitement bubbling within her. Indeed, fifth sister, brace yourself for your fire phoenix's rebirth, Shen Yi said with a smile. As the flames receded, a magnificent bird, enveloped in flames, emerged before them, rendering the onlookers speechless. Unlike its previous bald form, this fire phoenix was now adorned with resplendent feathers, shimmering in golden-red hues, radiating a metallic sheen. Its tail feathers resembled a tapestry of vibrant colors, breathtakingly beautiful. A regal crest adorned its head, resembling a crown, and its powerful wings generated a formidable gust with each flap. Its eyes, noble and divine, bore no resemblance to the former clumsy bald creature. At that moment, the fire phoenix had shed its former appearance, transforming from an ugly duckling into a proud divine beast. This is my fire phoenix? Shen Yin stammered, her eyes wide in disbelief, unable to reconcile it with her former companion beast. Of course, I told you so. You were indifferent then. But now you can hardly reach its heights, Shen Yi teased with a grin. It's so beautiful. My heavens, this is simply exquisite. Indeed, it is the most stunning creature I have ever seen. How can a bird be so breathtaking? Wow, is this the appearance after transformation? Will my holy light dragon also change? The others were awestruck, murmuring in amazement. The transformed fire phoenix had now entered its second phase. But this was not its final form. In fact, the fire phoenix could advance further. For instance, regarding its current size, it stood nearly as tall as a person. A mere chick compared to the divine beast Zhuke of Zhuke City. The fully realized fire phoenix would undoubtedly be a colossal creature. Hee, this is fantastic. My fire phoenix. At this moment, fifth sister finally grasped the situation, wrapping her arms around the head of her phoenix with an overwhelming affection. And the fire phoenix showed no signs of resistance, for it was her master, radiating a profound sense of intimacy. Fifth sister, spare the affection. Have you completed your divine ascension assessment? What abilities have you acquired? Shen Yi's gaze shifted towards her, for he was far more intrigued by the transformations fifth sister would undergo post-assessment than by the sight of the reborn fire phoenix. Chapter 86, The Artifact. The Book of Phoenix. Shen Yi was aware that fifth sister's fire phoenix, upon entering the second phase, would undergo a comprehensive enhancement of its attributes and acquire several new skills. Consequently, the fire phoenix before him was now utterly transformed from its former scruffy appearance. With this second phase phoenix by their side, leveling up would undoubtedly become a far simpler endeavor. Yet, Shen Yi's curiosity was piqued by what she would gain upon completing the divine ascension assessment. After all, in his previous life, he had never encountered such tasks. And since the fusion of worlds, none of his sisters had embarked on the divine ascension assessment. Thus, he was particularly eager to discover what rewards awaited her. However, just as Shen Yi's question escaped his lips, Shen Yin let out a piercing shriek, her tone so high-pitched it nearly startled everyone into silence. Fifth sister, what are you doing? Why the ruckus? You nearly gave us all a heart attack. Indeed, fifth sister, you frightened us to death. What has gotten into you? Why are you shouting like that? The others exchanged bewildered glances, their curiosity ignited by her sudden outburst. I. Yet, Shen Yin continued to display an expression of astonished delight, her face radiating sheer surprise and joy. I have obtained an artifact. But the next moment, her declaration left everyone in utter shock. They stood there, dumbfounded, their expressions shifting dramatically. Fifth sister, this isn't funny. Don't jest with us. Shen Yi was taken aback. His gaze fixed upon her, filled with disbelief. His brows furrowed, and his breath quickened. As a reborn individual, he understood the significance of an artifact. It represented the most formidable equipment, both in the game and after the fusion of worlds. How long has it been since the opening of the server? He felt it was extraordinary to have acquired a legendary dagger. And now fifth sister claimed to have obtained an artifact. How could Shen Yi remain calm in the face of such news? I'm not joking. See for yourselves. The Book of Phoenix. Equipment type, two-handed weapon, equipment quality, divine, equipment description, the legendary tome of wisdom belonging to the Phoenix god, Phoenix. It is said to be the crystallization of his lifetime's wisdom, possessing catastrophic energy capable of scorching the earth, while simultaneously containing vast knowledge that could alter the course of the world. Equipment attributes. Increases physical damage by 358 points, all attributes by 15 points, and adds 100 to both HP and MP. Equipment effect. When performing a normal attack, there is a 25% chance to create a binding fire ring beneath nearby target units, immobilizing them for 3 seconds while inflicting 75 of the caster's magical damage as burn damage. The fire ring has no upper limit. Equipment effect. Wearing this equipment grants a super divine state, with a 75% chance of automatic revival upon death. Equipment skills. Equipping this weapon grants the skills Mercy of Phoenix and Wrath of Phoenix. Removing the equipment will result in the loss of these skills. Equipment requirement. Specific profession for Divine Ascension assessment. Equipment level. Level 16. Equipment status. Adaptive upgrade state. Will adjust the equipment's level and attributes according to the owner's level. The higher the level, the more powerful the Book of Phoenix becomes. Mercy of Phoenix. Active skill utilizing the Mercy of Phoenix allows the user to feel the blessings of the Phoenix god, granting all allies within a 1-0-10 range an increase of 30 to their HP and MP limits, and bestowing a divine state, wherein death has a 15% chance of automatic revival, lasting for 60 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes, MP cost, 150. Wrath of Phoenix. Active skill activating the Wrath of Phoenix unleashes the fury of the Phoenix god upon enemies, commanding the accompanying Fire Phoenix to inflict a total of 150 burn damage to all non-allied units within a 1-515 range, along with an additional 3 seconds of burn damage that deducts 1 of maximum health per second. Cooldown, 80 seconds, MP cost, 130. An artifact. When Shen Yin presented her divine-grade equipment, the Book of Phoenix, to the crowd, they were all left astounded, their expressions frozen in shock. No one had anticipated that Shen Yin would truly acquire an artifact. Even Shen Yi was taken aback, gazing at the artifact before him. He felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. This was the first time, in both his past and present lives, that he had witnessed the attributes of a genuine artifact. In truth, while there were players who possessed artifacts in his previous life, none had ever disclosed their properties. Thus, this was Shen Yi's inaugural glimpse at the extraordinary attributes of an authentic artifact. The moment he beheld the properties of the artifact, he felt his legendary dagger pale in comparison. Though that legendary equipment was indeed formidable, it seemed insignificant next to the artifact, which was utterly monstrous in its capabilities, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Setting aside the absurd enhancements it provided, the effects of the equipment were equally terrifying. Particularly noteworthy was the super divine state. With a 75% chance of automatic revival after death, nearly a 1 in 4 chance of resurrection. This was utterly insane, transforming her into a veritable immortal phoenix. The most critical aspect was that this artifact was not in its final form. It adapted to its wielder's level. Given that Shen Yin was only level 16, the weapon's attributes and status reflected that of a level 16 artifact. As Shen Yin's level increased, the artifact's power would only grow stronger. Contemplating this, Shen Yi's mind buzzed with overwhelming thoughts. It felt almost too extraordinary to comprehend. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. If completing the Divine Ascension assessment could yield an artifact, could he and the others also attain such rewards? The mere thought ignited a profound exhilaration within him. The Divine Ascension assessment must be completed. It was simply too incredible, bordering on invincible. Shen Yi addressed the group, conveying his fervent enthusiasm and determination. Thus, we must find a way to help Fourth Sister complete her Divine Ascension assessment. Fortunately, we have all reached level 15 and can now embark on the level 15 dungeon. The Grave of the Corpse Demon. Chapter 87. The First Guild Assembly, officially established. In Zhuke City, within the Governance Hall. The excitement was palpable as Shen Yan's acquisition of the artifact, the Book of Phoenix, invigorated everyone. However, Shen Yi remained focused, ensuring that their preparations for establishing the guild were not disrupted. Presently, the most pressing matter was the formal creation of the guild. With the requisite 10,000 contribution points achieved, they merely needed to submit the task to the corresponding NPC in the Governance Hall, and the Zhuge Guild would be officially established, marking it as the first guild to emerge on the eve of the impending calamity. Server announcement. Players from the Eastern Kingdom have successfully established the first player guild, Zhuge Guild, in the main city of Zhuge City, triggering the guild ranking system. As the inaugural city to possess a player guild, all players within the confines of Zhuge City in the Eastern Kingdom will receive a 5 experience boost buff for a duration of 24 hours. With the submission of the quest by Shen Yi, the Zhuge Guild transitioned from its pre-creation state to a fully established entity. In that very moment, an announcement appeared before all, ensuring that every player within the game was made aware of this news. What on earth? Zhuge Guild? Which guild is this? I've never heard of it before. The first guild? Wasn't it said that creating a guild requires a guild token? Where does one procure such a token? How did someone successfully create a guild? How is it that players from the Eastern Kingdom are always first? Didn't they cheat? The first player to leave the Novice village was from the Eastern Kingdom, and now the first created guild is also from there. Why is it always them? At that moment, the world was in an uproar. International players felt a tinge of frustration. The first player to exit the Novice village hailed from the Eastern Kingdom. And now the first guild creation was also theirs, leaving foreign players feeling rather humiliated. Conversely, domestic players were astonished, realizing that the first guild in the server emerged from their country, a point of undeniable pride. Particularly those who had chosen Zhuge City were overwhelmed with excitement, as they were now beneficiaries of a 24-hour experience boost buff, effectively granting them a free 5 experience gain. However, the major guilds within the country were dismayed. The expressions of their leaders were decidedly grim. What is happening? How did they establish a guild? Wasn't a guild token required? How is it obtained? Quickly, investigate the origins of this Zhuge Guild, reach out to their leader, and ascertain how they acquired the guild token. It's infuriating to be outpaced by an unheard of Zhuge Guild. What gives them the right to be the first to establish a guild? The leaders of various guilds were filled with discontent. They too aspired to create a guild. In fact, upon exiting the Novice village, their immediate thought was to establish a guild. Unfortunately, reality dealt them a harsh blow, as establishing a guild not only required reaching level 15, but also necessitated possessing a specific item, the guild token. The means to obtain such a token were shrouded in mystery, leaving everyone in a state of vexation. Creating a guild required level 15, and currently, only 6 players across the server had achieved this level. Soon, everyone suddenly grasped the implications. The requirement of level 15 for guild creation meant that only those 6 players, who had initially entered the leaderboard with 6 hidden classes, could establish a guild. The top 5 were at level 16, while the 6th, who had previously fallen behind, had just reached level 15, now 1 level ahead of the 7th player, who was at level 14. Thus, it became evident that only one of those 6 players on the leaderboard could create a guild. Instantly, the topic gained immense traction. The 6 players, led by Shen Yi, had already sparked curiosity. Now with the establishment of the first guild in the server, excitement reached a fever pitch. Boss, I'm applying to join the guild. Please approve me. I'm a full-time player and a seasoned pro. Guild leader, please contact me. I'm willing to bring my professional team into your guild, and we can certainly yield substantial benefits. Guild leader, add me. I'm charming and sweet-voiced. If you add me, we can arrange an offline meeting. Players began to stir. The allure of the first guild was evidently substantial. Applications to join the guild flooded in, clearly indicating the weight of Zhuge Guild's influence as the inaugural guild. Additionally, curiosity about the identity of its creator surged, as everyone yearned to discover who had founded this guild. Oh dear, my application list has exploded. Thousands of pages. My goodness. How many are applying? Shen Yin exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. The streets, once quiet, had transformed into a bustling scene as countless players exited the Novice village. With the ability to apply for a guild at level 10, the instant Zhuge Guild was established, applications surged, leading to a list several thousand pages long. This spectacle left Shen Yin utterly astounded. She had never witnessed such a scene. Do not accept anyone indiscriminately. We must conduct thorough checks for guild membership. It must be approved by me first. 5th sister, appoint me as vice president. I will manage this. In response, Shen Yi addressed his 5th sister. At this juncture, their guild, which could initially accommodate 20 members, expanded to hold 100. Yet Shen Yi was resolute about not admitting just anyone. The slots were exceedingly precious. As a reborn individual, he aspired to forge a super guild and had no intention of haphazardly adding members. All right. Nodding, Shen Yin promptly appointed Shen Yi as vice president. As he observed the application list swell from thousands to tens of thousands, Shen Yi's lips twitched. The workload of filtering applications was considerable. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. He preferred quality over quantity. His guild must comprise like-minded and trustworthy individuals. Otherwise, it was better not to add anyone at all. Chapter 88. Nangong Mu Li joins the guild, headed to Corpse Demon Ridge. Congratulations. At that moment, a message arrived, and without even opening it, Shen Yi knew who it was. Currently, the only person in his friend list besides his sisters was Nangong Mu Li. Since his sisters were in the same party, direct communication was unnecessary. The only one who would message him was Nangong Muli. Upon opening the message, a smile graced Shen Yi's face. It was no surprise that she knew of the establishment of the Zhuke Guild, as she was privy to the identities of those on the leaderboard. Would you like to join our guild? Shen Yi promptly extended an invitation. Sure. To Shen Yi's surprise, Nangong Muli did not hesitate, but readily agreed to join. That was quick. However, I must inform you that I cannot admit your teammates into the guild just yet. While I have absolute trust in you, I am not familiar with your team and cannot risk their inclusion without assessment. If they wish to join, they must wait and undergo evaluations. Shen Yi quickly added, fully aware that Nangong Muli had her own leveling team. Such teams typically joined the same guild, but for now, he could only ensure Nangong Muli's admission, as he had complete faith in her. After all, with memories from his past life, Shen Yi could confidently vouch for Nangong Muli's character. However, he could not extend that same trust to her teammates, especially considering past experiences like that of Zhou Ru, who knew if there were other opportunists among her team. For the time being, Shen Yi preferred to keep their identities concealed. Understanding, no problem. I will first join your guild, and regarding my teammates, I can provide any information you desire. Once you are assured there are no issues, I will add them. I understand your concerns. Unexpectedly, Nangong Muli was quite perceptive and promptly expressed to Shen Yi that there were no issues. Very well, I will proceed to add you, Shen Yi replied. Feeling a surge of joy in his heart upon receiving such a response, he swiftly extended an invitation to the future Sword Immortal to join the guild. Who is this? Our charming little beauty, Nangong, they exclaimed in unison. Welcome, welcome, dear Nangong sister, to our guild. Upon the arrival of a new member, Shen Yi's sisters cast a glance and burst into joyful laughter. Indeed, it was the familiar name, Nangong Muli. Hello, sisters. Nangong Muli greeted Shen Yi's sisters with a polite demeanor upon joining the guild. Hello, hee, from now on, we are all family. Welcome to our guild. The sisters welcomed her warmly, engaging in enthusiastic conversation with her. At this moment, the addition of a new guild channel allowed the women to converse fervently within it. Shen Yi felt somewhat speechless and a tad exasperated, knowing that his sisters had misconstrued his relationship with Nangong Muli. They assumed he had developed romantic feelings for her. Unaware that Shen Yi's kindness stemmed solely from her identity as Nangong Muli, the future Super Sword Immortal, whose presence could significantly strengthen their team. Of course, Shen Yi refrained from providing too many explanations, recognizing that sometimes, offering explanations only invites further suspicion. Rest assured, I will swiftly establish the criteria for guild entry. Allowing your teammates to join, he assured her. There's no rush, take your time. A guild is not a trivial matter, it's wise to proceed with caution. After exchanging a few more words with Nangong Muli, their conversation drew to a close. Alright, sisters, let's log off for a bit and grab some food. Afterward, we shall delve into the level 15 dungeon. Shen Yi glanced at the time, realizing it was morning, and another day had passed. A week had elapsed since the game had launched, and the first batch of players had gradually emerged from the Novice village. While the major cities were beginning to buzz with activity, once they finished their meal, they logged back into the game. After replenishing their supplies, they regrouped. Let us head to the level 15 dungeon. In half an hour, we should complete the trial of the fourth sister, Shen Yi informed his sisters. The level 15 dungeon, known as Corpse Demon Ridge, was not particularly challenging, as lower-level dungeons were generally manageable. True difficulty lay within higher-level dungeons. Shen Yi was confident in their ability to clear this level 15 dungeon. However, the fourth sister, Shen Ling, had a trial that required them to complete the dungeon within 30 minutes. While this task would have been simple without a level requirement, the stipulation of completing it before reaching level 20 posed a significant challenge for them. Fortunately, the eldest sister possessed a full set of epic gear and was an elemental queen, ensuring her damage output was substantial. Meanwhile, the fifth sister had recently completed her trial and received the Phoenix Tome, with her Fire Phoenix already taking shape, which would provide considerable assistance. Given these advantages, along with Shen Yi's previous experience, he felt emboldened to attempt this challenge. Otherwise, he would not have considered it at all. Thus, he first ensured that his sisters were well acquainted with the strategy, understanding every detail of the dungeon, as that was crucial for completing it within 30 minutes. Normally, this dungeon would take approximately an hour and 20 minutes to clear, so they needed to compress the time by 2/3 to finish within half an hour. This was a daunting task, but as a reborn player with an exceptionally skilled team, Shen Yi felt it was worth the attempt. Wow, why is this place even more eerie than the ghost church? One sister exclaimed. It's terrifying. Why would they design a dungeon here? The developers clearly have no consideration for female players. As they traversed the path to Corpse Demon Ridge, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Their previous visit to the ghost church had already been unsettling, but this location was even more so. Do not fear, we have arrived. Look, the NPC at the riverside is the ferryman, Shen Yi reassured them. In the distance, a dark figure clad in a black cloak stood upon a boat, patiently awaiting their arrival at the riverbank. Shen Yi recognized this NPC as the guide to the level 15 dungeon, Corpse Demon Ridge, leading his 5 sisters to the river. They engaged in a brief dialogue with the NPC, which triggered the relevant dungeon storyline. Shortly after, they boarded the NPC's boat. Once the NPC ferried them across the river, the dungeon officially commenced. Prepare yourselves, we are about to enter the dungeon. The monsters within may be somewhat frightening for you, so sisters, brace yourselves. Shen Yi playfully cautioned his sisters, signaling them to set their expectations, for the creatures within the dungeon were indeed peculiar. Zombies. Despite Shen Yi's advance warning, the moment they entered the dungeon, his sisters could not suppress their startled exclamations. The name Corpse Demon Ridge alone foretold the grotesque nature of its inhabitants. The dungeon's minor foes were comprised of corpse demons, akin to the shambling zombies depicted in horror films. These creatures were grotesque, slow-moving, and their decaying forms were truly unsettling. Shen Yi distinctly recalled that before his rebirth, this dungeon ranked among the top 3 most unpopular dungeons among female players. Don't. Shen Yi began to offer words of comfort. But in the next instant, a torrent of flames surged toward the approaching corpse demons. The fifth sister, Shen Yin, wielding the newly acquired Phoenix Flame, unleashed a fiery inferno upon the horde of corpse demons, instantly engulfing them in flames. He watched as their health bars plummeted rapidly. Disgusting. How revolting. Die all of you. Shen Yin exclaimed, clearly repulsed by the creatures. Shen Yi's attempt at consolation was abruptly halted. He felt superfluous, realizing that he ought to be comforting the corpse demons instead, for they were being mercilessly ravaged by his sisters. As they progressed through the dungeon, following Shen Yi's meticulously crafted strategy, each detail was exquisitely optimized. He effectively minimized the time spent in the dungeon, keenly aware of the clock ticking down. To the 3 o'clock position, eldest sister, fifth sister. Direct your fire phoenix to use area damage. Fourth sister, pay attention, the elite monster is yours. Shen Yi continuously directed them. Compared to their initial foray into the game, Shen Yi and his sisters had developed an impressive synergy. At times, his sisters intuitively executed their roles without the need for excessive guidance. Time is of the essence. It seems we are running out of it. However, as time progressed, Shen Yi's brow furrowed increasingly, for he realized that even though their team's efficiency was remarkably swift, completing this dungeon within 30 minutes appeared to be a formidable challenge. Observing the situation, it became evident that 30 minutes would likely prove insufficient. With a frown etched on his face, Shen Yi suddenly conceived a plan. Sisters, continue to eliminate the elite monsters here. Once you vanquish this wave, a small boss will emerge. Engage it while I step away for a moment, he declared, activating his ghost step and swiftly disappearing from sight. Though the women were puzzled by Shen Yi's sudden departure, they did not dwell on it, trusting that he had his reasons. Shortly after he left, they successfully dispatched the last elite monster. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and before them, the earth split open, revealing a colossal arm that surged forth from the fissure. What in the world is that? They exclaimed in shock. It's a boss. They quickly realized. They soon learned that it was a level 17 bronze boss, the corpse walker. This must be the small boss my brother mentioned. How repulsive it is, lying on the ground. It resembles a creature from a horror game, truly grotesque. It's charging towards us. Third sister, brace yourself. Why must I be the tank? Third sister Shen Yu lamented, her dismay evident as she regarded the creature with disdain. Yet, as the designated tank, she had no choice but to engage. Just as they prepared to act, the ground quaked once more, and Shen Yi's voice rang out. Older sisters, be alert. The main boss of the dungeon is approaching. As they turned towards the direction of his voice, their expressions paled. A massive creature, resembling a mountain of flesh, was advancing towards them, flanked by numerous smaller monsters. At that moment, Shen Yi was sprinting at the forefront, casting a mocking glance behind him. Despite his thorough preparation for the dungeon, Shen Yi recognized that time remained a critical issue. He noted that while their monster-killing efficiency was commendable, the time wasted stemmed from adhering too rigidly to the dungeon's process. Akin to an assembly line in a factory, high efficiency does not negate the necessity of following the sequence. However, a dungeon is not an assembly line. The game allows for a high degree of freedom that permits deviation from established protocols. Thus, Shen Yi realized he had initially constrained himself by over-optimizing a strategy in his mind that was too formulaic. Consequently, adhering to a strict process meant that even with high efficiency, 30 minutes would likely fall short. To complete the dungeon within the allotted time, he would need to break this pattern. Enlightened by this revelation, Shen Yi contemplated luring all the monsters from the subsequent processes to confront them at once, thereby significantly reducing the time spent on procedural engagements. However, this strategy would require them to withstand the onslaught of the monsters he attracted. Chapter 90. Heart Pounding. The final strike, little brother. You truly are my dear sibling. Where did you find such a horrid creature? It's hideous, Shen Yu exclaimed, her patience wearing thin as she looked at the monstrous corpse walker trailing behind Shen Yi. Third sister, stop complaining and come help tank, Shen Yi urged. This was the final boss of the dungeon, the level 18 gold boss, the Devourer Corpse. Time is running out. 30 minutes is simply insufficient at our current pace. Thus, I had no choice but to draw the subsequent monsters all at once so we can deal with them in one go. This is what they call a one-way flow. He shouted to the team. Indeed, this method had merit, often utilized by seasoned players to expedite runs for newcomers, as experienced players could easily dominate lower-level dungeons. In essence, the ultimate goal of a dungeon is to defeat its final boss. Therefore, even without adhering to the process, as long as the final boss is slain, the dungeon is completed. When veteran players overpower these lower-level dungeons, they often employ this efficient tactic to maximize speed. However, employing such a strategy at the same level of difficulty was perilous for Shen Yi and his team. They had to withstand the formidable onslaught brought about by this aggressive strategy, or else it would become a path to certain defeat. Shen Yi was left with no alternative. Had Fifth Sister not completed her divine examination first, he would likely have refrained from such a course of action. Nonetheless, he felt confident enough to attempt it. I can't believe this. Third Sister Shen Yu protested, though her actions betrayed her as she raised her ghost shield and mounted her dragon to brace for the impending assault. Eldest Sister, assist Third Sister by clearing the smaller monsters. Second Sister, monitor Third Sister's health. Fifth Sister, unleash your Phoenix AoE on those small creatures. Fourth Sister, coordinate with me to eliminate the Corpse Walker. Shen Yi directed, seamlessly weaving through the chaos. At his command, the previously anxious expressions of the team transformed into determination, and they swiftly set to work. Without hesitation, Shen Yi charged towards the Corpse Walker. Shadow Strike. Bloodlust. He unleashed his skills mercilessly. With each powerful blow, critical damage rained down upon the Corpse Walker. As arrows from Fourth Sister followed suit, striking the bronze boss, Shen Yi remained unfazed with his current prowess. He could easily handle a bronze boss alone, thus he maneuvered with confidence. The Corpse Walker, recovering from the stun, let out an enraged roar. Lacking the presence of Third Sister to draw its aggro, all of its ire was directed solely at Shen Yi. Yet, he was undeterred. Even though the Corpse Walker was swift, Shen Yi, as a rogue, was equally agile. Die, you fiend. At last, after several moments of fierce combat, Shen Yi plunged his Hermes dagger into the creature's skull. The Corpse Walker let out a piercing scream, its health depleted entirely as it collapsed to the ground, dropping a bronze treasure chest. Without a glance at the chest, Shen Yi's gaze shifted toward the Devourer corpse. In the time it took to dispatch the Corpse Walker, the surrounding smaller monsters had been eradicated, leaving only the Devourer corpse. Even without Shen Yi, Shen Ling, Shen Yu, Shen Qian, Shen Yu, and Fifth Sister Shen Yan, the remaining four expertly handled the Devourer corpse. The boss raged, pounding against Shen Yu's golden ghost shield, yet its damage proved insufficient to breach her defenses. Alas, it is not sufficient, still too slow. With merely 3 minutes remaining, the boss retains a daunting 45 health points. Casting a swift glance at the timer since entering the dungeon, I noted that 27 minutes had already elapsed, leaving us with a mere 3 minutes to spare. Shen Yi's gaze sharpened with intensity. We must unleash all our power. Only 3 minutes remain. If we fail, we will be subjected to a 72-hour cooldown before we can attempt the dungeon again, 3 days hence. Shen Yi shouted loudly within the team, and in an instant, his elder sisters grew anxious as well. Having come this far, they were on the cusp of victory. Failure would mean their efforts were in vain. In a surge of urgency, even the second sister, Shen Qian, a healer, joined the fray. Every bit of damage counts. Time was of the essence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, gradually. The boss's health dwindled. It was no longer a question of whether we could defeat the boss, but rather if we could do so within the 30-minute limit. Oh no. Time is running out. The boss has only 1 health point remaining. 1 second. Within the team, Shen Yan's voice rang out clearly. The boss's health was reduced to a mere 1, and time had dwindled to a single second. Everyone's eyes were glued to the timer and the boss's health bar, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In that moment, uncertainty enveloped us all. Could we complete the task in the final second? Dark Blood Carnage. System notification. The player has activated the weapon's special effect. The skill Dark Blood Carnage triggers double damage. The colossal corpse of the Devourer collapsed, its health bar depleting to 0 as a high damage output surged forth, precisely claiming that last health point. Silence fell. The stillness was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Shen Yi's forehead glistened with sweat, his heart racing as he gazed upon the fallen Devourer. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly turned his head towards his fourth sister. Not only he, but his eldest, second, third, and fifth sisters also directed their attention towards Shen Ling. The typically expressionless face of Shen Ling was now drenched in sweat, as if she had just undergone a harrowing ordeal. After a moment, Shen Ling lifted her gaze to meet Shen Yi's. We did it. We completed the Divine Ascension assessment. Wow. Sob. We did it. We succeeded. This is incredible. Brother, your final high damage dealt the killing blow to the boss. We have triumphed. Fourth sister has also completed her Divine Ascension assessment. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Chapter 91. Divine Skill Twin Stars, 2 fourth sisters? The crowd erupted in joy, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. A smile finally broke across Shen Yi's face. His spirits lifted immensely. This had undoubtedly been a thrilling and perilous game. Had Shen Yi not triggered the double damage skill at the last moment, it is uncertain whether they could have defeated the boss. It was indeed a heart-pounding journey. Fourth sister, you completed the Ascension assessment. Did you receive an artifact? Did you receive an artifact? Without delay, fifth sister Shen Yin turned her gaze towards her fourth sister, eager to inquire. In her own assessment, she had received the artifact known as the Book of Phoenix upon completion. Now, with fourth sister Shen Ling having completed her Divine Ascension assessment, everyone awaited to learn whether she too had acquired an artifact. No, Shen Ling shook her head, directly dismissing the notion of an artifact. Huh. Then what did you receive after completing the Divine Ascension assessment? Upon hearing that Shen Ling had not received an artifact, curiosity swept over the group as they turned their eyes towards her. Completing the Divine Ascension assessment must yield rewards. If no artifact was obtained, then what had she received? This left them all perplexed. Shen Ling remained silent, and in the next moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. What? Two fourth sisters? What is happening? Shen Yin was the first to break the silence, exclaiming in disbelief at the astonishing sight before her, feeling as though her mind was somewhat muddled. How could this be? How can there be two fourth sisters? Identical in every way, even their equipment. The eldest sister's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, what on earth is happening? Could it be that this dungeon is haunted? The second and third sisters were equally astonished, their expressions reflecting their confusion. As Shen Yi beheld this astonishing sight, his eyes sharpened, pupils narrowing as they fixed intently on the two fourth sisters. Just moments ago, a figure had appeared beside Shen Ling, an exact replica from appearance to physique, even down to the equipment, mirroring his fourth sister Shen Ling flawlessly, expressions included. This sudden turn of events left Shen Yi's sisters utterly speechless. They silently wondered when a new sibling had joined their ranks. Could they be sextuplets? Mirror clone? However, only Shen Yi uttered the connection aloud. Indeed, it is a clone. Nodding, Shen Ling confirmed to Shen Yi. A clone? Upon hearing this, Shen Yi's sisters were momentarily taken aback, their faces a mix of confusion and curiosity. What is a clone? Is it a skill? Well, a clone is precisely what you see. It creates a mirror image. Such skills do exist, primarily generated by abilities. I am uncertain whether this falls under the category of skill or something else. I believe it is best for fourth sister to clarify. Shen Yi turned towards Shen Ling, indicating that this inquiry must be resolved by her. Fourth sister, please explain, what is this? Is this the reward you received for completing the Divine Ascension assessment? What use does it have? It appears less practical than fifth sister's artifact. The third sister, Shen Yu, gazed at the clone of fourth sister with an expression of confusion. It is a skill known as twin stars. You may observe for yourselves. Fourth sister Shen Ling, not particularly fond of verbosity, chose not to elaborate further and directly shared the skill details. Twin stars, divine level active skill, using the twin star skill once creates an exact mirror clone, which possesses all of the main body's equipment, skill attributes, and can also gain experience. The experience gained by the clone is entirely transferred to the main body. If the skill is used again while a clone exists, the clone and the main body can merge. Upon merging, the main body will inherit all attributes of the clone, and skill damage will be doubled. The merging lasts for 60 seconds, after which the clone will automatically separate and enter a cooldown period of 300 seconds. As this skill appeared in the sharing list, not only Shen Yi's sisters, but even he, the reincarnated one, was left utterly bewildered. This was not merely incomprehensible. It felt absurd. This skill was simply extraordinary. No wonder it bore the title of divine level. It was nothing short of a game-changing ability. What is this? This skill is too overpowered. A clone is one thing, but it can also gain experience. So, if fourth sister gains experience, it will be double for her. If we earn 100 experience points from defeating a monster, fourth sister will earn 200. Fifth sister Shen Yin was left speechless. She had thought her acquisition of the artifact, the Book of Phoenix, was impressive, only to find fourth sister's divine skill shattering her expectations, making the artifact seem trivial in comparison. Indeed, it is formidable. And the ability to merge, heavens. When the two merge, does that mean fourth sister's attributes would effectively double? Indeed, this additional doppelganger signifies that we have acquired a new companion. Does it not? Regardless, the attributes and skills of this doppelganger are identical to those of fourth sister, correct? This is utterly outrageous. I can hardly contain my excitement. Brother, hurry, take your sister to slay dragons. I too wish to complete the Divine Ascension trial. The crowd was thoroughly exhilarated, moments ago. They had felt disheartened by the absence of divine artifacts, and now, in an instant, it seemed as though divine artifacts had lost their allure. It is undeniably a bug. Shen Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. As a reincarnate, he understood just how extraordinary this was. It seemed his fourth sister, upon acquiring this skill, was destined to become the unrivaled champion in one-on-one battles, with the combined attributes of two individuals who could possibly stand against her. Wait, fourth sister. Could you merge with this doppelganger for a moment? Shen Yi suddenly had an idea and looked at fourth sister. Shen Ling did not refuse. She activated the skill once more, and in a gentle glow, the two fourth sisters successfully fused into one. Fourth sister, I must inquire. Do the attributes of the equipment stack upon merging? Shen Yi asked, his curiosity piqued. This was crucial. The skill description indicated that merging would indeed stack attributes. But it did not clarify whether equipment attributes would also stack, prompting his question. Shen Ling hesitated, seemingly calculating something. After a moment, she replied, I believe they do stack. Outrageous. Chapter 92. The next stop. The mage tower. Shen Yi was utterly speechless. The stacking of attributes was already an exceedingly outrageous phenomenon, and now, the fact that the attributes of equipment could also be combined? What does this mean? I don't quite grasp the enormity of it all. Is this truly impressive? Fifth Sister Shen Qian, clearly lacking in comprehension, was oblivious to the absurdity of the situation. Observing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, she curiously inquired about its significance. Fifth, you simpleton. It means that after fourth merges, she effectively dons two sets of equipment, possessing not only the attributes of two individuals, but also the bonuses from two sets of gear. Essentially, once we merge, we are akin to a Gundam. It's utterly ludicrous. Third sister chastised fifth sister lightly on the head before explaining. Wow, isn't that cheating? I don't want divine artifacts anymore. I want such an incredible skill. Fifth sister exclaimed, her eyes wide with realization and disappointment. Feeling that her own divine artifact was no longer extraordinary compared to fourth sister's godly skill. All right, your divine artifact is also remarkable. One divine artifact and one divine skill. Goodness. Is the reward for the divine ascension trial truly that outrageous? Shen Yi was left utterly speechless, his anticipation for the divine ascension trial growing ever stronger. It seemed to promise either divine artifacts or divine skills. How delightful. I wonder if anyone has ever completed the divine ascension trial in the past among those hidden professions. Could it be that the reason those unique hidden professions are so formidable is that they too have completed the divine ascension trial? That shouldn't be the case. The requirements for the divine ascension trial are so absurd that an average person could hardly manage it. Even our family, having seemingly cheated, found it exceedingly arduous to complete. Shen Yi mused internally, clearly recognizing that his previous rank was too low, having never encountered many core elements of the game. Only now did he realize that there seemed to be many hidden truths within, ever since the emergence of divine artifacts. The sight of these golden equipment has failed to ignite any passion within me. Fifth Sister Shen Yin opened two boss chests obtained from the bosses, resulting in the acquisition of a golden piece of equipment. However, it was evident that Shen Yi and the others could not muster much enthusiasm for golden gear anymore, as their standards had been elevated to an exquisite level after encountering divine artifacts. Brother, take me to slay dragons. I too wish to complete the divine ascension trial. Upon exiting the dungeon, Shen Yu linked her arm with Shen Yi's and looked up at him with pleading eyes. Clearly, the rewards obtained by fifth and fourth sisters after their trials had ignited envy within third sister. Third sister, your divine ascension trial is far too challenging. With our current party strength, it is impossible to succeed. Even though fourth and fifth sisters have completed their trials and gained substantial power, slaying dragons remains exceedingly difficult. Do not rush. First, let us complete a few more divine ascension trials, so we can bolster our strength to challenge the mighty dragon, alright? Shen Yi reassured her. To him, third sister's divine ascension trial seemed the most formidable. Slaying dragons. Was this even a task one could conceive? The dragon, being the mightiest of species before the Cataclysm, was not something to be taken lightly. So, whose trial shall we undertake next? Eldest Sister S, or Second Sister S? Or perhaps yours, little brother? Third sister inquired eagerly. Eldest Sister S and Second Sister S tasks are actually on par. Let us first tackle Eldest Sister S task, as she serves as our primary damage dealer. If she can complete the divine ascension trial, it would significantly enhance our overall party strength. Shen Yi pondered momentarily before arriving at a conclusion. We shall proceed to the mage tower to complete Eldest Sister S trial. Just as Shen Yi had stated, Eldest Sister, as a powerful mage, bore the responsibility of primary output within the team. If her strength could see a considerable enhancement, it would bring a tremendous boost to everyone. Alright. Upon hearing this, the group quickly agreed without further ado. Let us return to the city. The mage tower is located on the other side of Zhuke City. We shall teleport after returning. Shen Yi instructed. Good. They shattered the return scroll, and in an instant, the group vanished from the dungeon entrance, reappearing in Zhuke City. As they had not consumed many supplies during the previous dungeon run, Eldest Sister did not need to prepare extensively and headed straight toward the mage tower. Wow. Is this the mage tower? Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, the group was captivated by a towering structure radiating boundless elemental magic not far away. The mage tower, entirely white and standing 20 stories tall, emanated a unique elemental force from each level, making the entire edifice shimmer brilliantly. From a distance, it appeared resplendent and beautiful, evoking a desire to draw nearer. Yes, this is indeed the mage tower. Shen Yi nodded and remarked. He had not visited often in his previous life, as he was not a mage and thus found little utility in the mage tower. Sisters, use mist dust. Let us move forward. I notice a considerable number of individuals ahead. Shen Yi glanced into the distance and instructed them. Understood. The others responded in unison, promptly activating their mist dust. While Shen Yi donned the Demon King's mask for good measure. Hey, has anyone passed the first stage yet? Certainly not. The boss of the first stage is at the golden level. How can we defeat that? The mage tower must harbor treasures, but we can't access it now. Indeed. It seems everyone is unable to enter. It would be better to level up. Coming here at this stage is merely a waste of time. Who can argue with that? Yet, many are here taking photos, as the mage tower is indeed quite stunning. As they drew closer to the mage tower, the group noticed that indeed, a multitude of players had gathered around its base. After all, this magnificent tower was hard to overlook, especially as more and more players emerged from the novice village. The player population surrounding the major cities had surged geometrically, no longer resembling the desolate scene when Shen Yi and his companions first arrived. Hey, those players used items. How did they turn into mist? Their arrival had also drawn the attention of numerous onlookers. After all, Shen Yi's several elder sisters had all utilized the misty dust. And Shen Yi himself donned a Demon King mask, a combination that was undeniably conspicuous. Chapter 93, The Magical Library. They smoothly passed the first level. Encountering a multitude of people, what were they all doing? Were they not going in? Observing the throngs that lined the pathway, Shen Yi was filled with curiosity. It was evident that these individuals were waiting outside, not venturing in, leaving one perplexed as to their intentions. Shen Yi glanced around, a slight smile gracing his lips. Given their levels, they likely wouldn't even ascend to the second floor of the mage tower. They were probably just here to take photos. As the mage tower was indeed a renowned tourist attraction within the game, Shen Yi chuckled, remarking that before his rebirth, the mage tower was already famous as a romantic rendezvous spot within the game. The tower, imbued with elemental magic, had its powerful energies affecting the surrounding flora, rendering the environment remarkably pleasant. Furthermore, the tower itself was exquisitely beautiful, and within it lay a library, which had perpetually drawn players in droves. Following the merging of worlds, the mage tower now graced the realm of reality. Thus, it was hardly surprising that it was bustling with visitors, unfazed by the peculiar glances from those around. Shen Yi and his companions strode directly into the mage tower. Accompanied by a cascade of light and shadow, they arrived at the first level of the tower. Contrary to expectations, the interior of the mage tower was devoid of monsters. Instead, it resembled a vast library, adorned with an array of tables and chairs, alongside rows of bookshelves. Yet, the books did not contain skill manuals, but rather an assortment of ordinary literature. Most astonishingly, there were NPCs within the tower selling a variety of beverages and snacks. At that moment, the first floor of the mage tower was filled with numerous players, all engrossed in books, reminiscent of white-collar workers enjoying afternoon tea. This is the mage tower. Why are there no monsters inside? This scene undoubtedly left Shen Yi's elder sisters astounded, gazing in bewilderment at the interior of the tower. Who told you there were monsters in the mage tower? It is essentially a colossal library-like structure. Every 5 levels, there exists a repository of skill books, housing numerous magical tomes. Moreover, each floor of the mage tower is akin to a reading lounge where one can sip tea, savor desserts, and gaze at the scenery outside. However, aside from the repository, the remaining books are merely ordinary texts. Additionally, one must first pass each level's trial to ascend to the next. Shen Yi explained. The trial for the 5th sister is to reach the 5th level of the mage tower, which means we must undergo 5 challenges. Only upon completion do we earn the right to ascend. That explains why so many are here. It turns out this is akin to a tea spot. The group chuckled in disbelief. Let us move. We didn't come here for afternoon tea, Shen Yi remarked, indicating that their mission differed significantly from those idling about. Greetings. This is the mage tower's magical elevator, which grants access to the upper levels of the tower. However, to ascend, one must complete the tower's challenges. Successfully passing the trials will automatically unlock the elevator's usage. Shen Yi led his sisters to the grand magical elevator located on the 1st floor. At that moment, a beautiful NPC obstructed their path and smiled at them. An elevator? How luxurious. The sight of the massive, magically powered elevator opened Shen Yi's sister's eyes further. What is so surprising? There will be many more unimaginable things in the future, Shen Yi replied with a smile, then turned his gaze towards the NPC. We are here to undertake the trials. Please grant us permission to proceed. Hey look, someone is going to attempt the trials, exclaimed a nearby player. These folks seem quite odd. Do you think they can pass? Absolutely not. How many have attempted and quickly exited? Another replied. The guardian boss of the 1st level is a level 15 golden boss. There's no way we can defeat it. Indeed, the longest anyone has lasted so far is barely a minute. So, how long do you think these peculiar individuals will last? Feigning bravado. I wager they'll be ejected in 20 seconds. Haha, I predict 30 seconds. I believe they might last a bit longer, perhaps 1 minute. As Shen Yi and his companions were transported into the trial arena, the players on the 1st floor began to chatter excitedly. Since the discovery of the mage tower, it had attracted many challengers, Yet all had failed to progress beyond the first level, where the Guardian boss posed an insurmountable challenge. However, what transpired next left all players on the first floor utterly astounded. What is going on? It's been a minute, and they haven't been defeated by the boss yet. Right? What is happening? Oh my, it's been a minute and a half, and they're still holding on? I told you they were extraordinary. Turns out they're skilled players. Wow, it's been 3 minutes, and they haven't emerged yet? At this moment, the first floor players were left in shock. Their eyes glued to the timer, realizing that Shen Yi and his group had surpassed 3 minutes without being ejected, a feat that left them in awe. The strongest teams had barely managed a minute prior. Wow, fourth sister, you're incredible. The boss still had 20 health, and you took it out in a single shot. That's brutal. Meanwhile, while the first floor players awaited Shen Yi's group to be defeated by the boss, they had already advanced to the second level. As they exited the elevator, Shen Yin gazed at fourth sister with admiration. Just moments ago, during the battle with the first level Guardian boss, Shen Ling had executed a headshot that annihilated the boss, showcasing an astonishing output of power. It was simply a fortunate critical hit, Shen Ling humbly replied. Still, that is impressive. I'm envious. What are you jealous of? You already possess a divine artifact. Why would you envy others? Shen Yi retorted, rolling his eyes at her. His gaze drifted towards the second level of the mage tower. The layout of the second level was quite similar to the first. The only distinction being that while the first level was bustling with players, the second was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Chapter 94. Effortlessly overcoming 3 trials. The second level lit up. Oh my, someone has passed the first level's trial and successfully entered the second level? Goodness. Who is this formidable individual capable of entering the second level of the mage tower? Who could possibly defeat a level 15 golden boss? This is unbelievable. At that moment, players outside the mage tower were left in shock, gazing up in awe at the tower. They had just witnessed the second level illuminate. A clear indication that someone had activated it by entering the mage tower's second tier. This revelation was astonishing. For many had attempted to breach the mage tower since its discovery, yet all had met with failure. The fact that someone had managed to reach the second level was nothing short of extraordinary. They have actually succeeded in entering the second level. How is that even possible? Goodness, who are they, and what makes them so formidable? In less than 5 minutes, they have breached the second level of the mage tower. How did they achieve this? What level could they possibly be? It seems impossible. Currently, the only players capable of defeating a level 15 golden boss in such a short time must be. Could it be that they are among those 6 individuals on the leaderboard? Surely not. Has a master finally made an appearance? The players within the first level of the mage tower were in a state of uproar, clearly astounded by the spectacle unfolding before them. They had anticipated that Shen Yi and his companions would fall like previous players, mere clowns defeated by the summoned boss. Yet now, witnessing the activation of the second level, their minds were buzzing, struggling to comprehend the reality. Simultaneously, they all shared a singular thought. If Shen Yi and his group truly managed to defeat the first level boss and advance to the second, the only plausible explanation was that they must be those renowned figures from the leaderboard. In an instant, they exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with excitement. It is worth noting that many players were actively seeking out Shen Yi and his companions, eager to forge connections with them. However, they remained shrouded in mystery. Their identities still unknown. This appearance marked their first introduction to the public eye. Swiftly, news of the top 6 players from the leaderboard making their presence known in the mage tower spread like wildfire, garnering significant attention. You are in the mage tower? Shen Yi was just about to enter the second level when Nangong Yuli suddenly inquired in the guild channel. Little beauty, how do you know? Oh, it must be our little brother reporting to you. Brother, you are quite henpecked. Henpecked? This is merely affection. It's a playful intimacy between young couples. You wouldn't understand. Hey, third sister, as if you know so much. Upon seeing Nangong Yuli's question, Shen Yi's sisters immediately engaged in playful banter in the guild channel, resembling bystanders enjoying the spectacle. No, it's because you all have cleared the first level of the mage tower, which led many to speculate that you are indeed those individuals from the leaderboard. Now, numerous players are heading towards the mage tower, eager to meet you. Nangong Yuli's face flushed crimson, her heart racing as she was teased by Shen Yi's sisters. She quickly clarified that it was not Shen Yi who disclosed this information, but rather their own inadvertent revelation. Ah, I see. Everyone was surprised, having not anticipated that such a detail could be exposed. Fortunately, Shen Yi had instructed them to use misty dust from the beginning, so at present, no one could obtain their information. Forget about them. Let us focus on our own pace and rhythm. Shen Yi was unfazed, having anticipated this outcome, which was precisely why he had them use misty dust. He was not about to be distracted by such trivial matters. After exchanging a few brief words with Nangong Yuli, he allowed them to commence the assessment for the second level. What is happening? Goodness, the third level has been activated. They have entered the third level. How is this even possible? What is going on? Indeed, what is happening? The second level was hardly activated for long before the third level was triggered. My goodness. What kind of power is this? The boss in this level is a level 15 golden boss. What level of strength do they possess to achieve this? Is it really that extraordinary? Can this even be done? However, while everyone speculated about the identities of Shen Yi and his companions, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The third level suddenly activated shortly after the second level had been initiated. Witnessing this, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation, rendered speechless. They exchanged bewildered glances, clearly at a loss to understand what was transpiring. Brother, how do you know the answer? However, upon entering the third level, Shen Yi's sisters looked at him with suspicion, their faces filled with confusion and curiosity. The challenge in the second level did not involve defeating monsters, but rather deciphering a puzzle. Yet, just as Shen Yi's 5 sisters were grappling with the headache of the riddle, Shen Yi effortlessly solved it in under a minute. This left his sisters astounded, staring at him in disbelief, questioning how he knew the answer. Do not inquire. The answer is a secret. Shen Yi chuckled, insisting on maintaining his confidentiality. Of course, he knew the answer. After all, he was a reborn individual and naturally possessed knowledge of such things. The Mage Tower comprised 20 levels, with 20 challenges, and not every challenge necessitated combat. In fact, many tested one's intellect and other attributes. Thus, Shen Yi was well aware of the solution to the second challenge, allowing him to breeze through it. Oh, how disheartening. Even my own brother won't share. Third sister feigned heartbreak, clutching her chest. Indeed, what could be so secretive that even your sisters cannot know? We have nurtured you through thick and thin. Stop. What nonsense is this? There are certain matters I cannot explain in detail. Rest assured, when the time is right, I will divulge everything. But for now, dear sisters, let us refrain from questioning, all right? Not all right. If you insist, I shall remain silent. How infuriating, if you do not divulge. I shall make you wash my stockings for a month. Then I shall tear them all apart. Rascal brother, I'll have your head. Chapter 95, The True Test. The legendary mage emerges. The answer is Zhuge Qianlong. During the Third Era, he led the Eastern Kingdoms on the Pinnacle Plains to defeat the army of the White Elephant, thus bringing an end to the Third Era's Great War. Shen Yi stood before an ethereal old man, responding to his inquiry. Congratulations, you are correct. Ah, young man, I did not expect your knowledge to be so profound. It is a pity you are not a mage, otherwise, your vast reservoir of knowledge would surely make you a formidable sorcerer. You have passed the challenge, and with a perfect accuracy rate of 100. You may now proceed to the fourth level. The third level's challenge, which led to the fourth, was still not about combat, but rather answering questions posed by a wise old man, whose essence was but a spirit. In this round, he asked a total of 10 questions, requiring players to answer at least 6 correctly to succeed. Yet, facing the inquiries of this sagacious figure, Shen Yi effortlessly answered all 10 questions with flawless precision, achieving a perfect score and successfully passing. As the elevator ascended, Shen Yi, accompanied by his 5 sisters, smoothly arrived at the fourth level. At that moment, his sisters were still in a state of disbelief. No, brother, how did you know the answers? Those peculiar questions, how did you manage to respond to them? Indeed, brother, how did you know the answers? Of those 10 questions, I only knew one, which I had encountered in the ghostly cathedral, in that vampire's library. The questions seemed to pertain to the lore of this game. How did you know? Humph, another secret. Brother, why do you have so many secrets? The sisters exchanged suspicious glances, clearly trying to discern any clues from Shen Yi, as it was evident that they sensed something was amiss with him. He had answered the 10 questions with an ease that suggested prior knowledge, leading them to doubt whether he had indeed known the answers all along. This is quite simple. In fact, the lore you encounter within the game can all be found on the official website. I had perused it beforehand, while you, in your boredom, merely flipped through the pages in the game, hence your ignorance. I've been following this game for quite a while, and I am well versed in the majority of its narrative background. Shen Yi stated with a smile, and he was indeed not misleading. He possessed an intimate knowledge of the entire game's lore. However, the crux of the matter was that Shen Yi did not gather this information from the official site, but rather due to his decade-long memories, which had etched the game into his very being, allowing him to respond with ease. In truth, the queries posed by the Sage of Wisdom in this level were merely commonplace historical questions about the game's background, easily answered by anyone who casually skimmed through a few texts. The Sage would reappear later, and the questions then would be notably more challenging. Oh, so that is how it is. It seems I must read more. I refuse to read. Reading in reality is tedious enough, let alone having to read while playing a game. I might as well give up entirely. Well, no one is forcing you to read. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi's sisters genuinely believed him and did not doubt his words. Have you all reached the fourth level? At this moment, Nangong Mu Li inquired again within the guild. Little beauty, how did you know? How are you aware that we have arrived at the fourth layer? Upon hearing this, the others were astonished. They had just reached the fourth layer, and it seemed Nangong Mu Li was exceedingly well informed. Consequently, they cast suspicious glances at Shen Yi. I didn't say anything. Shen Yi promptly clarified that he was not the source of the information. The outside world has gone wild. They saw that the fourth level of the Mage Tower has been activated, and now everyone knows you have reached the fourth level. They are in a frenzy, bewildered by how you managed to achieve this. It's simply remarkable. The others couldn't even clear the first level. How did you make it to the fourth? The reason Nangong Mu Li was aware was that this matter had become quite the sensation, with many spectators gathering outside the mage tower. It was precisely for this reason that everyone was astonished at how Shen Yi and his companions had managed to arrive at the fourth layer so swiftly. I see. It's actually quite straightforward. Aside from having to battle in the first level, the remaining 2 levels involve puzzles, which is how we managed to progress. Shen Yi, fearing that his sisters would inadvertently reveal too much, hastily explained. Oh, I see now. That makes perfect sense. Others might have thought you fought your way through. But it turns out the subsequent levels do not require combat. Upon hearing this, Nangong Mu Li finally understood. After all, if the first level had a level 15 golden boss, the subsequent layers could only be stronger, even if Shen Yi and his group were formidable. It wouldn't be feasible for them to advance so quickly. Now that she had received such an explanation, she finally grasped the situation. Only 1 level remains, and we shall reach the 5th layer. This elder sister's task doesn't seem too difficult, observing that they had arrived at the 4th layer. With the next being the 5th, Shen Yi's sisters suddenly felt that the challenge was not as formidable as they had initially presumed. However, upon hearing this, Shen Yi couldn't help but smile wryly, inwardly thinking that they would not be so confident once they encountered the 4th level as trials. Naturally, Shen Yi was well aware of the challenges that awaited in the 4th level, but he refrained from divulging this information beforehand and instead beckoned his sisters, directly initiating the 4th level as trial. As they were enveloped in light, they entered the trial chamber of the 4th level. Oh, how many years have passed? At last, adventurers have arrived at this point in the mage tower. As soon as they appeared, a gentle voice resonated, followed by the appearance of an elderly man clad in a robe, exuding an ethereal presence before them. The 5th layer's administrator of the mage tower, Sima Qingyu. When Shen Yi and the others beheld this mage, his information was immediately revealed above his head. Legendary, a legendary NPC? Upon seeing Sima Qingyu, the group quickly discerned the legendary insignia preceding his name, indicating that this elderly man was indeed a legendary mage. At that moment, their expressions shifted, and they internally mused that they would not have to defeat this old man in the current trial. Shen Yi, however, wore a bemused expression as he regarded Sima Qingyu, knowing that this character was a nightmare for most players at the outset. Shen Yi was particularly anxious, as this individual ranked among the top 10 most disliked NPCs due to being the mandatory boss to confront in order to access the 5th level of the Mage Tower. Chapter 96, Fierce Battle, Thunderfire Mage. This elder was a legendary level NPC, possessing the strength of a legendary boss. Of course, he would not engage them with his full might. Given his power, if he were to unleash his full potential, Shen Yi and his companions would likely be unable to withstand even a single encounter. Shen Yi recalled that this elder would likely suppress his level to 30, thereby exerting only half of his strength, which would equate to that of a level 30 epic boss. Generally, a team would need to be around level 40 to safely challenge such a boss. In reality, for typical players, reaching the 5th layer would indeed require levels in the 30s or 40s. Yet, Shen Yu's divine advancement task required them to reach the 5th layer before level 20, which constituted the challenge of this assessment. In truth, the previous levels had posed little challenge for Shen Yi and his group. The only true difficulty lay in the figure before them. Dear young adventurers, to enter the 5th layer's archives of the Mage Tower, you must pass my assessment. However, I shall not bully the small. I will suppress my level to 30 and will only utilize 50% of my power at that level. Are you prepared to accept this challenge? Indeed. Sima Qingyu turned his gaze to Shen Yi and the others, addressing them directly. Phew. Thankfully, this old man does not intend to fight at full strength. Otherwise, we might not even manage to touch a single hair on him. Indeed, suppressing his level to 30 and not going all out sounds quite reasonable. Brother, do you think we can win? Shen Yi's sisters cast curious looks at him, evidently eager to determine whether they stood a chance under such circumstances. We should. Considering that both the 4th and 5th sisters have already undergone the divine advancement assessment, their strength has vastly improved. Although this elder poses a challenge, it is not insurmountable. Let us give it our all. Shen Yi encouraged his sisters. All right. Upon hearing Shen Yi's words, the women instantly felt invigorated. Without further ado, they all maximized their buffs. We accept your test. Shen Yi directly engaged in conversation with Sima Qingyu and initiated the challenge. Ha ha ha, it has been many years. Finally, an adventurer is ready to commence the challenge of the 5th layer. Sima Qingyu laughed heartily, and then, in an instant, his formidable aura transformed, retracting from that of a 100-level legendary grand mage to that of a 30-level epic level strength. Twin stars. 4th sister Shen Ling swiftly employed her divine skill, summoning a perfect mirror image of herself. Consequently, Shen Yi's group effectively became 7 against 1, excluding their pets. Holy Light Dragon. Charge. Shen Yu took the lead, summoning her Holy Light Dragon and charging towards Sima Qingyu. The Holy Light Dragon roared, and before even reaching him, unleashed a torrent of holy light towards the elderly mage. Dragon Knight, Holy Light Dragon? Hiss, adventurer, You are indeed a dragon knight of the Holy Light? Surprised by the incoming holy breath from the Holy Light Dragon, Sima Qingyu exhibited a hint of astonishment. Nevertheless, a magical shield materialized before him, effectively blocking the holy breath and protecting him from harm. Regrettably, this is a sanctified light dragon yet to be baptized, still but a mere infant. Observing the dragon's breath sputtering against his magical shield and causing minimal damage, Sima Qingyu chuckled and shook his head, clearly unimpressed by its potency. Caw! With a resounding cry, Fifth Sister Shen Yin summoned her fire phoenix, and instantly, a sea of flames surged towards the elderly Sima. A phoenix, a fire phoenix? My heavens! What an extraordinary day, dragon riders and phoenix maidens. Sima Qingyu was once again taken aback, his gaze fixated on the fiery feathers hurtling towards him, momentarily rendering him speechless. However, it was evident that the fire phoenix's flames posed little threat, as all of its fiery feathers merely struck his magical shield, unable to penetrate its defenses. A testament to the old man's formidable prowess. How intriguing. No wonder you all arrived here so swiftly. It appears you are a cadre of chosen adventurers. Sima Qingyu murmured to himself. Nevertheless, I shall not relent. To ascend to the 5th level, you must first surpass my trial. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and with a swift gesture, a staff materialized in his hand, channeling a formidable surge of lightning element energy. Sima Qingyu, a master of both lightning and fire, was evidently preparing to unleash a thunderous assault. Yet, just as he was about to cast his spell, a chill crept upon him from behind. Sima Qingyu sensed a dangerous aura. As he turned, a dagger was already aimed at his back. Shadow strike. Shen Yi emerged from stealth. Determination etched upon his face as he buried the dagger deep into the old man's back, shattering his magical shield. Immediately, Sima was ensnared in a daze from the backstab. Haha, old man, behold my shield bash. Sima Qingyu did not anticipate that Shen Yi, the rogue, could evade his scrutiny and launch a surprise attack from behind. Caught off guard by the successful backstab, he found himself momentarily paralyzed. At that moment, Shen Yu had advanced to the forefront, delivering a powerful shield bash to Sima Qingyu. Following suit, a relentless flurry of attacks rained down upon him. Bang! The shield shattered, and Sima Qingyu's magical defenses crumbled under the collective might of his adversaries. Witnessing this, Shen Yi and the others wasted no time, launching another series of assaults. Thunderous repulsion. Boom! Amidst the chaos, Sima Qingyu unleashed a surge of lightning energy, generating a powerful repulsive force. Shen Yi and Shen Yu were unceremoniously hurled back several meters, their bodies numb from the shock, rendered temporarily paralyzed. Interesting. You, the rogue, managed to elude my detection. It seems you are no ordinary thief. But that is where your advantage ends. Prepare to meet your demise. Sima Qingyu's gaze turned icy as a massive inferno coalesced before him, hurtling towards the incapacitated Shen Yi. Purification. Yet, in that very instant, a pure, cleansing force enveloped Shen Yi, dispelling his paralysis. Spectral step. With his paralysis lifted by second Sister Shen Qian, Shen Yi swiftly employed spectral step, evading the impending fireball. Boom. The colossal fireball erupted, but Shen Yi had successfully dodged it. Chapter 97, Forbidden Spell? The old man plays dirty. How fascinating. Upon witnessing Shen Yi's evasion, Sima Qingyu chuckled, clearly having gauged the strength of Shen Yi and his companions. You are among the most formidable challengers I have encountered in this realm. I must take this seriously. Sima Qingyu, now shedding his previous nonchalance, recognized the prowess of Shen Yi and his allies. Not wanting to be bested by a group of youngsters, he resolved to engage them earnestly. Shen Yi and the others, naturally, did not waste words, their teamwork seamless. Fourth sister, go? The battle raged on. A fierce exchange of blows. It was undeniable that this legendary mage was indeed formidable, holding his ground against Shen Yi and his companions. After repelling Shen Yi and the others, another magical shield materialized before him. At that moment, Shen Yi shouted to fourth sister Shen Ling in the distance, twin stars. Shen Ling understood the signal, and in an instant, her primary and secondary forms merged. Within the next 60 seconds, she ascended to a formidable presence akin to a boss, doubling her attributes and skill damage. Whoosh! An arrow flew towards Sima Qingyu, slicing through the air. Thud! The arrow struck his shield, which crumbled like parchment upon impact. How is this possible? Sima Qingyu gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the overwhelming damage Shen Ling could inflict, realizing that previously, it had taken the combined efforts of Shen Yi and his allies to breach his magical defenses. This revelation made him aware that Shen Yi and the others had been holding back. Goodness, you all have tricks up your sleeves. Sima Qingyu exclaimed in disbelief. Shen Yi smirked, suddenly reappearing behind him. Too late to realize. The shadow strike struck true, knocking Sima Qingyu into a stupor. What? How could this be? I employed reconnaissance skills. How did you approach without being detected? Sima Qingyu was left dumbfounded, having underestimated Shen Yi's rogue capabilities. He had laid traps for detection, confident that Shen Yi would be discovered upon proximity. Yet, he was blindsided by the fact that these traps were utterly ineffective. allowing Shen Yi to stealthily approach and deliver a devastating backstab. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following the successful backstab, Shen Ling wasted no time, unleashing a volley of 3 arrows towards Sima Qingyu. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows struck true, causing Sima Qingyu's health to plummet dramatically. Fear gripped him as he realized his health was depleting far too rapidly. Shen Yi and his companions coordinated flawlessly, their rhythm impeccable, while Shen Ling's twin stars provided a significant advantage, continuously diminishing Sima Qingyu's vitality. Have they halted? Are they stuck at the 4th level? It appeared that this was the limit for them, yet it was astonishing. Indeed, over 10 minutes have elapsed at the 4th level. The 5th remains unlit, suggesting they have failed. They are undeniably powerful, considering they have reached the 4th level. It is quite disheartening. If they ascend to the 5th level, it would be utterly demoralizing. Fortunately, such a scenario seemed unlikely to unfold. Very well, you are the strongest young individuals I have encountered. I concede your strength. However, should you wish to ascend to the 5th level, you must endure my final trial. Let us see if you can survive. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Forbidden spell, Thunderfire Conflagration. At that moment, within the trial arena, Sima Qingyu's health had dwindled to merely 20, and in an instant, the full force of lightning and fire elements erupted from him, his eyes glowing a brilliant blue. Suddenly, the magic wand in his hand was thrown into the air, and he shouted loudly at Shen Yi and the others, Nanny? Autumn Bean Sack. Forbidden spell. Thunderfire Destruction of Heaven. Damn, this is cheating. How could he use a forbidden spell? This old man can't afford to lose, and is resorting to tricks. Shen Yi was dumbfounded. When he heard the opponent declare the use of the forbidden spell Thunderfire Destruction of Heaven, his face was filled with shock. In his past life, Shen Yi had also ventured into the mage tower and faced this old man, but he never unleashed a forbidden spell. The so-called forbidden spell is the most formidable skill of the mage profession, deemed too powerful to be unleashed lightly, hence its classification as a forbidden spell. Such skills are exceedingly rare. An ordinary mage cannot naturally comprehend them, and even hidden professions or unique hidden professions of mages may not master forbidden spells. Typically, forbidden spells are learned through skill books, which are themselves extraordinarily rare, comparable to artifacts. Shen Yi recalled that in his previous life, no more than 20 mages he knew could cast forbidden spells, and now, this old man before him was shamelessly using a forbidden spell. This was simply outrageous. What does a forbidden spell mean? What is a forbidden spell? I feel an overwhelming elemental force. It seems capable of annihilating everything. Is this the old man's trump card? How terrifying. Shen Yi's elder sisters were all dumbstruck, watching the old man unleash the forbidden spell, completely frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Shen Yi's complexion turned pale, his eyes fixated on the opponent. Annihilation. At this moment, the old man Sima Qingyun, with his white beard and eyebrows billowing in the elemental fluctuations, floated into the air as he uttered the words annihilation. In an instant, thunder and flames rained down from the heavens, mercilessly striking towards Shen Yi and his companions. Oh, the healing isn't enough. We're going to die. We're going to die. Second Sister Shen Qian attempted to heal and staunch the bleeding, but unfortunately, the power of the forbidden spell was too terrifying to withstand. They could only watch their health bars vanish, struck by the forbidden spell, and were instantly killed. Third Sister Shen Yu also met her demise, only to be resurrected in a state of nirvana, but shortly thereafter, she was killed again, subjected to repeated torment. In that moment, Shen Yi and the others had no means of defense whatsoever. Chapter 98. Old man, you have violated the rules. Ha ha ha. The forbidden spell truly consumes an excessive amount of mana. After casting the forbidden spell, Thunderfire Destruction of Heaven, Sima Qingyun felt a wave of weakness. At this moment, his MP was nearly depleted. While the forbidden spell's power is immense, it also requires a monumental amount of MP to cast. Even high-level mages cannot unleash forbidden spells without sufficient mana. The consumption is simply too great. Then, the next moment, as he looked up at Shen Yi and the others, Sima Qingyun was left dumbfounded. You are still alive? Impossible. Under my forbidden spell, you actually survived? Sima Qingyun could hardly believe his eyes. Within the arena, Shen Yi and his elder sisters, first, second, third, and fourth, had all fallen. Yet, one person still stood firm. That person was none other than Shen Yi's fifth sister. What the heck, fifth sister? Not only was Sima Qingyun stunned, but Shen Yi was equally taken aback, looking at his fifth sister in disbelief. How could she possibly still be alive after the old man's unscrupulous use of the forbidden spell? Fifth sister, how did you survive? How are you not dead? Shen Yi inquired, utterly incredulous. I was almost struck down by thunder and flames, time and again. It felt like a cruel game. As she recounted this, Xin Yan's face turned a shade of green with anger. In truth, she had not escaped death. She had died and resurrected multiple times, thanks to her artifact, the Book of Phoenix, which possessed a special effect of advanced divine resurrection, granting a 75% chance of revival upon death. Remarkably, this probability was astonishingly high. Under the previous forbidden spell, Xin Yan had been killed 4 or 5 times, yet when the spell concluded, she was still alive, revived by the advanced divine resurrection state. This resulted in the miraculous scene before them. Shen Yin had survived the forbidden spell, a veritable miracle. Ah, so that's how it is. Shen Yi. Upon hearing Shen Yin's explanation, felt a mix of laughter and tears. Clearly, he had not anticipated such a survival. Have we failed? Although fifth sister is still alive, she alone cannot contend with the mage before us. However, the fact that only Shen Yin remained alive seemed futile, for she alone could not defeat Sima Qingyun, who still had 20 health left, despite his MP being entirely depleted. Not necessarily. Shen Yi's eyes sparkled as he, in a ghostly state, drifted towards Sima Qingyun. Old man, you have violated the rules. You are cheating. Shen Yi boldly confronted him. What do you mean? Nonsense. How could this old man cheat? Sima Qingyun appeared somewhat flustered under Shen Yi's accusation, yet he still denied it. Humph, you are indeed cheating. You have violated the rules and cannot bear to lose. You clearly stated you would suppress your level to 30. In that state, your MP would not suffice to cast a forbidden spell. Not even at 50 would you possess enough mana to unleash one. Yet, you just used a forbidden spell, which indicates you have surpassed the 30 level limit. You have violated the rules. You are cheating, and I will report you to the Mage Association. Shen Yi seized upon this old man's flaw, pointing out the critical point. As Shen Yi had just stated, without the requisite amount of MP, one cannot cast a forbidden spell, and the old man had just unleashed one, evidently breaking the rules that confined him to a level 30. How could a level 30 mage possibly cast a forbidden spell, even if they had the skill? Without sufficient mana? At that moment, Sima Qingyun's face flushed, and he dared not meet Shen Yi's gaze, clearly exposed for his actions. You old fool. So you were cheating all along. How despicable. Bullying the weak and disrespecting the young. You repeatedly tormented me. I will report you. Fifth Sister Shen Yin, enraged, was now seething, her face turning green as she seized upon this opportunity to hold him accountable. You vile old man, preying on children. How wicked. Old grandpa. Is it not improper for you to act this way? Indeed, old grandpa, bullying us and violating the rules. Do you not fear that word of this will tarnish your reputation? Shen Yi's other sisters chimed in, vehemently denouncing him. Sima Qingyun's face grew even more solemn. It dawned on him that he had indeed broken the rules. A level 30 mage could not possibly unleash a forbidden spell. However, just moments ago, he had been thoroughly humiliated by Shen Yi and his companions, especially after Shen Ling's formidable output in her combined form, which had left him shaken, causing him to forget this matter entirely. Only when Shen Yi brought it up did he realize the gravity of his violation. Humph, old man. Prepare for the Mage Association's investigation. I will spread the word, so everyone knows you bully children. Shen Yi declared with a mischievous grin. Wait, let's talk this over. I didn't do it on purpose. Upon seeing Shen Yi's demeanor, Sima Qingyun immediately relented, smiling and admitting his fault. Huh, so you admit to your wrongdoing. Is a mere apology enough to soothe our wounded spirits? Shen Yi's third and fifth sisters instantly confronted each other, clearly prepared to engage in a battle of wits. Oh, please, let us not resort to such measures. If you insist, I shall concede defeat and allow you to proceed to the 5th level. Consider it a victory, and I will promptly resurrect you. Isn't that satisfactory? Observing the unfolding situation, the old man quickly altered his demeanor, attempting to ingratiate himself with Shen Yi and his sisters. It was evident that if this incident were to circulate, he would be left utterly humiliated. Furthermore, he anticipated possible repercussions from the Mage Association, a consequence he could ill afford. Humph, allowing us to pass is only to be expected. Had you not suppressed us with your forbidden spells, we would have already succeeded. You are merely returning what rightfully belongs to us. Is this truly a form of compensation? Shen Yi fixed his gaze on the old man, exuding an air of assertiveness. Indeed, such an arrangement is hardly equitable. I have endured your forbidden spells repeatedly, suffering the torment of being obliterated 4 or 5 times. Do you comprehend the anguish I have experienced? Yes, mistakes must be rectified. You owe us recompense, or how can one truly acknowledge their faults? Chapter 99. Extorting the legendary mage, the shield robe. Shen Yi's sisters, upon hearing his words, immediately grasped his intentions. They were determined to extort something valuable from the old man. In an instant, Shen Yi's third and fifth sisters joined him, bombarding Sima Qingyu with their demands. Well, what is it that you desire? Sima Qingyu's expression darkened, yet he was acutely aware of his own culpability, prompting him to inquire of Shen Yi and his sisters. Simple. Provide us with some form of compensation. As a legendary level 100 mage, surely you can spare us something of value. If you are willing, we will treat this incident as if it never happened, Shen Yi stated plainly, cutting to the chase. Compensation? At the mention of this term, Sima Qingyu's face turned a shade of green, resembling a miserly old man. I merely acted on impulse and forgot about the suppression of levels. Given my age, one could easily mistake it for senility. Surely, you wouldn't hold such a thing against an old man like me? Senility? Spare us the theatrics. And you think your plight compares to mine? I am but a frail female, barely in the teens of levels. Yet I have suffered the unrelenting brilliance of your forbidden spell, leaving an indelible scar on my innocent psyche. Do you have any idea how long it may take to heal from such a wound? Perhaps a year, or even a decade. Enough, young lady. You are far more adept at spinning tales than I. Shen Yu, rendered speechless by Shun Yan's rhetoric, felt as though he were on the verge of becoming the universe's greatest villain. How about this? As the curator of the 5th level S archive library, I will allow you to select one magic skill book to study as compensation. The archive contains a wealth of magical skills, and their worth is considerable. Purchasing them would require a hefty sum of crystal coins, the old man proposed. One book? That won't do. There are 6 of us. No, wait, 7. 7. I see you have a doppelganger among you. Don't think I haven't noticed. Without waiting for Shen Yi to respond, Shen Yu interjected, alarmed at the prospect of including the duplicate in their count. Fine, even if we consider it 6, one book is hardly sufficient. Shen Yi retorted, expressing his discontent. Exactly. One book is absurd. 6 individuals, and you offer but one? Indeed, it is only fair that we receive 6. Shen Yi's sisters chimed in unison. 6 books? Are you attempting to rob me? The mage tower is not mine to give away. If I were to part with 6 books, I would be guilty of embezzlement. Shen Yu exclaimed, adamantly refusing their demands. We don't even want 6. My eldest sister is the elemental queen and already possesses numerous skills. She hardly requires so many more. Besides, the skills available on the 5th level are mostly basic and common, of little use to us, Shen Yi scoffed. Dismissing the notion of needing 6 books. Then are you agreeing to one? Shen Yu's eyes brightened at the suggestion. One is still unacceptable. How about 2? And as a fellow mage, surely you possess some mage-related equipment or items you could spare. If you could provide me with 1 or 2 pieces, we would consider the matter settled and keep this incident to ourselves, Shen Yi proposed, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. What? You want equipment and items as well? Shen Yu's temper flared at the demand. Humph, you needn't provide anything if you choose not to. However, we will promptly report you and pin numerous complaints. Ensuring your reputation is tarnished, Shen Yin warned. Dear old man, think carefully. Women can harbor a deep desire for retribution. The complaints we write may not merely pertain to your unauthorized use of forbidden spells. What if they include accusations of impropriety towards young women? Shen Yi added, further embellishing the threat. Very well, I concede. I will provide what you seek. Alas, today has truly been a stroke of bad luck for me. I must have forgotten to consult the almanac before venturing out. Hearing Shen Yi's threats about the complaints, Shen Yu could no longer endure the prospect of public disgrace. Fine. Take this. This magical robe was worn in my youth, and I intended to keep it as a memento. Today, I shall gift it to this young lady. For she possesses immense potential and is destined to become a legendary mage. Accepting it will do justice to this robe's legacy. With that, Shen Yu produced a robe that radiated a purple glow. Upon seeing the shimmering garment, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, for it was clearly an epic-grade piece of equipment. Thank you, dear sir. Shen Yu graciously accepted the robe, exclaiming in delight, then promptly shared the robe's attributes with her team. Shield magic robe, equipment type, armor clothing, equipment quality, epic, equipment attributes, defense 29, magic resistance 35. Magic power 16, equipment effect. Wearing this item generates a magical shield with a maximum HP of 35. Should the shield be shattered, a new one will automatically regenerate after 300 seconds. Equipment skill. Equipping this item grants the skill Magic Shield. Removing the equipment will result in the loss of this skill. Equipment requirement. Mage class. Equipment level. Level 15. Magic Shield. Active skill using this skill. One can create a magical shield around oneself, with a shield value equivalent to 50 of their own HP. Cooldown. 65 seconds. MP cost. 160. What an impressive piece of equipment. An epic grade item with an equipment skill. This is truly exceptional. Shen Yi exclaimed upon viewing the robe. The likelihood of an equipment skill appearing on legendary gear is guaranteed, yet the occurrence on epic grade items is quite rare. Each epic item that possesses an equipment skill is regarded as a remarkable treasure. This robe not only boasted an equipment skill but also provided the protective shield that mages often lack, and it featured a double-layered shield. Shen Yi never anticipated that he could extract such a splendid piece of equipment from the old man. It was a tremendous profit, rendering the 10 times he had been struck by forbidden spells well worth it.